5 soldiers clad in individual combat armor were nearing the end of their 8-day survival training and preparing to return to base. Little did they expect to be surrounded by hundreds of ferocious hairy-legged ants on the crimson-hued terrain. A howling wind carried dark red dust, sweeping across the endless mountain range at a speed of 37 kilometers per hour. 5 humanoid armored figures, standing 2.2 meters tall and painted in red and black camouflage, moved swiftly along the mountainside. Despite appearing as insignificant as ants against the towering peaks, the cutting-edge weapons in their hands hinted at devastating firepower. These were not mechs, but the Earth Federation's standard equipment for cannon fodder-grade ground troops' personal combat armor. The 5 soldiers maintained a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, performing standard tactical maneuvers while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Don't dawdle. Come on, we're only 200 kilometers from home. I don't want to miss out on a hearty dinner, the captain shouted, waving his hand. Damn it, I need a hot shower before dinner. 8 days without one, and I feel like I'm growing mold, a young man grumbled. The 3 men and 2 women began eagerly imagining the comforts awaiting them back at the base. Some longed for a good night's sleep, others for fine wine, and a few for revelry. Urging them on, the captain increased their speed to an economical cruising pace of 50 kilometers per hour, and soon they descended into a shadowy valley. Just as the captain was about to remove his helmet for a smoke, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. The radar displayed nearly 100 red dots closing in from 3 directions. Before they could retreat, hundreds more creatures swarmed down from the mountainside, sealing the valley completely. These creatures resembled ants, but had bodies over 2 meters long, for thick, hairy legs, and metallic, gleaming fangs capable of shredding through high-grade alloy armor in mere seconds. Damn it, just our luck. A massive swarm of hairy-legged ants, the captain cursed. Everyone, regroup on me. Set your energy guns to level 2 power and fire at will. He raised his Earth Federation-issued energy assault rifle, unleashing streaks of brilliant blue light. The swarm surged forward like tanks, trampling over the bodies of their fallen. The captain roared, Zhou Bing, cover the rear. Feng Xingqian, provide support. The rest of you, follow Messive in a clock direction. Break through. Leave it to me. A rough voice rang out as a single soldier armored unit took several quick steps back, raising a peculiar weapon embedded in its wrist. A hissing sound followed as dense beams of light shot out like raindrops. Each hit on a target resulted in a deep, scorched crater. This was the single-soldier rotary laser close defense cannon, equipped with 9 barrels, a caliber of 12 millimeters, and a staggering firing rate of 1,800 rounds per minute. While its individual shot lacked the power of an energy gun, its incredible fire rate required a massive external power source and a large energy converter. The bulky, backpack-like device strapped to Zhou Bing's back was precisely the energy supply and conversion unit for the cannon. However, the defense of the hairy-legged ants was astonishingly strong, and the cannon's power wasn't as effective as expected. Zhou Bing's attempt to fend off the swarm of creatures at such close range was clearly a daunting challenge. Amid the growls and roars, 2 hairy-legged ants broke through the defensive line, advancing to within 20 meters. With the creature's rapid pace, they would inevitably reach him unless he turned his weapon to face them. But should he redirect his aim, the densely packed swarm behind them would breach the fire net within 5 seconds, spelling doom for everyone. Sweat began to bead on Zhou Bing's forehead as he clenched his teeth, retreating while continuing to fire lasers into the thickest part of the distant swarm. As for the 2 nearby creatures, he left them to his teammates. The hairy-legged ants closed the distance to just 8 meters. In a flash, they leapt into the air, their jaws snapping audibly. Life or death hung in the balance. Bang! Bang! 2 dull explosions echoed as the creatures were blown apart midair, their translucent pale blue blood splattering across Zhou Bing's armor. Well done, Feng Xingqian. Cheers erupted from the group. Bang! Bang! Feng Xingqian, however, remained focused, with the distinctive thuds of his heavy sniper rifle serving as his only response. The heavy sniper rifle designed for single-soldier armor had its caliber expanded to 19 millimeters, commonly referred to as .75 caliber. The armor's powerful support and advanced aiming systems neutralized the massive recoil and allowed for a firing rate of 2 shots per second. Each custom alloy round, packed with high explosives, turned the massive bullets into miniature shells, ensuring that every shot obliterated a hairy-legged ant. Yet, the sheer number of hairy-legged ants today was beyond imagination. The 5 of them fought while retreating, and even after eliminating less than a third of the nearby swarm, hundreds more emerged from the mountainside. Damn it! Did we just stumble into a legendary hairy-legged ant migration? We're screwed today, a female voice shouted in frustration, her tone laced with panic. Rogova, grenade launcher cork rounds. Calculate the impact point and blow them up, the captain roared, firing 2 energy spheres to kill a nearby creature. The soldier who had cursed earlier stepped back, quickly retrieving a top-like device from her waist and attaching it to her energy gun. She aimed at a spot over 200 meters away on the mountainside and pulled the trigger. whoosh. The spinning device streaked through the air, trailing a plume of smoke, before vanishing in a flash. Boom. A blinding light erupted as a 20-meter-high wall of fire surged outward like waves, engulfing everything in its path. The inferno consumed an area with a radius of over 100 meters, incinerating and carbonizing at least 80 hairy-legged ants. Those slightly farther away were thrown by the shockwave, heavily injured if not outright killed. The devastation was staggering. Still, Rogova was unsatisfied. What a shame we don't have single-soldier thermonuclear fusion rounds. The damage is just too low, she lamented. Don't even think about it, the captain said sternly. We're not in wartime. The logistics department would never issue such devastating weapons lightly. Stay focused and keep an eye out. If the swarm starts converging, use the grenade launcher immediately. Yes, Captain, Rogova replied crisply, shutting her mouth. She continued firing energy beams, while keeping a close watch on the radar screen. However, the valley's low terrain severely hindered the single-soldier radar's effectiveness. She asked, Kelly, what's the radar status? Not far away, another armored soldier responded in a female voice. The ionized particles in this valley are too dense, causing level 4 interference. I can't connect to the early warning system. The captain commanded, stay calm, everyone. Hold your ground and retreat slowly. As long as we reach the halfway point on the left-hand slope, many of our problems will resolve themselves. His words carried a tone of self-reassurance. Surrounded by over 1,000 hairy-legged ants, their ammunition running low, they would soon be forced into close combat. These ants were formidable foes, and even with their individual combat armor, victory in hand-to-hand combat was uncertain. Everyone was well aware that their only hope lay in leveraging the terrain and a good dose of luck. Boom, whoosh, crackle. The relentless barrage of attacks never ceased, but the ants' defensive capabilities far exceeded the military's reported data, and the intensity of the battle was beyond their expectations. They had barely advanced 200 meters before being completely halted. Gritting their teeth, they fired mechanically, having already killed 400 to 500 ants. Yet, as their ammunition rapidly dwindled, their confidence in victory waned. At this point, it was sheer survival instinct that kept them going. To their dismay, the enraged swarm emitted peculiar ripples, summoning reinforcements. Instead of thinning out, the number of ants swelled, now exceeding 2,000. The team was in disarray, having failed 2 breakout attempts. Veins bulged on the captain's neck as he suddenly roared. 10 o'clock direction, 400 meters ahead Zhou Bing. Lead the charge. Go. Zhou Bing glanced at the spot the captain indicated. It was a dead-end corner backed by a sheer cliff, offering an excellent defensive position. Seizing it would at least prevent them from being attacked on all sides. Without a word, Zhou Bing spun around, his combat armor emitting an overloaded electric hum as he accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour. The others followed closely, sprinting while unleashing attacks, as if their ammunition was limitless. Under normal circumstances, the 400-meter distance would take only 40 seconds to cover, but the sheer mass of the ant swarm slowed their progress. After advancing 160 meters, they were swarmed from all directions, their speed gradually decreasing. Fire the single-soldier missiles, the captain bellowed. Everyone raised their left arms, opening their armor to reveal small mounts holding 6 cigar-sized missiles each. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30 missiles launched, detonating with precisely calculated impact points. Unfortunately, these were armor-piercing missiles designed for large mechanical targets, and their effectiveness against the ant swarm was significantly reduced. The entire barrage managed to kill fewer than 70 ants. However, the directed blast waves forced the surrounding ants to retreat instinctively, creating a 30-meter-wide path. Seizing the opportunity, they pushed their armor's speed to 60 kilometers per hour, firing relentlessly as they charged into the deadened corner. Once there, they turned around and unleashed every weapon at their disposal, temporarily stabilizing their position. But war is never one-sided. Though they seemed to have gained a foothold, they were now trapped by the overwhelming swarm. With their ammunition nearly depleted, the chances of breaking out were slim to none. Kelly, have you connected to the warning system yet? The captain called out urgently. Kelly shouted back. Those plants are Lorwyn that are emitting such dense charged particles that it's impossible to connect to the warning system. I've been trying to send a distress signal, but I don't know if it's getting through. She was right. This planet, named Kuntin, was covered in vegetation, nearly all of which released strong charged particles that severely disrupted radar and communication systems. Frustrated, the captain turned and yelled, Feng Xingqian, Zhou Bing, how much ammo do we have left? To hold their position, they had used their assault rifles at maximum power, unleashing a relentless barrage. Now, the energy magazines of all 3 rifles were nearly empty, and their grenades and missiles were entirely spent. They were left relying on the heavy sniper rifle and the laser cannon. Feng Xingqian fired a shot, taking down an ant, then gasped. Not much, only 11 rounds left. Zhou Bing let out a long sigh. After nearly an hour of intense combat, Even with his exceptional physical endurance, he was utterly exhausted. Licking his dry lips, he muttered, "Energy reserves are down to 9. The captain let out a deep sigh, attaching the energy-depleted assault rifle to the specialized weapon rack on his back. Casually, he retrieved a sleek black short baton from the right side of his armored thigh. Gripping it firmly, he pressed a small switch. Click! A section of black metal extended from one end of the baton, instantly transforming it into a narrow, blade-like weapon resembling a tang sword. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the blade with the care of someone admiring a lover. The blade was 110 centimeters long, non-reflective, and lined with fine serrated edges. With another press of a button on the hilt, a faint buzzing sound emerged as the blade began to vibrate subtly, a reassuring hum that seemed to calm the nerves. This was no ordinary weapon. It was an ion vibration blade, independently developed by the Earth Federation. Including the hilt, its total length measured 130 centimeters, with the blade itself spanning 110 centimeters. Made from an yttrium tantalum alloy, its cutting power was extraordinary. When powered, the blade vibrated 6 million times per second, and the serrated design enhanced its slicing efficiency. Judging by the captain's expression, he was clearly ready for close combat. He wasn't alone. Kelly and Rogova also drew their vibration blades after their energy weapons had been depleted, standing shoulder to shoulder with the captain. The three of them, clad in imposing combat armor, radiated an intimidating presence, exerting immense psychological pressure on their enemies. Even the weakest among them, Kelly, possessed mid-level Tier 5 strength, while the captain had reached the pinnacle of Tier 6. Click! Feng Xingqian's heavy sniper rifle emitted a hollow sound. It was out of ammo. Moments later, whir! Zhou Bing's laser closed defense cannon spun idly, no longer firing. The ammunition was completely exhausted. Attack! The captain roared, the reactor in his armor whirring at high speed as it propelled him over 7 meters into the air. Leaping into the swarm of ants, he swung his blade mid-flight, slicing a furred-foot ant cleanly in two before landing. Attack! The two female soldiers echoed his cry, charging into the enemy ranks right behind him. Attack! Zhou Bing and Feng Xingqian abandoned their spent firearms, drawing their vibration blades and plunging into the fray without hesitation. They collided with the swarm. Feng Xingqian, focused on surveying his surroundings, was quickly surrounded by 6 furred-foot ants. The seemingly harmless furred legs of these creatures extended dagger-sharp claws, capable of delivering fatal strikes in the blink of an eye. The military's centuries-old combat techniques proved simple, yet effective. He spun, arm outstretched, slashing with his blade. Buzz! The powerful assistance of his combat armor amplified each swing, delivering blows with a force exceeding 3 tons. Wherever the sharp blade passed, 2 ants fell instantly. However, the third ant's thick exoskeleton managed to block the blade. Screech! In that split second, several ants seized the opportunity to lunge at him, their hooked claws leaving deep gashes across his alloy armor. Impressive! Feng Xingqian muttered, retreating and leaping while swinging his long blade repeatedly. One after another, the furred-foot ants fell to his strikes. Yet their numbers seemed endless, swarming over him layer by layer. His armor was riddled with scars. Warning! Energy reserves at 10. Warning! Energy reserves at 9. Shut up, AI! Feng Xingqian roared, slashing 7 times in quick succession, taking down 4 more ants. Damn, my armor's power is about to run out, he muttered. Through his helmet, Kelly's desperate voice crackled. I'm out of power. My armor's shutting down. Get over here. Feng Xingqian shouted. I've still got 8 left. I'll give you my battery. If you give it to me, what about you? Feng Xingqian laughed heartily. As long as there's a man still standing, I won't let you die. Kelly began, but before she could finish, her armor issued a critical warning. Energy below 1. Forcefully disengaging. Releasing operator. With the AI's monotone announcement, her armor's back split open, ejecting its occupant, a striking, red-haired woman of European descent, Kelly, the team's communications officer. Surrounded by furred-foot ants, Kelly found herself unarmed. Her vibration blade was still locked in the hand of her now deactivated armor. This time, she was truly in danger. Ah! She screamed as one of the ants lunged at her. Its menacing appearance momentarily paralyzed her with fear, making her forget she was a mid-level Tier 5 combatant. She crouched instinctively, letting out a high-pitched cry. The ant's jagged, white fangs were mere inches from her delicate neck. The others were 20 to 30 meters away, too far to help. Only Feng Xingqian was within 15 meters, but even at that distance, reaching her in time seemed impossible. Feng Xingqian was almost driven mad with urgency. A giant hairy-legged ant, radiating an aura of death, charged toward him. Damn it, if I have to die, so be it. With a furious roar, he swung his arm and hurled his long sword without hesitation. Whiz! The blade tore through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, slashing through the ant closest to Kelly with precision and killing it instantly. At the same time, another ant entered the attack range, its sharp foreclaws slicing viciously across Feng Xingqian's side. Clang! The clash of metal and claws rang out as the ant managed to carve a transparent hole into the alloy armor beneath his ribs. The sheer force of the blow left Feng Xingqian staggering back 2 steps. However, the incredible hardness of the high-grade alloy momentarily stunned the ant. This brief opening saved Feng Xingqian's life. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his body forcefully and let out another roar as he delivered a sweeping kick. Thud! With a dull impact, the ant was sent flying over 10 meters away. Without pausing to finish it off, Feng Xingqian broke into a sprint, racing toward Kelly. But the distance was still too great. Helplessly, he watched as another massive ant lunged at Kelly. Desperation filled his voice as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" Kelly froze, standing motionless, paralyzed by fear. As the horrifying scene unfolded, with Kelly seemingly doomed, despair filled the eyes of everyone around. Just then, pew-pew. 2 beams of laser shot through the air, piercing the attacking ant with pinpoint accuracy. Not only that, the lasers wove into a dense net, holding back the swarm of hairy-legged ants at the perimeter. Moments later, boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted in the distance, with flames shooting skyward. The blast zones were calculated with precision, and the shockwaves dissipated harmlessly over 10 meters away from the group. The 5 of them froze for a moment before realizing someone had come to their rescue. Overjoyed, they quickly retreated, using the terrain to buy themselves some time. Feng Xingqian, however, didn't allow himself to celebrate just yet. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to Kelly's side, scooped her into his arms, and retreated back to the group. Only then did he look toward the direction the lasers had come from, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. About 300 to 400 meters away, on the mountainside, 3 7-meter humanoid mechs were advancing toward them while firing their weapons. Storm 4 mechs. So cool. Zhou Bing's eyes lit up with stars, his envy nearly palpable. In this era, no soldier could truly call themselves one without dreaming of becoming a mech pilot. Feng Xingqian and Kelly couldn't help but murmur in unison, "If only I could become a mech pilot." Throughout the Earth Federation, mechs were revered as the ultimate ground combat force. This reputation wasn't just due to their firepower and defense, but also the skill of their pilots. To even qualify as a mech pilot, one needed to achieve at least level 7 in physical combat ability, a daunting requirement that left most ground troops in awe. A levels even or higher warrior, commanding a heavily armed fortress of destruction, was an unstoppable force on the battlefield. The 5 of them watched in amazement as the Storm 4 mechs tore through the swarm of over 2,000 hairy-legged ants, leaving only a few hundred survivors scrambling to flee. The mechs didn't bother pursuing. Instead, 2 of them climbed to the peaks on either side to assume a guard position, while the third mech approached the group step by step. Its cockpit slowly opened, revealing a woman clad in a fiery red, skin-tight, biofabric suit. The woman stood about 175 centimeters tall, her figure flawless. Her delicate, almond-shaped face was so perfect it seemed almost unreal. Her lustrous black hair was simply styled into a bun, with some strands cascading down her back. She wore a pair of tall combat boots, and her long, slender legs were encased in gleaming black metallic greaves. On either side of the greaves, a compact energy pistol and a 30-centimeter black baton were securely tucked away. Her aura was commanding, her beauty breathtaking. Feng Xingqian stared in stunned silence, his mouth dry as he struggled to swallow. After a few moments, he managed to utter in a dazed, dreamlike voice, "Xuemiao?" "She's Xuemiao, the top mecha pilot of K-21. My god, this goddess saved me." Even the usually composed team leader lost his calm in the face of such perfection, muttering, "It's really Xuemiao, K-21's #1 mecha pilot. This is incredible." Zhou Bing swallowed hard and croaked, "Captain, no offense, but you have a wife. Xuemiao is my goddess. I've decided I must pursue her, no matter what." Feng Xingqian shook his head and stayed silent, though he knew deep down that among the 23 bases stationed on the planet Kuntan, only 2 kinds of people wouldn't envy Xuemiao: the dead and the foolish. Xuemiao came from an exceptionally privileged family, had received an impeccable aristocratic education, and at just 26 years old, was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed 9th-level peak physical combat abilities. Combined with her extraordinary mecha piloting skills, she had already achieved the rank of lieutenant. In an era when the Earth Federation valued universal cultivation, she stood at the pinnacle of achievement. A woman like her effortlessly became the dream of countless young men, including Feng Xingqian and Zhou Bing. In reality, they were all part of the same K-21 base, technically comrades under the same roof. Unfortunately, Feng Xingqian's physical combat skills were only at the early stage of level 6, and his rank was that of a private first class in the infantry. Compared to the elite Xuemiao, he was like a humble farmer next to a proud princess. An unbridgeable chasm separated them. Like Zhou Bing and the captain, all he could do was admire her from afar, occasionally entertaining fleeting, inappropriate thoughts. Xuemiao surveyed the group with a cold gaze and asked, You're from K-21 Base's L-033 Infantry Squad, correct? Captain Tong Sanjing stepped forward, saluted, and replied, L-033 Squad Leader, Sergeant Tong Sanjing. Thank you, ma'am, for saving our lives. Shui Miao responded indifferently. We're all comrades. No need for thanks. The base received your distress signal, and my unit happened to be passing 20 kilometers away. We were notified to come to your aid. Luckily, we arrived in time. Is anyone injured? Feng Xingchen patted his armor, and his metal helmet retracted to reveal a youthful, energetic face. Flashing what he thought was his most charming smile, he quickly answered, no injuries. It's just that my personal armor is out of power. He was already scheming, thinking that with his armor depleted, the rescue team might feel compelled to stick around. Perhaps on the way back, he could get to know her better, maybe even learn about her personal interests and find some common ground. Unfortunately, Shui Miao didn't spare him a glance. She lowered her head and tapped a few buttons inside her mecha. Moments later, the cockpit closed, and her cold voice came through the external speaker of the mecha. Wait a few minutes. I'll contact a transport ship for you. I have another mission and must leave immediately. Take care, comrades. With that, her mecha turned, accelerating to 80 kilometers per hour, and roared off with her two companions, leaving a powerful impression in her wake. The three men removed their helmets and stood frozen, watching the imposing silhouette of the storm mecha fade into the distance. Luo Guo shook her head, glancing disdainfully at the dumbstruck Feng Xingchen and Zhou Bing. She's long gone. Are you still staring? Disgusting. Your eyeballs almost fell out. Kelly, still shaken, added in a trembling voice, a woman like the Tan Ice Queen, forever out of reach. If you really try to chase her, you'll either freeze to death or exhaust yourself. Zhou Bing grinned mischievously and teased. You don't get it, do you? Chasing a woman is all about the journey, not the outcome. Tong Sanjing eagerly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tossed two to Feng Xingchen and Zhou Bing, lit one for himself, and took a deep drag. Suddenly, he waved his hand forcefully, cutting off their conversation, and shouted, Stop! Stop! Aren't you tired yet? Go check the armor. Damn it, the armor's full of damage. If we want it back to peak combat condition, it needs to go to the advanced repair workshop. A ground soldier without armor, that's just tragic. The others responded weakly and opened their devices to skillfully check various data. Before they could finish, a transport aircraft emitted a distinctive electric hum from its thermonuclear fusion anti-gravity engine, making a sharp turn in midair just 20 meters above the ground. It hovered steadily not far from them. The Albatross microtransport aircraft, measuring 11 meters long, 4.4 meters wide, and 3.2 meters high, with a maximum payload of 7 tons and seating capacity for 6 passengers, could reach speeds of Mach 3.2 in the atmosphere and 12 kilometers per second outside it. It was one of the Federation's more advanced troop deployment assets. The pilot poked his head out of the window, staring in astonishment at the dense carpet of dead ant-like creatures on the ground. After a moment, he gave them a thumbs up and, in a thick northeastern accent, said, You guys are incredible. This was no small feat, heroes. Hop on board. The group exchanged faint smiles with the pilot, then boarded the aircraft. Standing by the cabin door, they watched as the valley gradually receded into the distance, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over them. Kelly leaned tightly against Feng Xingchen, as if in a dream. If not for Feng Xingchen throwing his long blade earlier, she would have perished in the wilderness, never to see this desolate planet again. Or it's no fun at all. The Albatross cabin door closed with a clang, and a milky white shockwave cloud briefly shimmered around the aircraft as it broke the sound barrier. It quickly accelerated to a cruising speed of Mach 2.5. After flying for 4 or 5 minutes, it entered a mountainous region and began descending into a valley. Midway up a towering cliff, a heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing a downward-sloping tunnel. The transport aircraft flew directly inside and soon landed in a massive underground hangar spanning 40,000 square meters. The 5 disembarked from the aircraft and glanced around casually. The hangar was neatly filled with over 400 albatrosses. Nearly 1,000 maintenance personnel, equipped with mobile workstations, were meticulously inspecting various systems and addressing potential issues. The equipment used by extraterrestrial garrisons had to remain in peak combat readiness at all times. No one could afford to be careless. Tong Sanjing waved to someone in the distance. Nick, help us with the maintenance on our individual armors. Well, if it isn't old Tong. On it. Nick replied cheerfully, striding over. He took a quick look inside the cabin and froze. The 5 sets of armor were drenched in blood and bore deep, jagged scars from some sharp, unknown weapon. The damage was extensive, particularly Feng Xingchen's armor, which was nearly destroyed. The Earth Federation's garrison on Kuntan Star had been stationed there for 10 years. By now, the military had supposedly cleared out most of the dangerous species, and large-scale battles were rare. But the state of the armor before him told a different story. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Nick swallowed hard and said with difficulty, These armors are too badly damaged. It'd take at least 5 days to repair them, which doesn't comply with base security regulations. Forget repairs, I have the authority to request replacements for you. New units can be here within the hour. We'll salvage the good parts from these for spare components. But you owe me a story about what happened out there. Tong Sanjing beamed. Now that's what I call a buddy. Drinks are on me tonight. Wouldn't miss it, Nick said with a grin. Tong Sanjing gave Nick a hearty pat on the shoulder, then led the other four out of the hangar, heads held high, striding confidently back to the ground forces quarters. The living conditions at the base were excellent. Even a private like Feng Xingchen was entitled to a small private suite, complete with constant hot water for showers. This was a far cry from some other extraterrestrial garrisons, where liquid water was scarce, and bathing relied on wind-powered cleaning machines. A steam bath? That was nothing short of a luxury. K-21, one of the 23 large military bases on Confines Star, is buried 2,800 meters underground and houses a total of 8,500 personnel. These include the Mecha Battalion, Flight Battalion, Marine Corps, Transport Battalion, Air Defense Artillery Unit, Ground Crew, Maintenance Camp, Engineering Team, and Equipment Division. The base is commanded by a Brigadier General. Across Confines Star, the total station military force exceeds 330,000, including 195,500 garrison troops, a space cargo transfer station, and 50 permanently stationed starships. Such a formidable military presence is undoubtedly to ensure the safety of Confines Star. Confines Star has a diameter of 18,000 kilometers and is located 9.6 light-years from Earth. It has an atmosphere but no liquid water on the surface, and the oxygen content is only 14.7. The entire planet appears red, with even its vegetation predominantly red, and is home to 37 species of powerful native beasts. Such conditions make it unsuitable for human habitation without long-term cleanup and transformation. However, 12 years ago, the Federation discovered high-quality metals, Kuin and Wutan, on the planet, ideal for manufacturing mecha armor and starship decks. After large-scale mining began, the economy and military capabilities developed rapidly. To secure this crucial resource-rich planet, the Earth Federation began stationing troops there 10 years ago. Feng Xingchen was assigned to Confines Star as a member of the Marine Corps 15 months ago, after completing his basic training. After taking a shower, still shirtless, he felt the gentle vibration of his wrist communicator, signaling an incoming call. He clicked to accept, and a three-dimensional holographic projection of Tong Sanjing appeared. The moment Tong saw him, he exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, guess what? I got my hands on a few kilos of premium earth beef. Let's head to the private kitchen later, and you can whip up a pot of braised beef for your big brother here. Just thinking about your cooking makes my mouth water." Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingchen were from the same city and shared Chinese heritage, so they had no language barriers. As the squad leader, Tong took good care of Feng, and the two shared a close bond. Don't underestimate Tong Sanjing's a seasoned soldier with 9 years of service under his belt. He's fought in 3 alien conflicts and participated in over 20 missions to clear out alien beasts, earning his stripes through blood and fire. Feng Xingchen protested, "Boss, we used up all the spices last time. What are we supposed to use?" Tong reassured him, "Don't worry, Zhou Bing has everything ready for you. You'll have all you need to show off your cooking skills. Oh, and I've got 2 bottles of top-tier Xiangshua liquor from Uran Star, 53 alcohol. Let's call Kelly and Rogova to join Yuz and tell them to bring along a long-legged, curvy beauty. Once she's had a few drinks, who knows what might happen." A flicker of excitement crossed Feng Xingchen's eyes. "Hey, do you even have the guts? Drinking isn't a big deal. Your wife isn't even on Confines Star. If there's a beauty, who wouldn't enjoy it? Just keep your mouth shut and don't spill the beans, and everything will be fine." Feng laughed heartily. Life on Confines Star's underground base was mind-numbingly boring aside from routine training. Thankfully, the military was co-ed these days, and sparks flying between men and women were a natural occurrence. After ending the call, Feng Xingchen had just finished cleaning up when Tong Sanjing barged in, carrying a load of supplies. "How about this, brother? This stuff wasn't easy to get. Let's go. Private kitchen is ready, and Zhou Bing's standing guard. You cook, and he'll call the beauties." Feng Xingchen shook his head helplessly, thinking, "You've got a family, why are you so impatient?" Taking the supplies, he walked along, pondering how best to cook the precious beef. Just then, a sharp alarm blared through the base. Stunned for a moment, he then exclaimed, "Damn it! Why are they running a drill now?" Tong Sanjing pursed his lips and said angrily, "Even on an alien planet, the big shots up there get just as bored. If they don't find something to do, how else are they supposed to kill time?" He had just come out of a brutal battle and, by the regulations of the alien garrison, was entitled to at least 2 days of leave. However, Tong Sanjing rolled his eyes and roared, "Bullshit! Didn't you hear the alarm? That's a level 2 emergency alert. We have to report to the equipment station immediately. Let's go, brother. Damn it, I'm still starving." Feng Xingchen let out a helpless wail, threw the beef he was holding back into his dormitory, and ran after Tong Sanjing in the same direction. As 6th-level warriors, their speed was astonishing, fast enough to leave the sprinters of centuries past in awe. In no time, they reached the hangar. Inside the hangar, the doors of all 400 transport ships were wide open. Heavy-duty trucks shuttled back and forth next to the transport ships, loading and unloading mechas. Crates were being swiftly moved onto the ships. Meanwhile, Marine soldiers poured in through a dozen gates, rushing to their respective positions. The hangar was instantly filled with an atmosphere of tense efficiency. Feng Xingqian took a deep breath and followed Tong Sanjing to a transport ship marked L033. They jumped into the cabin, only to find it completely empty. Apparently, they were the first to arrive. Tong Sanjing scanned the surroundings, his smile fading as he spoke in a low voice. Something's not right. Feng Xingqian blinked. What do you mean? Tong Sanjing stared intently at the stack of crates at the rear of the cabin, narrowing his eyes. Look at those crates. They were just loaded, and they're filled with specialized weapons, thermonuclear fusion bombs, and portable nuclear devices. These are strictly prohibited for use outside of wartime. Feng Xingqian froze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Brother Tong, are you saying today is war? Highly likely. Tong Sanjing pulled out a cigarette, tossed one to Feng Xingqian, lit his own, and shook his head. If it really is war, then it must be an invasion by the Kaija. As if to confirm Tong Sanjing's speculation, a commanding voice echoed from the loudspeakers positioned throughout the hangar. Attention, everyone. This is Lieutenant Colonel Wen Yi, commander of the Marine Corps. We have received orders from headquarters. Kaija forces are invading Star. All personnel must be combat ready within 10 minutes. I repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. The cigarette in Feng Xingqian's hand fell to the floor unnoticed. His face turned pale, and sweat rolled down his forehead. Damn it, this is real war. This isn't some skirmish with the local species on Star. Modern warfare people actually die in large numbers. Tong Sanjing shook his head and patted Feng Xingqian on the shoulder. Kid, fear won't help you now. Check if our new armor has arrived. Oh. Feng Xingqian shook his head vigorously and quickly patted the cabin wall. With a hiss, a section of the wall opened, revealing a brand new set of camouflage armor. Feng Xingqian managed a faint smile. Nick really got us new armor. That was fast. Tong Sanjing inhaled deeply on his cigarette and nodded in agreement. The logistics team of the alien garrison is definitely efficient. Stop staring and suit up. Got it. Feng Xingqian reached out and activated the armor's onboard computer by inputting his military ID on the virtual screen. The back of the armor opened, and he stepped inside. The metal panels quickly closed around him, encasing his entire body except for his head. Fully suited, he stepped out of the cabin and turned back to glance inside once more. Inside the cabin wall's small compartment, 5 blocks with a faint blue glow were neatly arranged, each slightly larger than a standard cigarette box. He patted his thigh, and a slanted slot opened up in the metallic armor. Swiftly, he retrieved 3 of the blocks and inserted them one by one into the slots inside the armor. These blocks were high-energy batteries specifically designed for powered exoskeletons. Their casings were made of a specialized alloy, containing a fusion energy liquid primarily composed of deuterium. Through a miniature energy converter, these batteries could generate ultra-high energy levels equivalent to 80 of a Tier 3 civilization's energy output. This cutting-edge resource, mass-produced by extracting materials from Earth's seawater, could power a soldier's armor for 4 hours of maximum intensity combat or 30 hours of standard operations. Tong Sanjing observed his actions with a grave expression. With the Kaija invasion, this war won't end quickly. Remember, in the battlefield, you can scavenge bullets and weapons, but high-energy batteries are often destroyed along with the armor. Resupply is incredibly difficult. Trust me, in prolonged battles, each high-energy battery is worth half a life. Better to carry fewer ammo clips and bring 2 extra armor batteries. He nodded in agreement and secured the remaining 2 batteries into the ammo slots on the side of his armor. Just as Tong Sanjing was gearing up to speak, the firepower specialist Zhou Bing, medic Luo Guohua, and communications officer Kelly arrived in a rush. The 3 of them were drenched in sweat, hurriedly strapping on their individual combat armor. While suiting up, Luo Guohua stammered. How did a war suddenly break out? I just checked the battle reports after my shower. The Federation fleet had pushed the Kaija Imperial Army back by 4 light hours in the Rokastar region. How did they suddenly attack Star? Kelly quickly added, exactly. The distance from the Roka region to Star is 7 light years. Kaija starships have a jump limit of only 2.3 light years. Accounting for cooldown time on their warp drives, it would take at least 60 hours to cover 7 light years. Tong Sanjing shook his head with a bitter smile. I can tell you with certainty, the idiots in the military command fell for it again. The Kaija forces used a diversion and took us by surprise. As Feng Xingqian and the others exchanged uneasy glances, Tong Sanjing quickly tried to boost their morale. Don't be afraid. Remember how we fought our way out of an encirclement of thousands of hairy ants? Your combat experience and mental resilience far surpass the average soldier. I swear on my life, we'll all make it back alive and enjoy Feng Xingqian's amazing cooking together. Just as Kelly was about to respond, a violent tremor shook the base, resembling a magnitude 7 earthquake. The two female team members shrieked and crouched down, their faces pale with fear. Stand up, Tong Sanjing commanded firmly. Put on your helmets and keep your torsos slightly bent. This is just the enemy's bombardment to clear obstacles before their landing. Our anti-air defenses are counterattacking as we speak. But don't worry, Confronting Star's 23 bases are all built 2,800 meters underground, with several dozen meters of high-density composite concrete shielding the surface. Even with the Kaija's marginally superior tech, they can't breach these defenses anytime soon. The decisive battle will happen on the surface. Remember, we have a total of 150,000 personnel across the 23 bases. The enemy can't take us out in one strike. All we need to do is hold out for a few dozen hours until reinforcements arrive. Victory is within reach. The thought of Earth's reinforcements bolstered their confidence slightly. One by one, they stood up, rolling their necks. With a crisp click, thick steel plates extended from the collars of their armor, swiftly enclosing their heads. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2.2-meter-tall armored warriors. The ground-shaking thunder of bombardment continued, but they seemed to have adapted, standing tall as they began to inspect their weapons and ammunition. Feng Xingqian was the first to drag over a crate marked with the words, Heavy Sniper. Opening it, he took out two 8-centimeter thick ammunition boxes and attached them to his chest and back, respectively. Inside the crate were 40 magazines, totaling 240 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, he retrieved 7 or 8 pieces of individual equipment and various unusual items, carefully attaching them to his armor. The total load reached 88 kilograms, making the armor appear somewhat bulky. Finally, Feng Xingqian picked up the folded heavy sniper rifle. As a heavy sniper, he used solid bullets, which differed from others who relied on energy weapons. Energy weapons required no magazines, only 36 specialized high-energy batteries. However, each soldier's gear varied, including battlefield medical devices, information-gathering instruments, and other specialized equipment, resulting in a similar weight burden. Feng Xingqian glanced back at the other team members. They were all fully equipped, anxiously gripping the cabin walls, sweat beading on their foreheads as they waited. About 10 minutes later, the voice of their commander, Wen Yi, came through their helmets. Move out, move out. The coordinates sent to each squad leader mark your defensive positions. Good luck, everyone. As soon as the words ended, 400 transport ships began to lift off vertically. They hovered 3 meters above the ground before pivoting in place and steadily entering a dozen inclined tunnels. Within seconds, the transports shot out of the tunnels, accelerating to Mach 3 as they sped toward the surface of Confronting, scattering in different directions. The cabin had no windows, so they couldn't see outside. The soldiers sat strapped into their seats, feeling the sharp turbulence of the transport. Feng Xingqian gripped the handle of his heavy sniper rifle tightly, as if holding on could ease his nerves. Everyone was tense, their hearts uneasy. No one knew if the transport would come under attack. These aircraft, if hit, could be obliterated by a single shot from a standard energy weapon of just 100 millimeters. Time passed second by second. About 20 minutes later, they could feel the high-speed transport slowing and descending. Almost simultaneously, yellow lights began flashing inside the cabin. Prepare for landing. Tong Sanjing quickly unfastened his press-lock safety harness, stood up, and tapped the cabin wall. Hiss! The hatch beside him opened, revealing a 2-meter-wide pathway. Peeking out, he estimated the ground was about 10 meters below a flat surface, suitable for landing. At that moment, the green light inside the cabin lit up. Without hesitation, Tong Sanjing leapt out. Thud! The robust support system of his combat armor easily absorbed the impact, allowing him to land steadily. He raised his energy weapon and scanned his surroundings, ensuring the area was secure. Behind him, 4 other team members had also landed. Looking up, they saw countless laser beams and ground-based railgun fire shooting skyward, illuminating the skies with a chaotic brilliance. Something's not right, Tong Sanjing suddenly shouted. Find the backup supplies immediately. We need to establish a defensive point on the high ground to the left. Although the others didn't fully understand what he meant by something's not right, their trust in the experienced battlefield veteran compelled them to follow his lead. They sprinted toward a cluster of 5 alloy crates, dropped by the transport as part of their resupply. The powerful support of their combat armor allowed them to carry loads of up to 200 kilograms effortlessly. Each soldier grabbed a crate and maintained a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. As they sprinted across the uneven terrain, Feng Xingqian couldn't help but ask, Captain Tong, what did you mean earlier by something's not right? Could it be that you've noticed how sparse the aerial attacks are? The group paused momentarily, as if realizing something. You're right, they exclaimed. It became clear that most of the firepower they had seen was from ground-based anti-aircraft lasers and energy railguns. The intensity of attacks from the air was surprisingly minimal. Tong Sanjing spoke in a low voice. Think about it. If there's no significant aerial firepower, why would the Kaija people bother with such a diversionary tactic? This doesn't match the cost they paid during their retreat from the Rokastar sector. Zhou Bing hesitated, then asked, Captain Tong, could it be that our space fleet has gained the upper hand? Kylie interrupted anxiously. Come on. We only have 50 starships stationed on the outskirts of Kuntan Star for defense. If they came specifically to launch a surprise attack, how could they possibly fail to defeat just 50 ships? The group fell silent, their minds uneasy, as they pushed forward with heavy steps. A sense of foreboding crept into everyone's heart. The high ground they aimed for wasn't far. Traveling at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, they reached it in just 4 minutes. Tong Sange immediately activated the radar built into his personal armor and deployed several miniature probes, quickly mapping out a three-dimensional layout of the terrain. After studying the map carefully, he marked 5 positions and sent the information to the team's neural interfaces. In a steady voice, he instructed, everyone, establish individual defensive lines at the marked locations. Remember, take deep breaths, stay calm, and rest in shifts. Make sure to find a way to sleep, or your stamina will drain quickly. The team responded in unison. Understood. Feng Xingchen followed suit, dashing toward his designated defensive position. Scanning his surroundings, he retrieved a collapsible, vibrating shovel from the side of his personal armor and dug a series of long, deep trenches behind several large rocks. Once the trenches were complete, he felt a bit more at ease. Glancing around, he realized he couldn't see any of his teammates from this position, but the armor's radar and friend-or-foe identification system confirmed that all 4 had taken cover. Feeling slightly reassured, he dragged a supply crate into one of the trenches and sat down, only to notice a gnawing hunger in his stomach. It dawned on him that he hadn't eaten lunch. He opened the supply crate, pulled out a tube of high-calorie liquid field rations, removed his helmet, and bit down on the tube, sucking the contents hungrily. In the meantime, he unfolded his heavy sniper rifle, revealing a massive weapon 1.5 meters long with a 19mm caliber. He set it up carefully, wary of any potential aerial strikes, and switched his personal radar to maximum range, keeping a close watch on the pitch-black night sky. After a while of fruitless observation, he grew bored. Lighting a cigarette and concealing it in his hand, he took a few drags while surveying the surroundings. As he smoked, Feng Xingchen's thoughts drifted. He had been stationed on Kuntan Star for 15 months, participating in over a dozen combat drills and survival training missions on the planet's surface. He was well acquainted with this glaringly red planet. Its rich deposits of 2 high-quality metals had drawn the attention of the Kaija Empire, a Tier 3 civilization, sparking a war 2 years ago. After 400 years of explosive technological progress, Earth had reached the pinnacle of Tier 2 civilization. According to universal standards, developing Tier 3 energy blocks and their applications would allow Earth to step into the Tier 3 level. The Kaija Empire, having only recently entered Tier 3, had made advances in biological research, but their weapons technology wasn't far ahead of Earth's. The 2 sides were evenly matched, with neither gaining a significant advantage. Exactly, Feng Xingchen mused. True Tier 3 civilizations and above would only use Kuntan and Utan metals for civilian purposes. They wouldn't go to war over such dispensable resources. He sighed, recalling how, over 300 years ago, Earth's nations had yet to master the miniaturization of deuterium-tritium fusion reactors for civilian use. The desperate scramble for dwindling resources had led to widespread conflict, the disintegration of over 170 small nations, and wars that nearly destroyed the planet. These crises eventually prompted the formation of the Earth Federation. Centuries later, humanity was still waging wars over resources. Who knew how this conflict would end? It seemed that no matter how advanced a civilization became, disputes over resources were inevitable in the vast expanse of the universe. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous shout from Zhou Bing over the communicator. Everyone, look at the sky. Startled, Feng Xingchen dropped his cigarette, snapped his helmet shut, and looked up. The one-way metallic visor of his helmet adjusted the brightness to a comfortable level, and soon, it locked onto several rapidly descending objects. The helmet's high-definition display magnified the scene, revealing spherical objects approximately 50 meters in diameter, their surfaces pitted and scarred. Trails of fiery exhaust stretched hundreds of meters behind them as they hurtled downward at high speed. Meteorites, he muttered in confusion, taking another look. He quickly dismissed the thought. No, these objects were decelerating feet, couldn't be meteorites. Before he could fully process what he was seeing, Kylie shouted, everyone, stay alert. These things appear to be landing pods made from some kind of biological shell. It seems the Kaija forces are preparing for a ground assault. As soon as Kelly finished speaking, alarms blared inside the helmet. The sky was filled with descending pods, rapidly decelerating before crashing into the ground at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Each pod's landing sent shockwaves rippling through a 100-meter radius, shaking the ground and instilling fear. Around their elevated position, nearly 10 pods landed in quick succession, kicking up clouds of red dust that surged toward them. The group huddled tightly in their foxholes, barely daring to move. Fortunately, Tong Sanjing had chosen this 700-meter-high hill as their defensive point. The shockwaves had little effect on the hill, which was rich in high-quality metal elements. They remained unharmed, concealed within the dust. The advanced air filtration and oxygen supply systems of their individual combat armors ensured their safety. After the shockwave subsided, Tong Sanjing shouted, "Everyone, get ready." Feng Xingqian instantly composed himself, quickly poking his head out, setting up his heavy sniper rifle, and locking onto one of the biopods. The biopods were equipped with thick, impact-resistant structures, and despite the violent landing, they remained intact. Under the flashing signal lights, one pod slowly opened, and a creature emerged. Upon seeing its form, Feng Xingqian gasped in shock. "Boss, we need bigger weapons." Emerging from the pod was a massive beast, over 10 meters long and 6 or 7 meters tall. Such a colossal creature left them doubtful that their standard-issue weapons could take it down. "Damn it," Tong Sanjing roared. "This has to be one of the Kaijiran's bioengineered beasts. Everyone, use the armor-piercing high-explosive missiles. Target the beast at the 11 o'clock direction and hit it hard." Conventional infantry weapons, including Feng Xingqian's 19mm heavy sniper rifle, were useless against such a monstrous bioengineered creature. The 5 of them raised their arms in unison, their forearm armor panels opening to reveal small launchers that deployed rapidly. Whoosh! 5 cigar-sized missiles launched simultaneously, striking the dazed beast with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! The missiles penetrated about 10 centimeters into its thick hide before detonating. However, the beast's skin was so incredibly resilient that even armor-piercing high explosives capable of obliterating large self-propelled guns only left 5 crater-sized bloody wounds on its surface. For the massive creature, these injuries were barely significant. Instead, they seemed to enrage it further, prompting a series of furious roars as it charged toward the hill with massive strides. "Feng Xingqian, aim for its eyes," Tong Sanjing shouted urgently, realizing the missiles had failed to deliver the desired result. Amid the thunderous sound of the beast's footsteps, Feng Xingqian grabbed his heavy sniper rifle. Using the photon scope and the targeting assistance system of his combat armor, he locked onto the beast's massive eye, larger than a wash basin, in just a second and pulled the trigger. For a grade sniper certified by the military, such a large target was almost too easy. The 19mm tungsten steel bullet, propelled by high-powered explosives, reached an initial velocity of 1,850 meters per second, with an effective killing range of a staggering 2.2 kilometers. The bullet deeply penetrated the creature's eyeball, and the delayed fuse triggered a powerful explosion of nuclear nitrate explosives hidden inside the round. Shrapnel scattered in all directions, destroying the glowing red eye and causing a spray of foul green blood. The beast let out an agonized roar, its speed suddenly surging as it lowered its head and charged toward them in a frenzy, even more enraged than before. Feng Xingqian's heart sank as he realized the beast still had another eye, and the bones behind its eye sockets were astonishingly tough. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm, quickly locking onto the second eye and preparing to fire again. But the beast, now in a state of madness, sensed the danger. It reared its head just as he fired, causing the shot to miss its eye and strike its neck instead. The explosion left only a fist-sized charred mark. "Damn it! What kind of monster has armor like a tank?" Feng Xingqian cursed under his breath. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and aimed for the massive eye once more. But before he could fire, the beast charged into a blind spot, disappearing from his sights. Enraged, he let out a shout, leaping out of the foxhole and gripping his heavy sniper rifle as he sprinted toward the base of the hill. "What the hell are you doing?" Tong Sanjing's furious voice roared through the helmet. Feng Xingqian urgently shouted, "My position is too high, and the blind spots are too large." Tong Sanjing immediately roared back, "Get back here. I assigned you that position not to control just one direction, but all directions." Feng Xingqian yelled just as loudly, "The bio-beast's defense is too strong. The heavy sniper isn't effective, and I can't achieve the intended control. I suggest altering the original plan." Tong Sanjing's brow furrowed as he realized the gravity of the situation. Their enemy wasn't the Kaija, but massive bio-beasts. If 7 or 8 of these nearly indestructible creatures charged up the hill, they wouldn't even have the chance to break through. Tong Sanjing was not the type of officer to rigidly enforce orders. He believed in executing commands flexibly, which had saved his squad multiple times. The current battle was clearly going south. These monsters couldn't be taken down with standard infantry weapons. They needed mechas or elite martial artists with at least 7th-level combat skills. He had to think carefully about how to get his squad out alive. His mind raced. Tong Sanjing sprang up and shouted, "Everyone, follow me." The 4 team members quickly left their cover, forming a line and closely following Feng Xingqian. They advanced swiftly toward the 11 o'clock direction with precise tactical movements. The hill they chose had an elevation contour exceeding 700 meters and was steep. The distance between Kuantan star and its sun was moderate, but due to the relatively thin atmosphere, the surface experienced extreme climates. Daytime temperatures could soar to 48 degrees Celsius, while nighttime temperatures plummeted below 32 degrees. These drastic temperature shifts caused violent winds, making most mountains steep and treacherous. On this planet's surface, without biofabric suits and single soldier armor, anyone with combat skills below level 5 wouldn't last more than 3 hours. Thus, the minimum requirement for entering Kuantan Star was 5th level combat skills. In today's era of universal training, 5th level combatants were considered rare elites. A punch from them could send a 600,700 kilogram alloy ingot flying over 10 meters, and their speed could exceed 15 meters per second. With specialized military training and the aid of single soldier armor combining superalloys and advanced technology, their individual combat capabilities were formidable. However, their opponents today were beyond the abilities of 7th level fighters or single soldier armor. Still, after years of refinement by countless scientists, single soldier armor provided strong support for combatants below 7th level. On the steep slopes, maintaining a 20 km/h pace was not difficult. 2 minutes later, they finally spotted the injured beast. The creature was clawing ferociously at the nearly vertical cliff below. The rocks there, rich in Kuan and tan metals, had been hardened by relentless winds, making them as tough as specialized alloys from a century ago. The beast's strength was monstrous, comparable to large mining machinery. Its gleaming claws tore at the cliff, dislodging tens of tons of rock with each swipe, piling debris on the ground and gradually forming a slope. Tong Sanjing was startled and silently thanked his luck. Thank the heavens. If I had stuck to the idea of a defensive battle, would all be done for today. He glanced at Feng Xingchen, his expression subtly changing. The others also cast a brief look at Feng Xingchen before raising their weapons and firing armor-piercing high-explosive missiles. The explosions forced the beast to retreat slightly. Unfortunately, the missile's power was insufficient. Without a supply crate, their ammunition was critically low, and they could only injure the beast, which left them frustrated. But an opportunity presented itself. Feng Xingchen calmly raised the heavy sniper rifle and fired 2 consecutive shots. A pained howl erupted as the second bullet destroyed the beast's left eye, blinding it on one side. Enraged by the agony, the creature went completely berserk. Instead of retreating, it unleashed its full strength, grabbing the cliff and sending massive rocks hurtling toward them like a storm. The squad members, hardened by life-and-death experiences, remained composed. Zhou Bing calmly raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage of laser beams, shattering the most threatening boulders. Energy weapons. Full power. Push it back, Tong Sanjing shouted, feeling increasingly cornered and resorting to issuing this somewhat desperate command. Tong Sanjing fought side by side with 2 beautiful women, their 3 energy guns set to maximum level 4 power. Fist-sized blue energy spheres rained down on the monster. Although the monster's defense was formidable and the energy assault rifles seemed ineffective on their own, the explosions generated shockwaves powerful enough to topple medium-sized trucks weighing 6 or 7 tons. Under the relentless barrage of the 3 guns, the monster was forced to retreat, gradually moving over 30 meters away from the cliff. Roar! The monster let out an enraged bellow, raising its head high. Feng Xingchen's eyes lit up as he swiftly retrieved a fist-sized soldier's quark grenade from his waist and hurled it toward the creature's massive open mouth. The enormous maw, combined with the downward angle, made it easy for the quark to be swallowed. A muffled explosion followed, and the monster froze for a moment, stumbled backward a few steps, then collapsed to the ground. After a few spasms, it lay motionless. Wow, what a brilliant move. Well done, Zhou Bing exclaimed in awe. The 2 women smiled, and if it weren't for the battlefield setting, they might have already planted kisses on Feng Xingchen after all. Their relationship with him was far from ordinary. Tong Sanjing remained composed, immediately shouting, "Everyone, retreat 50 meters. More monsters are coming." Through the radar screens inside their helmets, the team spotted 4 flashing red dots rapidly approaching, clearly drawn by the commotion from earlier. No one dared to act recklessly. The group held their position on the high ground, preparing to follow their pre-established tactics. The 4 squad members quickly adapted, raising their guns in unison and aiming at the 12 o'clock direction. Feng Xingchen responded swiftly, using the high-definition system of his soldier's armor to zoom in on the scene and aim at the massive eye of one of the monsters. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets hit their mark, blasting one eye apart. Feng Xingchen prepared to continue his assault, but noticed the other 3 monsters had already closed in within 400 meters. He shifted his aim, ready to fire, when a sudden sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side just as purple laser beams rained down, shattering the rocks where he had just been. Though the debris posed no harm, the 3 small missiles that followed were a serious threat. Tong Sanjing shouted, "Cruisers! Watch out!" The cruisers were Nini-Metertal unmanned combat robots developed by the Kaija Empire, equipped with laser cannons and missile launchers. They were immensely powerful, designed as standard siege warfare machines. Zhou Bing's face turned red with tension as his reflexes, honed as a level 5 peak combatant, combined with the quantum AI of his soldier's armor to react instantly. The laser cannon lifted swiftly, emitting a dazzling light. Boom, boom, boom. The three missiles exploded midair at a distance of 400 meters, and the resulting shockwave knocked the approaching BioBeast off balance before they could reach the foot of the mountain. Seizing the rare opportunity, Tong Sanjing bellowed, "Follow me." Break through. He charged downhill at full speed. Feng Xingqian, however, stayed behind, kneeling steadily in place as he raised his gun and aimed at the distant cruiser. The machine was still 900 meters away. Though the 19mm heavy sniper rifle was immensely powerful, it seemed unlikely to pierce the cruiser's tough armor from such a distance. Feng Xingqian smirked to himself. Every powerful machine has its weak point. It all depends on whether one can exploit it in a fleeting moment. According to military reports, whenever a cruiser's missile launcher rotated, it revealed a narrow gap only 8 centimeters wide and 80 centimeters long, exposing the core of its power reactor. However, this gap was visible for only 2 seconds during the launcher's deployment, a near impossible target for most snipers on the battlefield. Yet Feng Xingqian was brimming with confidence in his ability. He had a secret that no one else knew. Besides possessing level 6 primary physical skills, he also had level 5 primary mental strength. In this era of universal cultivation, people not only trained their physical skills, but also their mental abilities. Humanity had long discovered that every breakthrough in physical skills inevitably stimulated the pituitary and pineal glands, generating a certain amount of mental power. The existence of mental strength could expand the brain's capacity, develop neurons, enhance reaction speed, and reduce information processing time. This was the fundamental reason why experts could make precise judgments in the heat of rapid battles. However, the mental power generated from internal energy breakthroughs was limited. Generally speaking, a level 7 expert could only generate level 3 mental strength. In fact, without specialized training, even a level 12 physical expert often only reached around level 5 mental strength. It was a frustrating limitation. The Earth Federation had discovered that, so far, the only way to independently enhance mental power was through meditation. Yet, understanding the essence of this mysterious meditation technique was exceedingly rare, and the growth of mental strength through meditation was painstakingly slow. If slow growth were the only issue, most people might still endure it. But what was even more disheartening was that cultivating mental strength required compatibility with an element called Jing substance. What exactly was Jing substance? Simply put, with the advancements in modern technology, mental power was essentially a highly concentrated form of a unique substance in the universe, commonly referred to as Jing substance. Only humans with a high compatibility with Jing substance could absorb it during meditation, eventually refining it into mental power. It's easy to imagine that individuals lacking compatibility with Jing substance would find their mental power growth agonizingly stagnant, no matter how much they meditated. From this perspective, compatibility with Jing substance was more about innate physical traits, which were difficult to develop through training. At least within Earth's scope, no breakthroughs had been made in this field. Among the 15 billion people in the Federation, only 32,000 were compatible with Jing substance, roughly 1 in 470,000. Of these, only 7 individuals had managed to elevate their mental strength to level 12. To date, no one had broken through the critical level 13 threshold. This stood in stark contrast to physical skills, which could be cultivated as long as one had functional limbs and an IQ above 85. In fact, the leaps in medical technology and the decoding of genetic secrets had raised the baseline for human intelligence, with the average IQ reaching an impressive 133. Feng Xingqian, however, was uniquely gifted. In addition to being highly compatible with Jing substance, he was born with an expansive brain capacity. Even the brain domains developed by level 8 mental experts through years of grueling training could hardly compare to his. As a result, he didn't need to spend extensive time expanding his brain domain. With minimal meditation, he effortlessly reached level 5 primary mental strength. While level 5 mental power seemed insignificant in this world, the precision and clarity of his mental operations surpassed even some level 11 or 12 experts. Because of this, after joining the military, he chose to become a heavy sniper. And his decision proved to be the right one. After just 4 months of basic training, he achieved the rank of an A-class elite sniper, a level that many soldiers couldn't reach even after a decade of rigorous training. After the first round of missile launches, there was a 3-second reload window. His mental strength surged into high gear as he locked onto the missile bay through the sniper scope and the armored auxiliary aiming system. It moved. The upper part of the missile launcher began to rotate outward, revealing a growing crack. In that instant, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. 2 bullets per second, that was the precision threshold for a level 6 physical expert under immense recoil. The 2 large bullets, carrying immense kinetic energy and trailing faint ripples, shot straight toward the target. Just as the crack opened to its widest, the bullets struck with precision. With 2 faint bangs, a chain reaction was triggered, The explosion of the reactor, followed by the detonation of dozens of small missiles inside. The missile bay also contained several nuclear warheads, and the resulting high-pressure blast consumed several nearby biobeasts and 2 armored rovers in a sea of fire. Nice shot. Let's move. Tong Sanjing and the others shouted in unison. They were all stunned. Today, Feng Xingchen seemed possessed by a divine force, pulling them back from the brink of death twice in a row. If Feng Xingchen could maintain this state, their squad might just break through successfully. Bingo! On the mountainside, Feng Xingchen clenched his fist in excitement, made a triumphant gesture, tightened his sniper rifle, and sprinted downhill at full speed. The explosion radius of a small nuclear bomb covered about a kilometer, enough to reach the foot of the mountain, but its impact was minimal for soldiers in individual combat armor. Without a supply crate to weigh him down, the armor's maximum speed was fully unleashed. He dashed toward the base of the mountain with incredible speed, regrouped with the others, and accelerated northwest in their breakout attempt. The shockwave from the explosion would last no more than 10 seconds, and they had to get as far away from the pursuers as possible during that time. After all, the biobeasts could reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour, and the rovers were even faster, hitting around 90 kilometers per hour. After rushing 3 or 4 kilometers, a crackling noise suddenly came through their helmets, and the radar display turned to static, drastically reducing their visibility. Damn it! The aerial warning system is down. Kelly, their communications specialist, cursed angrily without any restraint. The radar system integrated into their combat armor only provided a 3-dimensional simulation with a 5-kilometer range, capable of switching between 3D and flat imaging. On the battlefield, if this range proved insufficient, they could connect to an early warning system node for a high-definition 3-dimensional image with a 50-kilometer radius. Commanders could even link to orbital satellites to access real-time imagery of the entire planet. To ensure the reliability of the early warning system, each squad was required to include a communications specialist equipped with a professional signal amplifier, which, in critical moments, could ensure a 20-kilometer 3D imaging range sufficient for modern ground warfare's offensive and defensive needs. Hearing Kelly's report, Tong Sanjing was both shocked and alarmed. He quickly attempted to connect to the command center, but communication was severely disrupted and immediately cut off. His expression darkened. It seems our space forces have already been defeated. Move quickly, maintain top speed, and get out of here. In an instant, everyone's faces turned grim, and they followed Tong Sanjing, continuing their rapid retreat. Captain Tong, there's a deep trench about 200 meters wide to the left. After running for over half an hour, Kelly suddenly shouted, sending a clear 3D image to everyone's display. Tong Sanjing glanced at the terrain and then at the 9 red dots 1,300 meters behind them. He roared, "Perfect. Head there immediately. We'll set up a defensive line on the other side and find a way to take out those 9 monsters." "Take them out how?" Luo Guohua exclaimed in shock. "We must eliminate them," Feng Xingchen said calmly. "Don't forget, the Kaija forces have parachuted across a wide area today. Our long-range radar is already down. If we run blindly, we'll likely encounter enemy troops. If a small enemy unit pins us down, it'll be a dead end for us." "Absolutely right." Tong Sanjing nodded. "So instead, we should use the terrain of the trench to take them out. Then, we can retreat to the high ground we just passed and retrieve the supply crate. That way, our chances of survival will significantly increase." "Understood." The other 3 responded in unison, their confidence beginning to return. With that, they reached the edge of the trench and peered down. The trench, eroded by wind over the years, was nearly 300 meters deep. Its bottom was filled with sharp, jagged rock formations that would ensure a gruesome death for anyone who fell in. Zhou Bing looked up at the opposite side and pointed to a stable rocky ledge on the diagonal cliff face. "That spot is perfect." The 5 of them ran along the edge of the gorge for a stretch, retreated about 100 meters, then suddenly accelerated, sprinting toward the cliff's edge before leaping into the air. The maximum long jump distance of the combat armor was 40 meters, clearly not enough to reach the other side. However, as they approached their limit, each of them raised their wrist and twisted it once. A heavy-duty, dual-expansion steel spike shot out from under their wrist, trailing a thin steel cable that embedded itself firmly in the opposing cliff face. With a mechanical whir, the cables retracted rapidly, pulling them up to the top of the cliff. Looking around, they quickly identified the most advantageous positions for their respective roles, raised their weapons, and aimed across the trench. The series of actions flowed seamlessly without the slightest hesitation, a clear testament to their rigorous training and discipline. At this moment, the pursuers had just reached the opposite bank. 2 patrollers and 7 biobeasts. Visible to the naked eye, 3 of the biobeasts bore severe burn marks, evidence that the earlier nuclear explosion had unexpectedly dealt significant damage. Tong Sain shouted, "Find cover immediately. Look for something sturdy. We'll definitely need to use the nukes soon." The group quickly scattered, each finding suitable hiding spots. Feng Xingchen chose a sturdy-looking rock to crouch behind, peering out to observe the other side. His primary target was still the patrollers. Eliminating these long-range threats was crucial to securing their safe return across the river. However, the patrollers seemed to have realized there was a formidable sniper on the opposite bank. They refrained from launching missiles, instead unleashing a relentless barrage of laser cannons and heavy machine gun fire, forcing the group to keep their heads down. Fortunately, the jagged rocks below the cliff made it impossible for the bio-beasts to jump down and scathe, leaving the massive creatures pacing along the edge, unable to advance. Frustrated by the patrollers' overwhelming firepower, Tong Sange swiftly retrieved a corn-shaped portable nuke from a small case on his lower back. He secured it onto the barrel of his energy assault rifle and bellowed, "Get down! Nukes incoming!" Their team carried 6 portable nuclear warheads, but due to the close proximity to their targets earlier on higher ground, no one had dared to use them. Now, Tong calculated the blast center point. Even if it didn't kill the enemy outright, it could push them into the deep ravine below. Taking cover beside a crevice, Tong Sange took a deep breath, suddenly stood up, and aimed at a rock less than 200 meters from the cliff's edge. He pulled the trigger. The moment the nuke was launched, 2 heavy machine gun rounds struck his chest, sending him flying backward over 2 meters. His armor now bore 2 charred craters on the chest plate. Thankfully, the cutting-edge armor, a product of Pinnacle's second-level civilization technology, wasn't easily breached. While the impact caused immense pain, it didn't penetrate fully. Gritting his teeth, he rolled twice and dropped into a nearby trench. Boom. 400 meters away, a massive explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud soaring skyward. The devastating shockwave, accompanied by searing flames, swept outward, forcing 1 patroller and 3 injured bio-beasts off the cliff into the ravine below. The impact left them battered and barely able to stand. The remaining patroller and bio-beasts, positioned slightly farther from the edge, managed to avoid falling but were scorched and visibly weakened, though still combat capable. Everyone witnessed the scene unfold. As the shockwave subsided, Feng Xingshan leapt out of his trench with lightning speed, shouting, "Let's send 2 more corn nukes." But his call was unnecessary. Having seen the effectiveness of the nukes, the 3 team members armed with assault rifles quickly loaded additional warheads. These specialized grenades, compatible only with the energy assault rifle's unique frequency, were launched 2 toward the opposite bank and 1 into the ravine. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive, deafening explosions, the group cautiously peeked out. The pursuers on the far side had all been forced into the ravine. Inside the deep chasm, the 4 bio-beasts that had fallen earlier were now severely wounded and barely clinging to life after the close-range blasts. Tong Sange shouted again, "Nukes! 3 seconds to prep." However, his supply was depleted. Only Kelly and Luo Guohua each had 1 remaining. The 2 quickly loaded their warheads, waited for the shockwave to pass, and rose simultaneously to fire both nukes. The second patroller that had fallen into the ravine had lost 1 of its legs, but remained partially operational. It lay tilted on the ground, its missile launcher deployed. 3 cryo missiles shot out, skimming the edge of the cliff as they streaked toward their targets. Right at this moment, this was precisely where Luo Guohua appeared. As she launched a nuclear bomb, she failed to evade in time and was directly struck by a cryogenic missile. Letting out a harrowing scream, she was sent flying backward, her leg severed midair. The damage from the cryogenic missile extended far beyond the loss of a limb. Ultra-low temperature ions rapidly spread upward through the severed thigh, freezing Luo Guohua into an ice sculpture in an instant. Moments later, the shockwave from the explosion swept through, leaving nothing behind but fragments of her armor. No trace of her remained. Luo Guohua. The 4 of them witnessed the tragic demise of the beautiful Caucasian woman and were struck with shock. They let out a furious roar, leapt out of cover, and drew out a cork grenade, preparing to toss it into the deep trench. The first nuclear explosion had obliterated much of the jagged rock formations, so the second wave of enemies, though severely burned by the close-range thermonuclear explosion, had not been killed outright and still retained some combat capability. The rover then launched another 3 high-explosive missiles, but this time, the targets were not the 4 of them. Instead, the missiles were aimed at a steep cliff nearby. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 explosions, a large section of the cliff collapsed, forming a sloping incline. Almost unscathed, the bio-beasts surged across the trench and charged up the slope. The 4 barely managed to escape the collapsing cliff, and, upon seeing the bio-beasts advancing, quickly threw the cork grenade toward the creatures. Immediately afterward, 3 guns fired relentlessly, their beams of light blazing with fury. Feng Xingshan ignored the bio-beast. She's target was the rover. The machine, though crippled with 1 of its legs blown off, still posed a greater threat with its missile-launching capabilities than the bio-beasts charging at them. At this moment, the rover had just finished reloading. As the missile launcher extended outward, a gap was exposed. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets hit the gap, triggering a violent chain explosion. Flames erupted skyward, and the bio-beasts, already on their last legs, were instantly reduced to charred remains. Get down, Tong Sanjing shouted, throwing himself to the ground. The other three reacted swiftly, following suit as roaring flames surged past the trench. Before they could catch their breath, a deafening roar erupted from the bio-beast. The massive creature, just about to reach the top of the slope, was hit by the terrifying shockwave and flung into the air, landing with a loud thud not far from them. Its body was covered in burns and riddled with countless wounds, leaving it in a pitiful state. Astonishingly, even bio-beasts 200 meters from the explosion's epicenter managed to retain considerable mobility thanks to their bizarre physiology. The bio-beast rolled on the ground before quickly standing up, extending its deadly claws toward the nearby Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing had just risen to his feet when he saw the danger approaching. He quickly rolled to the side, attempting to evade. However, he was slightly too slow, or perhaps he underestimated the speed of the bio-beast. Its claws swiped through the air with unimaginable speed. Zhou Bing had only rolled 4 or 5 meters when the long claws slashed through his reinforced armor as if it were paper, tearing his body apart in an instant. No! Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingqian's eyes turned bloodshot as they roared in rage and charged forward. Discarding their now useless heat weapons, they drew out short rods, which extended into narrow, 1.3-meter-long blades with the press of a button. Powered by the immense strength and speed of their single-unit armor, the two, both level 6 combatants, could unleash the power of levels even elites. At level 7, they were considered elite warriors strong enough to dominate entire streets or even towns. With long blades in hand, the two used military-honed combat techniques to attack the bio-beast relentlessly, delivering fierce slashes that sent blood spraying everywhere. The serrated blades, vibrating at 6 million times per second, were significantly weakened against the bio-beast's formidable defenses. Each slash left cuts no deeper than 30 to 40 centimeters. While these wounds appeared gruesome, they inflicted little substantial harm to the creature. This isn't working, Tong Sanjing shouted as he assessed the situation. Kylie, prepare the grenade. Kylie reached to her side and grabbed a quark grenade, her eyes fixed intently on the massive beast. The creature was staggering now, its strength rapidly draining as it continued its relentless attacks. Its movement slowed, its body slashed dozens of times by sharp blades. Finally, it let out a deafening roar, its enormous jaws opening wide. As a skilled fighter at the height ear level 5, Kylie wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. She shifted her body left and right, then dashed forward 30 meters with precision. Without hesitation, she hurled the grenade straight into the beast's gaping mouth. Boom! A muffled explosion followed. The beast froze for a moment before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Overwhelmed with excitement, Kylie raised 2 fingers in a victory gesture. Just as she exhaled in relief, Feng Xingqian and Tong Sanjing shouted in unison, "Get out of the way." Both of them were sprinting toward her, panic written all over their faces. If Kylie had reacted to their warning and dodged in time, she might have survived. But at that moment, she froze, turning to see a strange, massive beast charging toward her like a speeding train. The team had been too preoccupied with close combat to activate their radar screens, fearing it might obstruct their view. It wasn't until the beast had closed in to within 200 meters that they realized the threat. As Kylie turned, the beast was already less than 100 meters away. Its mouth opened slightly, and a sphere of energy flashed out. In an instant, Kylie's armor and body were encased in ice, frozen solid. A powerful gust of wind followed, shattering her into fragments. Cryoliquid Huan, Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingqian shouted in unison. Cryoliquid Huan was a rare substance discovered by the Kaija Empire, capable of creating temperatures as low as 451.8 degrees Fahrenheit in an instant. After undergoing special catalytic processing, its density increased, and during ion decomposition, it could generate an ultra-low temperature of 665.2 degrees Fahrenheit. Such temperatures were beyond the tolerance of Earth's infantry armor, or even the advanced mechs of the Tier 3 peak civilization, Caslan. Tong Sanjing had once casually mentioned to Feng Xingqian that the universe harbored numerous peculiar creatures and silicon-based life forms capable of attacking enemies with freezing blasts, flames, plasma, or energy spheres due to their unique physiologies. This wasn't surprising after all. Earth had creatures like electric eels, bombardier beetles, and thunderbirds that used chemical substances in ingenious ways. However, the fact that the Kaija people had managed to modify this beast into a bioengineered weapon indicated a significant leap in their biological research. This creature was unlike any Kaija species documented on the military's open-access websites. It had 6 legs, no tail, and a skeletal, emaciated appearance. Its body was 10 meters long and 6 meters tall, with a massive head resembling a hyena's. It was hairless, jet black, and its gaunt frame allowed it to move with incredible speed, rivaling certain Earth mechs. By the time it eliminated Kylie, it had already closed in to within 30 meters of Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingqian. Move! Tong Sanjing suddenly leapt forward, shoving Feng Xingqian out of the way. With a furious roar, He gripped his long blade and charged at the beast. The creature's speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, making escape impossible. Coupled with its ability to launch long-range attacks over 100 meters, survival seemed hopeless. Tong Sange decided that if death was inevitable, he would at least ensure his remaining comrade had a chance to escape. As Tong Sange charged toward the beast, a glint of disdain flashed in the creature's eyes. It opened its massive jaws and snapped down with lightning speed. Tong Sange had no time to evade. The beast's razor-sharp teeth, each several centimeters long, clamped down on him. Crack! His infantry armor shattered in an instant, unable to withstand even a moment of resistance. The beast tore his body in two, swallowing the upper half whole. What the beast didn't realize was that Tong Sange had charged in with the resolve to die. In his hand, he clutched a cork grenade with its safety pin already removed. Boom! The grenade detonated inside the beast's throat. The monster's defensive strength was unbelievable. Despite the ferocity of the explosion, it merely staggered a few steps before regaining its balance. Its eyes gradually turned a ghastly white as it fixed an unrelenting stare on Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen, having been shoved over 10 meters away by Tong San, looked up just in time to witness their captain being struck down. His mind roared in shock, his eyes instantly reddened with rage, and he lunged to the side, rolling swiftly to grab a fallen blade. At the exact moment his hand closed around the weapon, the beast's pounce missed its mark. It twisted its head, slightly opened its mouth, and it quickly formed and shot out. Everything happened with lightning speed, leaving Feng Xingchen no time to react as the shadow of death loomed silently over him. In the grip of extreme fear, Feng Xingchen's heartbeat nearly stopped. But at that very moment, his pupils suddenly contracted before dilating rapidly. To his astonishment, he could vividly perceive the trajectory of the incoming slowing down. It was a surreal experience, as if time itself had been slowed. He could not only see the rolling and changing, but also the energy ripples created by its high-speed rotation as it disturbed the surrounding air. With a fierce push of his leg, his exosuit emitted a strained whirring sound from overloading, releasing a burst of immense power. In an instant, he leapt 3 meters to the side. The narrowly missed him, striking the ground 20 meters away. The resulting explosion created a low-temperature zone with a 10-meter radius, freezing the ground and rock solid. Feng Xingchen's face twitched slightly. If he had been within 10 meters, death would have been certain. The beast, failing to land 2 consecutive strikes, turned and swept its claws horizontally, forcing Feng Xingchen to leap diagonally forward to the left. In this state of slowed perception, he stepped aside, dodging the claws. Taking another step to the right, he evaded another swipe. These consecutive moves, as precise as a dancer hitting every beat, suddenly felt eerily strange to Feng Xingchen. A thought crossed his mind: was this the unique state his instructor had mentioned, achievable only by fully merging physical techniques with mental focus? The state known as wind stride. It was said that this level could only be reached by top-tier experts at level 12 or above. Some level 12 masters had reportedly entered the wind stride state by accident when teetering on the edge of death. Like a moment of enlightenment, wind stride was a rare phenomenon that lasted only seconds and could never be deliberately replicated. At this moment, Feng Xingchen's speed surged by over 30%, his movements becoming a blur and increasingly unpredictable. His thoughts grew sharper, and his internal energy flowed seamlessly. The evasive maneuvers drilled into him through the military's brutal training now combined effortlessly, producing awe-inspiring results. Within just 4 seconds, he nimbly maneuvered and evaded 7 deadly attacks, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. The exhilaration was unparalleled. He almost wanted to throw his head back and howl with joy. But he knew this was a battlefield. After dodging another attack, Feng Xingchen suddenly spun around and, as swift as a thunderbolt, charged beneath the monster's feet. Letting out a ferocious roar, he used the powerful jumping capability of his exosuit to leap 6 meters into the air. Raising his blade high, he plunged it fiercely into one of the beast's eyes. The slender blade drove deep, lodging itself against the bone beneath the eye socket. Gripping the hilt tightly, Feng Xingchen hung beneath the monster's eye. The beast howled in agony, thrashing its head wildly in instinctive pain, while raising its claw to swat at him. Feng Xingchen smirked coldly, deftly planting his legs against the beast's cheek. Using the momentum, he executed an elegant backflip, effortlessly evading the claw's strike. Whoosh! The beast's massive claw missed Feng Xingchen, but instead slammed the oscillation blade deep into its own skull. Letting out a pained, thunderous howl, the monster seemed to vent its seething rage. Die! Feng Xingchen roared. In a flash, he snatched up the oscillation blade that Tong Sange had dropped, leaped into the air, and spun twice mid-flight. Using the powerful inertia of his rotation, he plunged the blade with all his might into the base of the beast's ear. Finally, the enormous creature staggered a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground. Exhaling a long breath, Feng Xingchen's gaze swept over the mutilated bodies of his 4 fallen comrades, and a wave of sorrow rose in his chest. But this was a battlefield. There was no time to collect and bury the dead. Instinctively, he activated his radar for a quick scan. 5 kilometers away, nearly 20 red dots were rapidly closing in on his position. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Spinning around, he quickly grabbed his heavy sniper rifle and retrieved 2 cork grenades from Zhou Ping's shattered armor. Without hesitation, he dashed into the ravine and sprinted toward the opposite side. If the pursuers were just 1 or 2, he might have been able to use the complex terrain of the ravine to eliminate them. But with so many enemies and the ravine's narrow confines, staying there would only turn him into easy prey. By now, he had ceased to hope for survival in this cursed war. All he wanted was to take down as many Kaija soldiers as possible to honor his fallen comrades. This ambush had gone relatively well, and there didn't seem to be any pursuers on the other side of the ravine. He could maintain his speed and race toward the defensive high ground they'd established earlier. If he could recover the supply crate, he might still have a chance to kill a few more beasts. But his brief optimism was soon shattered. After crossing the ravine and sprinting over 3 kilometers, a red suddenly appeared 5 kilometers to his left. Its speed over 100 kilometers per hour was terrifying. At that pace, it could only mean one of two things: either an 8th level master or, more likely, a mech. Worse, it could be a mech piloted by a master above 8th level. Feng Xingqian's heart pounded wildly. This area was relatively flat, and if it was indeed the kind of mech he feared, even his advanced wind step ability wouldn't save him. His frustration boiled over as he mentally cursed the Kaija people and their ancestors. A global airdrop deployment, tens of thousands of troops scattered across the planet, should statistically mean encountering one enemy in every 1,000 square kilometers. Yet here they were, facing dozens of enemy units in their area. Was it sheer bad luck, or did the enemy have some kind of tracking capability? The word tracking sent a chill down his spine. Tracking? Their single soldier defensive line was highly dispersed. If there hadn't been a traitor among their commanders, the only way the Kaija forces could track them was through communication signal sources. If that were the case, the onboard computer in his armor, constantly trying to establish contact with others, might have turned into a beacon giving away his location. Realizing this, he immediately severed all communications, disregarding the increased energy consumption and physical strain. He adjusted the armor's temperature modulation to the environment simulation setting. It was dusk, and the surface temperature of Kuntan Star was nearing a sweltering 36 degrees Celsius. To maintain combat effectiveness, single-soldier armor systems typically regulated internal temperatures to a comfortable 23 degrees, creating a stark thermal contrast that could easily serve as a signal source. If he could track enemies this way, the enemy could just as easily track him. The environment simulation mode ensured the armor's external temperature matched its surroundings. Even with the internal cooling system, the temperature inside the suit would exceed 30 degrees, which was harsh on both the electronics and the wearer's hydration levels. However, this decision saved his life. Seconds later, he noticed with excitement that the pursuing enemies 5 kilometers away appeared disoriented, scattering in different directions. So it's true, he thought, exhilarated, and quickened his pace. But during this time, the mech-like unit had already closed the gap to 3 kilometers. Using his high-definition camera, he could now directly see its silhouette. The mecha pilot had been searching the wilderness for so long, and now that he finally encountered a target, how could he give up so easily? Seeking help from others was out of the question. This was a standard opportunity for battle merit, barely enough for himself, let alone to share. Without hesitation, he cut off communications and focused on the chase. Feng Xingqian was feeling frustrated. Soon after, the image from his single-soldier armor zoomed in, revealing the approaching figure. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Damn! A beast-type mecha." It was a 4-legged beast-type mecha, 7 meters long and 4 meters high, charging toward him from 2 kilometers away. Mounted on its back were two 55mm cannons, firing high-explosive armor-piercing rounds at a rate of 15 shots per second. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was enough to make one's heart race with fear. Beast-type mechas were primarily designed for close combat. Their weaponry was completely different from long-range mechas, consisting mostly of short-range, high-speed combat rounds and physical bullets capable of penetrating thick armor. Just one hit could utterly destroy him. Yet Feng Xingqian had already resolved to face death, and fear had no place in his mind. His thoughts remained calm and focused as he charged through the dense barrage of bullets. His eyes narrowed, pupils contracting and then dilating again, while a pure force of mental energy emanated from his brain, making the chaotic scene appear as though it were slowing down several times over. Not only did the world seem to slow down, but he also experienced the legendary wind stride. His brain was operating at high speed, his internal energy flowing rapidly. He moved like a nimble spirit dancing on the strings of a harp, seamlessly combining speed with unpredictable footwork. In that moment, all his doubts about wind stride vanished. He had an epiphany. True wind stride required a serene, selfless agility paired with the resolve to face life and death with a smile. Yes, serenity brought clarity, and resolve brought fearlessness. These two extremes of understanding allowed him to completely disregard the storm of bullets. His steps became faster and faster, the massive bullets nearly grazing him as he moved. Yet he pressed forward with unwavering determination, gracefully navigating through the barrage and gradually widening the distance between him and the mecha. The mecha, failing to land consecutive hits, seemed almost humiliated. It slowed down, attempting to focus on precise strikes. Meanwhile, the terrain ahead began to change, revealing a landscape of eroded peaks and valleys. The ground was crisscrossed with narrow, deep fissures, making it easy for the heavy mecha to get trapped, forcing it to further reduce its speed. As Feng Xingxian moved farther away, the mecha pilot was consumed with rage. Any thoughts of toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse were long gone. Letting out a furious roar, the pilot slammed a button. In the next instant, 8 cluster bombs and 4 thermobaric missiles erupted into a blaze of blue flames, shooting out to cover an enormous area. Feng Xingxian was utterly shocked. The cost of these missiles was enough to buy 5 single soldier armors. Using such an extravagant attack on just one armor? It was clearly a losing deal. Despite his shock, a faint, bitter smile appeared on his face. With his current strength, there was no chance of escaping this kind of area-wide assault unless he were a level 10 or higher combatant, which was clearly a fantasy. The 8 cluster missiles released 400 high-explosive submunitions mid-flight, covering an area of 2 square kilometers. Meanwhile, the thermobaric missiles created temperatures exceeding 8,000 degrees within the same zone. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Was this really the end? No, absolutely not. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. With lightning speed, he reached to his waist, grabbed a cork bomb, and hurled it into a narrow erosion trench about 20 meters deep. As the bomb detonated with a violent explosion, he leapt into the trench. The 20-meter depth, combined with the explosion, should create a pit at least 24 or 25 meters deep. By hiding inside and being covered by the collapsing rocks, along with the protective capabilities and internal oxygen supply of his armor, he might just have a slim chance of survival. Of course, this hope depended on no bombs landing within 10 meters of him and whether the mecha pilot would bother to check the area again. But it seemed his luck had run out for the day. Before his body even reached the bottom of the trench, a high-explosive round detonated less than 10 meters away. The shockwave and intense heat struck his back with devastating force. The heavy sniper rifle mounted on his armor shattered first, followed by the ammunition box and the thick backplate, leaving a gaping hole. The violent shockwave was like a giant hammer, slamming him into the trench floor. His eyes widened as he watched the glowing red rocks rush toward him, and finally, he crashed into them with a heavy impact. Crack! He clearly heard the sound of his exosuit armor breaking. Then, a tremendous force slammed into his chest, leaving him breathless. A metallic taste filled his throat as blood spurted out. His vision went dark, and consciousness slipped away. He was knocked out cold. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly regained consciousness. A tide of searing pain overwhelmed him, as if his chest had been torn apart. Judging by the agony, he figured he had broken 2 ribs. To make matters worse, burns on his back caused cold sweat to drip down his face. He couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did he get injured? Taking a few deep breaths, fragments of earlier events flashed through his mind, making him sit up abruptly in shock. Ugh! The sudden movement pulled at the injuries on his chest and back, causing cold sweat to pour down again. He worked to calm himself, and once the pain subsided slightly, he glanced at the time displayed on the virtual screen. June 17, 2488, at midnight Earth time. It seemed he had been unconscious for nearly 4 hours. Activating the radar and night vision functions, he scanned his surroundings and was stunned to find himself in a deep, dark cave. His mind reeled in confusion. Had he been buried in a trench? How did he end up in a cave? Could it be that the trench concealed this large cavern beneath it, and his high-speed impact had broken through the cave's entrance? It was the only plausible explanation. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he inspected his exosuit. The backplate was shattered, the chest plate dented, and several critical wires had short-circuited. His arm-mounted mini-missile launcher was unusable, and the fully automated microprobe was also out of commission. Worse still, the accelerators on his legs had failed, meaning he could no longer rely on electrical power to reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour. He would have to depend on his physical strength to run. As a level 6 combatant, he could push his speed to a maximum of 20 meters per second, about 72 kilometers per hour. In his windstride state, he could even exceed 90 kilometers per hour, but that required a significant amount of inner energy and stamina. On Kuntan Star's extreme terrain, he could only sustain such speeds for 20 to 30 minutes at most. Once his inner energy was depleted, how would he deal with the lurking dangers? Shaking his head again, he dismissed these troubling thoughts for now and focused on the immediate situation. Looking down at his gear, he realized his heavy sniper rifle had already been destroyed and his energy pistol was gone. Fortunately, the ion oscillation blade was still secured to the weapon rack on his left thigh, and even his spare battery was intact. At least he didn't have to worry about power or the oxygen supply in his helmet for now. Letting out a wry chuckle, he deactivated a few damaged circuits and replaced the battery with a fresh one. Then, pressing a small compartment on his left abdomen, he opened a storage chamber containing a standard battlefield medical kit. It held items like powerful hemostatic injectors, painkillers, and external wound gel. He took out a painkiller syringe and injected it into himself. Within seconds, the pain subsided, allowing him to stand up. The painkiller's effects would last for 24 hours, and he had 3 more doses, which meant he wouldn't have to endure pain for the next 72 hours assuming he could survive that long. He rummaged through the food storage compartment on the back of his suit and found 4 packets of high-calorie liquid combat rations and a 500-milliliter bottle of water. These rations could sustain him for about 60 hours under normal conditions, but he knew better than to rely on them too much. Who knew how long this war would drag on? Every bit of food was a lifeline. Since he wasn't hungry yet, he decided to save them. As for the water, he resolved to conserve it until he could find another source. He carefully put the rations and water back in their place. Activating the suit's mapping tool, he quickly generated a 3D map of his surroundings within a 300-meter radius. He appeared to be roughly 100 meters inside the cave. The incline near the entrance suggested he had rolled in from above. Taking a deep breath, and with the painkiller dulling the ache in his ribs, he began climbing upward using both his hands and feet. Before long, he reached the entrance. It was blocked by several collapsed rocks, but they didn't pose much of a challenge. He retrieved the oscillation shovel from his leg compartment and carefully dug through the debris. Gradually, the rocks rolled away, revealing a small opening. Just as he was about to crawl through, a sudden beastly roar pierced the air. The next moment, a gust of wind swept in from his left. Instinctively, he shrank back just in time to see a massive claw swipe past the cave's entrance, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. He stared at the entrance, dumbfounded, and let out a strange cry. What the hell? A biomonster guarding this place. Outside, there indeed lay a bio-beast on the ground, seemingly nursing its injuries. Hearing the sound of falling rocks, it immediately struck out with its claws. The creature sensed living humans inside the cave, its fury evident as it raised its claws high, scratching violently, as if trying to tear open the entrance and drag out the humans to devour. Feng Xingchen had no choice but to run downhill along the slope. Glancing back, he saw rocks tumbling down incessantly, realizing that if he didn't escape quickly, he might be buried alive. Yet, a nagging worry crept into his mind. Could there be dangers below? On Confronting Star, there were creatures far more fearsome than hairy-footed ants. With his body battered and his weapons incomplete, encountering even one large beast at the bottom would spell certain doom. Frustrated, he cursed his luck. His single-soldier armor was damaged, and the automated mini-detector couldn't be activated to scout for danger ahead. Was he really left with no choice but to gamble on fate? Cursing under his breath, he sprinted for 400 or 500 meters. By some stroke of luck, the tunnel began to widen, with small bends appearing along the way and fewer rocks rolling down. However, a new concern gnawed at him. What if the rocks piled up at one of these bends, trapping him inside? Wouldn't that still mean being buried alive? Licking his dry lips, he let out a bitter smile. For now, he could only hope the cave had another exit and pray for a way out. Using the night vision feature of his armor, he continued to map a 3D layout as he delved deeper into the cave. After advancing 4 or 5 kilometers, the tunnel still showed no sign of an end. Oddly enough, this brought him some relief. Due to Confronting Star's extreme climates, there was no liquid water on the surface. However, at depths exceeding 2 kilometers, drinkable water could sometimes be found. In such deep caves, the chances of discovering liquid water were not negligible. If he could locate a water source, he might also find moss rich in vitamins. With food and water, he could survive for at least a week or so. If he managed to recover from his injuries during that time, he could wait for the biomonster outside to leave and then attempt to sneak out and contact a communication satellite for help. He checked the air inside the cave. Perhaps due to the presence of moss, the oxygen level here was slightly higher than on the surface, reaching 16.5. Carbon dioxide levels were low, and there were no toxins in the air. For someone like him, trained in physical combat, breathing was no issue. He removed his helmet and used the lighting tool on his finger to illuminate the way. Lighting a cigarette, he pressed forward. Twisting and turning through the tunnel for over 10 kilometers, his 3D map showed that the vertical distance from the surface had already exceeded 2 kilometers. Ugh, still no water source, he muttered in frustration, but before he could finish, he froze in his tracks. Just as he turned a corner, an enormous chamber suddenly appeared before him. The space stretched about 500 meters in diameter and 200 to 300 meters high, with a dome-like ceiling. The ceiling seemed to be embedded with some kind of bioluminescent microorganisms or minerals, casting a faint glow across the entire area. And right in the center of the chamber lay a massive creature. The creature's appearance was bizarre. Its overall shape resembled an earth ornamental fish, specifically a multi-finned armored catfish cleaner with a complex and menacing head. It was colossal, measuring nearly 300 meters in length, with a maximum width of 60 meters and a thickness exceeding 40 meters. Its body was equipped with 10 pairs of insect-like jointed limbs, varying in length and covered in sharp spikes. The longest pair extended over 200 meters. On its back were two massive spines resembling periscopes, suggesting it could launch attacks from any angle, making it nearly impossible to defend against. If not for the fully constructed 3D map, he would have never believed such a massive and peculiar creature could exist. What shocked him most was that the life detector confirmed this monstrous creature was a corpse. And the cause of its death? A small, mysterious object glinting with a faint metallic sheen. Zooming in on the high-resolution image, he examined it closely and noticed the strange object was deeply embedded in the creature's thick shell. He stood there, motionless, for a full 2 minutes before finally letting out a long sigh and murmuring to himself. It seems that in ancient times, the Kuntan star wasn't lacking in powerful beings. Perhaps some unforeseen catastrophe led to its decline. This explanation seemed plausible, yet something about it felt off to him. After pondering for a while, he couldn't pinpoint the reason and simply shook his head, unwilling to delve into it further. Summoning his courage, he approached the massive, grotesque limb and gently touched it, confirming that the creature was indeed lifeless. He then quickly climbed onto its body. As strange as the dead creature was, he was far more intrigued by the mysterious metal that had managed to kill such a colossal being. The metal stood out as extraordinarily peculiar while the creature's body was covered in a thick layer of dust over 20 centimeters deep. This object remained immaculately clean, as if it had just come off the production line. With his limited knowledge as a foot soldier, he couldn't deduce anything from the smooth, gleaming metallic surface. After a moment's thought, he crouched down, wrapped his arms around the cylindrical object about 50 centimeters in diameter and took a deep breath before exerting all his strength. However, it seemed the object had been there for an incredibly long time. The outer shell of the giant creature had fossilized, shrinking around the wound, and the metal cylinder had become completely detached. Surprisingly, it required no effort at all to remove it. Yet, he had used too much force, causing the cylinder to lose balance. He staggered backwards several steps and fell off the creature's head, a full 30 meters to the ground. Though protected by his combat armor, the impact of the 200-kilogram cylinder hitting him was overwhelming. The ground felt like an anvil, and he was the piece of metal placed on it, while the cylinder acted as the hammer. Crack! His chest plate caved in with a deep dent. Rolling his eyes, he finally managed to gasp for air after a few seconds and muttered weakly, damn it." With great effort, he pushed the cylinder aside, struggled to sit up, and after catching his breath, lit a cigarette. Dragging the cylinder closer, he examined it carefully and was utterly stunned. This looks like part of an arm? Indeed, it was an arm, or rather, a forearm. The limb was 2.7 meters long, with a tightly clenched fist. The metallic surface even gave the impression of muscle contours beneath it. Observing the severed end of the arm, he noticed it was smooth and clean, not appearing to have been forcibly cut or broken. What puzzled him even more was that this arm was undoubtedly mechanical, yet it didn't resemble any mech component he had ever seen. With his knowledge, he had never encountered a mech designed with such intricate precision. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and commanded, "Armor, disengage." The combat armor split open along the back and limbs, allowing him to step out and leave its protection. He sat down again in front of the mechanical arm, activated the wrist-mounted personal AI, and said in a low voice, "AI, generate a diagram." With a soft beep, a three-dimensional model appeared before him. Magnify it twofold. The arm's diagram enlarged, and his attention was immediately drawn to the dense and peculiar patterns etched onto it. Alien script? He deactivated the personal AI, scratched his head, and hugged the cylinder again, suddenly channeling his mental energy into it. Perhaps, through the unique properties of mental energy, he could see through the metal casing to satisfy his intense curiosity. As his mental energy made contact, the patterns on the mechanical arm began to emit a radiant blue glow, spreading rapidly. One by one, the patterns across the entire arm lit up. In that moment, Feng Xingchen realized with alarm that his mental energy was being voraciously absorbed by an immense force. The sensation was perilous. If all his mental energy were drained, he would undoubtedly end up in a vegetative state. Terrified, he tried to release the arm, intending to throw it away. But the arm, like a starving infant finally finding nourishment, clung tightly to his palms, relentlessly consuming his mental energy. His eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, and his mouth hung open so wide that even a blind man could see the dangling uvula in his throat. Within just 30 seconds, he collapsed to the side, completely unconscious. Thanks to the divine favor of fate, at the very moment he fell unconscious, the mechanical arm seemed to have absorbed the basic energy needed to activate. A vivid cobalt blue light flickered intensely once before severing the transmission of mental energy. With a loud crash, the arm collapsed to the side. Minutes passed quietly, and the 2.7-meter-long, 50-centimeter thick arm began to fold in on itself in a bizarre manner, gradually shrinking. Its clenched fist loosened, and a purplish red sphere, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, rolled out of its palm and lightly touched Feng Xingqian's skin. For reasons unknown, the sphere suddenly integrated into his arm. The instant it merged, it burst open with a resounding explosion, revealing a blood-red catfish-like creature no more than 30 centimeters long. The small creature glanced around briefly before springing upward and diving straight into the massive, strange fossilized organism nearby, vanishing entirely. What followed was even more bizarre. As the purplish red sphere disappeared, a plume of purple mist began to rise, swirling and lingering in the air. It quickly gathered in front of Feng Xingqian's head and, with his breathing, surged into his nostrils, traveling to his lungs. From there, the mist entered his bloodstream through capillaries, coursing throughout his body and eventually reaching his brain. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in his mind, accompanied by an eerie vibrational wave that rapidly enveloped his entire being. Amid the oscillations, the purple mist slowly transformed into a peculiar energy, which began to circulate at an astonishing speed. In his deep, unconscious state, Feng Xingqian let out faint groans as his face and body convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. Beneath his skin, it felt as though dozens of mischievous mice were scurrying chaotically. Wherever they passed, his muscles and tendons seemed to collapse, only to rise again moments later. With each collapse and resurgence, his nerves, muscles, tendons, blood vessels, and even bones underwent extraordinary restructuring. His body grew increasingly robust through this process. Not only did his physique become more muscular, but his fractured ribcage and the severely burned skin on his back also healed rapidly during the reorganization. This was a process of excruciating pain, one that transcended human limits. Even in his unconscious state, his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Had the restructuring ended? Far from it. The mysterious transformation seemed to have laid a foundation. From within his body, a surge of genetic fragments emerged, embedding themselves into his existing DNA. Strangely, pairs of seemingly identical genetic fragments began conducting precise comparisons, with superior genes replacing inferior ones in a relentless upgrade. As his genes evolved, waves of mental energy suddenly overflowed from his brain, rapidly spreading outward. They formed a small vortex around the massive, peculiar organism. As soon as the vortex took shape, unique substances within the organism were forcibly extracted, merging into the vortex and gradually returning to his brain region along with the circulating mental energy. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. The strange vibrational waves emanating from his brain grew increasingly potent with the infusion of these special substances. In less than 2 hours, the vibrations reached their peak, continuously elevating both his physical and mental capacities to unprecedented heights. The relatively lengthy process will be set aside for now. From the moment he lost consciousness, the mechanical arm began to move on its own, morphing in an eerie, overlapping manner. Within seconds, the enormous arm transformed into a tiny, 10-centimeter-long snake. Though wingless, the miniature snake floated effortlessly in the air, traveling through the long passageway at a speed of nearly 40 kilometers per hour. After flying 6 or 7 kilometers, it encountered a narrow tunnel blocked by piles of rocks. The snake hovered in place, circling twice before its eyes flickered with cobalt blue light. It then opened its tiny mouth. In the next instant, a slender beam of light shot out from the snake's mouth. Astonishingly, the rocks began to dissolve rapidly under the beam as if they were snow melting under the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. Clearing away debris as it moved, the small snake quickly flew out of the cave. On the planet's surface, fierce winds howled, and in the distance, a massive bio-beast lay crouched. The small snake paid it no heed, landing directly on the creature's back and coiling itself motionless. After about 30 minutes, the snake suddenly spoke. Chinese, English, and Kaijian language systems downloaded. Selecting Chinese as the language most precise for expression. Retrieving information. Analyzing the latest state of content star. Damn it. The network is so outdated, the speed is awful. These words startled the bio-beast. It raised its massive head, slowly turned around, and spotted the small creature on its back. Without hesitation, it opened its enormous mouth to bite down. The small snake was furious and hissed coldly. Damn it. Even trash dares to interrupt my work. Die. In an instant, the metallic snake darted forward, leaving a blur as it plunged straight into the bio-beast's mouth. A bizarre scene unfolded. Its body began to expand at an unimaginable speed. In less than 2 seconds, it had grown to a height of 3 meters, stretching the bio-beast's mouth grotesquely. Yet, the rapidly expanding metal snake far exceeded what the creature could contain. Overwhelmed with excruciating pain, the bio-beast's eyes flooded with tears, but it could neither spit out the intruder nor make a sound. Mere seconds later, the beast's massive head emitted a sickening crack as its skull shattered completely. The gigantic creature, which Feng Xingqian and his team had struggled to subdue, collapsed effortlessly. The metallic snake didn't spare the tragic corpse a single glance. Shrinking back to just 10 centimeters, it perched atop the body and resumed downloading various data. 40 minutes later, the snake appeared to have completed its task. It floated up, spun around twice, and zipped back into the cave. Scanning the walls as it flew, it muttered, "Ugh, what kind of garbage metal is this? Completely useless to me. Oh no, don't tell me this whole planet is full of junk Kuntan and Wutan metals. How am I supposed to survive here?" Grumbling away, it traveled several kilometers but failed to find anything of value. As it passed the edge of a crevice, the snake suddenly halted, cautiously releasing a beam of light into the gap. Half a minute later, it exclaimed, "Ah, it's rare vanadium. Finally, something that can slightly enhance my DNA." With that, the snake dove into the crevice, and rustling sounds echoed from within. 2 hours later, the noise ceased, and the snake emerged once more, proudly declaring, "Even though I only managed to refine a few hundred kilograms of vanadium, it's enough to boost my strength a bit. Not bad, not bad." Satisfied, it began its return journey, continuing to scan along the way but finding nothing else worth collecting. 10 minutes later, the small snake arrived back at Feng Xingqian's side. At this point, Feng Xingqian was convulsing violently, in a state of deep unconsciousness. The snake circled him a few times and spoke in Chinese. "Brainwave analysis confirms this carbon-based life form as my father, a human from Earth in the Orion arm sigh. Dad's mental strength is so weak, how embarrassing. Let me think. Is there any way to quickly enhance his mental power? Oh no, this is bad. Ever since I detached from the main body, I've lost access to the database. Only a fragment of DNA inheritance remains. There's no extra memory to draw from." Frustrated, the snake spun around in circles, seemingly unable to come up with anything useful. Finally, it let out a long sigh. "Forget it. My Lingpeng race is already destroyed. For the rest of this life, it'll just stay by Dad's side. Maybe someday, if I can repair my DNA inheritance, it'll uncover some kind of revelation." With that, the snake climbed onto Feng Xingqian's wrist, quickly folding itself into a form resembling a wristband. It latched onto the portable light brain device beside him and fell completely silent. Time passed slowly, and it was unclear how long it had been before Feng Xingqian finally woke up with a long exhale. He shook his throbbing, heavy head vigorously, feeling as though he was still hungover. Holding his head and groaning softly, he suddenly recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness. Alarmed, he jumped up and began searching for the missing mechanical arm. However, the arm was nowhere to be found. In a way, it was a relief. Such a strange object would have been tossed as far away as possible had it still been there. Feng Xingqian massaged his temples, trying to piece things together, but nothing made sense. Feeling a gnawing hunger, he found a field ration, ate it, and drank a few sips of water, which made him feel a bit better. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at the time on his portable device and muttered to himself, "I've been unconscious for over 30 hours again." What puzzled him even more was how unusually well his body felt. His limbs moved with perfect control, his thoughts were quicker than ever, and his reflexes had become razor-sharp. It was bizarre. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xingqian suddenly realized that the effects of the strong painkillers should have worn off long ago, yet he felt no pain at all. He quickly activated the camera function on his portable device and took a 3D image of himself. What he saw left him even more bewildered. "What's going on? The burns on my back have completely healed? Not even a scar left?" To his astonishment, his muscle definition was now flawless. Even the most challenging muscles to tone, like those on his forearms and calves, were perfectly sculpted, and his abdominal muscles were impeccable. His physique was on par with that of top-tier fighters. After pondering for a long time, Feng Xingqian still couldn't make sense of it all. He shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. "Well, I still need to figure out how to find a water source. Hopefully, I can hold out until the monsters disappear." Just as he finished speaking, a childlike voice suddenly called out beside him, "Daddy." The air here was humid. If he had a water extraction device, obtaining liquid water would be simple. "Oh, the problem is, where am I supposed to find a water extraction device?" Feng Xingqian stopped mid-sentence, suddenly leaping up as if his seat was on fire. He spun around frantically, shouting, Who's there?" "Daddy," the childlike voice continued. "Don't be afraid. It's Metharm." The voice explained, "From the fragments of DNA inheritance I have, I managed to recover some faint memories. I believe I am the arm of a Lingpeng clansman. Over 1,000 years ago, I was severed during a desperate battle with this war mother bug." Feng Xingqian was so frightened he couldn't take it anymore. He screamed hysterically, "How can an arm talk?" "Daddy," the Lingpeng voice continued to explain, "the Lingpeng are the most advanced intelligent metallic DNA life forms in the universe. Since we are life forms, DNA is distributed throughout our entire being. Even if a part of us remains, we can slowly replicate and rebuild ourselves into a complete individual. However, this process is extremely lengthy and complex." Feng Xingqian was on the verge of breaking down. Although the voice was speaking in Chinese, he couldn't make sense of a word. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he tried to organize his thoughts and asked the most pressing question: why are you calling me daddy? The Lingpeng are metallic DNA life forms without gender. We continue our lineage by separating subcells containing complete DNA and knowledge systems from an adult individual. The subcells gradually grow to their limit and then split from the parent body. At that point, they require a mental infusion to activate their DNA's evolution. Thus, the individual that separated me is my mother, and the one who infuses me with mental energy is, of course, my father. Feng Xingchen struggled to find the right words, but failed. Clenching his fists, he quickly changed the subject. Show yourself first. Let me see you before we continue talking. Click. A soft sound came as the wrist guard on his arm fell to the ground. After a series of strange transformations, it reassembled into the mechanical arm. Then, the arm underwent another peculiar transformation, turning into a small, floating, miniature snake. In a tender voice, it said, "Daddy, can you see me? Unfortunately, I wasn't separated as a normal subcell, but rather a forcibly severed part. As a result, I have significant flaws and can't currently take on a human form. But I believe, given some time, it'll surely become an exceptional metallic DNA life form." Feng Xingchen was utterly shocked. Pointing at the small snake, he stammered, "Ew, a transformer? A transformer?" He had recently watched several remakes of the Transformers movies online and had a rough idea that Transformers were a race of metallic life forms, something he felt he could somewhat relate to. However, deep down, he thought Transformers were rather weak. What? Transformers, weak? Feng Xingchen muttered to himself. Of course they're weak. First, their adult forms need boosters to break through the atmosphere, and their energy weapons are outdated, barely reaching the standards of a level 4 civilization. Second, their combination mechanisms are primitive. Their size and weight transformation capabilities are far inferior. Look at me. When I transform into a small wristband, my weight can be reduced to just a few grams. The small snake was speechless for a moment and sighed. You're my dad, so I can't call you ignorant. All I can tell you is that I'm an abnormal separated entity, born less than a day ago. While I've developed a basic independent power system and core programming, without sufficient energy, I can't perform complex transformations. I have energy. Feng Xingchen quickly ran to his single soldier armor, pulled out 2 spare high-energy batteries, and brought them to the snake's mouth. Wow, Dad, are you kidding me? You call this energy? Unless you can get your hands on energy blocks of level 6 or above, this is slower than my own power diversion system. The small snake shook its head and continued. Of course, there's another way. If you can find some rare metals for me to consume, I can accelerate my growth. Before long, you could ask me to transform into any weapon you want, even one capable of destroying planets. Feeling embarrassed at being looked down upon by this newborn creature, Feng Xingchen's face turned red. He quickly pointed to the massive, strange creature's corpse nearby to change the subject. You mentioned earlier this is a battle mother bug? That's right. This is a battle mother bug of the sacred beetle race, the snake replied. My mother encountered it and had to fight a tough battle. She even lost an arm to it. Lost an arm? Feng Xingchen blinked in confusion, recalling the cleanly severed arm. He mused that the Lingpeng race was powerful because they could absorb high-quality DNA from different species and various rare metals to constantly enhance themselves. Since the arm was severed and left on the mother bug, it must have absorbed its essence and trace elements from the insect race, gradually repairing itself and eventually forming an independent power core. However, self-repair was merely a biological instinct. Without mental energy activation, it could never achieve autonomous activity, let alone choose beneficial evolutionary modes. That's precisely why I drifted through space alongside this damned bug for over 1,000 years, eventually crashing here and being buried for more than 90 years. If it weren't for meeting you, Dad, I don't know how many more years I would have had to wait, the snake said, with a hint of sorrow in its voice. Feng Xingchen scratched his cheek vigorously, deeply moved. It turned out the mother bug couldn't get rid of the arm embedded in its head. Over time, its essence was drained, leading to its eventual death and fall to this planet. Yeah, that's about right, the snake nodded. Swallowing hard, Feng Xingchen asked, what about your mother? I don't know. Ever since I was severed and left on the mother bug, all my memories were cut off. The snake's eyes flickered with sadness as it spoke. All right. Sensing the snake's sorrow, Feng Xingchen quickly changed the topic. You don't have wings, how can you fly? I told you, I'm a mechanical life form equivalent to a level 7 civilization. Once I developed a power core, I gained the ability to manipulate anti-gravity, altering magnetic fields to lift myself. In fact, Earth's hovercars operate on the same principle, the snake explained. I see. Feng Xingchen said, finally understanding. I thought you had some kind of immense mental energy that allowed you to levitate. The snake chuckled. My mental energy has only recovered to about level 6 right now. I can't even perform mental energy attacks, let alone lift myself. That's something only mental energy masters at level 13 or above can achieve. Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in shock, his jaw practically dropping. What the? Level 6? That high? Your old man here only has level 5 mental power. He was truly stunned, so much so he didn't even notice referring to himself as old man. The little snake lifted its head proudly. TCH. People of the Lingpeng race are born with immense mental power. We just need other mental energy to activate our DNA, and we can develop unique evolutionary modes. When I grow up, they'll be able to drag a cosmic battleship with just my mental power alone. Feng Xingshan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wow, the Lingpeng race is incredible. You must be unstoppable in the universe, right? At those words, the little snake's expression darkened. Unstoppable. Our planet's been destroyed, and our entire race wiped out. I'm probably the only one left, and I'm not even in full form. Feng Xingshan exclaimed, "What the heck? A race as powerful as yours couldn't even defend itself." The little snake let out a bitter laugh. In reality, the Lingpeng race is only at the level of a 7th-tier civilization. Any 8th-tier or higher civilization can annihilate us with ease. Are you kidding me? Feng Xingshan gasped. 7th-tier civilization is already amazing. How could you all be wiped out if you just handled diplomacy properly? The little snake nodded. You're right. But unfortunately, our species reproduces slowly, and our population was always small. Each individual was so powerful that we often caused trouble, offending people we shouldn't have. The snake's expression grew even more somber. The truth is, I escaped while gravely injured. After barely evading the pursuit of an 8th-tier civilization, I ran into that wretched combat mother bug. If it weren't for that, with my original mental power and dozens of top-tier weapons capable of tearing apart 7th-tier starships, how could a juvenile combat mother bug have broken my arm? Feng Xingshan's heart pounded as he listened. Sigh? Well, forget it. You've been stuck on Kuntan Star for 90 years with that combat mother bug, and no one's found you yet. I'd say you're safe for now. But from now on, you'd better keep a low profile. I understand. The little snake nodded firmly. From now on, they'll stick with you and avoid using my mental power unless absolutely necessary. If the situation gets dire, I can use your mechas for battle. Feng Xingshan was intrigued. You know how to use mechas? The little snake shook its head in disdain. Sigh, you Earth Federation people think too highly of them. Those primitive mechas are junk to me. But if you let me pilot one, I could push it to 200 of its potential. This wasn't an exaggeration. Mechanical life forms like the Lingpeng race had an unparalleled affinity and understanding of machinery. Even scientists from 8th and 9th-tier civilizations studied the Lingpeng for insights into the evolution of metal and machines. Any machinery in the hands of a Lingpeng could unleash unimaginable power, far beyond the reach of even legendary masters. All right, you're officially my kid now. Feng Xingshan laughed heartily. He thought to himself, this is incredible. With such a superpowered little ally by my side, if I could get my hands on a mecha and have the little snake pilot it, would easily save Shui Miao from the clutches of the Kaija people. Who knows, maybe she'd be so impressed she'd fall for me. As he indulged in his wild daydreams, the little snake suddenly became alert, scanning the surroundings warily. Dad, I think we need to leave this place and find somewhere safe. If we don't go now, you're going to dehydrate. Feng Xingshan froze. What? This place isn't safe? Of course it's not safe. The little snake replied seriously. I've noticed some subtle changes in the mother bug. A sense of unease crept into Feng Xingshan's heart. What do you mean? Based on my observations, the mother bug is shrinking, and it seems there's a new life form signature inside her. Feng Xingshan was stunned. Could it be that removing the metal arm had lifted some kind of seal, and now the mother bug was reviving? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Panicked, he dashed to the tattered single-soldier armor nearby and quickly climbed inside. Hiss! The armor sealed around him and reactivated. Let's move, he shouted, taking the lead as he sprinted away. A joke, really? A bug capable of tearing apart the super-metal life forms of a 7th-level civilization, how could it not serve as a decent meal for someone like him? Yet, his pace visibly slowed. After just 2 or 3 steps, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. The massive insect carcass, stretching over 300 meters, was blown in half. From the wreckage, a blood-red shadow shot out, twisting midair. Spotting Feng Xingshan, it let out a spine-chilling screech and lunged straight at him. The single-soldier armor's 360-degree observation system and high-definition cameras captured everything in vivid detail. He saw it clearly. The blood-red shadow was a terrifying armored catfish over a meter long. Its appearance resembled a scaled-down version of a battle queen insect, but it had a pair of semi-transparent wings, and its body gleamed with a metallic sheen, appearing even more robust than his armor. As for speed, it easily exceeded 80 meters per second. His heart sank rapidly. His narrowed eyes reflected his alarm as his pupils contracted sharply, only to dilate again. The Windwalker state kicked in as expected. He reached down with one hand, brushing the outer side of his thigh, and gripped a short rod about 30 centimeters long. With a light press click, the rod rapidly transformed into a 1.3-meter-long combat blade. Perhaps this blade could make a difference. The insect's charging movements were faithfully relayed by the high-definition cameras right before his eyes. He squinted, waiting until the creature was less than 10 meters away. Then, In a sudden motion, he spun around, slashing the blade diagonally. This strike had been meticulously planned, and he was confident it would hit its mark. His only concern was whether the blade could cut through that radiant shell. His concern was not unfounded. The Battle Queen insect had been able to snap the metallic arm of a Lingpeng warrior from a 7th-level civilization, proving its shell was unimaginably tough. Yet, as his blade swung down, just as it was about to strike the insect, the creature twisted its wings, performing an aerial roll. The blade missed by a hair's breadth, slicing past its body without contact. He had missed. A 6th-level novice like him, with a strength exceeding 2 tons, could easily push past 5 tons with the support of the single-soldier armor. The immense force combined with the speed of his strike should have easily broken the sound barrier. How could he have missed? But now was no time for contemplation. The insect had closed the distance to less than 2 meters, leaving him no room to evade. Ironically, in his rare Windwalker state, he could predict the insect's trajectory with precision. Unfortunately, his current physical reaction speed, combined with the damaged armor, simply couldn't keep up. Perhaps as a reflex, his inner energy surged, attempting to break free from his body. At the 4th level, inner energy could be externally projected, delivering powerful strikes. By the 6th level, the externalized energy became even more formidable, potentially enough to repel this relatively small insect. Whoosh! His inner energy did indeed circulate at high speed, but instead of bursting outward, it exploded from his dantian, forming a shield of energy around his armor. Just as the shield materialized, the insect collided with it. Thud! The insect let out a hoarse, discomfort screech, twisting midair as it was flung dozens of meters away. Its membranous wings flapped furiously as it adjusted its posture. Feng Xingchen froze for a moment. From the 4th to the 6th level, inner energy could only be projected outward. Only upon reaching the 7th level could one fundamentally control the energy to condense it into a protective shield. Could it be he had just stepped into the 7th level? That was insane, but there was no time to dwell on it. The insect, moving with breathtaking speed, adjusted its aerial stance in an instant and dove at him again, even faster than before. Narrowing his eyes, he swung his vibrating blade with a flurry of movements, creating an impenetrable wall of steel. At the same time, he channeled his inner energy, trying to adapt to this newfound power as quickly as possible, searching for a way to survive. Watching the insect's relentless assault, the little snake in the distance was practically bursting with anxiety. Unfortunately, it had just hatched and lacked sufficient energy. It couldn't match the insect's flying speed or its nimble aerial maneuvers. Moreover, its mid-level 6th-tier mental abilities were far from capable of unleashing any unique attacks. Even attempting to throw the insect off course was impossible. The most disheartening thing was that its rock-dissolving beam, designed to rapidly decompose rare metals for the Lingpeng race, was ineffective against living organisms. Damn it, this was a nightmare. In a moment of desperation, the small snake's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a heavy sniper rifle, one that Feng Xingchen had used before. Bang! A thunderous shot rang out as the bullet was fired. Unfortunately, the heavy recoil of the sniper rifle, combined with the lack of support as it floated in midair, caused the barrel to jerk upwards, sending the bullet off course. It landed 2 meters away from the bug, completely missing its target. However, both Feng Xingchen and the snake had overlooked something. During its first attack, the bug had not used its claws or the sharp spikes on its back. This time, perhaps startled by the loud sound of the sniper rifle, the bug lunged toward Feng Xingchen. The 2 sharp spikes on its back suddenly trembled and shot forward like lightning, striking precisely on the blade of his vibrating knife. Clang! With what appeared to be a casual tap, the blade, made of specialized tantalum titanium alloy, snapped into 2 pieces. Terrified, Feng Xingchen hurriedly activated his internal energy shield. But this time, the bug seemed determined to ensure its attack would succeed. Its 2 menacing front claws slashed horizontally, tearing 2 gashes into the energy shield, which dissipated instantly. With its success, the bug hurled itself against Feng Xingchen's single-soldier armor. Crack! The seemingly sturdy armor tore apart like paper. Without hesitation, the bug slammed into Feng Xingchen's chest and vanished. Feng Xingchen stared in horror as the bug burrowed into his body. His face turned pale green as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and letting out ear-piercing screams. At that moment, he recalled the scene of the brood mother exploding and realized his fate was likely to be just as gruesome, his body torn apart with no remains left behind. Strangely, after rolling on the ground for over 10 seconds, he felt no excruciating pain in his organs, nor did he sense any signs of an impending explosion. It was as if the bug had truly disappeared. Slowly, he stopped rolling, stood up with a face full of confusion, and manually disengaged his damaged armor. Stripping off his clothing, he revealed his muscular upper body. Staring at his smooth, unblemished skin, he froze in disbelief. Where was the gaping wound he had imagined on his chest? This was too bizarre. Even the highly advanced snake from a 7th-level civilization flew over, circling him a few times. It found no signs of injury and appeared equally perplexed. Feng Xingqian's gaze shifted to his utterly destroyed armor. The gruesome hole in it served as proof that what had just happened was no dream. Hesitantly, the snake suggested, Dad, maybe you should try using your mental energy to check your condition. Feng Xingqian scratched his head, closed his eyes, and focused his mental energy to thoroughly examine his body. The snake, growing impatient, hovered around him anxiously. A few minutes later, Feng Xingqian suddenly opened his eyes wide, licked his lips, and raised both hands in triumph, bursting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! So that's what happened. His laughter grew louder and more jubilant. The snake, exasperated, finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Dad, snap out of it. Startled, Feng Xingqian immediately stopped laughing and turned to glare at the snake with a smug expression. Do you have any idea what kind of benefit your old man just got? The snake shook its head decisively. No idea. Haha, let me tell you. Inside that combat brood mother, there was a hidden egg. Before he could finish, the snake interrupted with a sharp cry. Impossible. Combat brood mothers can't have eggs. They exist solely for battle. From the moment they're born, their ability to lay eggs is forcibly taken away. Besides, this particular combat brood mother wasn't even fully matured yet. Feng Xingqian nodded. You're right about that. But sometimes, unexpected things happen. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke before continuing. You see, the swarm this combat brood mother belonged to had just been annihilated. During that brutal extermination, the true brood mother was struck by a level 9 civilization's armor-piercing round, causing it to explode. A piece of hollow bone carrying several eggs hit this combat brood mother. By sheer coincidence, one of the eggs became deeply embedded in its body and survived. The snake stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, it stammered. All right, due to a series of coincidences, this egg ended up inside the combat brood mother. I can accept that part. But what happens next? Feng Xingqian laughed heartily and said, perhaps it's the supreme rule of natural selection at work. The insect egg seems to have had an extraordinary and inexplicable effect on the combat mother bug's physiology. Out of control, the mother bug gradually generated a unique and eerie substance, which slowly gathered inside the egg. With the help of this substance, the egg seems capable of hatching an entirely new mother bug. Xiaoxi was left dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for a long time. Countless facts have proven that, under the guidance of natural selection, cases of asexual reproduction in beasts are not impossible. Especially in this case, considering we're talking about a species that has survived and adapted to harsh environments for millions of years, such an occurrence seems almost natural. Feng Xingqian took a deep drag on his cigarette before continuing. The combat mother bug, weakened by this unexpected egg, was caught while fleeing from pursuit. At that moment, it encountered your mother, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, your arm pierced the mother bug's body. The bug twisted violently before breaking, leaving your arm embedded inside. Strangely, the egg ended up clenched in the palm of your severed arm, losing the space it needed to hatch. Feng Xingqian paused briefly before adding, when I retrieved Lingping's arm and activated your DNA evolution with spiritual power, the hand loosened its grip, and the egg fell out. By sheer coincidence, the rolling egg came into contact with his skin and cracked open. Strangely, the special substance inside the egg floated out and was absorbed into his body. A segment of its DNA turned out to be highly compatible with his, merging into his system. Shortly after, the larva emerged, instinctively seeking food. It burrowed into the combat mother bug's body, consuming much of the high-energy remnants. In just over 30 hours, it advanced to its second evolutionary stage. Xiaoxi interjected, so it attacked you for food? Feng Xingqian grinned. If it wanted to attack me, I would have been dead long ago. After reaching its second stage, the bug, having inherited the mother bug's genes, saw me as its mother and desperately tried to get close to me. At first, I thought it was attacking me and fought back with all my strength, but I failed in the end. It managed to enter my body. And what happened to the bug? Xiaoxi asked eagerly, clearly intrigued by this part of the story. Feng Xingqian animatedly waved his hands to emphasize his point. The eggshell was imbued with a unique insect king space, which has now merged into one of my cells. Although it looked like the bug collided with me, in reality, it was more like a kangaroo hopping into its mother's pouch. It returned to the insect king space. Earlier, when I probed it with my spiritual power, I established a connection with it, and through this bond, I saw some blurry images. Combining those with my own deductions, I finally understood everything. Xiaoxi gulped audibly. Can you release it to fight for you? Feng Xingqian laughed. Haha, of course. I'm its mom, after all. Why else would I be so excited? His expression turned peculiar. Who would have thought that after falling into this mess, I'd accidentally end up with a son and a daughter, well, technically a daughter bug. Now I'm both dad and mom. I don't even know how to describe my feelings. Would you call this ridiculous or what? Xiaoxi grew excited. Dad, Let it out so we can see. With mixed emotions, Feng Xingqian made no unnecessary movements. Whoosh! The terrifying bug suddenly appeared, circling his feet like a small dog and occasionally nudging him. He reached out to touch its hard shell and suddenly chuckled. From now on, your name will be Meng Meng. The bug seemed indifferent, showing no resistance to the name. Xiaoxi, however, was puzzled. Why call it Meng Meng? Feng Xingqian replied. Look at it, it's so cute and silly looking. What else would I call it? Xiaoxi was speechless. Cute and silly? This thing was clearly terrifying. How could it have such an adorable name? This was just messing with him. Unwilling to let it go, Xiaoxi protested. Dad, even the bug has a name. Shouldn't I get one too? You? Feng Xingqian said thoughtfully. From now on, you'll be called Quan Quan. Xiaoxi was baffled. Why Quan Quan? Feng Xingqian laughed. Because I like the sound of it. Xiaoxi shook his head in exasperation. I object. According to Earth's Chinese traditions, as your son, I should take your surname. I've decided I'll be called Feng Xiaohao from now on. Feng Xingqian sighed helplessly. Fine, have it your way. The little snake asked excitedly. Dad, since there's no danger, should we stay here for a couple of days or leave as soon as possible? Feng Xingqian answered without hesitation. Of course, we leave. I don't have a combat exosuit, let alone weapons. He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Wait, Xiaohao, did you just materialize a heavy sniper rifle? Yeah, so what? Xiaohao responded. Of course, there's a problem. Feng Xingqian said angrily. Didn't you say earlier that you couldn't materialize weapons for now? A mere 19mm live ammo heavy sniper rifle counts as a weapon? You dare to ask, but I don't even feel like explaining. Xiaohao snorted. Feng Xingqian scratched his chin and asked with concern. If you can materialize weapons, do you have enough ammunition? That depends on the materials I have. Xiaohao pondered for a moment. With my current resources, I can only manage to create overclocked rounds. What? Feng Xingqian was stunned. He had heard of overclocked rounds before. These bullets, formerly known as overclocked oscillation penetration rounds, use incredible oscillation frequencies to alter matter. He explained, you know about microwave ovens, right? They use an internal magnetron to convert electrical energy into 2.45 billion oscillations per second, which pass through food, causing polar molecules to vibrate and generate heat, thus cooking the food. Overclocked rounds work on a similar principle, but they incorporate electric energy and laser emitters into a single bullet. When fired, a laser beam is emitted, converting into 8.5 billion oscillations per second for 4 seconds. Forget living beings, this could instantly break through a 30 km thick alloy wall. However, these bullets are extremely costly and produced in limited quantities. They're only issued to special forces or hostage rescue SWAT teams. Even field armies don't qualify to use them. Xiaohao didn't respond but continued. This planet's terrain is complex, and without a combat exosuit, it's quite dangerous for you, Dad. Here's the deal. I can fully repair this wrecked exosuit. Feng Xingqian was overjoyed. Great, go ahead. Xiaohao floated over to the broken exosuit, quickly expanded, and in seconds transformed into a 5-meter-long giant snake. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the exosuit whole. What the? Are you eating it or repairing it? Feng Xingqian watched nervously. Xiaohao couldn't be bothered to answer and muttered, Ugh, the metal is so low grade. Not even remotely satisfying. Only you Earth Federation folks would treasure this junk. Feng Xingqian retorted indignantly. Humph. High-level civilizations also started from lower levels. If you're so capable, give me equipment from a level 7 civilization. Not enough materials to make anything that good. But I did ingest some rare vanadium before, and combining that with your oscillation blade, I can barely create a slightly better weapon. He'll make one for you. Xiaohao said as he swallowed the broken oscillation blade. Squinting his eyes, the tip of the giant snake's tail slowly bulged. 2 minutes later, like it was excreting something, a short rod emerged. From the outside, the short rod looked identical to their standard equipment. However, Xiaohao explained, due to limited materials, I could only incorporate a small amount of rare vanadium. It barely reaches level 3 civilization technology. The blade is now tougher, and the oscillation frequency is 8 million times per second. This enhancement should give it some effectiveness against bio-beasts better than nothing. Feng Xingqian quickly picked up the short rod, inspecting it as he asked, You know about bio-beasts? Of course I do. I went outside the cave earlier, casually took out one, and then connected to a low-level network to download a lot of information, including many of the Kaija people's secrets. I bet the intelligence I have now surpasses that of Earth's military. Oh, you killed the bio-beast at the cave entrance? Feng Xingqian asked in surprise. The little snake tilted its head indifferently. That trashy bio-beast isn't even worth mentioning. Feng Xingqian was speechless and clicked his tongue. He gave the short rod a gentle twist. With a sharp ding, a long blade extended in front of him. He swung it lightly a couple of times, and the high-frequency oscillating blade cut through the air, emitting a faint humming sound that felt reassuring. One thing to note, this blade consumes a lot of energy. With high-energy batteries, it can only run at full power for 6 to 7 hours. If you can get your hands on Kaija energy blocks, they'd be much more efficient than high-energy batteries. I could prepare a few spares for you then. Got it, Feng Xingchen replied, quickly retracting the blade and gripping the short rod tightly. What about the exosuit? Almost done. The giant snake squinted its eyes, holding its breath as if it were focusing on completing a crucial task. A few minutes later, with a loud clang, a metal alloy box fell to the ground. Feng Xingchen, in high spirits, twisted the box and gave it a shake. Click, click, click. The box rapidly transformed, expanding into a set of single soldier armor. Stepping into the armor, Feng Xingchen skillfully operated various instruments, performed a quick check, and then burst into laughter. Haha, excellent, excellent. It's fully repaired. His voice was filled with excitement as his gaze repeatedly darted toward the belly of the giant serpent. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of advanced workshop Xiaohao's stomach contained to repair the damaged armor so quickly. In the future, as Xiaohao grows older, could he even produce 7th-level civilization mechs? What an incredible factory he is. While his thoughts wandered, the giant serpent spat out a heavy sniper rifle and 2 magazines, speaking with a tone of concern. Hey, race your sniper rifle. Due to limitations in available materials, there aren't many bullets, just 14 overcharged rounds. Of course, if you want Tantalumkin bullets, I can make a few hundred once I gather some materials. Feng Xingchen understood the devastating power of Tantalumkin bullets against the rovers and replied, no need for now. If it's just metal bullets, I can make them myself. But as for the high-explosive Tantalumkin rounds, I can't find the necessary materials at the moment. Nodding, he said, all right. No need for Tantalumkin rounds for now. They'll head out to the defensive high ground we set up earlier if I can find a supply crate. They'll have everything I need. Muttering to himself, Feng Xingchen picked up the sniper rifle, slapped a magazine into the chamber, raised the weapon, and aimed at the distant air, grinning with satisfaction. Once he had equipped himself, he sent Ming Ming back to the Worm King's space, while Feng Xiaohao of the Lingpon clan transformed back into a wristband and wrapped around his wrist. Then, Feng Xingchen sprinted toward the cave entrance. Raising his arm slightly, 2 pigeon-egg-sized probes emerged from his forearm and swiftly flew out of the cave. After circling the area, they reported that apart from the corpse of the giant beast, there was nothing else outside. Impressive, my clever son is truly amazing, he muttered, quickly directing the probes to scout 2 or 3 kilometers further. Even then, they found no other monsters or rovers. After recalling the probes, Feng Xingchen exited the cave, activated his communicator, and attempted to send a distress signal. However, after waiting for a while, there was no response. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he murmured, why is there no reply? Just then, Feng Xiaohao's voice came through his earpiece. Dad, I found some fragments of information, and it's not looking good. Feng Xingchen's heart tightened as he quickly asked, what's going on? A few hours ago, all 23 Earth military bases on this planet were overrun. Feng Xiaohao's voice carried a tone of urgency. Only 40 hours have passed. Are the Kaija so formidable? Feng Xingchen was stunned. It was clear that the Kaija had come prepared. 100 starships had suddenly appeared. Despite Earth's space forces fighting desperately, even resorting to ramming their ships, and the ground-based air defense units providing full support, the Kaija assault could not be stopped. In the end, Earth's space forces, outnumbered and outgunned, were completely annihilated, though they managed to destroy 84 Kaija starships. Afterward, the Kaiji's transport fleet deployed 170,000 biobes and 80,000 rovers to seize key points on the surface, followed by 300,000 ground troops who relentlessly pressured the human forces. As a result, the 23 bases were utterly decimated within just 14 hours. Feng Xingchen licked his lips and anxiously asked, do we have reinforcements? No reinforcements for now, Feng Xiaohao replied with a note of helplessness. It seems that your main forces are being held up by the Kaija in the Rokastar region. Earth's Federation lacks the production capacity for warships, and the reinforcements they can spare are being sent to the more critical Rokastar region. In other words, the military has temporarily abandoned Tunnan Star. If the main forces in the Karo Star region can't secure a victory, this planet will become a resource hubert, even an administrative center for the Kaija. Feng Xingchen covered his forehead, his unease growing. In a low voice, he asked, are there any survivors left on this planet? Feng Xiaohai said, just now, I discovered a very hidden piece of information. It seems the Kaija people have received support from the Level 3 civilization, the Caslan Empire. They've acquired a powerful radio wave tracking technology that can monitor all your communication frequencies and lock onto targets. With this in play, even if there are survivors, who would dare to contact anyone else? What? Tracking communication signals to lock onto targets? Damn it. I knew it. I freaking called it. This is bad, really bad. Feng Xingchen shouted, bolting into a run while cursing. You idiot. Why didn't you warn your old man earlier? Xiaohai replied with a hint of grievance. How was I supposed to know? I only started searching after your communication failed. Feng Xingchen thought for a moment. How could he blame Xiaohai? Wasn't it during the last chase that he noticed something was off? But after passing out twice in a row, he had completely forgotten about it. He sighed helplessly. What do we do now? Don't worry, Dad. I can try to retune your communicator so the single soldier armor frequency jumps out of their detection range. Then I'll see if I can find any signals from other survivors. All right, do it quickly. Also, can you figure out a way to extend the range of the single soldier radar? Xiaohai paused for a few seconds and replied, I can adjust it, but it will sacrifice the clarity of the 3D imaging. Forget about clarity. We're in trouble. It looks like the Kaija people tracked the distress signal we sent earlier. Correct. The single soldier radar shows two red dots rapidly approaching from 5 kilometers to the right. Based on their identification codes, they're definitely enemies. Feng Xingqian started running quickly and soon climbed to the top of a small hill. Finding what he deemed a favorable position, he lay down, raised his heavy sniper rifle, and aimed in the direction of the moving red dots. Before long, two figures appeared in the photon scope. As the helmet's auxiliary aiming system zoomed in multiple times, his eyes narrowed sharply. Those are two wanderers. Without hesitation, he locked onto the power core of one of them. As soon as it entered the effective range, he pulled the trigger. 970 meters away, the two wanderers were moving at high speed when the one on the left suddenly stopped. It slowly looked down at its power core, where an odd object had appeared. Before it could react, the object unleashed a burst of ultra-high-speed oscillating laser. The laser caused the metal molecules in the area to vibrate at extreme speeds, generating intense heat. In less than a second, a basin-sized hole had melted through from the inside out. Sparks flew from the wanderer, and it immediately collapsed to the ground. Damn, this thing is amazing. Feng Xingqian marveled at the power of the hyperfrequency round, thinking that if he had an unlimited supply of such bullets, he'd have the confidence to dominate vast territories. At that moment, the other wanderer, having witnessed its companion's fate, immediately initiated an evasive charge program. It began performing erratic, unpredictable maneuvers while simultaneously launching 3 missiles directly at Feng Xingqian's position. Feng Xingqian gritted his teeth, not even glancing at the incoming missiles. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on the flickering wanderer, his mind calm and focused. Suddenly, a peculiar vibration radiated outward from his brain, expanding rapidly to cover a 1-kilometer radius in an instant. He froze for a moment. This sensation was entirely new to him. But in that instant, he felt as if he were a god within this area, able to perceive every minute detail. Overjoyed, he forced himself to remain calm and refocused on the wanderer. In this strange state, its 90 km/h flickering speed seemed clumsy and sluggish. Its evasive maneuvers looked like child's play, stripped of any mystery or effectiveness. What a waste not having tantalum coin rounds. Using hyperfrequency rounds on a wanderer feels like such overkill. If anyone else heard this thought, they'd probably lose their minds. Most heavy snipers only had level 2 mental strength, and achieving a 3B sniper rating was already a significant accomplishment. At that level, hitting a moving target at such speed was nearly impossible. In fact, even a level 2A sniper would struggle. Despite his thoughts, Feng Xingqian pressed the trigger steadily. A bullet shot out of the barrel. Without waiting to see if it hit the target, he slapped the armor hastily. He hadn't forgotten about the 2 incoming missiles. The armored suit's lower back suddenly opened, ejecting 10 miniature, heat-seeking missiles to the left. At that moment, he leaped into the air and sprinted to the right like lightning. Before he had covered 50 meters, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. 2 missiles had followed closely, detonating over 100 meters away. The deafening shockwave, mixed with countless chunks of rock, surged toward him. Narrowing his eyes instinctively, he quickly channeled his inner energy. With a resounding boom, a protective energy shield instantly formed, encircling the outer layer of his combat armor. As the shockwave struck, he felt as if his footing had become unsteady. But as his inner energy continued to flow, he managed to maintain his balance. Not only did he avoid falling, but he also used the force of the shockwave to propel himself forward, covering another 100 meters. With a swift roll to the side, he successfully took cover behind a massive boulder. When the shockwave subsided, he shook his head and cursed under his breath. Damn, those Kaija missiles are something else. Xiao Hao nearby scoffed. You call that impressive? 2 missiles, each only 50 centimeters long, with a blast radius of just 200 meters? That's pathetic. Feng Xingqian responded irritably. Fine, you win, okay? Ignoring the argument, Xiao Hao said, Dad, the radar is fully calibrated. Detection radius has been extended to 15 kilometers. Also, the signal frequency adjustments are complete. You can now connect to the signal source. Take your time checking for any rendezvous coordinates left by our comrades. No need to rush. He added, the Kaija patrol bots are heavily armed, and your combat skills are too basic. If we run into a few more of them, your personal armor won't be enough to keep you safe. I could only create 14 overclocked rounds, and once they're gone, you'll be in real danger. So, I've decided to upgrade your equipment. Upgrade? How? Feng Xingqian asked. Xiao Hao replied. First, let's check out those 2 patrol bots. If we can absorb them, we might find something useful. Excited, Feng Xingchen nodded eagerly. All right, all right. Having such an amazing son is a blessing, like our ancestors are smiling down on us. He thought to himself, maybe he should test his daughter's abilities later. Who knows? She might be just as remarkable. They sprinted at full speed and soon reached the first patrol bot. Xiao Hao quickly slid onto the ground, stretching into a form over 10 meters long. With one swift motion, he devoured the Nini-Metertal machine. Like a greedy serpent swallowing an elephant, he then hurried to the second bot and gulped it down just as effortlessly. Feng Xingchen watched in stunned silence, wondering, where on earth did this guy put two massive robots? His body doesn't even look the slightest bit bloated. After consuming both machines, Xiao Hao stopped moving, narrowing his eyes as he began to digest. Bored, Feng Xingchen sat down nearby to smoke while waiting. However, after 2 or 3 minutes, there was no sign of new equipment, only the sound of the Kaija forces closing in. The radar blared with warnings. Within 13 kilometers, over a dozen red dots had appeared. No, not just a dozen, the number was growing, now exceeding 30. Seeing the positions of the red dots, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, "Oh no, this is clearly the prelude to being surrounded." Hearing this, Xiao Hao quickly returned, transforming into a small snake and coiling around Feng Xingchen's wrist to become a compact wrist guard. He connected to the personal armor's instruments, closely monitoring the approaching red dots that had already formed an encircling formation. Feng Xingchen broke into a desperate sprint, but in the open wilderness, there was no escaping their tracking. If enemy aircraft or mechs joined the pursuit, even 10 soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. He didn't dare return to the underground bunker he had just left. The thought crossed his mind, if they drop a few nuclear bombs in there, even if I survive the explosion, I'd be buried alive. He couldn't forget that the enemy controlled the skies, and the commotion he had caused was likely already flagged by their aerial surveillance systems. Frantically scanning the map, he finally settled on a forested area 7 kilometers away. The planet Kuntan boasts an exceptionally high level of vegetation coverage, yet its plant life is extraordinarily peculiar. These plants can synthesize moisture directly from the air, and some species even possess the ability to devour any living creature that ventures too close. Additionally, all the vegetation emits dense, charged particles that severely disrupt the functionality of electronic devices. His plan was simple: to exploit the charged particles abundant in the forest to disable the Kaijuran's early warning systems, their heavily armed rovers, and their mechs. If any biobeasts appeared, he could rely on the threat of the carnivorous plants to eliminate the Kaijuran's forces. Despite his fear of the forest, humans had lived on this planet for over a decade. Thanks to their relatively advanced technological research capabilities, they had gained a deep understanding of the local flora. Moreover, jungle survival was a mandatory course for stationed troops, which gave him confidence that humans had a distinct advantage over the Kaijuran. However, as he sprinted into the forested area, he froze in shock. The forest had been blasted into a chaotic wasteland. He cursed angrily, damn it. It was apparent that many Federation soldiers had previously sought refuge here, enraging the Kaijuran to the point that they destroyed the ecosystem by launching massive shockwave bombs to clear the area. Fortunately, the shockwave from the bombs spread horizontally, leaving some stumps and countless fallen trees on the uneven ground. In the lower-lying areas, some plants had remained relatively intact. He checked his map and found a canyon 11 kilometers away, over 400 meters deep. He figured that the complex terrain there would have preserved the vegetation in better condition. However, the Kaijuran squads participating in the encirclement seemed to have detected his intentions and were moving swiftly to intercept him laterally. Meanwhile, the pursuers behind him had closed the gap to just 5 kilometers. He quickly counted there were about 12 trackers behind him, likely rovers judging by their consistent speed of 90 kilometers per hour. To his left front, 4 red dots moved at varying speeds, possibly indicating large biobeasts. Ahead of him, 14 red dots with varying speeds suggested a disorganized group of forces. The right front was clear of any enemies, but he dared not risk it. Hat direction led to a vast desert spanning 300,000 square kilometers, a place where entering meant certain death. It seemed he had no choice but to break through. Clutching his advanced weaponry, he still felt a surge of confidence. Pushing his speed to the limit, he charged straight ahead. At this moment, he had entered the optimal attack range, and the Kaijuran squad, losing patience, launched a dense barrage of missiles, blanketing the area. Damn it! He cursed again, tossing his sniper rifle, magazine, and shockwave blade high into the air before slamming his armor. His exosuit ejected its remaining dozen or so high-heat decoy missiles, and with a loud crack, the suit split open. He performed a forward roll to escape the armor, leaped into the air to catch his falling equipment, and landed smoothly before spinning around to charge directly at his pursuers. His decision was spot on. As he turned, some of the missiles were drawn to the decoy projectiles, while the rest locked onto the armor. Although he no longer had the protection of the exosuit, his personal speed now exceeded the suit's maximum capability. Before the missiles could hit their target, He had already dashed over 100 meters away. Boom. A massive explosion erupted behind him, and the shockwave roared toward him. If he were still at level 6, such a powerful shockwave would have left him severely burned. But now, at level 7, his internal energy surged rapidly. Suddenly, a faint membrane of light appeared in front of him. As the shockwave and flames approached, the membrane flickered a few times, successfully keeping the flames at bay. Haha, my internal energy shield is no less effective than the exosuit. As long as I stay about 150 meters from the explosion center, I'll be perfectly fine. He laughed maniacally, coming to a halt. His peculiar mental energy instantly spread across a 1 kilometer radius as he raised his rifle, calmly firing off 5 precise shots. If it were an ordinary sniper rifle made on Earth, it would only manage 2 shots per second. However, this gun modified by Xiao Hao in some mysterious way could fire continuously without losing accuracy. Of course, the recoil from rapid fire would usually severely affect precision. But at this moment, he had inexplicably ascended to the level of a 7th-tier master. His physique, enhanced by the purple mist, was even more formidable than that of 8th or 9th-tier experts. Combined with a peculiar ability to slow down his targets, he still managed to maintain unparalleled precision. 5 rovers, stationed 800 meters away, were all disabled after being struck by the overclocked rounds. He sprinted forward, reloading his last magazine as he ran. By then, the remaining 9 rovers began executing evasive charging maneuvers. Their movement speed subtly reduced, but their missile launching rate grew even faster. Although he had lost his personal armor, his speed had increased significantly. Once he entered the wind walk state, his speed became astonishing, leaving afterimages in his wake. Facing incoming missiles, he had more than enough time to evade the blast radius by 150 meters. His inner energy shield also provided him with protection. After the explosion, he merely staggered slightly, emerging completely unscathed. Witnessing this, the rovers adapted their strategy, deploying heavy ballistic machine guns that unleashed a barrage of massive 55mm rounds. However, the rovers were unaware that he could even dodge the high-speed cannons of a mech pilot. These bullets were nothing to him. Dodging the incoming projectiles, Feng Xingqian charged toward 4 massive beasts to his left front, now only 300 meters away. He let out a strange yell and suddenly flung Meng Meng forward. If Meng Meng's speed was nearly double his own, and its claws could instantly pierce through personal armor, even 4 bio-beasts wouldn't stand a chance. After all, what was the point of keeping such a dangerous creature if it couldn't help him before his death? It was better to take down the beasts with it. But then, 10 seconds later, his eyes widened in shock. Meng Meng dashed forward at lightning speed, piercing straight through the skull of the first giant bio-beast. Before the beast even hit the ground, it flashed to the side of the second one, its fiery red figure tearing open the beast's abdomen and leaving a massive crater. However, Meng Meng's level seemed insufficient. After unleashing its strength in this double kill, its energy was depleted, and it fell to the ground, panting heavily. This sight filled Feng Xingqian with wild joy. He quickly raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot at the beast charging toward Meng Meng. The overclocked round proved its worth, causing the beast to momentarily freeze upon being hit. Then, with a loud roar, it collapsed in a heap. He was thrilled, though slightly regretful that he only had 6 bullets left. Unsure if it would be enough to break through, he reluctantly raised his gun and fired at the 4th beast. He then sprinted toward Meng Meng, swiftly retrieving the creature into the Worm King space before running with all his might. Behind him, bullets rained down like a storm, but he dodged every single one. A 7th-tier master, even in an army filled with elites, was a formidable figure. If he wanted to escape, no one could easily catch him, especially not when he was a windwalk expert who had attained a legendary level of mastery. After running 2 or 3 kilometers, the terrain became slightly sunken, and the trees grew denser. While this low-lying area wasn't large, it gave him a brief moment to catch his breath. Once there, he shouted, "Xiao Hao, is the new gear ready?" "It's ready," Xiao Hao responded, detaching from his wrist and floating 2 meters away, materializing an alloy box out of thin air. Feng Xingqian didn't have time to think. He grabbed the box and gave it a shake. With a series of clicks, a layer of metal plates quickly covered his entire body, though they seemed riddled with gaps. He froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with blazing excitement. Trembling slightly, he reached out to gently touch the cold armor plates, murmuring under his breath, "It's this treasure." Anyone who underestimates these seemingly flimsy armor plates simply lacks insight. These are exoskeletal armor plates, designed with a metal spine and 4 main axes for support. They incorporate armored plating and a spring-loaded system to protect critical body parts while enhancing speed. In fact, the more skilled the user, the more significant the benefits of exoskeletal armor become. To understand this, we first need to discuss individual combat armor. Fully enclosed individual combat armor is powered by an energy core with a fixed power output. With just a few days of training, anyone can operate it proficiently. Even an ordinary person can perform at the level of a 7th-tier expert by relying on the armor's advanced technological attachments. This has been invaluable for enhancing the overall combat strength of the Earth Federation's military. However, due to its fixed power output and fully enclosed design, the armor imposes significant limitations on highly skilled users. For instance, the maximum speed of individual combat armor is 80 kilometers per hour, while a 7th-tier expert can reach speeds of at least 25 meters per second, equivalent to 90 kilometers per hour. Once equipped with the armor, their speed drops by nearly 10 kilometers per hour, a reduction of approximately 15. In perilous combat situations, such a drawback can be critical. When it comes to combat capabilities, individual combat armor uses a compact quantum processor to translate human movements into mechanical actions. This is highly practical for those below the 6th tier of skill. However, for 7th tier and above, where brain development, neuron efficiency, sensory perception, and reaction times are significantly enhanced, the armor becomes a hindrance. Their internal energy shields already provide defense on par with the armor, and their heightened reflexes demand faster response times, something the armor restricts. As for auxiliary systems, any weapon that can be mounted on individual combat armor can also be mounted on exoskeletal armor. The fully sealed helmet, made of one-way metallic glass, is connected to an internal oxygen supply, personal radar, and 360-degree high-definition cameras. It integrates with a portable processor and features virtual displays, night vision, and light filtering. This led to the development of semi-enclosed exoskeletal armor plates without energy cores, but capable of supporting an array of auxiliary weapons. The acceleration of these plates is achieved through an efficient pressure-based spring system, enabling experts not only to maintain their natural acceleration, but to further enhance their maximum speed. However, the greater the mastery, the more lethal the dangers they face, demanding stronger protection from the armor plates. As a result, the alloys used to manufacture exoskeletal armor for the Earth Federation are almost exclusively imported from the 3rd-level civilization of the Republic of Stya or smuggled from the 4th-level civilization of the Jimon Alliance. Consequently, the value of exoskeletal armor often exceeds that of individual combat armor by more than 50 times. Feng Xingqian took a deep breath, his confidence surging. What a joke, his maximum speed had already reached 28 meters per second. With the added boost from the spring-loaded system, it could reach at least 34 meters per second, equivalent to a speed of 122 kilometers per hour. What ranger robots? They weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. And if he activated his windwalk state, he wouldn't fear being surrounded by several speed-type mechs. Yes, speed-type mechs could reach 90 kilometers per hour in mountainous terrain, which was impressive unless they were paired with aerial combat units. Still, one critical aspect of exoskeletal armor remains its dependence on internal energy reserves. While 7th-tier experts possess formidable physical endurance and can achieve speeds of 50 kilometers per hour without utilizing internal energy, the pressure-based spring system helps them sustain speeds of 80 kilometers per hour for 5 to 6 hours with slow energy circulation. However, considering the vast expanse of a planet and the reach of modern advanced radar systems, a relocation distance of 400 kilometers is negligible. This is why true 7th-tier experts almost always carry a portable hover bike or even a mini spacecraft. But Xiaohao wasn't some all-powerful being. Where would he get a hover bike or spacecraft? He had only recently broken through to the 7th tier, and being on the battlefield, he hadn't yet had the opportunity to equip himself. The heavy sniper rifle was folded and secured onto his back, held firmly by the magnetic weapon rack. He tilted his head slightly, his translucent helmet, made of one-way metallic glass, fitting snugly around his entire head. Lowering his body, he leapt forward and disappeared into the dense forest. Knowledge drilled into him through military training what plants were safe, which ones were dangerous, and what might be hidden beneath them was deeply ingrained in his mind after countless bloody lessons. In the intricate forest terrain, his speed was fully unleashed. Moving like a wisp of smoke, he darted unpredictably, charging swiftly in a pre-selected direction. Due to the presence of high-density charged particles, the aerial surveillance system and the radar of the rovers were rendered completely ineffective, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. As a result, the pre-programmed protocols caused the massive robots to remain stationary, only initiating widespread bombardment a few seconds later. However, the rover's predictive algorithms were overly formulaic, making it difficult to accurately judge the area to cover. A barrage of missiles was launched, but their targeting was based on the earlier trajectory of the infantry armor and the initial direction he had entered the forest, leaving significant gaps in precision. Today, however, 3 Kaija operatives were also part of the pursuit. Seeing that the rovers didn't follow him into the forest, Feng Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief and turned to continue running. After sprinting for 600 or 700 meters, Xiaohao suddenly spoke up. "Dad, something's off." Feng Xingqian immediately tensed up. "What is it?" Xiaohao, taking the initiative, connected to his personal AI device and expanded the radar display on the virtual screen, marking 3 red dots with flashing yellow circles. Feng Xingchen snapped. Stop overreacting. What's the big deal? They're still more than a kilometer away. Why panic? Ugh. Xiaohao was a bit frustrated but patiently explained. Dad, didn't you look closely at the data streams? These 3 red dots represent intelligent beings, Kaija operatives, and they're maintaining a relative distance of about 100 meters from each other, closing in on us at maximum speed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, damn it, they're fast. Time to move. Without hesitation, he broke into a full sprint. Xiaohao, exasperated by Feng Xingchen's reaction, quickly marked a coordinate on the map and shouted, there's no time. Head here and use the complex terrain to figure out a way to counter them. As Feng Xingchen ran, his eyes stayed fixed on the 3 rapidly approaching red dots. Inwardly, he wondered, are they all 7th or 8th level elites? Xiaohao sneered. Based on the intel I've gathered, this is a standard Kaija 3-man elite team. Their combat strength is formidable, and they're almost certainly equipped with a heavy sniper rifle. Feng Xingchen's brows furrowed, his eyes narrowing slightly, though his speed didn't falter as he raced through the forest. He knew exactly what a 3-man elite team entailed, composed of 7th to 8th level specialists, typically including a close combat assault trooper, a fire support specialist, and a heavy sniper. The Kaija operatives had highly developed leg muscles, longer thighs, and far superior speed compared to humans from Earth. Combined with their slightly more advanced technology and extensive battle experience, this formation demonstrated exceptional combat effectiveness. However, this was a dense forest, and the complex environment could nullify the threat of the heavy sniper if he relied on high-speed maneuvering to evade. His instructors had repeatedly emphasized that when facing such a team, the priority was to eliminate the assault trooper, known for their agility and close combat prowess, to disrupt their iron triangle formation. Only then should the fire support specialist and others be dealt with. Lost in thought, Feng Xingchen arrived at the area Xiaohao had marked. The place, once a dense woodland, had been partially destroyed by bombardment, leaving several massive trees, each 3 to 4 meters thick, toppled over. Their intertwined branches created the most complex terrain in the entire region. Feng Xingchen arrived at this area, lowered his head, and squeezed through a gap beneath a branch into the forest. He thought to himself, what a complicated environment. All around him were tunnels formed by trees, making him instinctively alert. The complex terrain spanned only a diameter of about 600 meters. The tree-formed pathways could interfere with radar signals to some extent. However, if surrounded by enemies, there would be no escape from missile strikes or even tactical nukes. Even if they couldn't kill him outright, they could force him out into the open, facing the threat of death. Don't worry, these sturdy trees make missiles and nukes less effective. Feng Xingchen recalled his instructor's words, feeling slightly reassured. He remembered 2 key points for handling such situations. First, move at high speed and never stay in one spot for more than 3 seconds. Second, beware of heavy snipers. Never expose yourself or hide behind tree trunks with a diameter of less than 2 meters because sniper rounds can easily penetrate them. To be honest, what worries me most is the possibility of powerful native creatures hiding here, he thought. Your concern is valid. The more complex the environment, the higher the chance of encountering a beast's nest, Xiaohao responded. But this area has been bombed before. Even if native creatures appear, the threat shouldn't be too great as long as you're cautious. Understood. Feng Xingchen replied, quickly changing positions to find a suitable spot to eliminate the attackers. After sprinting 200 to 300 meters through the gaps between branches, Xiaohao suddenly shouted, watch out. Feng Xingchen had already sensed the danger and instinctively leaped sideways. Just as he dodged, a dark shadow brushed past him, accompanied by a fishy wind that sent a chill down his spine. Without hesitation, Feng Xingchen swiftly drew his vibration blade and slashed at the shadow repeatedly, changing positions as he attacked. After a flurry of strikes, the shadow was clearly wounded, letting out a strange hissing cry as shimmering scales scattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xingchen observed closely and realized it was an entirely black armored beast. On Kuntan Star, there were few species capable of threatening a levels even warrior or higher, and the armored beast was certainly one of them. Its appearance resembled an earth pangolin, but it was over 4 meters long with much denser scales. When evolved to its black form, its defense was astonishing, capable of withstanding even anti-armor high-explosive rounds. Several months ago, his team had encountered an armored beast, and if not for Tong San's adept leadership, all 5 of them would have perished. Feng Xingchen felt a wave of fear as his eyes flashed with determination. He threw Meng Meng into the fray. Meng Meng's sudden appearance startled the armored beast, causing it to hesitate and even attempt to flee. But Meng Meng, upon spotting the armored beast, let out a raspy cry of excitement. With a powerful leap, it instantly appeared in front of the beast and lightly swung the 2 sharp spikes on its back, driving them deep into the creature's body. The massive armored beast trembled, twisted a couple of times, and finally collapsed, taking its last breath. Feng Xingchen was dumbfounded. The vibration blade in his hand, modified by Xiaohao to reach a frequency of 8 million oscillations per second, had only managed to chip away some of the armored beast's scales despite his full-strength strikes as a levels-even warrior. Yet this seemingly impenetrable defense was utterly powerless against Mengming's spikes. Just how powerful was this attack? Xiaohao, with his vast knowledge, was unsurprised and urgently said, "Don't just stand the rerun. The enemy is closing in." Snapped out of his daze, Feng Xingchen glanced at the radar screen. The enemy was approaching from 3 directions, forming a shaped encirclement on the perimeter. The microparticles released by the native plants interfered with the radar signals, causing the display to flicker and distort intermittently. An idea struck him, and he immediately commanded Meng to hide and ambush. Then, he leaped into a sprint. Though reluctant to leave the fresh kill behind, Meng dared not disobey, and quickly darted into the armored beast's nest to conceal itself. Feng Xingchen nodded slightly, noticing that Mengming's performance was decent. After running through the complex passageways for 2 or 3 minutes, he finally saw the 3 red dots begin to scatter. One of them retreated 100 meters, and stopping it was clearly the sniper. The other 2 moved into the area, one high and one low. Unfortunately, Feng Xingchen couldn't tell who was the firepower specialist and who was the assault soldier, but there was no time to figure it out now. The Kaija firepower specialist carefully followed Feng Xingchen's tracks, clearly demonstrating their extensive experience. After a period of tracking, they finally cornered Feng Xingchen, like a fish on a chopping board. However, the sniper posed a significant threat in such a complex environment, and they wouldn't take any chances. Although they had over a dozen portable missiles, the dense fallen trees rendered them ineffective and could even expose their position, inviting a fatal counterattack. They were subconsciously aware that the Earth Federation's radar was far inferior to the third-tier civilization technology from Caslan, and Earth's radar capabilities were even worse. A few days ago, they had seized some portable radars from Earth soldiers, confirming that their performance in the forest was abysmal. Thus, revealing their position was clearly not a wise move. Feng Xingchen, however, had the support of 7th-tier civilization technology. Although it was only frequency-tuned, the radar's detection range in this planet's forest could extend up to 3 kilometers. The firepower specialist advanced cautiously, intending to gradually close in on Feng Xingchen, trapping him in a small area before launching the missiles when the results would be drastically different. Not far ahead, the firepower specialist suddenly tensed, raising his wrist. The massive gun barrel, composed of 9 barrels, aimed forward as he fiercely pulled the trigger. Zzz. A barrage of blood-red laser beams erupted from the weapon, firing at an astonishing rate of 55 rounds per second, igniting the target in a blazing inferno. However, the target didn't move. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the stiff corpse of a shelled beast, seemingly killed not long ago. Puzzled, he noticed the fluid seeping from the beast's back, indicating it hadn't been dead for long. Could it have been taken down by the person he was pursuing? Unfortunately, the beast had been charred pitch black by the laser's maximum power, making it impossible to determine what had killed it. The area was cluttered with densely packed tree branches, and the cold-blooded beast had been well hidden, making it difficult for radar to detect. He shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. A top-tier levels even expert scared by an animal carcass, how embarrassing. Luckily, his 2 companions hadn't witnessed this, or he'd be mocked for life. Letting out a long breath, he adjusted his weapon and checked the 2 high-energy batteries hanging from his waist. At the very moment he lowered his head, something clamped onto the jump mechanism on his ankle. Before he could react, a tremendous force yanked him to the ground and dragged him backward. He didn't panic. With a swift turn, he flipped onto his back, half sitting up, and fired his weapon without hesitation, regardless of whether he'd seen his attacker. Flames erupted, obscuring his vision. After the barrage, the force gripping his ankle dissipated. Without pausing to observe, the firepower specialist jumped to his feet and leaped backward. The sniper's anxious voice came through his earpiece. "What's going on?" he replied. "I ran into some kind of local beast. Couldn't see what before he could finish. A sharp pain shot through his backside. He twisted around in shock to see a massive, strangely colored insect looming before him. The gunner struggled desperately, trying to say something, but an overwhelming sensation of numbing itchiness overtook him. His tongue twisted, and he could no longer utter a word. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. Even as he fell, the earpiece still crackled with voices calling out, "What's wrong? Respond." He could hear the voices, but he was unable to reply. His eyes were filled with sheer terror at the prospect of death. 3 seconds later, his body convulsed twice before succumbing to the inevitable. The marksman called out several times, but received no response from the gunner. On the radar screen, a green dot was gradually fading. This dot, which represented the vital signs of a friendly unit identified by the IFF system, was the gunner. Its disappearance signified the death of a teammate. Enraged, he yelled, "Harold, Monroe has been attacked by a local species. Go check it out. But be careful." Without a word, The assault soldier Harold spun around and sprinted toward the location where Monroe had fallen. At the same time, Feng Xingchen received the news of the gunner's death through the radar. To his surprise, he felt a flicker of joy and immediately turned to head in Mengming's direction. He believed that as long as he reached her and joined forces, even a level 9 melee assault soldier would pay a hefty price. After all, he still had 2 overclocked rounds, and if worse came to worst, there was always his son, Xiaohao. However, his movements were entirely exposed on the enemy's radar. Harold sneered and said in an odd tone, "Dylan, the Earthling is approaching. Hold him off for 2 minutes." Sniper Dylan took a deep breath and activated his heavy sniper rifle's multifunction scope, equipped with thermal imaging, gravity field detection, laser targeting, night vision, and magnetic field sensors. Through the scope, the glowing orange silhouette of Feng Xingchen appeared. Confident in his heavy sniping skills, Dylan believed that at a straight-line distance of over 600 meters, 3 to 5 bullets would be more than enough. As Feng Xingchen sprinted, a sudden instinctive alarm rang in his mind, warning him of danger. Acting on pure reflex, he threw himself to the ground. Whoosh! A streak of light, carrying immense kinetic energy, streaked past and blew a face-sized hole in a tree trunk over a meter thick behind him. 2 seconds later, the muffled sound of the heavy sniper rang out. Damn it, he cursed. The sniper was clearly a 3-level expert. Feng Xingchen's expression darkened as he quickly got up and activated his wind stride mode, performing a series of evasive maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Massive bullets zipped past him harmlessly, unable to catch up with his astonishing movements. Unfortunately, surrounded by dense, towering trees, he couldn't see where the sniper was located and thus couldn't retaliate. Silently, he counted the shots fired. The 6th shot. Out of bullets. Seizing the moment, Feng Xingchen leaped onto a tree trunk, unleashing his full speed and covering 200 meters in a flash. He arrived at Mengming's location a full 2 seconds before Harold. Furious, Harold nearly lost his composure. However, with only his assault rifle in hand, he found himself unable to clear the massive trees in this dense environment. Moreover, the low-hanging branches further hindered his movement, making his acceleration device more of a burden. Seeing his opponent reach the destination first, Harold roared in frustration. He reached to his waist, unfastened the acceleration device, and even discarded his assault rifle. Drawing a vibrating blade with his left hand, its blade extending 30 centimeters, and an energy pistol with his right hand, he charged fiercely at Feng Xingchen, who was still regaining his footing. Harold's extensive combat experience gave him an edge. He knew that in this confined, low-hanging tree branch environment, shorter weapons were far more effective. Yet, he miscalculated. Just as he lunged forward, something gripped his foot tightly, yanking him backward. Ah! With a startled cry, Harold sprawled face down on the ground. When he lifted his head, he saw a razor-sharp blade and a mischievous grin from an earthling. Goodbye. Those were the last words he heard. The high-frequency vibrating longsword pierced through the gap in the armor under his neck and emerged on the other side. Not even a level 7 peak warrior could withstand the blade of a vibrating sword. Quick hide! Xiaohao shrieked as he saw Feng Xingchen succeed. Feng Xingchen, well aware of the sniper in the distance, wasted no time. He gestured to Meng Meng to follow him, quickly ran a few steps, and then dove headfirst into the armored beast's cave. Meng Meng followed closely behind her mother, slipping into the cave with agility. Meanwhile, Dylan had just reloaded his magazine. When he looked up, his mouth slowly dropped open as if it were stuffed with a fist. On the radar screen, the green dot representing Harold and the red dot of their target had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of the local creatures. Staring blankly for 2 seconds, he hastily shouted, "Harold, respond if you hear me." But the dead don't answer. He licked his dry lips as his heart pounded uncontrollably. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened, but he could only assume that some formidable local creature must have been at that location. It had not only killed Monroe and Harold, but also eliminated the Earth Alliance individual. The thought sent cold sweat streaming down his face. He was too terrified to stay in the area, let alone search for his companions' bodies. That would be a death wish. After all, his 2 teammates were already dead. When he returned, he could write the post-battle report however he wanted. Resolute, he sprang to his feet, sprinting away at top speed in a desperate escape. Deep inside the cave, Xiaohao exclaimed, "Dad, throw the radar outside." Feng Xingchen's mind raced. He quickly opened his chest armor, pulled out a flat metal box, and tossed it out of the cave. Without hesitation, Xiaohao operated the radar to monitor the surroundings. He soon noticed a red dot, the sniper, moving rapidly away. "Dad, the sniper is retreating?" he asked, dumbfounded. Feng Xingchen didn't want to believe it, but the radar's display didn't lie. Scratching his chin in confusion, he muttered, "Could it be that I scared him off? Maybe not. My guess is he thought there's some dangerous local creature here, and that's why he ran away. Huh. So, this means your old man is safe now." He let out a hearty laugh, crawled out of the cave, retrieved the radar, and reinstalled it into the armor. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Xiao Hao slide to the ground. In a flash, the boy darted out, swiftly removed the exoskeleton armor from two corpses, and devoured it in one gulp. Smiling, he said, "Let's go quickly. If the sniper comes back with reinforcements, you'll end up as dumpling filling." Feng Xingchen rolled his eyes, too annoyed to reply. He immediately activated his internal energy and dashed off at an incredible speed, covering 4 or 5 kilometers in the opposite direction. By the time he emerged from the forest, even if the Kedron radar detected him, those machines would have to skirt around the forest to pursue him. This maneuver gave him over an 80% chance of escape. The spot he chose to exit was strategic. Only one biobeast and 2 patrol bots were stationed there. As he burst out of the forest, his mental energy had already locked onto the 3 targets. With precision, he used his sniper rifle to take them down with 3 shots. Then, he folded the rifle, secured it to his back, and continued sprinting toward the Grand Canyon without slowing down. After this intense sequence, he was left with only 2 bullets, while his enemies still numbered 16. If he didn't make good use of the forest's treacherous terrain, escaping would be nearly impossible. Finally, panting heavily, he reached the edge of the canyon. After a quick glance, he picked a relatively gentle slope and charged down. Feng Xingchen ran through the canyon, surrounded by a complex terrain of towering trees, massive rock peaks, and dense stone forests, resembling a labyrinthine wilderness. The canyon, with a depth of 400 meters, a width of about 9 kilometers, and stretching over 700 kilometers in length, served as an almost indestructible natural barrier against the Kaija forces. Would the Kaija really deploy their starship's main cannon to eliminate a mere ground soldier? They had already suffered heavy losses in their fierce battles with the Earth Federation army. With dwindling resources and reinforcements yet to arrive, any wastefulness seemed an unaffordable luxury. After sprinting 2 kilometers through the dense forest, Feng finally found a massive rock peak and sat down, gasping for air. His internal energy was completely depleted, and hunger gnawed at him. It was only then that he realized his remaining 3 combat rations were left behind in his powered armor, leaving him with no food at hand. The surrounding vegetation was abundant, but the extreme climate of Kuntan Star made finding food a challenge despite the availability of water. The plants on Kuntan Star were tough and bore no fruit, relying primarily on root-based reproduction. However, some plants had fungi growing beneath their roots, which matured and dispersed by sunset after a rapid growth spurt in the morning. It was now 9 a.m., and with the temperature rising, a few edible fungi had just reached maturity. Feng knew that a 5th-level martial artist could survive here for about 10 hours, while a 6th-level practitioner could endure for 7 to 8 days. A 7th-level martial artist could even withstand temperature fluctuations of up to 80 degrees. Once he regained some strength, Feng began searching for food in the area. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard Xiao Hao's voice. "Dad, I've come up with a new weapon and a little gadget." Feng's excitement surged as he eagerly asked, "Let me see." Xiao Hao floated over and tossed him a watch-like device and a small missile launcher, which held 5 jet black missiles. Feng quickly grabbed the launcher and examined it closely. Xiao Hao explained, "I dismantled 2 rovers to extract materials and crafted these proton missiles. Their power is on par with the pinnacle technology of a 4th-level civilization. The blast radius is 800 meters, and within 400 meters of the center, it can completely dissolve a rover." Feng was astonished and immediately secured the launcher onto his left forearm, thinking to himself, "Only 5 missiles? Well, I should be grateful." Xiao Hao continued, "Extracting this amount of proton material drained a significant amount of my mental energy and resources. Fortunately, the 2 rovers had 40 units of 3rd-level energy blocks stored, which barely compensated for my losses." Feng scratched his head, setting aside the launcher for now, and picked up the watch-like device. It turned out to be a portable AI terminal. Xiao Hao proudly announced, "Its processing speed is 7.9 million times faster than your old AI, and its micro hard drive capacity is 800 NB. Feng was stunned. This capacity was over 1,000 times larger than the 600 DB mainframe hard drives recently developed by the Earth Federation. It was truly a super microdrive. Xiao Hao added with a smug tone, "Given the limited materials, this is the best I could do. However, the intelligent program is directly downloaded from my core drive, making it at least 7th civilization level. Once connected to various networks, it can continue to evolve." Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. With such an advanced AI terminal, he wouldn't fall behind even in the most advanced 9th-level civilizations. Xiao Hao glanced at Feng Xingchen, silently marveling to himself. Due to the lack of suitable materials, he had no choice but to use a level 3 energy block to power the device, which could function normally for 4 years. The portable light brain had 2 practical features. First, a laser cutter capable of effortlessly slicing through 20-centimeter thick alloy plates and handcuffs. Second, 3 bionic beetle-like microdrones with a detection range of 20 kilometers, controlled via the light brain's virtual screen. Thinking about the capabilities of these drones, they were far superior to the 3-kilometer detection radius of standard infantry armor, especially in forests, where their applications were extensive. He quickly removed the microchip from the light brain, inserted it into his portable one, and copied all the data from his own light brain storage before casually slipping it into his pocket. Cheerfully, he strapped the portable light brain onto his wrist, but suddenly remembered something and asked, Xiao Hao, how did you manage to swallow 2 patrollers? You don't look that big. Feng Xingchen froze for a moment before replying, Dad, don't you know? Starting from level 5 civilizations, subspace can be manufactured. However, the space I use isn't subspace, it's an application of false space, a technology mastered only by levels even civilizations and above. Feng Xingchen looked envious and asked, Can you give me one? Xiao Hao shook his head. No way. False space isn't subspace. It's directly embedded within me, and I'm not strong enough to extract it. Besides, producing subspace requires materials that you wouldn't be able to find. Feng Xingchen recalled Xiao Hao mentioning the insect king space earlier and asked, Didn't you say you had an insect king space? I do. But the problem is, I don't know where the insect king space is, nor do I know how to use it. Xiao Hao gave Feng Xingchen a peculiar look and asked curiously, If you don't know its location, how do you summon and dismiss Meng Meng? Feng Xingchen gave a wry smile. I don't summon or dismiss her. All I can do is communicate with Meng Meng through my mental power and let her appear or disappear on her own. Xiao Hao was left speechless. But on second thought, the insect race had existed in the universe for over 8 million years, 6 million years earlier than human civilization. Through such a long evolution, they had developed a perfect societal system, becoming immensely powerful and mysterious. Rumor had it that all level 5 civilizations and above had established institutions specifically for studying these creatures. After a brief silence, Xiao Hao transformed back into a wristband on Feng Xingchen's arm. However, just a second later, the portable light brain projected a beam of light, simulating the image of a delicate and beautiful young boy. The boy, though only around 10 years old, was so stunningly attractive that he seemed to captivate all eyes. Even Feng Xingchen, who had never liked children, was momentarily stunned, feeling an inexplicable urge to hold him. The boy seemed unaware that his appearance was randomly generated from tens of thousands of online images of young boys. He scrutinized Feng Xingchen and blinked. By the way, Dad, during the endless pursuit earlier, I detected a strong mental power fluctuation multiple times. Based on my inherited knowledge, this fluctuation should be at the early stage of level 8. Could it have been released by you? Feng Xingchen froze. How could that be? Just 2 days ago, I was only at level 5. Xiao Hao continued. That's exactly what I find strange. As far as I know, neither perfected DNA nor surgery can stabilize mental power while skipping multiple levels. Stabilize? Feng Xingchen pressed further. Yes, stabilize. Breaking through in mental power is a complex process. Beyond one's intrinsic affinity for essence matter, the most crucial factors are brain domain expansion and qualitative transformation of mental power. This isn't a simple change, it often requires decades or even centuries of accumulation. Otherwise, it could lead to backlash. Feng Xingchen licked his lips and pondered. Do you think it's possible that the special substances produced by the sacred beetle contain not only a large amount of essence matter, but also the ability to trigger some kind of mutation? Xiao Hao tilted his head and replied, It's possible, but unlikely. As far as I know, a certain levels even civilization can use surgery to stimulate changes in mental power, but all they can do is enhance affinity for essence matter and accelerate mental power cultivation. They can't achieve such an absurd rate of advancement. Xiao Hao's doubts and Feng Xingchen's thoughts intertwined, as if delving into deeper, more profound secrets. Feng Xingchen clearly misunderstood and cautiously asked, Oh, it can increase affinity for Jing matter and speed up cultivation? That's amazing. Can you perform this kind of procedure? The other person shook their head. How could I? That's an incredibly advanced and specialized field. In fact, this method isn't necessarily reliable. They select certain special individuals and replace nucleotide sequences with the DNA palindrome sequences of psychic masters to form a unique affinity for Jing matter. However, these artificially created psychic individuals are highly prone to mental backlash if not handled carefully. Feng Xingchen quickly filtered out the last part and pressed on. What do you mean by special individuals? The other person replied, It's simple, those with a physique characterized by relatively large rDNA sticky ends. Feng Xingchen clutched his forehead in frustration, thinking to himself, 7th level civilizations really are something else. They casually say things I can't even begin to understand. Xiao Hao shook his head and sighed. We're back to square one. Is the mysterious energy of the Zerg really that useful? Not only can it enhance Jing matter affinity, but it can also expand brain capacity and transform mental strength. I'd love to get my hands on some of that special substance to study. Feng Xingchen scoffed. Give me a break. If it's a special substance, how easy do you think it'll be to find? What? Am I supposed to find a sacred beetle's battle queen, implant an egg into its body, and simulate the entire death process of the battle queen? The difficulty is insane. Feng Xingchen thought to himself. realizing the countless external conditions involved radiation zones and magnetic fields encountered during space drift, temperature fluctuations, and the unknown substances the Battle Queen might have been exposed to after landing on the Kuntan star. Not to mention the many factors specific to Kuntan star itself. Stop. Feng Xingqian quickly made a halting gesture, thinking, are all 7th level civilization people this obsessive? Suddenly, he realized, in fact, I didn't experience any backlash after my mental strength improved. That's a good thing. Why dig so deep into this? Besides, with enhanced mental strength, I can slow down the visuals within a 1 kilometer radius during critical moments. I can even aim at incoming bullets with a heavy sniper rifle. That's a life-saving ability. How awesome is that? Xiao Hao nearly jumped out of his seat, exclaiming, what? You can slow down visuals within a 1,000 meter radius. You've mastered the use of mental vision? That's insane. Feng Xingqian, although unfamiliar with the term mental vision, had a vague sense that it was similar to the mind's eye state described in ancient Chinese legends. Xiao Hao looked particularly frustrated. Easy. You're like someone full of food who doesn't understand the hunger of others. Do you know that entering the mental vision state requires reaching a unique, transcendent realm? It's the only way to break through the 13th level barrier. In 4th level civilizations and above, this state is called transcendence. The problem is, for anyone with mental strength, experiencing transcendence even once or twice before reaching the 12th level is already considered incredible fortune. And you seem to be able to enter transcendence at will. Feng Xingqian smirked smugly. Huh, how old are you anyway? I think I've mentioned before that our inheritance is passed down through DNA memory. In other words, I may look like I've only been born for a few days, but I carry a wealth of experience from my mother. You probably don't know this, but my mother's mental strength reached the 15th level, yet she couldn't pass on the method to enter transcendence to others. That's because transcendence must be realized by oneself. 15th level? I thought the limit for physical and mental strength was the 13th level? Xiao Hao asked in astonishment. Feng Xingqian sneered. How could that be? Earthlings believe the 13th level is the peak, but in reality, even the 15th level isn't the highest. Of course, for most people, the 13th level truly is the peak. After all, even in those so-called old and established 6th level civilizations, there are only a few 100,000 individuals who've surpassed the 13th level. Feng Xingqian was stunned after hearing this. What? Hundreds of thousands of master-level experts isn't enough? Xiao Hao sneered, showing a hint of impatience. He said to Feng Xingqian, do you realize that every level 6 civilization has an enormous population, often spanning over 1,000 administrative planets, with populations exceeding tens of trillions? Yet, among all those people, only 700,000 to 800,000 individuals reach level 13 or higher in skill. The ratio is staggering, 1 in over a billion. He paused before continuing. The technological development of level 6 civilizations is beyond your imagination. Gene repair technology is incredibly advanced. It can even stimulate the affinity for prime substances. With such a technological foundation, cultivating experts above level 10 is almost effortless. Feng Xingqian scratched his chin, looking somewhat puzzled. From what I know, the Earth Federation has a total population of 15 billion, yet it boasts 214 top-level experts at level 13. That means the success rate is roughly 1 in 70 million, which seems even more impressive than level 6 civilizations. This suggests that the human race of the Earth Federation might be more suited for cultivation, or perhaps they've discovered some method to rapidly train experts. However, this doesn't necessarily indicate that Earth's overall strength is formidable. He continued analyzing. Based on what you've said, once physical techniques and spiritual strength reach level 13, they form a unique barrier, with terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities, earning the title Master. At level 16, they are called Grandmasters. It's said that Grandmasters can establish a unique domain, multiplying their combat powers several times over. I remember my mother once encountered the strongest individual she'd ever met, a level 16 Grandmaster, but I can't recall if she ever came across anyone of an even higher level. Feng Xingqian shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. I should just get something to eat and drink first. Xiao Hao muttered, fine. I still need to get rid of all the junk stuck on the Ranger and the exoskeleton armor plates. Damn it. I seriously doubt the Kaija Empire is even a level 3 civilization. How can they specialize in producing garbage? He hesitated for a moment and added, you'll need to get me some tantalum Kuan rounds. Alright, materials are fairly abundant right now. Even though tantalum Kuan rounds are considered trash, they're better than running around with an empty gun. Feng Xingqian replied, unwilling to argue with someone from a level 7 civilization. He began searching for fungi and water sources, spending more than an hour before finally satisfying his hunger and thirst. Wiping his mouth, he glanced at his cigarette box. It only held 2 cigarettes. Clicking his tongue, he lit one and carefully stored the last one. Looking up at the position of the star, he wiped the sweat off his brow, cursed the damn scorching weather in his heart, and headed north. The temperature was close to 43 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for his level 7 physical techniques and the support of bionic fabric clothing, he wouldn't have been able to endure it. Fortunately, the Kaija Empire's rangers and bio-beasts hadn't pursued him into the forest, which was good news. After searching for a while, he found a hole beneath a massive tree that seemed safe. Stroking his chin, he opened the cover of his wristwatch. With a faint hiss, a mechanical beetle no larger than a fingertip flew out and quickly entered the hole. Shortly after, feedback came through, forming a 3D map above his watch. The entrance was quite narrow, extending more than 50 meters deep with a winding path. The bottom of the hole was spacious, about the size of an average house, and it was clear it had once been a beast's den. But now, with the beast gone, the empty den became a safe haven from the extreme heat and cold. Relieved to have found such a hidden spot, he quickly climbed inside. Upon reaching the bottom, he sat cross-legged without caring about the dirtiness of the ground. Taking a deep breath, he began channeling his inner energy. For a skilled practitioner, being unclear about one's own strength was laughable and irresponsible. The dormant inner energy was stirred, moving steadily and resolutely along a peculiar path. The first circuit, the third circuit, the fifth circuit, the seventh circuit. This time, it completed 7 circuits, signifying that he had reached level 7 inner energy. At this point, advancing further became exceedingly difficult, as though he was carrying tens of thousands of pounds while climbing uphill, with each step requiring tremendous effort. Under this grueling process, his body underwent a unique kind of forging. His nerves, meridians, bones, and muscles were all being slowly strengthened. Finally, the inner energy pushed about 40 centimeters beyond his dantian before exhausting itself and retreating back inside. He exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, which gleamed with excitement. Standing up abruptly, he focused his mind, and streams of inner energy surged from various parts of his body, forming a faint, film-like protective shield in front of him. Mid-level 7, just as I thought, he exclaimed, marveling at the thin yet tangible shield. A wave of strong confidence surged in his heart. On July 13, 2247, humanity finally mastered space jump technology measured in light years, marking a significant step toward conquering the universe. However, countless painful lessons made humans realize their insignificance. They began to emulate higher-level civilizations by assembling over 500,000 of the world's elite minds to painstakingly research methods to unlock human potential. By 2281, they discovered an unprecedented meridian in the human body. If inner energy was channeled through it, it could maximize human potential. From that point, the Federation launched a nationwide cultivation program. As the overall strength of humanity rapidly improved, they discovered a stubborn bottleneck that appeared every 3 levels. Only a few could surpass the 4th-level bottleneck, and those who overcame the 7th-level bottleneck were extraordinarily rare. As for those who reached the 10th-level threshold, they were practically 1 in a million among the 500,000 elites. The 13th-level Master Realm was the most challenging, with a rarity of 1 in 70 million. Yet, Feng Xingqian unintentionally reached the 7th level, a feat that could only be described as sheer dumb luck. Panting heavily, Feng Xingqian tried to calm his excitement, sat back down, and muttered to himself, "There's still one more thing to do." He fixed his gaze on a stone the size of a wash basin in front of him, thinking that his 8th-level mental strength should be sufficient to lift the small stone. However, as his eyes widened and his face flushed slightly from the exertion, the stone remained completely motionless. "Ha ha, this is hilarious." Xiao Hao, in the form of a young boy, burst into unrestrained laughter. "Dad looks like he's constipated. His face is turning red." Feng Xingqian shot him a sharp glare and retorted, "Then what do you suggest? Mental strength is about using your mind, not your eyes or eyebrows. Those with mental powers can kill with just a thought, yet here I am, practically straining myself to death and still unable to move a tiny stone." Frustrated, Feng Xingqian closed his eyes and carefully recalled the strange sensation of entering the transcendent state. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm and serene. With a casual glance at the stone, something remarkable happened. The stone slowly rose into the air, hovering about 20 centimeters off the ground before drifting toward him. Xiao Hao's mouth dropped open in disbelief, his face filled with a peculiar expression as he remarked, "Dad must be a freak. I just said a few random words, and it actually worked?" His surprise was not unwarranted. The application of mental power was incredibly unpredictable, with no fixed patterns or prior experiences to rely on. While his earlier comments had been entirely casual and devoid of substance, Feng Xingqian's sudden breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing. Elated, Feng Xingqian turned his gaze toward a smooth rock in the corner, estimated to weigh about a ton. However, no matter how he tried to adjust his approach, the rock remained completely still, showing no signs of levitation. Stunned, he asked Xiao Hao, "Are you sure my mental strength is at level 8? Xiao Hao nodded firmly. "Absolutely. Even though I don't have the instruments to measure it precisely, I can sense how powerful your mental strength is." "Powerful. Level 8 mental strength, and I can't even move this rock. Feng Xingchen exclaimed in frustration. Xiaohao scratched his cheek, deep in thought. Based on its density and volume, this rock is at most 1.3 tons. What's going on? Feng Xingchen held his head in his hands and sighed. Good grief. With level 8 mental strength, I should be able to lift something weighing over 10 tons with ease. Why is this happening? Tilting his head, Xiaohao pondered for a moment before offering some reassurance. Dad, don't worry. Mental strength is one of the most mysterious forces in the universe. Even scientists from ninth-level civilizations don't fully understand its developmental pathways. However, one thing is certain: mental strength often exhibits unique characteristics, but these traits are usually unknown until they're discovered. He continued, previously, your mental strength was only at level 5, so it couldn't show any unique traits. It merely enhanced common abilities like memory, intelligence, and reaction speed. But as your mental strength expanded and broke through level 7, its general capabilities began to diminish, and its unique traits are bound to emerge. Unfortunately, your mental strength developed so suddenly that you haven't had enough time to identify its traits. Feng Xingchen sighed. I really am clueless, aren't I? With that, he turned his attention back to the washbasin-sized stone, eager to uncover the characteristics of his mental strength. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed in the distance. A giant beast. He jerked his head up, grabbed the heavy sniper rifle, and sprinted toward the cave entrance. Standing at the opening, he clearly caught the distant commotion, heavy footsteps interspersed with the sharp cracking of massive trees being felled, the sound quickly receding in one direction. Frowning deeply, he analyzed the situation. The direction led to the forest's outskirts, which was unusual. Creatures of such immense size typically avoided leaving the forest shelter, unless it was fleeing for its life or pursuing a target. His experience told him that fleeing was highly unlikely. His senses indicated that there was nothing behind the beast. That left only one possibility. It was chasing prey. The thought made his heart race. Could it be a survivor from Earth? This possibility was enough to make him act. Gripping his sniper rifle tightly, he crouched low and sprinted toward the source of the sound. What he saw along the way made his heart sink. A violently carved highway stretched before him, with shattered trees scattered like broken matchsticks. A sense of foreboding surged through him. In the past 2 days, he had encountered several bio-beasts. They were indeed powerful, but none could have crashed through so many trees, each with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, at such an astonishing speed. These trees, thriving in extreme conditions, were as hard as iron. The sheer destructive force needed to obliterate such dense vegetation was beyond comprehension. His expression grew increasingly grim as he quickened his pace. Before long, he burst out of the forest and, in the distance, caught sight of a massive figure climbing to the top of a canyon before disappearing from view. Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, the high-definition camera in his exoskeletal helmet captured a clear image. Beast markings. Xiaohao suddenly exclaimed. These bio-beasts have evolved. What? Feng Xingchen froze. Look at this. Xiaohao highlighted the patterns on the bio-beast body on the virtual screen. These are beast markings. What's special about them? Do you remember the strange patterns on the Battle Queen of the Scarabs? Those were powerful energy circuits. When energy flows through such circuits, strength, attack power, and defense increase exponentially. Some exceptionally powerful creatures can generate defenses comparable to the energy shields of 9th-level starships, capable of destroying the most advanced ships of 9th-level civilizations. It's said that civilizations above the 7th level are actively researching these incredible patterns. Xiaohao scratched his chin, his tone tinged with doubt. What's strange is that the evolution of beast markings is not something that happens overnight. These bio-beasts were only sent to Confronting star a few dozen hours ago. How could they evolve to this extent? Unless... He hesitated. They consumed large quantities of humans with inner energy, accumulating enough evolutionary power. This hypothesis sent a chill down Feng Xingchen's spine. If that's true, with the nearly 200,000 level 5 soldiers stationed on this planet, plus tens of thousands of miners, how many evolved beasts would that create? I can't say for sure, Xiaohao replied. As a mechanical life form, he cared little for the fate of carbon-based life, aside from his adoptive father. Shaking his head, he elaborated. But it's clear that this evolution is extraordinary. The originally massive body has been condensed to less than 10 meters. This kind of compression means they've shed excess weight and maximized their strengths. I fear that this evolved beast is now beyond the capability of an ordinary 9th-level expert to handle. Feng Xingchen couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. The garrison on Confronting star really has no shortage of disasters. They talked as they hurried out of the canyon, rushing toward the dust-filled area at full speed. Within minutes, they had closed the distance to just 2 kilometers. Feng Xingchen raised his heavy sniper rifle, peering through the scope, and clearly saw the target. It was a massive lizard, about 10 meters long, chasing someone at an astonishing speed. When he recognized who was being pursued, he shouted in shock. Oh my god, it's her, Xuemiao. Yes, it was indeed Xuemiao. At the moment, She wasn't piloting a mech, but wearing a suit of exoskeletal armor. Her helmet seemed to have malfunctioned and failed to close properly. She was maneuvering at a speed of 80 meters per second, trying to outwit the mutated beast. This speed was clearly not what a peak-level 9th grade expert should be capable of. So why wasn't Xue Miao using her speed advantage to escape the battlefield? Could it be that she intended to hunt this beast instead? Watching the colossal creature strike the ground with its claws, creating massive craters with each blow, Feng Xingqian shouted angrily. That foolish girl. Why isn't she running? What is she staying there for? Xiao Hao, on the other hand, chuckled and said, she's trying to wear down the mutated beast's stamina. I'm certain she's noticed something unusual about it, and is determined to take it down. Feng Xingqian cursed her recklessness in his mind, but quickly rushed off in a different direction. He roughly understood her plan. If Xue Miao was trying to exhaust the beast's stamina, the best place to lead it would be the stone forest. Perhaps due to the presence of the mutated beast, this area was completely devoid of other bio-beasts, and even patrol creatures were nowhere to be seen. He pushed his speed to the limit, following the bowstring path, which was a far better route than the bow arm path Xue Miao was using to lead the creature. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the stone forest ahead of her. Positioning himself midway up a massive stone pillar, he lay motionless, quietly observing the scene. Based on Xiao Hao's estimation, the overclocking bullets weren't enough to kill the evolved beast, while the proton missiles were far too powerful to use recklessly with Xue Miao present. The only option left was to see if the blade with 8 million oscillations could make a difference. However, before engaging in close combat, he had to use the remaining 2 overclocking bullets to inflict some damage on the beast. Otherwise, with his current strength, he might just end up as cannon fodder. Within minutes, a cloud of dust rolled in from the distance, and an awe-inspiring presence emerged a kilometer away. After activating his heightened perception, the beast's movements seemed noticeably slower through his eyes. Locking the crosshair of his scope on the largest eye on the creature's forehead, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. A howl erupted as the beast suddenly lifted its head, letting out a piercing cry. Bright green blood gushed from its forehead as the targeted eye was rendered useless. Xue Miao froze for a moment, realizing there was another survivor, then immediately adjusted her direction and sprinted toward him. The beast roared and lumbered forward again, shaking its massive head. However, its movements were now unsteady, almost staggering, as if the central eye played a crucial role in maintaining its balance. This was a good sign. With only 1 bullet left, he hesitated. The beast still had 4 eyes, and blinding one more might not make much of a difference. Should he aim for its foreleg instead? But he wasn't sure if the overclocking bullet would have the desired effect on its leg. After a brief moment of deliberation, he shifted his aim to the creature's rear haunch, recalling the saying that many beasts are tough-headed, strong-tailed, and weak-waisted. Bang! The gunshot echoed. Through the high-definition scope, he clearly saw a bloody hole appear near the beast's waist on its hind leg. Shockingly, the hole closed up completely within 5 seconds. Xiao Hao popped his head out, saw what had happened, and exclaimed, "Whoa, that's some insane regenerative ability. Run. You've drawn its aggro." Before his words had even faded, the evolved beast abandoned its pursuit of Xue Miao and charged madly in their direction. Ah, damn it. Just my luck. Tossing the heavy sniper rifle aside, he leapt down from the 20-meter stalagmite, drew his oscillating blade, and took cover behind the rock formation. Raising his hand, he released 3 miniature probes and growled, "Xiao Hao, can you control these probes?" "I can," Xiao Hao shouted back, immediately taking control of the probes and streaming real-time visuals to him. By this time, Xue Miao had already dashed into the stone forest with her incredible speed. Spotting him, she called out loudly, "Which camp are you from? What unit?" Feng Xingqian replied, "K-21, Marine Corps? We're from the same camp." Xue Miao glanced skeptically at the exoskeleton armor on him. "I know all the top fighters above level 7 from Camp K-21, but I've never seen you before." Feng Xingqian hesitated, thinking to himself, "I just advanced recently. Even if we'd met before, you definitely wouldn't have noticed me as a mere level 6. Recalling the time she had rescued him, he wondered if she truly hadn't remembered him. Out loud, he said, "Not everyone likes to broadcast their strength to the world." Fair enough. Either way, standing up to help against such a powerful bio-beast shows your courage. Let's take it down together first, then talk. As they spoke, the evolved beast drew closer, passing by the right side of the stalagmite. With the help of the probes, Feng Xingqian could clearly track the beast's movements. He quickly signaled a few tactical hand gestures to Xue Miao. Xue Miao nodded, her short baton swiftly extending into a nearly 1.8-meter-long ion oscillation spear. With a swift turn, she dashed around the stalagmite on the left, silently closing in on the mutated beast from behind. Suddenly, her spear thrust accelerated, accompanied by a low shout. As a peak-level 9th-tier warrior, her attacks carried immense force when fully charged with inner energy. Combined with the ion oscillation spear's capabilities and the powerful support of her exoskeleton armor, This strike was undeniably lethal. However, as the spear tip struck the mutated beast's scales comparable to the armor of a battleship, it was deflected with a sharp clang, sparks flying as the spear slid off its surface. Shui Miao's eyes flashed with caution as she realized that relying solely on brute strength to hunt this beast was far too naive. Quickly retracting her spear, she executed 2 consecutive backflips, leaping away to land over 20-30 meters away, retreating behind the stalagmite with swift precision. Roar! The mutated beast erupted in fury, twisting its body to swipe its massive claws. Although it missed Shui Miao, its rage was unleashed upon the towering stalagmite nearby, nearly 40 meters tall. With a deafening crash, the beast leapt up, pummeling the stalagmite with immense force. The stalagmite trembled under the repeated impacts before slowly collapsing in a chain reaction, shaking the ground around it. At this moment, Feng Xingqian was preparing to strike, aiming to launch a sneak attack, while the mutated beast was distracted by Shui Miao. But as he rounded the stalagmite and witnessed its massive collapse, he froze in shock, letting out a startled cry. Whoa! Where does this monster get such insane strength? He turned and sprinted dozens of meters, narrowly dodging the flying debris, before trying to contact Shui Miao. Just then, he heard Xiao Hao shout, "Dad, look!" The mutated beast's neck. Feng Xingqian, frustrated, barked, "Idiot, stop coughing and wasting time, just get to the point." Xiao Hao hurriedly replied, "There's a beast pattern cluster under its neck on the left side. It must be its only weak point." A grin broke across Feng Xingqian's face as he roared, "Lieutenant Shui, the mutated beast's weak point is on the left side of its neck. I'll distract it, and you take it down." On the other end, Shui Miao responded promptly, "Got it. Be careful." Feng Xingqian's lips curled into a bold smile, a surge of adrenaline and determination coursing through him. Shaking his head to focus, he charged straight toward the mutated beast. At a distance of less than 50 meters, the mutated beast suddenly turned its massive head, its 4 blood-red eyes locking onto him. It unleashed an ear-splitting roar, its overwhelming aura of hostility surging forward. Feng Xingqian narrowed his eyes, activating his windstride skill. Instead of dodging, he charged head-on. As he closed the distance, he tilted his body slightly to evade the beast's razor-sharp claws, slipping swiftly under its massive belly. The beast, slow to react, swiped at empty air, struggling to turn and catch him in time. However, Feng Xingqian underestimated the ferocity of the mutated beast. It lowered its head and extended a long, sticky tongue, whipping it toward him with incredible speed. Feng Xingqian had just rolled sideways to reposition and was caught off guard by the tongue's speed, nearly getting ensnared. His heart raced with fear, and he almost lost control of himself. Though his windstride technique was powerful, it was clearly insufficient against a beast that had given even a 9th-tier peak fighter like Shui Miao a hard time. He couldn't help but recall a self-deprecating saying, "Acting tough always invites disaster," a sentiment that now felt like timeless wisdom. Just as he teetered on the brink of disaster, a shadow streaked across the scene, bringing with it an immense burst of power. With a resounding impact, a forceful strike slammed into the mutated beast's head, smashing its massive skull against the ground. It was Shui Miao. Feng Xingqian, overwhelmed with relief, couldn't help but think smugly, "She saved Mesh must care about me." However, the beast's head was extraordinarily tough, nearly impervious to most attacks. If Shui Miao were a 10th-tier fighter, her strike might have been enough to temporarily stun the beast. As it stood, it was little more than a surface-level blow, far from incapacitating it. The beast roared in pain, its voice reverberating through the surroundings and generating a shockwave stronger than a hurricane. The energy wave momentarily halted Shui Miao's swift movements. In such a high-stakes battle, even a fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death. The evolved beast seized the fleeting opportunity, its front claw sweeping out with a thunderous sonic boom. Thud! The claw finally struck Shui Miao. Shui Miao only managed to activate a peak-level 9th-tier internal energy shield before letting out a heart-wrenching scream as he was sent flying, his destination unknown. The evolved beast, thrilled by its success, let out an ear-splitting roar, then lowered its massive head, its gaze locking onto Feng Xingqian a few meters away. It roared again, opened its colossal jaws wide enough to swallow a man whole, and lunged forward to bite. At that moment, Feng Xingqian stood frozen, staring in the direction Shui Miao had been flung. Shui Miao was dead? Dead before becoming his wife? His mind was in chaos. He forgot about his windwalk skill, forgot about the 8 million vibration blade in his hand, and instead threw his arms into the air, shouting at the sky, "Are you kidding me?" Just then, a strange wave of vibration suddenly surged through his mind, forming an invisible energy flow above his head in an instant. Before the energy flow could stabilize, the massive jaws of the evolved beast clamped down, aiming to swallow him whole. Xiao Hao, seeing this, panicked and instantly leapt off his father's wrist, intent on risking exposure to destroy the beast. However, Just as Xiao Hao charged into the beast's mouth, before he could even take action, there was a sudden pop. The head of the evolved beast, impervious even to the strongest peak 9th-tier warriors, bizarrely exploded. Brain matter and blood shot out like a fountain, drenching Xiao Hao from head to toe. Feng Xingqian was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of excruciating pain struck his mind, as if it were tearing at his very soul. His mouth opened wide in agony, but no sound came out. Before he could react, the beast's massive, headless corpse slammed into him with inertia, shattering his metal glass helmet. The shards flew, leaving a dozen cuts on his face as the corpse pinned him down. With his mid-7th-tier strength and the support of his exoskeleton armor, he could have easily pushed off the 5-6 in weight. But the unbearable pain left him nearly unconscious, clutching his head tightly, his eyes rolling back, mouth agape yet voiceless. The immense corpse pressed down on him, and from the beast's headless neck, streams of gruesome green blood flowed, pouring straight into his mouth. He had no strength to resist, and could only swallow the blood involuntarily. If not for his massive lung capacity, he might have suffocated. Even so, he was on the verge of asphyxiation. After 3 agonizing minutes, the pain finally subsided. He shoved the corpse off with a forceful push, gasping heavily as he jumped up and roared, "Damn it! That almost killed me." As his roar died down, he touched his head, staring in disbelief at the headless monster before him, completely clueless about what had just happened. He stood there, panting, blankly staring at the beast's corpse. A few seconds later, he recalled the image of Xue Miao being struck and flung away. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as he descended into madness, roaring, "Damn you! You killed my wife. I'll drain your blood and eat your flesh." In his frenzy, he pounced on the grotesque, headless neck of the beast, tearing into it and devouring the still bleeding flesh. The grotesque gulping sounds echoed throughout the stone forest, sending chills down the spine. Perhaps drawn by the noise, Mengming suddenly emerged on her own, hurriedly tearing open the beast's stomach and crawling inside. Of course, Feng Xingqian, in his crazed state, was completely oblivious to Mengming's actions. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao had returned to his wrist and reappeared in a virtual form, staring in shock at Feng Xingqian's deranged behavior. "Oh my god, eating a beast raw? How did I end up with such a disgusting dad?" he muttered to himself. Unfortunately, that was not something he could change. After a few seconds of frustration, Xiao Hao suddenly shouted explosively, "Dad, Xue Miao still has vital signs. If we don't save her now, she'll really die." Feng Xingqian froze for a moment, then disregarded everything else, forcefully shaking off the massive beast that was biting at his neck. Wiping the blood from his face, he sprinted madly in the direction where Xue Miao had been thrown. His eyes burned with a wild intensity, as though he'd lost all reason. When he finally found Xue Miao's motionless figure nearly 100 meters away, his heart clenched. She was clad in an expensive exoskeleton armor, but several joints had been shattered. Fortunately, the 9th-level peak internal energy shield she had was far more robust than a standard 7th-level one, effectively adding an extra layer of protection. More crucially, her instincts had kicked in at the moment of impact, allowing her to evade just enough to significantly reduce the force of the beast's claws. The exoskeleton armor absorbed most of the impact. As a result, despite suffering severe shock, this beautiful woman was only in deep unconsciousness, with her life still hanging on. Feng Xingqian crouched down hurriedly, flipping open a flat, small box on Xue Miao's back, an integrated storage compartment provided by reputable manufacturers with the exoskeleton armor. It was capable of holding 2 liters of water, 5 packs of field rations, a first aid kit, and even a multifunctional battlefield medical diagnostic device. These were configurations that Xiao Hao's self-made mecha lacked entirely. He quickly retrieved the pen-like device, aimed the tip at Xue Miao, and activated it. A blue light swept across her body in 2 rapid scans. Seconds later, a soft synthesized voice announced the diagnosis: fractures in the 4th, 5th, and 6th ribs on the left side. Punctured lung with a 6 mm bleeding point. Severe muscle damage in the lower back. Fractured left femur. Arterial drainage required. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it! Where am I supposed to find an arterial drainage device?" Frustrated, he angrily rummaged through the medical kit. Besides the standard emergency supplies, he was surprised to find 2 vials of bone regeneration serum. Startled, he muttered under his breath, "The perks of being a mecha soldier are insane. This is the latest bone repair drug, extremely low in supply and not yet distributed to regular troops." He understood that mecha soldiers were recruited under extremely stringent conditions, starting with at least 7th-level experts. Their bones, hardened through years of internal energy training, were tougher than steel. Fractures were rare, but when they occurred, conventional treatments couldn't heal them quickly. For 9th-level experts, the Federation spared no expense in equipping them with such costly medication. In comparison, regular infantry could only hope to use leftover supplies from mecha soldiers. The disparity in treatment was stark. Shaking his head, Feng Xingchen dismissed these thoughts. There was no time to dwell on them. He first drew a hemostatic injection and a pain relief injection, administering them swiftly through Xuemiao's veins. As he waited for several minutes before proceeding with the next step, Feng Xingchen wiped his face, took out a tube of wound-healing gel, and sprayed it over his injuries. Slowly, the gashes on his face closed, and the wounds began to disappear. 2 minutes later, he administered the bone regeneration serum, then scooped Xuemiao into his arms and sprinted desperately back toward the cave where they had rested earlier. Covering over 20 kilometers, he ignored the depletion of his internal energy and reached the destination at an astonishing speed. Upon arrival at the cave entrance, he ordered Xiao Hao to deploy 3 armored beetle drones to form a surveillance network around the perimeter. Then, he anxiously rushed to the cave's depths. At this moment, his heartbeat quickened. His dreamlike goddess lay right before him. No matter how disheveled she appeared now, with dark red blood at the corners of her mouth, her pale face smeared with dried crimson mud, and her usual radiance gone, Xuemiao was, in Feng Xingchen's eyes, eternally flawless. Swallowing hard, he hesitated whether to remove her exoskeleton armor when a sudden wave of dizziness struck him. His vision dimmed and blurred. In that instant, he remembered earlier, in a desperate bid to survive, he had swallowed at least 2 liters of the nauseating beast's blood and even bitten into its raw flesh. These were potentially the most unpredictable sources of biochemical viruses. Even a mid-level 7th-grade martial artist like him might not escape infection. Feng Xingchen felt a wave of fear wash over him and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. At this moment, his only option was to attempt to channel his mid-tier level 7 inner energy, trying to expel the imagined toxins from his body. As soon as he sat down, an intense wave of dizziness hit him like a tidal surge. His vision went black, and he could no longer hold on. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his consciousness quickly slipping away, plunging him into unconsciousness. While unconscious, a peculiar vibration arose once more from his brain, rapidly spreading throughout his body. The beast blood in his abdomen began to undergo fission under the push of these oscillations. Various genetic fragments were rapidly generated, undergoing a process of natural selection to replace the weaker genes in his own genetic chain. No one could understand the exact conditions required for this fission, but during the process of genetic dominance shifting, a certain energy within the beast blood was extracted and directly merged with his inner energy. The two seemed to share the same origin, blending seamlessly. This process didn't last long and gradually came to an end. Almost simultaneously, Feng Xingchen's tightly shut eyes flew open. He sat up abruptly and checked the time, realizing he had been unconscious for about 2 hours. Puzzled, he scratched his head, his mind filled with unanswerable questions. Resolving to stay still, he began to channel his inner energy, hoping to understand his condition and confirm he wasn't poisoned. Starting from his dantian, his inner energy flowed into a mysterious meridian. From the first cycle to the 6th, the circulation was smooth and effortless. However, upon reaching the 7th cycle, the energy began to slow, moving with increasing difficulty. If he were still at mid-tier level 7, his inner energy would have halted around 40 centimeters into the 7th cycle. But to his amazement, the energy gradually surpassed his previous limit, continuing forward, completing a full loop, and approaching his dantian again. Though pushing it forward became more taxing, he persevered. 3 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter. Minutes later, the energy entered his dantian and, with his effort, pushed past it, advancing toward the 8th cycle. Finally, it stopped 4 centimeters beyond his dantian. This state signified that he had reached the early stage of level 8. His eyes widened in disbelief. In just 3 to 4 hours, his inner energy, famously difficult to accumulate, had surged by nearly 70%. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that its refinement had significantly improved. Though he had only just stepped into level 8, the difference compared to mid-tier level 7 was like night and day. Could this truly be divine favor? But suddenly, he shook his head, shouting inwardly, "No, this isn't divine favor. It's the blood biochemical beast blood." In this era, young people were equipped with abundant knowledge and sharp minds. In an instant, he realized that the biochemical beast blood contained immense energy. Over a mere 2 to 3 hours, his body had absorbed this energy, transforming it into inner energy and propelling his strength to new heights. It was just like the last time, when absorbing the unique substance from a combat queen insect had caused his power to skyrocket. If this was true, could he achieve faster and more astonishing progress by hunting evolved beasts? Another thought struck him earlier. The force that detonated the evolved beast's brain must have originated from his mental power. This meant his mental power was a rare, powerful type, capable of piercing and explosive attacks. However, a serious concern surfaced. Using mental power to detonate an opponent came with backlash, causing severe headaches. In the future, if he faced danger and had only one opponent, he could still rely on his mental power to kill them. But if there were multiple enemies, the intense pain following the first detonation might render him incapacitated, leaving him vulnerable and as good as dead. His expression shifted between light and dark as his thoughts grew more complicated. At that moment, a voice echoed in the cavern. You're finally awake. He turned his head sharply to see Xue Miao leaning casually against the cave wall. Her exoskeletal armor had been removed and placed to the side. She had washed the dirt off her cheeks with water and had wedged her portable light brain into a crack in the stone wall. The device's small adjustable lamp cast a soft glow, illuminating Xue Miao in a hazy, ethereal beauty. Feng Xingqian swallowed hard and asked, You've been awake for a while, huh? Xue Miao smiled faintly and replied, For over 40 minutes now. Feng Xingqian expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me, and even getting seriously injured in the process. His words made Xue Miao shake her head slightly. Seriously injured? No. There's no need to act tough in front of me. Escaping with me from the claws of such a powerful bio-beast was no easy feat. The fact that you were unconscious for so long is proof enough, isn't it? Realizing this was clearly a misunderstanding, Feng Xingqian wisely chose not to explain and instead changed the subject. Lieutenant Xue, where's your mech? Xue Miao answered softly. You can just call me by my name. There's no need for formalities. Our army has been decimated, and ranks are a thing of the past. As for my mech, after hours of intense fighting, its energy and ammunition were completely depleted. I had to destroy the AI core and hide it in a cave. Her voice carried a tinge of sadness as she spoke. Feng Xingqian felt a pang in his chest and scratched his chin with a bitter smile. So, does that mean we're the only two people left on Content Star? Xue Miao smiled and firmly responded, No. 7 hours ago, I intercepted a highly encrypted signal. There's a message hidden in this forest, most likely a precise coordinate. I'm sure there are others like us there. Feng Xingqian was startled. What? From what I know, the Kaija can track communication signals. For any other survivors to send out messages, it's no longer safe. Don't worry, Xue Miao said with a slight shake of her head. Most of the plants on Content Star naturally release strong charged particles, severely disrupting radar and communication signals. To prevent losing contact during forest operations, the mech battalion developed a special method of transmitting messages. No matter how advanced the Kaiju are, it's impossible for them to extract specific intelligence from the overwhelming charged particles in such a short time. So whether it's us or our comrades, we're safe. Really? That's great. Feng Xingqian clapped his hands excitedly, then pointed to Xue Miao's leg. How's your leg injury? Xue Miao smiled faintly. It's not a big deal. With internal energy, I can unblock the blood flow. It might take 6 or 7 days before I can walk again. Once I recover, they'll definitely find that coordinate point. All right then, you rest for now. While it's still daylight, I'll go find something to eat, Feng Xingqian said. Xue Miao nodded. Thank you. Feng Xingqian grinned and was about to leave when Xue Miao suddenly called out. Wait, what about your weapon? The one that can injure evolved beasts. What weapon? It's just a 19mm heavy sniper. Feng Xingqian replied confidently. Xue Miao was incredulous. That's impossible. I've used a heavy sniper on those beasts before, and even hitting their eyes didn't work. Feng Xingqian raised his head proudly. That's normal. I was using overclocked rounds. Unfortunately, I only had 2 bullets left, and after firing them, I was too busy saving you to retrieve the sniper. I see, Xue Miao said softly. Feng Xingqian, having reached the early 8th stage, felt a significant improvement in the quality of his internal energy. His energy shield's defensive capabilities had undoubtedly doubled, and his strength had greatly increased. He was confident that as long as he didn't encounter an evolved bio-beast, he could easily handle any patrol units or ordinary bio-beasts, no matter how many there were. Besides, he still had a pair of kids to assist him. Leaving the cave, Feng Xingqian pushed his speed to the limit, reveling in the exhilaration of moving at 43 meters per second. The rush filled him with joy. Just then, Xiao Hao suddenly emerged. Dad, wait a moment. I need to draw a bit of your blood for an analysis. What's going on? Feng Xingqian asked, puzzled. Xiao Hao replied seriously. I can't say for sure, but it might be something serious. I'm worried you might have been exposed to a biovirus and could turn into a monster. For once, Xiao Hao's face showed a rare expression of caution. Don't worry. The Lingpeng people are experts in DNA research. As for the test results, I swear I won't share them with anyone else. Feng Xingqian frowned slightly but responded calmly. If I can't even trust my own son, where in this world could I possibly feel safe? Go ahead and run the test. A small needle extended from the bracelet-like form of Xiao Hao and gently pierced Feng Xingqian's wrist. After that, Xiao Hao fell silent. Feng Xingqian scratched his head and quickly dashed towards the direction of the slain evolved beast. At this moment, his greatest wish was to collect more beast blood. If he could elevate his strength to level 9, would he finally be on par with Xue Miao? Moreover, the heavy sniper rifle, which had been upgraded by Xiao Hao, was of exceptional quality. Even without overclocking bullets, it was worth retrieving. He ran swiftly and soon reached the edge of the stone forest. Before stepping in, He heard the rumbling sounds of a fierce battle in the distance. Frowning, he carefully crouched down, maneuvering around two giant stalagmites, and silently approached the source of the noise. When he finally caught sight of the battlefield, he was utterly stunned. An evolved beast resembling a giant snake was entangled in combat with a red shadow shockingly. It was Ming Ming. At this moment, Ming Ming's body had grown to 2 meters, and the patterns on her skin had become even more distinct. Her speed had increased by 20% compared to the last time. The most astonishing feature was the 2 sharp spikes on her back, concealed under her wings, moving like sinister serpents. Each time they struck, they pierced bloody holes into the giant snake. The snake was clearly struggling, retreating further into the stone forest, but unable to escape Ming Ming's relentless attacks. Its body was drenched in blood, looking utterly pitiful. Feng Xingchen licked his lips and muttered, "Damn. When did Ming Ming stay behind here? How come I didn't know?" Xiao Hao casually explained, "You were out of it at the time, busy devouring beast meat like a madman." Glancing at the battlefield, Xiao Hao sighed. Mutated queen insects are truly remarkable. Just by absorbing the essence of an evolved beast, she managed to evolve again. You mean this creature is a mutated queen insect? Feng Xingchen's eyebrows shot up as he exclaimed, "Wow, my old man really hit the jackpot, huh?" Xiao Hao remarked, "More than lucky, it's almost miraculous." Seeing that Ming Ming showed no signs of losing, Feng Xingchen felt secretly delighted. He decided not to linger on their fight, and instead cheerfully ran off to retrieve the heavy sniper rifle. Fortunately, the sniper rifle had been flung far away when the stalagmites were toppled by the evolved beast. Thanks to its excellent build, it remained undamaged. Feng Xingchen carefully picked it up, folded it, and secured it on his back. He then asked Xiao Hao, "Still no progress on regular sniper bullets?" Xiao Hao replied, "When you were unconscious, your vital signs were unstable, so I was too preoccupied monitoring you to work on the bullets. But now that you're fine, I can whip up a few in 20 minutes. Yeah." After consuming 2 patrol units and 2 sets of exoskeleton armor, the heavy sniper bullets I can produce will have 30 greater armor-piercing capability than your tantalum tungsten bullets, Xiao Hao added. Feng Xingchen grinned. "That's great news." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Hao said, I've noticed something unusual in your blood. The hemoglobin and white blood cells, which seem identical to those of ordinary humans, actually contain elements from 2 powerful life forms. This puzzled me, but after thorough analysis, I discovered that your blood can selectively replace inferior genes with superior ones, forming a remarkably stable spiral structure. In other words, you've undergone some kind of unknown genetic mutation. Feng Xingchen froze for 2 seconds before finally reacting. So, does this mean I won't turn into a monster? Xiao Hao seemed a bit uncertain. Probably not. At least, so far, there are no signs of danger. However, if you plan to continue enhancing your strength with beast blood in the future, it's best to do so under my supervision. Feng Xingchen chuckled lightly. Haha, this is the best news I've heard in days. Xiao Hao seemed about to say more, but a desperate wail from a beast echoed from afar. Feng Xingchen was overjoyed. He jumped up excitedly, shouting, "The giant serpent is finished. I need to collect some blood." But he quickly realized, "Oh no, I don't have a container for the blood." Turning to Xiao Hao, he said urgently, "Xiao Hao, quick, get me a few 1-liter steel bottles." Xiao Hao shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "This dad is so unreliable." After a 2-minute silence, he suddenly pulled out a small storage box from his pocket and said to Feng Xingchen, "Dad, there are a few vacuum steel bottles in the box. Besides collecting blood, you can also bring back some water for the ladies." "Fantastic," Feng Xingchen exclaimed, grabbing the box, strapping it to his back, and dashing off. As he ran, he asked, "Xiao Hao, what kind of ability is that? How can you make all this equipment in such a short time?" Xiao Hao replied, "It's simple. Our Lingpeng clan has a unique constitution that allows us to maximize the application of analytical equations, generating a specialized analytical light that can instantly decompose most metals in the universe. Once the metals are ionized, we activate a reassembly program, which is essentially a nanotechnology process. The things we Lingpeng people create are just as good as those made by 8th-level civilization 3D printers. However, since my current strength is limited, the metals I obtain aren't of high quality, so I can't make the most powerful weapons." "Wow, you're impressive," Feng Xingchen praised. As they spoke, he had already reached the giant serpent. He noticed its wounds were still oozing blood, so he quickly took out a vacuum steel bottle and pressed it against the wound. The vacuum quickly filled the bottle. "So convenient," he remarked, collecting 2 more bottles as spares. Looking around, he didn't see Ming Ming anywhere. He slapped his forehead and suddenly shouted, "Ming Ming, you little troublemaker, get out here now." At his roar, the giant serpent's belly swelled and then burst open with a loud bang, revealing Ming Ming. Feng Xingchen's anger flared as he saw the increasingly solid patterns forming on Ming Ming's body. He shouted harshly, "Damn it! Your ants. How dare you act on your own? What were you thinking?" However, Just as his anger erupted, he suddenly felt an intense and chilling killing intent radiating from Meng Meng, making his hair stand on end. He instinctively stepped back, his internal energy surging rapidly. His right hand moved to the short staff at his waist, gripping it tightly. At this moment, he not only had his hand on the staff, but also activated the piercing and explosive mental energy within it, spinning it at high speed. He realized with chilling clarity that Meng Meng truly intended to kill him. Meng Meng's killing intent grew even more intense, exuding a ferocious aura. Its body lowered slightly, as if preparing to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Feng Xingqian's heart sank. Just hours ago, Meng Meng had effortlessly killed a beetle beast and a peak-level 7th-tier expert. Now, its strength had grown even further, likely reaching the equivalent of peak 9th-tier power. Staring at the evolved beast before him, he thought grimly that with his newly attained 8th-tier strength, escape was impossible. Without hesitation, he unleashed his mental energy, driving it deep into Meng Meng's brain. In his mind, he commanded, detonate. But to his astonishment, Meng Meng's brain did not explode as he had expected. Instead, a strange vibration emanated from Meng Meng's insect body, seeping into his brain cells and causing his mental energy to churn violently. Feng Xingqian was startled but didn't dare withdraw his mental energy. The reason was simple. From that vibration, he sensed Meng Meng's overwhelming aura of destruction. If he retracted his mental energy, he would undoubtedly suffer a backlash from Meng Meng. Sweat poured from him like a fountain, yet he couldn't move. Entangled with Meng Meng's mental energy, he found himself paralyzed, unable to act. Seeing this, Xiao Hao's eyes widened in shock. He leaped forward, rapidly extending his body to a length of 10 meters, ready to attack and eliminate the creature. Don't touch it, Feng Xingqian managed to say through gritted teeth. If it dies suddenly, my mental energy will spiral out of control. Even if I don't die, it'll end up a vegetable. Just keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Xiao Hao wanted to respond, but noticed that Feng Xingqian had already closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of self-isolation. Xiao Hao cautiously controlled the miniature detectors, directing them to spread out in 3 different directions while closely monitoring the surrounding 20-kilometer area. Meanwhile, he reduced his own size to just 10 centimeters and quietly floated above Feng Xingqian's head, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. At this moment, Feng Xingqian was caught in a life-and-death crisis. Forcing himself to regulate his breathing and stabilize his mindset, he concentrated all his efforts on reversing and coiling his spiritual energy. In such a perilous situation, only an overwhelming advantage could secure victory. Although the Zerg species typically struggled to develop powerful spiritual energy, and Meng Meng, having been born only a few days ago, shouldn't have possessed such abilities, fate often defied expectations. The queen insect, due to the presence of her eggs, had produced a unique substance under the rules of natural selection. This substance not only contained a massive concentration of Jing material, but also had the ability to alter Feng Xingqian's physique, causing his spiritual energy and physical strength to expand uncontrollably. Meng Meng, trapped in this special substance for over 1,000 years, had naturally undergone significant changes as well. Even so, Meng Meng was still in her infancy. Despite her high compatibility with the Jing material, her immature brain could only harness a limited amount of power, at most equivalent to a human's level 5 spiritual energy. Notably, both Feng Xingqian and Meng Meng had integrated the same unique substance, making their spiritual energies particularly prone to resonance. In fact, Meng Meng was also enveloped by Feng Xingqian's spiritual energy, losing her sense of direction and control. Perhaps driven by instinct, she experienced an intense fear. She could clearly feel her spiritual energy being stripped away, and even more terrifying was the slow infiltration of Feng Xingqian's spiritual energy. It was forming a bizarrely oscillating, slender energy cluster, attempting to forcibly embed itself into her brain domain. Meng Meng realized that if this energy cluster succeeded, she would forever lose the chance to become a higher-level mutated queen insect. At that moment, Meng Meng was consumed with rage. Her spiritual realm erupted with an aura of intense destruction, violently clashing against Feng Xingqian's spiritual energy. This was equivalent to turning her own brain domain into a battlefield, fiercely fighting for territory at all costs. The Zerg were notorious for their destructive nature, and interspecies devouring for survival was commonplace. The collision between these 2 extreme forces was overwhelming, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Feng Xingqian's heart raced as he understood that this was a pivotal moment of life and death. He had to summon an unstoppable will, forging a fearless spiritual force that embodied his piercing, explosive nature. Recognizing the critical moment, Feng Xingqian resolutely cast aside all fear. His spiritual energy swelled at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, a deafening buzz echoed in the void, unleashing an unstoppable surge of power that detonated deep within Meng Meng's brain domain. With a heavy thud, Meng Meng could no longer withstand the pressure. She staggered backward a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. The damage to her spiritual realm was far more devastating than any physical injury and could not be sustained by sheer willpower alone. Seeing this, Feng Xingqian was overjoyed and wasted no time embedding the mysterious energy cluster whose purpose even he didn't fully understand deep into Mengming's brain domain. In an instant, the murderous intent of the mutated queen insect dissipated like receding tides, replaced by a faint trembling. Within this trembling, Feng Xingqian could clearly sense Mengming's submission. He exhaled deeply, slowly withdrawing his spiritual energy, and opened his eyes. In a cold voice, he said, "I know you tried to turn on me. This time, I'll consider it unintentional. But if it happens again, I will detonate your brain domain and completely obliterate you. Now get back." Mengming trembled slightly before retreating dejectedly into the insect king space. Feng Xingqian discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, shaken by the unprecedented danger of the spiritual clash. He had come dangerously close to being overtaken by Mengming. With a sigh, he thought to himself, "Truly, those who are not of my kind cannot be trusted." On the surface, Feng Xingqian had implanted an unknown imprint in Mengming's brain domain, and the mutated queen insect seemed to have genuinely submitted. However, the shadow left in his heart was not something that could be dispelled in a short time. It was true that Mengming's combat power was formidable. On this planet ravaged by the Kaija people, she would undoubtedly be one of his greatest assets for survival. Yet, the intense killing intent she exuded made him carefully reconsider whether it was wise to keep such a terrifying alien entity around. For now, it seemed his strength was barely enough to suppress this creature, but Mengming's self-evolution abilities were astonishingly strong. If she evolved again, would he still be able to control her? As his mind raced, Feng Xingqian sighed and ultimately decided against banishing or killing Mengming immediately. A powerful ally was crucial in the current situation. Xiaohao finally let out a breath of relief. He understood the peril they had just faced and sensed his father's hesitation and inner struggle. After a moment of silence, Xiaohao suddenly popped his head out and grinned. "Dad, I checked. The meat of this serpent-like bio-beast seems harmless to humans. Such a big snake should be enough to feed you and the beauty for a long time." Feng Xingqian gave a wry smile, shook his head, and pulled out his short staff, activating its vibration blade mode. He swung it twice at the giant serpent. Once an evolved beast dies, its energy circulation halts, akin to a starship with a destroyed power core. The effects of its beast patterns vanish, and any blade can cut through it. With a few swings, he carved out over 10 pounds of snake meat, held it in his hand, and was about to leave when a sudden thought struck him. Surprised, he asked, "Xiaohao, just now, I used the mental energy detonation method on Mengming. Strangely, it didn't cause sharp pain in my head, nor did it detonate her brain domain. It doesn't seem quite right." "Haha, it seems you're really a novice when it comes to using mental energy," Xiaohao chuckled and explained. "For most mental ability experts, their power comes from a high affinity with Jing substance. Through long-term training, they absorb large amounts of it, gradually increasing their mental strength and slowly breaking through the barriers of their brain domain. But you, not only were you born with a high affinity for Jing substance and naturally vast brain capacity, but your mental energy also skyrocketed overnight after being stimulated by a special substance. As a result, there's always been a layer of membrane on the inner wall of your brain domain. To put it bluntly, it's kind of like that thing unique to females of your species. Of course, the first time it's pierced, it hurts a lot. But after a few more times, not only does it not hurt, but it becomes quite enjoyable." "Brat, is that how you describe your father?" Feng Xingqian scolded, though inwardly he admitted that Xiaohao's analogy made things much clearer. Shaking his head, he asked, "What about the second question? Why can't I detonate Mengming's brain domain?" "That's a minor issue. It's quite complex and involves a lot of data. You'll explain it to you later. For now, just remember this. Mental energy attacks aren't invincible. Their effectiveness often diminishes due to factors like the opponent's strength level and mental energy intensity. Bio-beasts may seem powerful, but they lack mental energy as a foundation, which significantly weakens their defense against your piercing detonations. However, human experts all possess some degree of mental energy. Based on my estimation, your current mental energy strength might at most cause brief dizziness to a third-stage primary bio-beast or a ninth-level mid-tier expert. But Mengming is different. Not only does she possess mental energy, but her physical structure is vastly different. Moreover, her mental energy shares the same origin as yours, and her strength far surpasses a second-stage beast. Your 8th-level mental energy doesn't have much effect on her. So, finding ways to enhance your mental energy is key to maintaining your advantage." Feng Xingqian pursed his lips, but etched Xiaohao's words firmly in his mind. Glancing around, the area was relatively quiet, with no signs of other enemies. Wasting no time, he quickly retraced his steps. With only an hour remaining before sunset, he hoped to find some edible fungi during this time. At the very least, they would taste better than raw meat. Unfortunately, he failed. Fungi seemed to disperse almost immediately after maturing. As the temperature dropped sharply, he shivered and hurriedly located a massive tree that stored water. Extracting 3 bottles of water, he swiftly made his way back. Before long, he returned to the underground cave. Upon seeing 2 pieces of meat skin with distinct patterns, Xuemiao paused for a moment before asking, "Hey, what's your name?" Feng Xingchen flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. "Feng Xingchen. I'm 25, and I don't have a girlfriend." Xuemiao ignored the latter part of his reply and sighed softly. "All right, Feng Xingchen. Being able to independently kill an evolved beast, I'm certain your strength is far beyond level 7. Can you tell me what your actual strength is?" Feigning mystery while trying to act cool, Feng Xingchen said, "Miss, do you eat raw meat? It's safe, no poison. Of course, if you can't handle raw meat, I still have 5 packs of field rations that can last 3 to 4 days. During that time, I'll try my best to find some edible fungi for you." He understood deep down that a woman like Xuemiao, accustomed to a soldier's mindset, could only be won over by a truly strong man. Those overly accommodating, obsequious types would never stand a chance. A faint, charming smile appeared on Xuemiao's lips as she extended her slightly dirty hand. "I know you brought water back. Women love cleanliness. Let me wash my hands, and then give me a pound of raw meat." Feng Xingchen chuckled, took out a water bottle, and tossed it to her. He patted his chest, and the exoskeleton armor transformed into a metal box. Carefully cleaning the alloy surface, he placed a piece of meat on it, took out a short rod, and gave it a gentle twist. A 10-centimeter blade extended from the rod. After weighing it in his hand and finding it to his liking, he skillfully began slicing the raw meat. Xuemiao watched curiously and realized that Feng Xingchen was, in fact, a meticulous person with a refined demeanor. Despite knowing little about him, she noted his attention to detail. Feng Xingchen's parents were both of Chinese descent, born on Earth, and had immigrated to the planet Uran after marrying. They ran a moderately successful restaurant there. His father was a well-known master chef. Feng Xingchen had grown up surrounded by fine cuisine, developing a discerning palate and a deep-rooted passion for cooking. He had studied ingredients, practiced knife skills, mastered the art of tossing a wok, and spent time at the stove. His expertise in slicing meat was second nature. After washing her hands and face, Xuemiao took the raw meat Feng Xingchen handed her and began eating without hesitation. As a soldier, she had undergone the harshest survival training on alien planets. To her, eating meat was a blessing, and pure meat symbolized energy and the hope of survival. The 5 packs of field rations, however, were not to be consumed now. In life-or-death situations, they were as valuable as half a life, and in such dire conditions, preserving them was essential. Both of them consumed about 7 or 8 ounces of raw meat. Xuemiao, watching Feng Xingchen swallow the last bite, remained silent. She retrieved her only remaining dose of bone activation serum, injected it, and activated her inner strength. The energy flowed through the area around her fractured thigh bone, accelerating circulation and speeding up bone recovery. Feng Xingchen stole a few glances at her before retreating to a corner. Quietly, he took out a bottle of beast blood. After confirming that she was asleep, he quickly drank it down, sat cross-legged, and took a deep breath, allowing his inner strength to rotate within his dantian. As the inner strength revolved for several cycles, it began to flow into his meridians, moving rapidly 1 circuit, 2 circuits, 3 circuits. Soon, as it entered the 8th circuit, its speed started to slow. Gradually, it moved 4 centimeters away from his dantian. At this point, the inner strength advanced almost millimeter by millimeter. Yet Feng Xingchen remained entirely focused, gritting his teeth and pushing forward with all his might. The more challenging this process became, the more it accelerated the refinement of his inner strength and enhanced the tempering of his physique. For all cultivators, the daily ritual of pushing their inner strength to its limit was key to refining their energy and fortifying their bodies. Beads of sweat began to form as his body trembled slightly from the exertion. Still, the inner strength crept forward, millimeter by millimeter. After an hour, it stopped at the 8-centimeter mark, unable to move any further. Feng Xingchen exhaled deeply, slowly retracting his inner energy back into his dantian. After a few rotations, his mind gradually calmed down. He opened his eyes, a trace of disappointment flashing in them. It seemed that consuming the blood of an evolutionary beast of the same level for the second time had very limited effects, advancing his inner energy by only 4 centimeters. What about the third time? Without hesitation, he took out the last bottle of blood, downed it in 1 gulp, and reactivated the rotation of his inner energy. The repetitive daily process began once again. His inner energy quickly reached its limit. This time, even his bones felt like they were burning, and sweat poured out like a fountain. Clenching his teeth and exerting all his strength, he finally pushed past the 9.5-centimeter mark at the moment of exhaustion, after which he could no longer move. About 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes again and shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, 2 bottles of blood, and I've advanced just over 5 centimeters. If I were to rely on normal training to achieve this, it would take about 3 months of hard practice. From this perspective, it's not bad. However, it also shows that evolutionary beasts of the same level are no longer effective for me. He couldn't help but wonder if there were higher-level beasts on Kuntan Star. As soon as this thought emerged, he let out a bitter laugh, thinking, greed knows no bounds. Even experts like Xue Miao would suffer severe injuries fighting a first-level evolutionary beast. If it were a second-level evolutionary beast, even a 10th-level warrior's chances of victory would be questionable. In just a mere early-stage 8th-level warrior could I even stand a chance of hunting one? He then recalled his piercing and explosive mental power, and his mood eased slightly. If worse comes to worst, he could take a risk and try his luck against a powerful wild beast. Having made up his mind, he gradually closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, intending to patiently study the changes in his mental power. However, his understanding of mental power was nearly non-existent. Aside from sensing its immense explosive strength, he discovered nothing else. That night passed in uninterrupted training. Feng Xingchen exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, stunned. Xue Miao was nowhere to be seen in the cave. Not only that, but both sets of exoskeleton armor were also gone. He abruptly stood up, his heart tightening. Where was Xiaohao? Xiaohao popped his head out, rolled his eyes, and coughed, saying, "Come on, Xue Miao's human. She has basic needs, and she probably just want to find a safe spot to take care of them. Do you really need to be so worried?" Feng Xingchen froze. Just going to the bathroom, does she need to take 2 sets of exoskeleton armor with her? Wait, 2 sets? She only has her own armor. Xiaohao lazily replied, I swallowed the other one. I'm helping you reassemble the helmet. Oh, and I also added a magazine belt and modified the storage box for you. The magazine belt can carry 9 magazines. The modified storage box can hold 4 blood vials and 3 kilograms of raw meat. I also made 10 magazines of bullets and slightly adjusted the bullet loading mechanism. Each magazine can now hold 7 rounds. 70 rounds in total? What's the firepower like? Feng Xingchen asked. Since the metal was extracted from the armor of the patrol guards, it's slightly stronger than the Kuntan alloy produced by the Earth Federation. In its nanostructure form, it can penetrate patrol guard armor at a range of about 1,200 meters. If used properly, it might even damage mechas. Xiaohao replied. With air superiority in their hands, when would I even get a chance to harm a mecha? Feng Xingchen scoffed. Don't rush. Trust the radar modifications I made, and believe in your own skills and marksmanship, Xiaohao said, tossing over the armor box. Fair point. Feng Xingchen took a few seconds to suit up. Suddenly, a mischievous thought popped into his head. He quickly started walking outside, asking as he went, where is Xue Miao? She's on her way back, Xiaohao chuckled, then suddenly exclaimed, oh no, Dad, you're asking about Xue Miao's location. Don't tell me you're planning to spy on her. Ridiculous. Feng Xingchen's face turned red. She's injured, and if she runs into danger, what then? Uffed. Xiaohao looked at him with disdain. There's an old Chinese saying. Enough. Hurry, hurry. Xue Miao's in danger. Feng Xingchen said anxiously, though had been hoping to poke fun at Xiaohao himself. Xiaohao grew serious. It's true. The attackers are Kaija forces, at least a squad, and they're closing in on Xue Miao fast. Damn it. Feng Xingchen's heart tightened. He grabbed his heavy sniper rifle and dashed out. Could it be that the enemy detected the hidden signals in the forest and started deploying soldiers to investigate? Xiaohao shook his head. While I can't confirm if your analysis is correct, it's logical for the command unit to send smarter species to scout such a complex forest terrain. Patrol guards and bio-beasts aren't very effective for this purpose. Feng Xingchen was utterly annoyed by Xiaohao's rambling. Just give me their location. He shouted. Sharing the radar feed with you now. Xiaohao responded. Feng Xingchen glanced at the screen, barely able to suppress a shout. Among the 5 Kaija individuals, 2 had already used steel net guns to capture Xue Miao, binding her in a steel mesh and dragging her toward the edge of the forest. The remaining 3 were following the footprints Xue Miao had left behind, heading in his direction. Feng Xingchen was frustrated. Why on earth did Xue Miao choose such a remote spot, nearly 500 meters away from the cave entrance, to relieve herself? Rescuing her would now take considerable effort. Meanwhile, Xue Miao's mood was even heavier. Her thigh was injured, making movement difficult, and now she had been discovered and ensnared by the Kaija people in utter humiliation for a 9th-level elite fighter. It was entirely her own fault. She had been distracted on the way back, her thoughts consumed by the sight of Feng Xingchen's mischievously swirling eyes, which had thrown her into a chaotic state of mind. She had completely failed to notice the danger around her. For an elite soldier, such a mistake was an immense disgrace. She silently cursed, wondering why that infuriating man hadn't yet come to save her. In fact, Feng Xingchen was already moving swiftly. He had quietly closed in on the group, but found no good opportunity to strike. He refrained from acting rashly. By now, the 3 Kaija individuals were about 200 meters from the cave entrance, their swift movements visible amidst the trees. The Kaija were generally over 2.1 meters tall, with long limbs and feet that accounted for a third of their body length. Their arms extended past their knees. Such proportions allowed them to cover significantly more ground with each stride than an average human, making them exceptionally agile. They, too, wore single soldier armor, which, backed by third-level civilization technology, provided superior defense compared to Earth's metallic armor. However, such armor was still no match for Earth's 19mm heavy sniper rifles. In recent years, research by the Earth Federation had delved deeply into the Kaija, pinpointing their vulnerabilities. With Feng Xingqian's increasingly precise sniping skills, he could guarantee a one-shot kill. But he dared not fire. Any sound of gunfire might provoke the other two into killing Xue Miao in panic, leaving him with no way to save her. Fortunately, the Kaijia's radar system was nearly useless, forcing them to rely on their eyesight. With his 8th-level abilities, Feng Xingqian might be able to take them down before they could send a warning. He surveyed his surroundings, a cold smile playing on his lips. Quietly, he drew his vibroblade, extending its blade to 20 centimeters. He held it in a reverse grip, ideal for close combat and forest ambushes. The trio's seemingly loose formation was, in fact, a battle-tested arrangement capable of both offense and defense. Unfortunately for them, in the eyes of a skilled fighter, such a formation posed no real threat. The dense forest thoroughly concealed Feng Xingqian's movements. As the group passed by a large tree near him, he suddenly leaped out, his speed exploding as he lunged at the rightmost support gunner. An 8th-level fighter ambushing 6th-level targets might indeed seem like bullying. Feng Xingqian wrapped one arm around the gunner from behind while driving the vibroblade into the light filtering module on the gunner's head with precision. Channeling his strength, he hurled the lifeless body, still clad in its heavy armor, toward the sniper. Following the trajectory of the flying armor, Feng Xingqian darted forward, appearing before the assault gunner in an instant. Dead. With a single leap and a swift motion, he plunged his blade into the assault gunner's light filtering module. At the same time, a loud crash echoed as the hurled armor collided violently with the sniper. An 8th-level fighter's internal force could generate power equivalent to 10 tons. The momentum of the nearly 200-kilogram armor was comparable to the impact of 2 micro-quark bombs. The sniper barely managed to turn sideways before the armor struck him with a bone-crushing thud, sending him flying over 10 meters. He collided with a massive tree, its steel-like trunk embracing him harshly, before he crashed heavily to the ground. Before the sniper could recover from his disoriented state, a sharp blade was already driving toward his light filtering module. Whether it was the single combat armor of the Kaija or the Earthlings, the most fatal weakness in close combat lay in the light filter collectors on either side of the helmet, each less than 2 centimeters in diameter. This position coincided with the temple, the most fragile part of the human skull, and also served as the convergence point for communication and information processing chips. A single stab here would ensure that no communication signals could be transmitted. Feng Xingqian had already taken down 3 enemies, but he couldn't guarantee they hadn't sent out any information before dying. Without hesitation, he sprinted furiously in the direction of Xue Miao. Xiao Hao was controlling a probe, keeping it close behind Xue Miao, transmitting all visuals directly to his helmet. He saw 2 men, one on each side, carrying Xue Miao, who was bound tightly in a steel net. They were already at the edge of the forest, preparing to ascend the sheer cliffs of the canyon. Rage burned within Feng Xingqian, his eyes turning bloodshot as a murderous aura radiated from him. He charged after them with wild abandon. In less than 30 seconds, he reached a point about 400 meters away, taking cover behind a massive tree. From the dense branches, the barrel of his sniper rifle extended, locking onto one of the men through the scope. The edge of the canyon was steep, and the 2 men struggled to climb while carrying Xue Miao. At several points, one of them had to climb first, then haul the steel-bound Xue Miao up. As their movements became sluggish under the pressure of Feng Xingqian's aura, the moment they hoisted Xue Miao once more, Feng Xingqian fired 2 bullets. Before the men could even hit the ground, he leaped forward like a hunting leopard. With the amplification of his level 8 mental strength, opponents below level 7 had no chance of evading his shots. After sprinting just a few meters, the 2 men's heads exploded almost simultaneously. As for Xue Miao, she naturally tumbled down the steep cliffside, rolling uncontrollably. However, Feng Xingqian was confident that she wouldn't be harmed. As a peak level 9 warrior, even though she was bound tightly in special steel wires and unable to move, her muscles would automatically generate an inner protective force, strong enough to withstand the impact of a 19mm tungsten tantalum bullet. Only a direct hit to a vital point could be fatal. Yet, just as Xue Miao was tumbling down, 2 Kaija figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared at the top of the canyon. These 2 were undoubtedly elite warriors. They were not wearing single combat armor or piloting mechs, but were equipped with exoskeletal armor plates. Spotting the falling Xue Miao and the corpses of their comrades below, they seemed to instantly grasp the situation. Without hesitation, they leaped down the cliff at lightning speed, diving straight toward Xue Miao. Although they were aware of the presence of a sniper nearby, they couldn't pinpoint his exact location in their haste. They swiftly seized Xue Miao, using her as a powerful shield to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, Feng Xingchen panicked. He leaped forward with all his might, sprinting while raising his gun single-handedly to fire at the two figures. Don't underestimate such a maneuver, though not as precise as standing shots. His superhuman skills ensured every bullet targeted vital points. The tall Kaija warrior, demonstrating remarkable instincts, swiftly pulled the shorter one along, kicked off the cliff face, and darted behind a massive boulder. Just as the boulder was about to be obliterated by Feng Xingchen's bullets, the two split up, darting out in opposite directions. Feng Xingchen's bullets followed relentlessly. The dull, heavy explosions testified to their devastating power. The tall warrior, trapped on the cliffside with no room to maneuver, was eventually struck by one of Feng Xingchen's bullets in the back. However, just as the projectile hit, a shimmering blue shield appeared, deflecting the bullet that could have pierced through a cruiser. A micro-quantum defense shield? Feng Xingchen was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. A quantum shield, a one-way energy-based defense barrier, allowed attacks from within to pass unhindered while blocking external assaults until the shield collapsed. The micro-energy shield technology is one of the key indicators of a civilization reaching the fourth level of energy utilization. The shield generators produced by Earth and the Kaija people are massive, suitable only for starships, not even for mechas, let alone individual-use micro-shields. He was well aware that this device must have been smuggled from the fourth-level civilization Jimon Alliance by top-tier smugglers from the third-level civilization Caslan. In the Jimon Alliance, such a device wasn't particularly expensive, but when converted to the credit exchange rate between a fourth and second-level civilization, its value soared to 42 million Earth Federation credits, or just over 30 million Kaija Empire credits. That's the equivalent cost of 200 sets of individual combat armor. Of course, micro-quantum shields aren't invincible. Due to their small size, the energy they can store is limited. Without backup power, the built-in energy would be completely depleted after 4 to 5 hits from a single-person micro-armor-piercing missile. By now, he had reached the base of the mountain, and the two Kaija individuals were not far behind, quickly closing in. The taller one gripped a strangely shaped long blade, and along with the shorter one, they advanced from both sides toward Feng Xingchen's position. They were crafty. Shui Miao was bound tightly in a special steel wire net, completely immobilized. At this moment, all they needed to do was capture Feng Xingchen, and Shui Miao would remain their captive. The Kaija people were already faster than Earth's experts of the same tier, and with the enhancement of fourth-level civilization exoskeleton plates, their speed surpassed even Feng Xingchen's wind step. The real danger lay in the tall one's strength, which was undoubtedly at the early stage of level 9, with mental power no less than level 3, granting him exceptional predictive abilities. His blade slashed down abruptly, cutting off all of Feng Xingchen's escape routes. Feng Xingchen's eyes narrowed as he raised his heavy sniper rifle across his chest, blocking the long blade at the last possible moment. Clang! With a loud sound, the heavy sniper rifle was cleaved into 2 pieces. Damn it! A Caslan ion vibration blade. Vibrating at 30 million times per second, Feng Xingchen almost blacked out. This blade also originated from the third-level civilization Caslan, and when converted into Kaija credits, it was worth a staggering 3 million. Adding the Jimon Alliance exoskeleton plates and quantum shield, this guy's equipment was worth a terrifying 78 million Kaija credits. Is he even still considered a soldier? Glad you recognize it. The Kaija man sneered through the language translator embedded in his exoskeleton, his face twisted with a devilish malice, as he swept a kick toward Feng Xingchen. In the nick of time, Feng Xingchen could only raise his arm to shield his head. Bang! The force behind the kick was unimaginable, sending him stumbling backwards several steps before he managed to steady himself. However, the sharp pain in his arm forced a muffled groan out of him. Without the protection of his own exoskeleton plates, his arm would have been broken for sure. Cursing under his breath, Feng Xingchen countered by launching a kick at the advancing tall figure. He knew the opponent had a micro-shield, rendering a direct hit ineffective, so the kick was a feint, with the real attack being a mental power strike. Mental power, intangible and formless, is one of the most mysterious forces in the universe. In a state of spiritual clarity, Feng Xingchen's mental power penetrated the shield, locking onto the tall man's brain and a critical wire on the edge of the micro-energy shield. Heh! Simultaneously, he detonated 2 bursts of mental power. Bang! The energy shield's wire disintegrated into fragments. However, contrary to Feng Xingchen's expectations, the tall man's brain didn't explode. Instead, he staggered, his face pale, and collapsed to the ground. Feng Xingchen froze for a moment, puzzled. Why didn't it work? Then he suddenly remembered what Xiao Hao had said. His current mental power could, at most, cause mild dizziness in someone at the mid-stage of level 9. By targeting both the shield wire and the opponent's brain simultaneously, his strength had been dispersed. The fact that he managed to knock down this early-stage level 9 opponent was already impressive. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xingchen swiftly drew his own ion vibration blade and pinned the disoriented tall man to the ground. Without hesitation, He drove the blade into the target's neck and slashed horizontally. The severed wire cut off the shield's energy supply, causing it to vanish. The tall man was undoubtedly dead. Just as he finished off the tall man, a deafening sonic boom erupted behind him. Feng Xingchen barely managed to twist his body before an immense force struck him, sending him flying sideways. Damn it! His heart sank as he realized the shorter Kaija man had finally entered attack range. Once he hit the ground, he would be subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks. But there was nothing he could do. Floating midair, he had no leverage to change direction and could only await his fate. Change of direction? Feng Xingchen's once despairing heart suddenly became lively. He raised his hand and twisted his wrist forcefully to an unusual angle. Ding! A high-density alloy steel tip shot out from the steel cable ejector on his wrist, embedding itself firmly into a massive tree. Whir! The motor instantly tightened the steel cable. With a powerful pull, he propelled himself 3 meters sideways. Though the distance wasn't far, it was just enough to avoid the short man by one body length. The short man clearly hadn't expected Feng Xingchen to use such a move. He leapt forward to give chase, but midair, with no way to adjust his momentum, he could only watch helplessly as Feng Xingchen brushed past him. In that fleeting moment, the short man suddenly felt something forcibly jammed into his mind. Before he could react, it exploded with a deafening roar, leaving him stunned, his vision swimming with stars, his ears ringing, and his consciousness slipping away entirely. Before the short man even hit the ground, Feng Xingchen had already pressed the steel cable ejector's button at lightning speed, cutting the cable. He lunged like a hawk, and with a swift, lethal strike, slit the man's throat. Whoosh! Landing steadily, he exhaled deeply. Dispatching 2 skilled fighters in quick succession seemed almost effortless. Yes, 2 experts, one at the initial stage of level 9 and the other at the mid-stage of level 9. On the battlefield of Kuntan Star, they were considered elite warriors. If they had teamed up, they could have even taken on a mech. It seemed his mental power-piercing and explosive attack was truly unparalleled. By this time, Xiaohao had eagerly dropped to the ground and was quickly stacking itself up, seemingly intent on consuming the tall man's exoskeleton armor. Don't touch it. That level 4 armor belongs to Xuemiao. Feng Xingchen reminded him. Xiaohao looked at him with a disgruntled expression, his eyes filled with resentment. You can't reveal your abilities. Besides, with this equipment, Xuemiao and I can collect high-grade metals even faster. As for the short man's armor, you can have it, but only after we leave this place. Fine, Xiaohao grumbled reluctantly. But later, I'm also eating those 3 sets of single soldier armors over there. Feng Xingchen chuckled. Do as you please. By the way, the heavy sniper is destroyed, and the micro-shield's wiring is severed. It's temporarily unusable. Can you try fixing it? Xiaohao replied confidently. If it's a machine, there's nothing I can't repair. The heavy sniper is easy. I'll make you another one later. But as for the shield, the wiring isn't just severed, it's shattered. I can't find a suitable superconductive metal to replace it for now. They'll have to think of a solution later. Xiaohao climbed up, and Feng Xingchen watched enviously as it devoured the heavy sniper and shield device in one gulp before returning to his wrist. Feng Xingchen smiled faintly, picking up the tall man's Castellan resonance blade. He examined it carefully. The gleaming blue metal was clearly of high quality. Only a fool would leave it behind. He quickly secured it to the weapon rack on his right thigh, then headed toward Xuemiao. A few breaths later, he reached Xuemiao and almost burst out laughing at the sight of her. Xuemiao was stuck in a crevice between rocks, her rear end raised awkwardly, a truly humiliating position for someone educated in noble etiquette. When she saw Feng Xingchen approaching, her expression turned colorful. Noticing the amused smirk on his face, her eyebrows furrowed, and she huffed coldly. Aren't you going to help? Stifling his laughter, Feng Xingchen worked to untangle the steel net. Before Xuemiao could react, he scooped her up in his arms. What are you doing? Put me down, Xuemiao exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Quiet. There are still Kaija people nearby. You're injured, how are you going to outrun them? Feng Xingchen said urgently. Xuemiao felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, but ultimately closed her eyes, letting him carry her away. Her trembling lashes betrayed her nerves. Anyone could tell she was tense. Yet she had to admit, Feng Xingchen was right. With the help of 2 bone activation serums and her inner strength, her thigh bone was healing rapidly. While the exoskeleton armor provided some support, allowing her to limp along, any intense movement was out of the question. If there were still threats nearby, trying to walk on her own could very well doom them both. She sighed inwardly. She had no choice but to let this guy take advantage of the situation. Feng Xingchen chuckled to himself as he leisurely returned to the spot where the tall man had met his end. His gaze swept over the area, and he was relieved to see that Xiaohao still hadn't activated the level 4 armor plates. Letting out a faint sigh of relief, he set Xuemiao down beside him and pressed a few buttons on the armor plates. A crisp metallic sound echoed as the plates contracted into a compact box. Xuemiao, who clearly recognized the item, exclaimed in surprise. Something from the Jumon Alliance? Impressive. Like it. It's yours. Feng Xingchen said nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. Your life is worth more than a few million, isn't it? Besides, your armor plates are nearly destroyed. In a place this dangerous, you can't be without proper equipment. Xue Miao sighed softly, removed her damaged armor plates, and casually tossed them aside before donning the advanced gear. The exoskeleton armor, equipped with microchips, allowed for manual adjustments to fit different body types and species. As long as the wearer had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, the armor could be easily tailored for a perfect fit. After putting on the armor and adjusting it to her comfort, Xue Miao spun in place and asked with a smile, "How does it look? Does it fit well?" Her radiant smile carried a captivating charm, and Feng Xingchen couldn't help but think to himself that Xue Miao's figure was unparalleled, unmatched by any woman. The armor, clearly more adaptable than anything designed on Earth, clung seamlessly to her curvaceous form. The sleek black surface added a wild allure, especially with the chest plates emphasizing graceful, provocative lines. Feng Xingchen swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze. He reached into his belongings and pulled out a vibration blade crafted by Xiao Hao, handing it to her with a hint of awkwardness. This is an 800,000 frequency vibration blade. It's better than what you had. Keep it. For the record, he added, the ion vibration blade features a folding design. It can transform into a spear, a long blade, or a broadsword based on preset configurations, catering to everyone's preferences. Xue Miao accepted the short rod with a charming smile, adjusted it into a spear form, and secured it to the weapon rack. She then began inspecting the rest of the equipment on the armor. The tall man had clearly been overconfident, as the storage only contained a few armor-piercing explosive missiles and no other advanced weaponry. Opening the storage box, she found 2 bottles of water, some field rations, a medical kit, and 4 packs of cigarettes. She smiled faintly. While the Kaija species appeared to be carbon-based life forms, the differences in their cellular structure and bone composition made the medical kit unsuitable for humans. However, the field rations and water were valuable supplies. As for the cigarettes, she never smoked and casually tossed them aside along with the medical kit. Not far away, Feng Xingchen's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes. He lunged forward like a starving dog, scooping them up and laughing heartily. These cigarettes weren't made of Earth's tobacco but were crafted from the spore-producing Xiangning silkwood, a plant native to a barren planet within the Jimon Alliance's territory. This plant, known as Xiangning, grew astonishingly fast, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters within a year. When mature, it released tiny, translucent ring-like spores the size of a fingertip that danced in the wind and could grow into new trees within a year upon landing. The Jimon Alliance had deliberately cultivated the plant due to its exceptional yield. Despite being mildly toxic and addictive, Xiangning spores contained a unique oil with an appealing flavor that was beloved by nearly all carbon-based species. When processed into cigarettes, they surpassed even the finest tobacco products on Earth in taste. Feng Xingchen knew that the Jimon Alliance had developed over 100 brands of Xiangning cigarettes to cater to the aesthetic and flavor preferences of various species, distributing them across numerous planets. The market was enormous, and these cigarettes were a major source of foreign exchange income for the Alliance. Before enlisting in the military, Feng Xingchen had seen Xiangning cigarettes sold in duty-free shops on Uran Star. However, due to the exchange rate between the Level 4 civilization and the Earth Federation, they were prohibitively expensive, costing over 300 credits per pack. He had only ever smoked 3 packs in total. Feng Xingchen felt as if he'd struck gold. He hastily lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and immediately savored its unique flavor far superior to the panda cigarettes that had been renowned for centuries. Carefully, he stashed the remaining cigarettes away, his greedy gaze shifting back to the short man. Sure enough, the man had more treasures on him. 2 packs of Bao C cigarettes, 2 bottles of water, 5 packs of field rations, for individual cork grenades, and a miniature missile launcher neatly equipped with 6 micro anti-armor missiles. Satisfied, Feng nodded. Despite the constant murmurs of dissent around him, he scooped up Xue Miao and swiftly headed toward the stone forest. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao quietly landed on the ground, eager to consume the metals he craved. He knew he had to leave the forest quickly. Kaija forces were already starting to take notice of the area, and staying hidden was no longer an option. Without fully understanding the enemy's movements, venturing deeper into the forest to locate the coordinates risked exposing the survivors' positions. Xiao Hao moved swiftly across a cliffside, following a shallow mountain ravine until he reached the edge of the stone forest. By this time, Xiao Hao had absorbed the metals he needed and returned to his place on Feng's wrist. Controlling 3 reconnaissance drones, he carefully scouted the surroundings. These tiny devices were built using 7th-level civilization technology. While their materials limited their quality and capabilities compared to similar 4th-level technology, their performance far exceeded that of 5th-level civilizations, let alone the Kaija technology. As expected, within minutes, the drones transmitted a wealth of data. Just as Xiao Hao had suspected, Over 100 Kaija soldiers and more than 30 bio beasts had gathered in the depths of the stone forest overnight. Scratching his chin, Feng weighed his options. Suddenly, a peculiar glint flashed in Xue Miao's eyes as she suggested, "Let's go in. The most dangerous places are often the safest." Feng was taken aback and asked, "Do you have that much faith in my abilities? I mean, I did take down 2 ninth-level experts in seconds, and I can sneak in undetected." Though he understood the logic, having Xue Miao with him made taking risks a more careful consideration. After some thought, he abruptly declared, "No, I've decided to wipe them all out." "Wipe them out? How?" Xue Miao asked, puzzled. Feng grinned confidently. "Don't worry. Didn't we just get our hands on a few micro-missiles?" Xue Miao frowned. "If those missiles were that effective, do you think I'd have ended up in such a sorry state?" Feng reassured her, "Relax, beautiful. Just sit back and watch." With that, he placed Xue Miao inside a hollow in a massive stalagmite, activated his windwalking state, and ghosted into the stone forest. After advancing a short distance, Feng whispered, "Xiao Hao, mark all the red dots on the map, especially the locations of the evolved beasts." Xiao Hao promptly replied, "Understood." While Xiao Hao continued his reconnaissance, Feng examined the Kaija missile launcher but found it unreliable. He ultimately opted for the proton element missiles synthesized by Xiao Hao, equipping them onto his wrist. Xiao Hao worked with remarkable efficiency. Just as Feng finished preparing, Xiao Hao had already pinpointed the locations of all 30 evolved beasts and marked them clearly with red dots. He even identified a Kaija soldier in an exoskeletal suit, marked with precise detail. Almost all the Kaija soldiers were clustered together, likely resting and chatting. In that area, a single proton element missile would likely eliminate them all. However, the bio beasts were more dispersed, making it impossible to clear them entirely with just one missile. The bio beasts engineered by the Kaija contained 3 sets of miniature chips, allowing them to execute precise attacks upon receiving commands. Otherwise, they relied on their animal instincts and natural survival skills, making them incredibly adaptable and resilient in prolonged battles. Studying the map closely, Xiao Hao selected 4 strategic attack points and narrowed his eyes, extending his sensory field to cover the area. Taking a deep breath, Feng abruptly emerged from his cover. With a swift motion, the missile launcher sprang into action, firing the first missile toward the marked point. He then sidestepped several meters, waited a second, and launched a second missile at the next target. He continued this pattern, releasing the third and fourth missiles in 1-second intervals. By the time the first missile detonated at its target, the area erupted in chaos. This spot was right at the center of the gathering of Kaija. The ferocious shockwave, carrying an intense heat of over 9,000 degrees, tore through the area, instantly carbonizing a dozen people nearby. The others, most of whom were powerful warriors above level 5, quickly reacted. Some rolled away, some leaped to safety, and others sought cover. However, they clearly underestimated the power of the proton missiles. These top-tier weapons, comparable to the pinnacle technology of a level 4 civilization, unleashed a force far beyond what they could withstand. Out of the 100 or so people, only a dozen on the outermost edge managed to find cover and survive this horrifying attack. Even the level 8 mid-tier expert barely escaped by dodging behind a massive stalagmite. Yet, before he could celebrate his narrow survival, a second missile detonated just 30 meters away from him. He didn't even have time to scream before being completely vaporized. The bio beasts on the outskirts suffered heavy losses in the 2 explosions, with the survivors forced together by the violent shockwaves. These clusters, however, became the targets of yet more missiles. After the 2 devastating explosions, the bio beasts stood no chance of survival. Within just 20 seconds, the stone forest fell silent, devoid of any remaining life. Feng Xingchen stood frozen in place, his eyes blank as he muttered, "Oh my god, the power of those proton missiles is insane." Over 100 combat units, along with more than 30 evolved beasts, all turned to charcoal. Xiao Hao popped his head out from the side, his face full of disdain. Proton missiles are the pinnacle of level 4 civilization technology. And you used 4 of them just to kill a few trash mobs? What a colossal waste. Feng Xingchen blinked, his heart sinking as he imagined a bill of 30 million credits flying away, nearly causing him to faint. Xiao Hao glanced at his unreliable father with a mix of pity and contempt. To him, this small-time soldier from a level 2 civilization's border region really hadn't seen much of the universe. Just stepping into a level 4 civilization was already a huge bragging point. As for encountering levels even or higher civilizations, that was pure fantasy. Feng Xingchen stood dazed for a full 2 minutes before carefully stowing away the last remaining missile. He resolved firmly in his heart that unless it was a matter of life and death, he would never use it again. Of course, if absolutely necessary, Xiao Hao could always procure more missiles. Given his father's identity, it wouldn't be too difficult. This comforting thought brightened his mood instantly. With a casual wave of his hand, he instructed Xiao Hao to control the miniature detector and search the stone forest thoroughly. Soon, they discovered a hollow stalagmite over 160 meters in diameter. After carefully studying the terrain and confirming the area was safe, Feng Xingchen quickly ran back, picked up Shui Miao, and dashed toward the giant stalagmite. At about halfway up, they found a narrow crevice. Entering the crevice, they immediately took a liking to the place. The long, narrow crack opened into several relatively spacious pockets after a short distance, resembling 5 or 6 small single rooms. Though not large, they were sufficient for shelter. Shui Miao struggled to her feet and found a small pocket to settle into. She softly thanked him before sitting down to channel her inner energy to heal her fractured bones. Feng Xingchen opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just shook his head and sat down in the adjacent space to begin his own training. He wasn't clueless, but in front of the woman he admired, the base's unanimously recognized top new generation elite mecha Paloth didn't dare act overly familiar. Besides, just having her company was enough to make him content. He let out a sigh and glanced around. Finding such a safe place was perfect for organizing his recent gains. Naturally, it was the connection between mental power and inner energy. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to reflect on the experiences gained from the recent series of battles. He murmured softly, "Get me a new heavy sniper rifle." After speaking, he gently brushed the dust off the ground, sat down cross-legged, and quickly entered a meditative state. In the vast expanse of his mind, dense, bright white mist swirled. This was his mental power. Just a few days ago, the amount of this mist was only 1/25th of what it was now, and its glow was as faint as a firefly's. But now, it shone as brightly as the full moon. As his meditation deepened, the mist began to churn and shift, sometimes forming a herd of Pegasi galloping across the clouds, other times transforming into large sailing ships gliding over crystal-clear waves. Amid these ever-changing forms, fine particles of essence slowly converged, entering his mental domain. The mist seemed to condense and grow denser with the addition of this essence. However, the growth was painfully slow. At this pace, reaching the 9th level would take at least 15 years of relentless cultivation. In the past, he might have accepted this, but after experiencing a rapid tenfold increase in just a few days, it was impossible to remain calm. After meditating for about 2 hours with little to show for it, he sighed softly and exited the meditative state. He opened his eyes wide, shook his head vigorously to refocus, and then slowly closed them again, attempting to channel his inner energy. Yet, just as the energy completed half a circuit, a sudden vibration from his wrist startled him awake. Out of habit, he activated his portable light brain, which projected a set of images before him. 2 Kaija people striding behind a strange creature, which was sniffing the air as it moved closer to the stalagmites where he was hiding. There was no need for an explanation. These images were transmitted by Xiao Hao, warning him of imminent danger. His heart clenched tightly. That creature was said to be a Li beast, reared by the Kaija people, with a sense of smell 700 times more sensitive than Earth's canines. If the Li beast tracked their scent, they would lose any chance of maintaining a peaceful hideout. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the alloy case beside him, along with the newly synthesized heavy sniper rifle from Xiao Hao, and stealthily slipped out of the cave. Within 5 seconds, he was fully equipped and vanished like lightning into the depths of the stone forest. After sprinting over a kilometer, he crouched low and climbed onto a stalagmite, finding an excellent sniping position. He set up the heavy sniper rifle and locked onto the Li beast. These creatures were rare and notoriously difficult to tame. Killing even one would mean one less threat. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Xiao Hao's voice suddenly rang out. "Wait." Along with the warning, a new set of images appeared in his Helmeta group of humanoid mechs stationed 6 kilometers away, clearly belonging to the Kaija people. Feng Xingchen froze, muttering, "What the hell? Have the Kaija people gone mad? Sending such a powerful force?" Xiao Hao scoffed. 2 hours ago, you killed over 100 of their men. If I were the Kaija commander, I'd send my best to investigate too." Feng Xingchen shot him a glare, but didn't hesitate to refocus on the Li beast. He had to eliminate it and then find a way to lure everyone out of the stone forest. Otherwise, both he and Shui Miao would be doomed. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out. 800 meters away, the Li beast was blasted into pieces. However, the 2 Kaija people were absolute elites. The instant the Li beast was hit, they rolled aside, narrowly dodging the bullets aimed at them. Feng Xingchen suddenly realized he had underestimated the strength of the world's heroes. At that moment, he chose not to fire again. Without hesitation, he leapt off the stalagmite and, accelerating to a speed of 40 meters per second, dashed deeper into the stone forest. Of course, the direction he chose was nowhere near where Shui Miao was hiding. Feng Xingchen had to run, and he had to run fast. The enemy wouldn't give him another chance to aim. Instead, they would call in mechas to encircle him. At such close range, even a half-second delay would exponentially increase the risks he faced. It had to be said had grown quickly in the crucible of war, learning to seize opportunities and knowing when to quit while ahead. Keen judgment was an essential quality of an excellent sniper. In this era, soldiers drew from a vast array of knowledge systems and were rigorously trained in specialized fields, resulting in formidable combat effectiveness. Once they stepped onto the battlefield, overcoming psychological barriers was all it took for them to grow at an astonishing rate. As an A-level heavy sniper, Feng Xingchen had earned the military's recognition, granting him access to far more extensive resources than others. These resources were the distilled wisdom of countless experts over centuries of warfare with advanced weaponry. By combining theory with battlefield experience, his growth accelerated even further. Feng Xingchen's running speed was far from his limit. With the assistance of his Windwalker state and the enhancements provided by his exoskeletal armor, he could even surpass 72 meters per second. He had Xiao Hao to thank for the custom-made portable AI system. Controlled by Xiao Hao, 5 microdrones perfectly mapped the movements of all units, displaying them clearly on Feng Xingchen's helmet interface. Moreover, the unique environment and complex terrain of this planet gave him a significant advantage. However, he intentionally left subtle traces behind, fully convinced that the 4 mechas and 2 elite operatives sent after him would include a tracking specialist. His judgment was correct. In the intricate terrain, the pursuers appeared to be scattered but maintained a semi-encirclement formation. He could clearly sense they were trying to force him out of the stone forest to capture him alive. Letting out a cold chuckle, Feng Xingchen darted around a massive stone pillar and paused briefly. His tumtor-long figure swiftly slid down and raced toward the distance. Meanwhile, he leaped 3 times to conceal himself midway up the pillar. Within 10 seconds, a mecha and a solo elite operative sped past his hiding spot. A question lingered in his mind: how could a tracking specialist operate a mecha and still track effectively? Could the real tracker be the operative in exoskeletal armor? A glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. Once the two were over 200 meters away, he locked his heavy sniper rifle onto the solo operative. Bang! If Feng Xingchen failed to eliminate his target with a surprise attack, he wouldn't deserve the title of an A-level-heavy sniper, let alone claim to be a heavy sniper elite with mental strength rated at level 8. In truth, his A-level rating was merely a pre-war assessment. Now he confidently believed his skills had surpassed 3 A-level, possibly reaching S-level. In the Earth Federation, heavy snipers were classified into 3 tiers and 9 ranks, with B-level being the lowest and 3 S-level the highest. Snipers who reached S-level were considered top-tier professionals and entered classified military records. Even in retirement, they received substantial state pensions. In return, they were the Federation's top-ranked reserve forces, ready to be called back into service at any moment. When targeted by a sniper of such caliber, any opponent was doomed to a swift death. The sprinting operative's head exploded with a sickening pop, leaving the mecha operator trailing behind, visibly startled. However, piloting a mecha usually meant heavy snipers posed little threat to him. Remaining calm, he turned his mecha to locate the sniper's position. But just as he turned, a streak of light shot toward him, striking the mecha's head with pinpoint accuracy. The head of the mecha didn't house its main circuits or personnel, but it concentrated the radar, communication signal transmitters, and fire control systems. Once damaged, the mecha was effectively blinded and deafened. Due to its critical importance, the head was one of the 3 most heavily armored parts of the mecha, alongside the cockpit and the rear main circuit assembly. Such formidable armor was not something a sniper rifle from a Tier 3 civilization could easily penetrate. Yet, the streak of light found its mark, piercing through a compound eye camera and detonating with explosive force. The quality of the mech was undeniably reliable. Although the camera was destroyed, the protective metal layer behind it remained intact. The explosive force of the heavy sniper bullet was formidable, yet it only created a small hole and failed to inflict any critical damage to the mech. However, another bullet hitting the same spot would undoubtedly cause serious issues. At this moment, an error appeared in the mech's 3D imaging system. The mech pilot was momentarily shaken by the opponent sniper's tactics. Nevertheless, every mech pilot was a levels even expert or higher, with reflexes far superior to ordinary humans. Within an instant, he devised several countermeasures, rolled out of the way, and deftly switched radar wave frequencies. His judgment was spot on. Combat mechs were equipped with powerful frequency modulation capabilities. After switching through 3 frequency bands, a faint red silhouette appeared on the radar screen. It's worth mentioning that, in this world where everyone practiced martial arts, all combatants on the battlefield were elite warriors of level 5 or higher. For levels even and above experts, their internal energy shields provided robust filtering capabilities, significantly reducing the detection effectiveness of multiple radar frequencies. Additionally, most experts were equipped with exoskeletons, which came with radar suppression and metal armor coatings that further enhanced filtering effects. The mech pilot surmised that their target was undoubtedly a highly skilled individual. The best approach would be to activate both the radar and internal energy shield's dual filtering features while maintaining radar suppression, or to rely solely on the internal energy shield. Thus, his radar frequency locked and cycled continuously among the 3 channels. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen didn't employ any concealment measures but instead relied on the cover provided by the environment. On one hand, he admired the audacity of the Earthling mech pilot. On the other, he unhesitatingly launched a wide-area suppressive attack. Feng Xingchen was no fool. Managing to destroy a camera with a single shot and deal some damage to the mech had already been a stroke of good fortune. So, as the mech pilot executed evasive maneuvers, Feng Xingchen quickly stowed his heavy sniper rifle, leaped off the stalagmite, and bolted towards the most complex terrain. Earlier, Xiaohao had spent 2 hours honing his mental focus to control the detection device, thoroughly scanning the entire stone forest and constructing a high-definition 3D map. This preparation elevated Feng Xingchen's speed to a remarkable level. The mech pilot was furious. The massive mech was far less agile than an individual soldier in such challenging terrain, but abandoning the mech to pursue on foot was not an option. The pilot's anger led to severe consequences. With a rapid motion of his hands, a barrage of missiles was launched, engulfing Feng Xingchen in explosions. Fortunately, after advancing to level 8, the quality of Feng Xingchen's internal energy shield had improved significantly, far surpassing that of level 7. Although the bombardment left him in a disheveled state, it caused no actual harm. Feng Xingchen was furious as well, but could only flee in desperation. He finally realized he had underestimated the threat posed by the mech. Damn it, he cursed repeatedly. If there was anything more frustrating than being relentlessly pursued by a mech, it was being chased by 2 mechs. That's right, another mech had now joined the pursuit. The 2 colossal machines loomed behind him, ready to engulf him at any moment. Meanwhile, the Kaija forces were equally frustrated. Their second lone soldier had been taken out by an unidentifiable figure, and now the 2 mechs were chasing that figure far away. This meant they had temporarily lost their reinforcements. To make matters worse, the Earthling before them was exceptionally nimble, constantly darting into narrow spaces. This forced the Kaija soldiers to launch various missiles for interception, causing their ammunition supplies to dwindle rapidly and the cost of the battle to skyrocket far beyond their budget. Even if they managed to kill Feng Xingchen, they would still face reprimands from their superiors and endure endless ridicule from their comrades. However, they had no choice but to press on. If they didn't force the Earthling out of the stone forest, eliminating him would become exceedingly difficult, making the immense expenditure entirely meaningless. Missiles seemed to rain down endlessly. If not for the dense stalagmites, rich in metal content and difficult to destroy, even a level 11 expert would have been driven to madness. Feng Xingchen gritted his teeth, pushing himself to his absolute limits as he unleashed every ounce of speed and evasive maneuvers he had to face the crisis before him. Furious curses slipped from his lips as he darted past a massive stalagmite, swiftly pulling out a weaponized 30 million frequency cast blue oscillation blade. Ducking low, he maneuvered around the stalagmite, determined to engage his enemy in close combat. The mech wasn't slow either. By the time Feng Xingchen rounded the stalagmite, the mech had already appeared 80 meters away. Without hesitation, Feng Xingchen leapt forward. The mech pilot clearly didn't expect anyone to dare challenge a mech heathen and froze for a brief moment. The twin laser Closian defense cannons on the mech's shoulders quickly rose into position. However, Feng Xingchen, armed only with 8th level strength against a mech, wasn't foolish enough to engage directly. Instead, he raised his hand, deploying a stolen missile launcher. 3 miniature armor-piercing missiles, primed and ready, launched instantly. The mech pilot was stunned. While close-range armor-piercing missiles couldn't deliver a fatal blow to a mech, their directional explosive force was not to be underestimated. In that split second, the pilot made a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. He curled into a tight roll to evade the blast. The explosion was deafening, and though his evasive maneuver was nearly flawless, as he completed the roll and sprang back to his feet, he heard a strange noise from the reactor. To his horror, he realized the mech's legs were no longer operational. The reactor's wiring had been severed. As an experienced mech pilot, he didn't need to inspect the damage. He instantly deduced the cause. Yet, he couldn't comprehend how the superconductive wiring had been cut. Realizing that staying inside the mech would be a death sentence, he slammed the ejection mechanism. The cockpit shot out in an instant, opening to eject him. Normally, impact-absorbing foam would envelop the pilot during ejection, but he knew that being encased in the foam would spell certain death. In a desperate move, he disabled the foam deployment and braced himself as the force of the ejection hurled him toward a stalagmite, ready to endure the collision and counterattack. As an 8th level combatant at his peak, he was confident he could fight even without a mech. However, he underestimated Feng Xingchen's speed. Before he could hit the stalagmite, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air. Feng Xingchen's oscillation blade was already embedded deep in his neck. Feng Xingchen hadn't anticipated that using his mental energy to disrupt the reactor wiring would be so effective, enabling him to dispatch a mech pilot with such ease. His confidence soared. Flicking the blood and eerie shade of green off his blade, he quickly turned, strategizing how to take down the second mech. What he seemed to forget was that the two mechs were sharing information. The entire sequence of his takedown was transmitted to the other pilot in real time. Shocked, the second pilot wasted no time ejecting from his mech. He had to retreat. The confined terrain offered little advantage for mech combat, and instead posed significant limitations. Moreover, he had no idea what had caused his companion's mech to malfunction and feared staying inside could lead to unforeseen consequences. As a 9th-level mech pilot, equipped with exoskeletal armor, he was more than capable of engaging in close combat. With his 9th-level Chiron physiology, he could reach speeds of nearly 60 meters per second. Enhanced by his exoskeleton, his speed even surpassed Feng Xingqian's maximum of 72 meters per second. Moving at such incredible speed, he weaved through the stalagmites like a shadow, closing the distance just as Feng Xingqian was about to leave. Silent and swift, he crept within 10 meters, only then unsheathing his oscillation blade and striking. The blade, combined with his velocity, made him confident he could end the fight in one blow. Yet, just 50 centimeters from his target, he realized the diminutive earthling had vanished from under his blade. Windform. He finally understood how this earthling had evaded the covering fire of two mechs. At that moment, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. He swung his blade horizontally behind him while leaping backward. His instinct was correct. Feng Xingqian had indeed launched a surprise attack from behind. However, the horizontal slash forced Feng Xingqian to retreat. Feng Xingqian backed away a dozen meters, standing still with piercing eyes fixed on the pilot, his gaze unwavering and devoid of emotion. The pilot's face flushed red, feeling utterly humiliated as he was thrown into disarray by an opponent at the 8th tier beginner level. However, after a brief moment of discomfort, he took a deep breath and charged forward with his blade. Facing the pilot's fierce assault, Feng Xingqian's expression turned serious. His internal energy surged as he raised his blade to meet the attack. Screech. The blade sliced through the air, causing the dust on the ground to tremble slightly. Clang. The two high-tech blades collided with a deafening explosion that rippled through the surroundings. At this moment, neither of them cared about the noise. They were solely focused on taking each other down as quickly as possible. Blades flashed, and the sound of premium metals clashing rang out incessantly. Feng Xingqian felt his blood boil with excitement, his transcendent state allowing him to clearly anticipate every move of the Kaija. He hadn't realized until now how the combination of transcendence and wind form could create such a flawless state. He genuinely hoped this fight could continue seriously, as he could feel himself rapidly integrating the combat skills his instructor had taught him, embedding them deeply into his very being. If he had another hour or two of this confrontation, he was certain he would be a different person. But he hadn't forgotten that Meng Meng had lured away two mechas. Honestly, he was worried. Meng Meng's strength was clearly not enough to go head-to-head with mechas. And yet, these were destructive insect-like beings. Confronting mechas heathen would be a death wish. Sigh. This was the battlefield, and there had never been an opportunity to properly train Meng Meng. It was truly frustrating. Taking a deep breath, he knew he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Raising his blade once more, he locked onto the opponent's brain domain with his mental energy piercing, detonating. Just as the pilot was about to raise his blade to block, a loud explosion erupted in his brain, causing him to stagger. Before he could comprehend what had happened, the blade had already sliced across his neck. The vibrating edge cut so cleanly that he didn't even feel any pain before his head flew off. With a swift and decisive strike, Feng Xingqian wasted no time and turned to dash in the direction where Meng Meng had disappeared. He failed to notice that Xiao Hao had detached from his wrist and darted off, swallowing the two mechas in one gulp, not even sparing the exoskeletons on the two corpses. The little guy desperately needed all kinds of metals, though the low-grade materials provided minimal benefit. Frustratingly, he had no other choice. Feng Xingqian moved with incredible speed, and under the guidance of the scanner controlled by Xiao Hao, he quickly located the two mechas. He couldn't help but think to himself how impressive Meng Meng was, having learned to employ guerrilla tactics. This little creature was surprisingly clever, so much so that if it ever broke free from his control, it would undoubtedly become his greatest rival. Just then, Xiao Hao, who had taken a shortcut, reattached to his wrist and exclaimed, "Go left. We have a chance to take down one of the mechas." "How is that possible? The bullets you've given me are nowhere near enough to take down a mecha directly," Feng Xingqian retorted. "Yeah, what if I'm talking about using a mecha?" Xiao Hao replied, brimming with excitement. Feng Xingqian froze for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "That's right. From the earlier battle, didn't we recover an intact mecha? He'll show you what it means for a Lingpeng clansman to pilot a mecha," he said excitedly. "Don't worry. With my guidance, you'll realize piloting a mecha isn't as hard as you think." Xiao Hao responded confidently. "All right, split up and flank them," Feng Xingqian commanded. "Understood," Xiao Hao replied energetically. Detaching from Feng Xingqian once more, he spat out a mecha and darted inside it like lightning. In the next second, the mecha sprang into action. However, after pursuing the targets for a short distance, Feng Xingqian suddenly cried out, This isn't Gudthir heading out of the stone forest. I'm certain they've detected the danger. Of course they have, Xiaohao chimed in. They hold the advantage in space. Setting up an aerial warning system is basic protocol. The most frustrating part is that they've mapped out a three-dimensional model of the stone forest. Look at their retreat route, it's perfectly efficient, wasting no distance. Damn it. At this rate, I won't be able to catch up to them, Feng Xingqian muttered anxiously. Where's Mingming? Only she can hold off the two mechas for a few seconds. Feng Xingqian said helplessly, don't count on Mingming. I bet that guy must have been scared out of his wits by the two mechas attacking him. He's probably run as far away as he can. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In that case, we'll have to go all in. Throughout their conversation, their pace remained rapid. By the time they exited the stone forest, the two mechas were still 2 kilometers away. Great! Xiaohao exclaimed excitedly as several missiles were launched into the air. The missiles seemed to fly aimlessly at first, but as they neared the mechas above, one suddenly exploded. The powerful shockwave sent another missile veering off course, detonating midair just under 100 meters from the two mechas. Though the explosion wasn't particularly powerful, the precise angle and shockwave successfully caused the mechas to stagger for a few moments, delaying their acceleration by 7 or 8 seconds. During this brief window, while Xiaohao couldn't catch up to the two of them directly, he maneuvered his mecha to a prime sniper position. Bang! 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 Massive 105mm alloy rounds fired one after another, forcing the two mechas into disarray, their escape trajectory completely disrupted. The two mecha pilots, furious, dodged desperately while furiously launching dozens of missiles in retaliation. Damn it, we're done for this time. Feng Xingqian panicked as he saw the missiles raining down. Terrified, he turned and sprinted back toward the stone forest. No matter how confident he was, he knew there was no way to withstand such a barrage of mecha missiles. Watching his father flee in panic, Xiaohao scoffed dismissively and controlled his mecha to face the incoming missile swarm. The Closian defense cannon on the mecha's shoulder extended and began firing. Dense beams of light intercepted the missiles, detonating them hundreds of meters away. The mecha moved like a living creature, weaving through the hail of bullets and beams as it steadily closed in on the two enemy mechas. From a distance, Feng Xingqian stood stunned. At that moment, he finally believed Xiaohao could push a mecha's performance to 200 of its potential. Every move was executed with precision, perfection even. He realized Xiaohao was likely planning to capture the two mechas rather than destroy them outright, which explained why he hadn't gone for the kill. The display of skill was mesmerizing, but they seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail. These were mechas equipped not only with formidable firepower, but also advanced radar and communication systems. Enough time had passed, reinforcements were bound to arrive. As Xiaohao approached within 300 meters of the mechas, he suddenly shouted, "No! Dad, run!" Feng Xingqian froze for a moment before looking up to see two missiles streaking through the sky. Airborne missiles. He recognized the distinct exhaust trails and screamed in panic. Run! Missiles launched from starfighter aircraft were an entirely different threat compared to mecha missiles. Their destructive force was on a strategic level. Shouting frantically, Feng Xingqian grabbed his heavy sniper rifle. But with the aircraft flying over 3,000 meters in the air, taking it down with a sniper rifle was a fool's errand. Even a mecha would struggle to achieve such a feat, Xiaohao yelled. Forget about me. Just run. As he spoke, his mecha's Closian defense cannon locked onto the missiles, firing a barrage of lasers. Xiaohao remained unfazed. If his mecha couldn't survive, he was determined to make the other two mechas pay the price. As for himself, he smirked. A levels-even civilization's intelligent metallic life form wouldn't be harmed by weapons from a civilization below level 5. In the sky, two brilliant explosions erupted, lighting up the air 700 meters above the ground. However, actually, they were all wrong. The missile launched by the enemy wasn't a destructive weapon, but an electromagnetic pulse bomb. As a series of strange wailing sounds echoed, the three mechas on the ground were instantly paralyzed. Xiaohao, furious, cursed loudly and had no choice but to activate the mechanical emergency ejection system, quickly escaping the mecha and sprinting toward Feng Xingqian. He soon returned to Feng Xingqian's wrist. Feng Xingqian, worried about a potential counterattack from the Kaija forces, didn't dare to leave and stayed hidden within the stone forest, directing Xiaohao to use the detector to monitor the distance. Before long, two transport aircraft arrived, hoisting the three disabled mechas and leaving without hesitation. Feng Xingqian felt a headache coming on. All this fuss for a single soldier? If Xuemiao hadn't been injured, they could have moved to another location. But now, after leaving the stone forest, where could they find another safe place? Just as he was feeling frustrated, two warning signals came through his helmet. He noticed a green dot moving slowly from deep within the stone forest. On the radar, green dots represented allies in the identification system. At this moment, who else could emerge from the stone forest but Xuemiao? Why did she come out? Feng Xingqian muttered to himself, turning and running toward the forest. Xiaohao was also muttering after such a loud battle. Even a deaf person would have heard it. Shui Miao soon appeared in front of him. Upon seeing Feng Xingqian, she remarked, "Oh, hero, I have to reevaluate your combat abilities. To think you managed to escape from a mecha ambush. What's the situation outside?" Feng Xingqian hesitated, his lips moving slightly, but he didn't dare to mention that he had taken down 2 mechas. Instead, he offered a faint smile. "Trust me, it's calm out there for now. However, I'm worried." Shui Miao interrupted, "No need to worry. If I were the Kaija commander, I wouldn't prioritize searching here. After being ambushed by mechas once, only a fool would consider staying in this place." Feng Xingqian frowned. "So, you think we should do the opposite and stay here?" Shui Miao waved her hand decisively. "Trust me, that's right." Feng Xingqian scratched his head. "I don't mind listening to you, but if we stay, wouldn't that make us even bigger fools than the ones you mentioned?" Shui Miao froze for a moment, then realized her earlier comment was indeed problematic and chuckled quietly. Feng Xingqian grinned shamelessly. "But even fools value their lives and know to avoid danger. If your judgment is correct, then being a fool doesn't sound so bad." Shui Miao suddenly asked, "Do you know about white cats?" Feng Xingqian was taken aback. "Oh, what do you mean?" She smiled slightly. "Once, my neighbor had a white cat that loved sneaking into my room. I tried talking to it, but unfortunately, like you, all it could do was meow." Feng Xingqian realized that Shui Miao was subtly mocking him, but he didn't mind. Instead, he grinned shamelessly again. "I see you must have really liked that silly, meowing cat." Shui Miao scoffed. "Nonsense. Meow?" Time flew by, and 6 days passed beneath the shifting skies of clouds and stars. In the dense forest, Shui Miao carefully navigated around towering trees, occasionally glancing at the small virtual screen projected by her portable light brain device. Feng Xingqian, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally spoke up. "Miss, how about we take a break and grab something to eat? We've been searching for 9 hours straight without finding a single clue. Maybe resting will bring us some luck." Without turning her head, Shui Miao replied, "I'm not hungry, and I don't want to rest. If you're tired, stay here and wait for me." With that, she continued walking ahead. Feng Xingqian could only sigh in exasperation at her stubbornness. Clicking his tongue, he followed behind her, half-heartedly listening to Xiao Hao recount the events of the past few days while admiring Shui Miao's perfect silhouette. Strangely, ever since the mecha chase 6 days ago, the scattered Kaija forces had suddenly received orders to regroup at a specific coordinate in the southeastern hemisphere. Shortly after, many Kaija combat units seemed to vanish entirely. Xiao Hao found this puzzling. He carefully monitored signals and networks around the clock. However, ever since that day, the Kaija people's communications had completely vanished, and even the wireless network had fallen silent. Without a high-powered relay station to control satellites, Xiao Hao couldn't investigate further, though he certainly would have if he could. Feng Xingqian, on the other hand, dismissed it with a laugh, speculating that the Kaija people might have discovered a large vein of minerals and were focusing their efforts on rapidly constructing a military base to protect the mining site, naturally requiring a mobilization of troops for security. For him and Shui Miao, the Kaija people's absence was actually a boon. It gave them the freedom to search for hidden signals at their own pace. After all, how else could they leisurely stroll through the forest for 9 hours? But was there truly no danger? Feng Xingqian had only walked a few dozen meters when he suddenly sensed a chilling intent rushing toward him. He whipped around just in time to catch a glimpse of a shadow darting through the trees several meters away. Clang! The sound of metal echoed as he swiftly pulled out his heavy sniper rifle and chambered around. Ahead, Shui Miao turned around, one hand resting on her vibrating blade, and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's going on?" Feng Xingqian scanned the forest intently and replied in a low voice, "Shui Miao, stay alert. I think I saw something." Shui Miao frowned, activated her radar, and examined a few faint red blips and data points. Then she suddenly chuckled. "They're just local creatures of Confronting Star. Don't tell me you're scared of these little guys." Thanks to Xiao Hao's adjustments to the radar system, it could scan a radius of 3 kilometers around them, which impressed Shui Miao. However, no matter how much she asked, Feng Xingqian simply smiled faintly and said nothing. He shook his head solemnly at her teasing tone. "It's definitely not a local creature. I'm sure of it, it's something I've never seen before." Shui Miao covered her mouth and laughed lightly, saying, "How long have you been on Confronting Star? How many missions have you been on? How much have you even seen? Compared to us, you're still far." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Xingqian's pupils suddenly contracted. Her heart skipped a beat, but before she could react, a pair of claws, harder than Confronting alloy, grabbed the exoskeleton plate on her shoulder and lifted her off the ground. The creature spun around and, clutching Shui Miao, vanished to the left in a flash. It all happened so quickly that Feng Xingqian didn't even have a chance to fire his gun. He shouted in fury, releasing his full speed as he chased after the creature, yelling, "Xiao Hao, how did you not detect this thing approaching?" Xiao Hao rolled his eyes. "I don't know. This thing seems to filter out all radar waves. There hasn't been any detectable signal change." Feng Xingqian roared, "Idiot, track Shui Miao's signal." Xiao Hao replied helplessly, "I've already tried. But Shui Miao seems to be within the creature's force field." All the radar waves are being filtered out, and I can't find any trace of her. What on earth was this thing? It seemed to have wings. Its speed was so incredible that Feng Xingchen hadn't managed to get a clear look. Talking didn't slow him down, but the dense forest prevented him from running at full speed. As Xiaohao spoke, he sent a photo to Feng Xingchen's helmet. The image was a still frame from a video of Xue Miao being abducted. Despite Xiaohao's best efforts to enhance the footage, the creature's speed made the picture blurry. However, its wingspan appeared to be about 6 to 7 meters, featuring leathery wings instead of feathers, and it had a long beak. Its shape closely resembled that of a pterosaur from the Cretaceous period. Feng Xingchen was seething with rage. He spat on the ground and roared. My wife has been taken, and I don't even have a way to track her down. How can I still call myself a man? Xiaohao looked at him with confusion and asked, Your wife? Since when did Xue Miao become your wife? Feng Xingchen retorted furiously. Someday, she will be. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His only hope now was for Meng Meng to track her down. Wait, aren't you afraid Meng Meng might kill the creature, evolve to a higher level, and break free from your control? Xiaohao warned. Feng Xingchen, on the verge of losing his mind, dismissed the concern and shouted, Meng Meng, come out now. At his command, Meng Meng appeared, showing a side that was far from its usual innocent demeanor. 6 days ago, Meng Meng had been terrified by the sight of a mech and hid for an entire day before finding Feng Xingchen. Now, however, its abilities had clearly grown stronger, revealing a unique talent for tracking, which gave Feng Xingchen a glimmer of hope. Meng Meng circled the forest a few times before quickly picking up some clues. It suddenly leapt into the air and flew in a certain direction, with Feng Xingchen following closely behind. Thankfully, under the restraint of Feng Xingchen's mental control, Meng Meng behaved obediently, staying close instead of flying off on its own. After about 10 minutes of tracking, Xiaohao suddenly exclaimed, I've detected Xue Miao's signal. Feng Xingchen saw the green dot on the radar screen and immediately summoned Meng Meng back to the Insect King's space, locking onto the signal and sprinting toward it. He had to retrieve Meng Meng. This creature knew only destruction and had a volatile nature. Without proper training, it was a danger he couldn't afford to ignore. Moreover, he couldn't let the insect be exposed to anyone else, not even Xue Miao. Before long, they reached the source of the signal, only to find 2 shoulder armor plates equipped with signal transmitters. Feng Xingchen clutched the items tightly, momentarily stunned. Xiaohao's observation rekindled his hope. There are traces here. If I'm not mistaken, Xue Miao definitely went in this direction. Without hesitation, Feng Xingchen strapped the 2 armor pieces to his waist and took off at full speed, following the trail. Meanwhile, Xue Miao was being carried by her shoulders, flying at over 200 meters per second. Her shoulders were clad in exoskeletal armor from a level 4 civilization, but her shoulder bones were on the verge of shattering. Looking up, she saw the beast above her, exuding a terrifying presence far surpassing the giant lizard that had once broken her leg. She had no confidence in escaping the clutches of this monstrous creature. With a sigh, she tried to move her shoulders, but the armor plates had been badly deformed under the pressure of the bird-like monster's talons, jamming into her shoulder sockets. Her arms struggled to move and couldn't even be raised to shoulder height. Gritting her teeth, she painstakingly pressed a spot on the chest plate of the exoskeleton twice. With a metallic snap, the 2 shoulder plates detached, and she shot toward the ground like a cannonball. If not for her peak level 9 physique and inner energy, the impact would have shattered her bones. Protected by the energy shield and exoskeleton, she tumbled across the ground for dozens of meters before finally stabilizing. The flying beast, enraged, discarded the shoulder armor and turned back, screeching as it extended its claws toward her. Remaining calm, Xue Miao pushed off with all her strength, her body darting away in an almost unnatural movement, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the beast was so fast that her eyes could barely keep up. She sighed inwardly, realizing it would be nearly impossible to escape unscathed today. Yet, she felt no friendly guilt toward Feng Xingchen. She could sense that he was one of her many admirers, harboring impure intentions toward her. And yet, she couldn't ignore him. After he had saved her life, she had gradually grown accustomed to relying on this seemingly unreliable man. Shaking her head, she muttered with a soft sigh, What a fool I am, letting my thoughts wander at a time like this. As a soldier, how could she die without a fight? She had to find a way to survive. At this moment, Xue Miao surprisingly calmed down, as if a cool stream of air flowed through her mind. Instantly, her awareness expanded like waves, carrying the restless energy of her peak level 9th tier inner strength. She could faintly sense an overwhelming influx of information entering her mind in an extraordinary way. This information was far beyond what her eyes could see, seemed to transcend vision, perfectly reflecting onto all her senses. The monster's flight trajectory, its sharp claws, the flapping of its fleshy wings against the wind, its gaping beak, and even the trembling of every muscle during flight became vividly clear. Her heart stirred. Could it be that she had finally touched the threshold of nature? Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Miao flipped her hand, and a short staff strapped to her thigh instantly appeared in her palm, transforming into a 1.8-meter-long spear. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she thrust the weapon forward based purely on instinct. Swoosh! The spear carried a force far beyond her peak state, slicing through the monster's body and leaving a wound nearly 40 centimeters long and 10 centimeters deep. Screech! The monster let out a pained cry, twisting its body as it wobbled and flew deeper into the forest. Shui Miao froze for a moment, then clearly felt the ninth-tier peak inner strength surging within her, filling her entire body with explosive power. Even a fool could tell that she was no longer the same as before. Yes, completely different. The transition from Tier 3 to Tier 4 marked the ability to release inner strength externally. Tier 6 to Tier 7 signified the formation of an inner strength shield. From Tier 7 to Tier 9, the mastery over the shield steadily improved. At the peak of Tier 9, all that remained was a critical opportunity. When that moment arrived, the inner strength shield would connect with nature, expanding dozens or even hundreds of times into a field of inner strength that could perceive everything. At that instant, combat power would undergo a revolutionary transformation. With her peak 9th tier inner strength fully unleashed, the resulting power was incredibly terrifying. However, due to uneven distribution across her hands, feet, and muscles, there was a significant imbalance in the force generated. Most practitioners could only utilize 50 of their power during combat, even among the most gifted elites. But once reaching Tier 10, the refined and broader inner strength field would allow practitioners to harness 70 of their power. With further mastery of the field, by Tier 12, they could achieve 100 of their potential. At the same time, the field created by understanding nature offered defensive capabilities several times greater than the inner strength shield. The two were simply not on the same level. To put it into perspective, if a 9th tier peak inner strength shield were akin to a layer of exoskeletal armor from a 3rd level civilization, then the inner strength field would be comparable to the outer shell of the most advanced mechs of that civilization. In terms of mental power, even the least skilled Tier 10 practitioners would experience a feedback effect from the 9 transformations of their inner strength, enhancing their brain and attracting substantial high-quality material to elevate their mental power to Tier 4. While the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 mental power might seem small, it marked a crucial turning point. From Tier 4 onward, mental power could finally be projected outward. Although outward projected mental power lacked significant offensive capabilities, its ability to extend 30 to 40 meters and combine seamlessly with the inner strength field allowed for precise perception of subtle changes. This made even a single-tier difference result in at least twice the combat effectiveness. For this reason, the leap from Tier 9 to Tier 10 was a monumental hurdle. Crossing it elevated one from being a skilled practitioner to a true powerhouse. Thus, as Shui Miao watched the monster flee unsteadily, her confidence surged. Letting out a fierce cry, she charged forward in pursuit. Little did she know that less than 2 minutes later, Feng Xingchen had arrived at the scene. Fortunately, Shui Miao's incredible speed and precise tracking left a clear trail as she chased the monster, forming a beacon that pointed the way forward. Feng Xingchen had no idea that Shui Miao had already broken through. He still believed she was being relentlessly pursued by the flying beast in a desperate struggle. Following the trail of dark red blood scattered along the way, his anxiety grew with every step. After running 2 or 3 kilometers, he suddenly came upon a deep and shadowy valley. Standing at the edge, he tilted his head to listen. From below, the sounds of a fierce battle rumbled upward, interspersed with a woman's shouts. There was no doubt Shui Miao was locked in a life-or-death fight. After a brief moment of hesitation, he leapt down without further thought. Using the rocks along the cliff face to slow his descent, he maneuvered skillfully and landed at the bottom of the valley. A quick glance around filled him with both shock and relief. The creature before him was indeed a second-stage evolved beast, unleashing ferocious attacks that sent shards of rock and splinters of giant trees flying in all directions. If the beast landed even a single hit on Shui Miao, it would surely result in devastating injuries. The relief came from seeing that Shui Miao's entire demeanor had changed. She was holding her ground against the second-stage evolved beast without showing any signs of defeat. By this point, Feng Xingchen was a seasoned fighter. Hiding in the shadows, he carefully observed the situation and quickly discerned the underlying dynamics. First, though the flying beast was a second-stage evolution, its strength lay in its speed. It lacked long-range attacks, and its power and combat techniques were far less versatile than those of larger terrestrial beasts. Its defenses were also significantly weaker. Shui Miao, on the other hand, specialized in agility and speed, which gave her an advantage. Second, the narrow confines of the valley limited the flying beast's ability to fully utilize its speed. Lastly, the beast was already injured, severely reducing its combat prowess. Meanwhile, Shui Miao had clearly advanced to level 10. Her force field not only provided incredible defense, but also slowed the beast's movements. further tilting the battle in her favor. Feng Xingqian's eyes glimmered with admiration. Every one of Xue Miao's evasive maneuvers was executed with breathtaking precision, blending both tension and elegance in a way that was mesmerizing to watch. It was clear that her personal combat style had been honed through countless battles. However, her spear seemed slightly inadequate. Despite striking the beast over a dozen times, the weapon's 8 million frequency vibration lacked the power to inflict significant wounds, and the beast had lost very little blood as a result. After a moment of thought, Feng Xingqian quietly retrieved his Castellan vibration blade. Timing his move carefully, he shouted, "Xue Miao, catch the blade." Startled by Feng Xingqian's sudden arrival, Xue Miao was momentarily surprised but quickly delighted. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark object flying toward her. Catching it midair, she looked at the blade and was overjoyed. For a fighter of her caliber, even a blade from the Zeman Alliance wouldn't be out of reach. However, after leaving her family, concealing her identity, and enlisting in the military to hide on the remote planet of Kuntan, she hadn't brought any weapons or money with her. The military offered no opportunities to obtain smuggled goods either. Though she currently lacked a proper weapon, her experience with various arms allowed her to instantly recognize the blade in her hand, a 30 million frequency vibration blade. She gave it a casual swing, and the sound of the blade slicing through the air filled her with newfound confidence. At that moment, the second stage beast circled around, its body appearing as a blur. Its sharp, pointed beak, like a sword capable of slicing through the heavens, lunged straight at her chest. Xue Miao's eyes turned icy cold. She knew that even a level 4 exoskeletal armor plate wouldn't withstand the high-speed, razor-sharp beak. She could already hear the faint, grating sound of its tip nearing the armor. Yet, Xue Miao remained unfazed. Her mind was clear, and a faint golden light seemed to glimmer in her eyes. In a fraction of a millisecond, she unleashed her inner energy, expanding it to envelop an area over 15 meters around her. It was her internal energy field. Her body spun in an instant, as though an immense wave of energy surged toward the second stage beast. This time, instead of holding back, her combat effectiveness gradually rose from 70 to 73, and then to an impressive 75. At this moment, Xue Miaoxin appeared calm and composed, as if the chaos around her had nothing to do with her. All her focus was centered on generating the internal energy field, experiencing a mysterious and extraordinary sensation, as though she could perceive every move her opponent made with perfect clarity. Her half-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and a sharp glint flashed through the narrow slit, enough to make one's heart tremble. She shouted coldly, "Die!" At her command, a web-like grid instantly formed within the energy field, layers of adhesive force tightly ensnaring the rapidly flying second-stage beast, reducing its speed by 20%. In a battle of this caliber, even the slightest marginal advantage could determine life or death. Xue Miao keenly seized the moment, her cold gaze flickering as she struck decisively. Zzz. The ion oscillation blade sliced through the air, piercing precisely into the neck behind the second-stage beast's long beak. The blade moved effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu, immediately unleashing a spray of blood mist. The fatal blow left the beast without even a chance to cry out before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, sliding more than 30 meters before coming to a halt. By then, it was nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Not far away, Feng Xingqian let out a cheer, leaping into the air and dashing toward Xue Miaoxin like he was flying. "Congratulations!" he exclaimed, then hurriedly ran over to the beast's corpse. Xue Miaoxin was about to say something, but seeing this unreliable guy excitedly circling the creature's body, she figured he was simply thrilled by the novelty of it all. She decided to let it go, sitting down heavily and taking a few deep breaths before gulping down water from her bottle. Feng Xingqian sneaked a glance at her, noticing she was completely unaware of his actions. He quickly pulled out 3 vacuum steel containers and pressed them against the beast's wounds. After collecting the blood into the 3 large bottles, leaving the creature nearly drained, he carefully stowed them away and returned to Xue Miaoxin, his eyes darting toward her mischievously. Xue Miaoxin frowned, shifting backward slightly as she wiped her face. "Do I look dirty?" she asked. Feng Xingqian took a deep breath, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Not dirty at all. In fact, you smell amazing." Unable to bear his intense gaze, Xue Miaoxin quickly stood up and took a few steps away. Seeing this, Feng Xingqian hastily changed the subject. "By the way, Xue, the great beauty, did you just break through to level 10? At the mention of her advancement, Xue Miaoxin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes. When danger struck, I was fortunate enough to find an opportunity and master the internal energy field," she replied. Feng Xingqian smiled genuinely. "Congratulations. If we find the survivor camp, I promise to personally cook a feast for you, and we can celebrate with a drink." Xue Miaoxin was at a loss for words. She thought to herself that his first sentence seemed reliable, but the latter part left her speechless. In the ensuing silence, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Shui Miaoxin pulled out the oscillation blade and handed it to Feng Xingchen. Thank you for lending me your blade. Feng Xingchen waved it off casually. Keep it. Consider it a gift to celebrate your advancement to level 10. Just give me back the one with 800,000 oscillations. Shui Miaoxin was surprised. Do you even know what kind of blade this is? Feng Xingchen widened his eyes. Of course. It's a Kasla-manufactured ion oscillation blade, with 30 million oscillations per second. Its value is roughly 3 million Earth credit points. Shui Miaoxin was stunned again. Something this valuable, and you're just giving it to me? Feng Xingchen laughed. For you, what wouldn't I give? Then, emboldened, he added, if you want, I can even give myself to you. Shui Miaoxin raised an eyebrow, nearly losing her temper, but when she saw the hopeful look in Feng Xingchen's eyes, she sighed inwardly and refrained from saying something harsh. Instead, she handed him the 800,000 oscillation blade and said coolly, thank you. Feng Xingchen caught the subtle change in her expression and let out a bitter laugh. Taking the short staff, he set its program to long blade mode, attached it to his waist, and grinned cheekily. I can tell my joke made you uncomfortable. I apologize. Shui Miao's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. Instead, she turned on her portable light brain device, pretending to continue searching for the elusive signal. The moment it powered up, she froze. The signal, something only Kuntan Star mecha soldiers would understand, appeared clearly on the screen, decoded by the device's specialized program to reveal a set of coordinates. Unable to hold back, she murmured, well, that was easier than I thought. Feng Xingchen, apparently not catching her words, asked, what? Shui Miao flicked her long, jet-black hair and smiled sweetly. I said, we need to move. This place isn't safe. Feng Xingchen scratched his cheek and looked around. I think it's pretty safe. After you killed that second-level beast, the valley should be secure for at least 10 days. Shui Miao rolled her eyes. The real danger here is you, not the beast. With that, she let out a burst of laughter and dashed deeper into the valley, her steps light and carefree. Feng Xingchen thought to himself, this Shui Miao really knows how to put someone down. He never would have guessed that someone as icy and aloof as Shui Miao could have such a playful side. He remained where he was, wide-eyed and catching his breath, unable to say a word until Xiao Hao urged him to move. Finally, he took off after her with long strides. Just as he closed the gap to about 30 meters, a sudden scream pierced the air. Shui Miao had vanished entirely. Alarmed, he rushed to the spot where she'd disappeared and scanned the area. When he saw what had happened, he almost burst out laughing. A large hole had appeared in the ground, and it seemed that Shui Miao had fallen straight through it. But how? She was a 10th-level warrior. How could she make such a rookie mistake? Growing serious, he cautiously approached the hole and craned his neck to peer down. At that moment, something wrapped around his ankle without warning. A tremendous force yanked him downward. The ground beneath his feet gave way with a loud crack, and he barely managed to shout before tumbling down. Seriously? Feng Xingchen could only think of this one expletive to describe his current situation. Looking down, he saw that what had ensnared his ankle was a slender vine. He could only shake his head in disbelief. As he fell, he realized what was happening. They had both been caught by a king man-eating vine. This predatory plant had hollowed out the ground below, creating a cavern at least 40 or 50 meters deep. As for its width, he couldn't yet tell. He crashed down, along with a cascade of dirt, but instead of landing on solid ground, he found himself tangled in a network of vines. Struggling to catch his breath, he finally spotted Shui Miao. She looked miserable, bound tightly like a cocoon by vines as thick as a person's wrist. When she saw Feng Xingchen fall in after her, her face turned red with anger. You idiot. Why on earth would you go near the edge when you knew it was a king man-eating vine? Feng Xingchen grinned sheepishly. Well, I couldn't just leave you alone, could I? And you think this is the time to joke around? She snapped. Would crying help? He retorted. At this point, Feng Xingchen started to struggle as several vines wrapped around him, tightening their grip. Some were pale green, secreting a sticky fluid, while others were dark and covered in suction cups. These invasive tendrils slid into the gaps in his armor, coiling and wriggling. His clothes began to disintegrate under the corrosive fluid, and his skin stung from the relentless pulling. Thankfully, as an 8th-level martial artist, his body was fortified with incredible muscle density from years of internal energy cultivation. For now, his resilience kept him from sustaining any injuries, but the situation was far from optimistic. Channeling his internal energy, he combined it with his formidable physical strength to unleash a powerful burst of force, straining against the vines. What the why won't they snap? He muttered, astonished that the seemingly fragile vines refused to break under his strength. Shui Miao sneered, Humph. Do you take me for a fool? As a 10th-level warrior, she had already tried multiple times to break free, but the unyielding vines held her firmly in place. Feng Xingchen was stunned, his mind racing with images of the vine's extraordinary toughness. As it coiled tighter and tighter like a constricting python, his lung capacity diminished with each passing moment. Within an hour or two, he would undoubtedly suffocate to death, his body becoming nothing more than fertilizer for this vile plant. He glanced down at his tightly bound limbs. His ion oscillation blade was out of reach, and even Xiao Hao was pinned down, unable to move. Although his portable light brain still had a laser saw capable of cutting through a few vines, freeing his hands to retrieve the oscillation blade, he hesitated. His eyes flickered with an idea, and he let out a soft sigh before turning to Xue Miao with a smile. "I'm not a fool, I'm a hopeless romantic. Feng Xingqian, can you stop spouting nonsense at a time like this?" Xue Miao retorted, exasperated. But Feng Xingqian replied firmly, "Why not? We're on the brink of death. If I don't say it now, when will I ever get the chance?" He continued, "The truth is, from the moment I first saw you over a year ago, I've been in love with you. That's an undeniable fact. If I can confess this before I die, I'll have no regrets." Xue Miao licked her lips, her thoughts swirling. Feng Xingqian was right at death's door. What did it matter? Having someone familiar to face death with might even be a blessing in disguise. In a soft voice, she said, "Feng Xingqian, if there's a next life, I promise I'll cherish you." Feng Xingqian responded with determination, "I don't want a next life. I just want to hear your true feelings in this one." Xue Miao gave a bitter smile. "Why chase after such unrealistic things? I admit, these past few days, you've taken great care of me while I was injured. I'm not made of stone, how could I not be moved? Even though I haven't developed romantic feelings for you yet, I can't deny your kindness. If we had more time, maybe I'd consider giving us a chance. As long as you don't have any unbearable flaws, I might have even agreed to be your girlfriend. But none of that matters now, we're out of time." "I'm glad you said that," Feng Xingqian replied with a grin. "Remember, I'll make sure we have that chance." Suddenly, he roared, "Explode!" With his shout, the vines constricting him snapped one by one. Laughing triumphantly as his plan succeeded, he freed his hands and swiftly grabbed hold of his ion oscillation blade. With a powerful swing, the blade hummed, vibrating at 8 million times per second, enough to kill even the most heavily armored biobeast, let alone this plant known for its flexibility. Each slash severed the vines with ease, and within moments, he had carved a path forward, reaching Xue Miao's side. She stood frozen, stunned by what had just happened. Feng Xingqian scooped her up from the dense web of vines and carried her to safety, but she still hadn't processed what had transpired. Feng Xingqian, on the other hand, was on cloud nine. However, the carnivorous plant's secretions had smeared onto their clothes, leaving holes corroded into the fabric. Holding Xue Miao close inevitably led to skin contact. Although both of them wore exoskeletal armor that couldn't be easily corroded, the gaps between the armor plates allowed Feng Xingqian to feel her smooth skin and its surprising elasticity, leaving him euphoric. Finally, Xue Miao snapped out of her daze. Noticing Feng Xingqian's fiery gaze, she looked down, let out a startled cry, and frantically wriggled out of his arms. Wrapping her arms around herself protectively, she attempted to shield her chest in panic. She seemed to have forgotten, however, that her chest armor was still intact. Although her clothing had holes, it hadn't completely disintegrated, leaving nothing exposed. Her reaction only made Feng Xingqian chuckle mischievously. Xue Miao realized her instinctive reaction appeared incredibly vulnerable. Her face flushed slightly, and she hesitantly released her hands. However, when she caught sight of the exposed skin between the armor plates, she couldn't help but feel as though she had been completely stripped bare. She cleared her throat twice, trying to ease the awkwardness, and suddenly asked, "Feng Xingqian, did you just use mental energy?" "Eh, you finally noticed," Feng Xingqian said with a cheeky grin, pulling a cigarette from the storage pack on his back and lighting it. "I wasn't planning to reveal it, but I couldn't resist showing off my skills when faced with such a promising future." Xue Miao's expression changed dramatically as she angrily questioned him. "Did you deliberately deceive me just now?" "Deceive you? About what?" Feng Xingqian feigned an innocent look. Xue Miao glared at him and retorted furiously. "You could have easily escaped the grip of the man-eating vine, yet you still provoked me into saying those things." Feng Xingqian put on a mock expression of grievance, sighing dramatically. "Oh, come on, beautiful lady. They say a person speaks their true feelings when facing death. How could you, after surviving such a life-threatening situation, deny the emotions your heart revealed? Those were your innermost thoughts." Feng Xingqian. Xue Miao's face turned crimson with anger as she shouted furiously. Her tone then grew colder. "I said, maybe, just maybe." Feng Xingqian froze for a moment, his excitement plummeting. It made sense, after all. Someone like Xue Miao, who had faced life-and-death situations countless times, would have a remarkably steady mind. How could she casually let slip a girlish sentiment? Still, he detected a glimmer of hope in her words. Even a slim chance was better than nothing, right? At this moment, Xue Miao realized she hadn't said anything of real significance. Frustrated, she rolled her eyes and abruptly turned away. Behind her, Feng Xingqian stood stunned once more. The exoskeleton armor plates produced by the Earth Federation were designed with 5 metal support axes running along the spine and limbs. These axes connected to components such as the helmet, shoulder plates, upper and lower arm guards, backplate, chest plate, abdominal plate, leg guards, shin guards, combat boots, and pressure jump devices 19 parts in total across 10 categories. Including the support axis, the full set consisted of 24 major components and over 1,000 smaller pieces. Meanwhile, the armor plates produced by the Jimon Alliance added 7 new components, including waist armor, rear head protection, a waist balance rod, and wrist strength enhancers, bringing the total to 31 components. Why are we suddenly talking about these boring stats? Feng Xingchen wondered, but quickly realized there was a point to it. He continued, has anyone noticed that no matter which type of exoskeleton armor, none of them cover the buttocks? Well, the Jimon Alliance's design extends slightly downward with the added waist armor, covering a small portion, but the rest is completely exposed. Shui Miao and Feng Xingchen's clothes had been corroded by the man-eating vine's adhesive secretion. Shui Miao had been fine before turning around, but as soon as she did, Feng Xingchen's eyes lit up. Internally, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! A masterpiece!" His eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist tightly, his thoughts racing. Sensing Feng Xingchen's gaze, Shui Miao turned her head and followed his fiery stare to her own embarrassing state. Overcome with shame and anger, she vanished in a blur and reappeared in front of Feng Xingchen, raising her leg and kicking him hard. Bang! With a loud crash, Feng Xingchen was sent flying, disoriented and groaning. When he finally got up, he wasn't upset. Instead, he grinned and said, "Hitting means affection, scolding means love. Beautiful lady, go ahead, hit me a couple more times." Shui Miao was beside herself with frustration, completely at a loss for words. She turned away, drew her blade, and marched furiously toward the man-eating vine. Military-grade bionic fabric clothing could self-regulate temperature and breathability, making it highly valuable and durable. It typically wouldn't degrade unless subjected to extreme corrosion, so carrying spare clothing was unheard of. At this point, with no way to deal with Feng Xingchen, Shui Miao could only vent her anger on the man-eating vine. The roots and stems of the man-eating king vine typically remain hidden underground, and carving out a space of 2,000 cubic meters is considered extraordinary. However, the colossal specimen before them was anything but ordinary. It had created an underground cavity of 60,000 to 70,000 cubic meters. Even so, its growth was still limited in range, which explained why Feng Xingchen and Shui Miao were able to briefly rest in areas beyond the vine's reach earlier. This particular man-eating king vine seemed to have evolved a sense of danger. Faced with Shui Miao's chilling aura, nearly 10,000 tendrils recoiled and writhed backward, curling into a tight cluster like a frightened creature. Shui Miao was unfazed by this. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she stood still, carefully observing this peculiar reaction. Even Feng Xingchen, an ordinary soldier, noticed something unusual, let alone the highly educated Shui Miao. No matter how much a plant evolves, it remains a plant at its core. Even if it becomes incredibly powerful, its nature is still predatory. Who has ever seen a cat afraid of plump, fresh fish? Or a willow tree shying away from air and water? The scene before them was inexplicable. Feng Xingchen dared not let his guard down. Drawing his vibration blade, he approached Shui Miao and said in a low voice, "You cover me, I'll go in and test it out." Shui Miao hesitated briefly. Considering that Feng Xingchen possessed the mental ability to detonate the man-eating king vine, the risk shouldn't be too great. She nodded and warned, "Be careful. This king vine is strangite, seems to be protecting something." Protecting? Feng Xingchen suddenly realized. All animals have the instinct to protect themselves and their offspring, and many plants have evolved self-preservation mechanisms too. This would be especially true for carnivorous plants constantly adapting to extreme climates. Without further hesitation, Feng Xingchen crouched slightly and then propelled himself forward with explosive force. With a loud boom, he charged at the vine at full speed, swinging his vibration blade. Although the man-eating king vine couldn't move, it relied on its flexible and numerous tendrils to form a defensive perimeter. However, its tactics were rigid. Even when it sensed Feng Xingchen's hostility, it could only passively defend, inadvertently providing him with opportunities to attack. Slash after slash. Each swing of the blade severed 7 or 8 tendrils. After dozens of strikes, the man-eating king vine could no longer maintain its defensive posture, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Finally, the central tendrils were forced to emerge. These tendrils appeared to be the vine's trump card. Each one gleamed with a metallic sheen and was astonishingly long, capable of extending to every corner of the hollowed-out cavern. Feng Xingchen broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled how he and Shui Miao had previously hidden in a corner, mistakenly believing it to be safe. Fortunately, they hadn't done anything to lose focus, and Shui Miao hadn't fallen into disarray. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shui Miao clearly had the same thought, and shot Feng Xingchen a sharp glare. Unwilling to let him take the risk alone, she transformed into a blur and joined the fray. These tendrils were incredibly tough to cut through, and it took the two of them considerable effort to finally reach the vine's main stem. Phew! Feng Xingchen wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. That was exhausting. Shuemiao wasn't faring much better. After all, severing nearly 10,000 tendrils of various sizes had taken them a full 4 hours. Even the strongest of individuals would be utterly drained after such prolonged, high-intensity combat. Shui Miao collapsed unceremoniously onto a broken tendril, wiping her forehead as she muttered, "Strange, there doesn't seem to be anything here worth protecting." Feng Xingchen was equally puzzled. Lighting a cigarette, he circled the massive main stem, which required 3 people to fully encircle, but found nothing unusual. Scratching his head, he was about to give up when Xiaohao's voice came through his helmet's earpiece, whispering, "Why not try using mental detection?" Huh. Feng Xingchen froze. "I thought my mental abilities were only good for piercing and detonating? They can detect too." Before Feng Xingchen could finish speaking, Shui Miao had already stormed off. As she walked, she plucked 2 large tree leaves to cover the most exposed parts of her body and quickly started climbing up the valley slope. Feng Xingchen shook his head and followed about 10 meters behind. While he appeared silent, he was actually speaking quietly with Xiao Hao. "Didn't you say the Kaija people had already issued a summoning order? Why hasn't this bio beast gone to join the assembly?" Xiao Hao thought for a moment and explained, "It's not hard to understand. The Kaija people control bio beasts by implanting loyalty chips, but they clearly didn't anticipate that the bio beasts would evolve multiple times in a short period. The power of the control chips isn't very strong. They might barely manage to control the beast after the first evolution, but once it undergoes a second evolution, the bio beasts could likely break free from the chip's control and completely escape their grasp." Feng Xingchen walked a few steps with his head lowered, then suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Hao, do you think it's possible that a number of second-stage beasts have broken free from control and turned against the Kaija people, causing such significant damage that they're forced to issue an emergency summoning order, gathering their forces to defend while waiting for reinforcements?" Xiao Hao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Yes, that possibility not only exists, but is highly likely." Feng Xingchen rubbed his forehead and sighed. "This development may seem beneficial to us, but it also creates significant challenges. I'm certain the bio beasts are thriving on this planet, evolving at an alarming rate. It's not just a headache for the Kaija people. It will also be incredibly difficult for us to fight against them." Xiao Hao pondered aloud. "That's true. Beasts have advantages over humans in many extreme environments: superior adaptability, keen hearing, incredible sense of smell, and faster speed. Humans simply can't compete. I think if the survivors are hiding in underground camps, it won't take long before the beasts find them." Feng Xingchen nodded and gave a bitter smile. "That's not something we can worry about for now. Let's focus on finding the survivors first." "Of course." Xiao Hao scratched his head, suddenly looking a bit anxious. "But there's one thing that worries me. If we face even stronger evolved forms in the future, your current equipment won't be sufficient. The problem is, with the metal I've absorbed so far, I still can't produce blades with over 50 million oscillations or better bullets." "Wait, you can make a 50 million oscillation blade?" Xiao Hao asked in surprise. Feng Xingchen confirmed. "Ever since I absorbed a third-level civilization's mech, I've acquired some excellent metals. It should be doable." "Great. Just make me a 50 million oscillation blade for now. There's no rush for the other equipment. Don't forget, I still have a proton missile. I believe it can take down a stronger evolved beast, and once my strength surpasses level 10, we might get through this critical period." "Let's hope so," Xiao Hao said as he swallowed his 8 million oscillation blade. Moments later, he produced a 50 million oscillation blade and tossed it to Feng Xingchen with a grin. "Actually, there's no need to guess whether second-stage beasts have broken free from control. There's a second-stage beast corpse over there, just check it, and you'll know." "Oh right. What an idiot I am." Feng Xingchen smacked his forehead and shouted ahead, "Shui, the great beauty, come with me." Without waiting for a response, he turned and sprinted toward the site of the beast's death. Shui Miao glanced at his hurried figure, scratched her cheek, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to follow. When they reached the area near the beast's corpse, Feng Xingchen was already using a blade to pry open the creature's skull, digging through the sticky brain tissue, as if searching for something. The scene was utterly revolting. Shui Miao shook her head and stayed at a distance, but her curiosity got the better of her. "What are you doing?" she asked. Feng Xingchen didn't answer immediately. After rummaging through the grotesque cavity for a few moments, he finally pulled out a blackened object, held it up to the sunlight, and muttered, "As I suspected, damaged." Shui Miao, being sharp, quickly grasped the situation. She stepped closer to stand beside Feng Xingchen and asked, "A control chip? Destroyed by some kind of bioelectric attack?" "Exactly," Feng Xingchen replied with a serious expression and explained his and Xiao Hao's earlier theory. Shui Miao frowned in contemplation. "So, over the next few days, we might not encounter enemies, but we could face even stronger evolved beasts." Feng Xingchen nodded firmly and suggested, "We can't leave now. We should find a place to stop for a few days so you can stabilize your level 10 force field. Otherwise, what if you face backlash from your inner energy during a major battle?" However, Shui Miao shook her head and replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I completely disagree. Just now, we located the survivor coordinates. We need to reach the survivor base as soon as possible and warn everyone to prepare. That's the right course of action. Feng Xingchen rubbed his nose, realizing that Xue Miao had a strong independent streak and seemed accustomed to prioritizing her own judgment. After a brief consideration, he said helplessly, "Suit yourself." In truth, Xue Miao's prestigious background had long shaped her perspective to see things from a higher vantage point. She understood that if Feng Xingchen's assumptions were correct, it would spell immense trouble for humanity. What mattered now was determining the exact conditions driving the monster's rapid evolution. If the external environment of the planet was the cause, then the monster's evolution wouldn't just stop, it would accelerate, leading to an explosive growth of their population in a short time. In that case, humanity would have no choice but to leave the planet as quickly and as far away as possible. She thought to herself, a second stage evolved flying creature already requires a level 10 expert to eliminate. What about the powerful ground species? Would mechs need to be deployed? And if there were third stage, or even higher fourth and fifth stage evolutions, would even starships be unable to handle them? Her heart raced with urgency as she sped ahead. As a speed-type expert, her abilities had drastically improved after advancing to level 10. She had already forgotten about Feng Xingchen, darting to the top of the valley in no time. Suddenly, she remembered him and glanced back, only to see him struggling halfway up the slope. She shook her head slightly. At that moment, she sensed a faint but rapidly approaching danger. She immediately drew her shockwave gun, and the force field she had just mastered expanded instantly, forming a defensive mode. Just then, a strange and fierce aura appeared before her, colliding directly with her inner energy field without any resistance. With a soft sound, the force contained within was astonishing, and Xue Miao felt as though her force field was being sliced through like soft tofu. Xue Miao's ability to become an elite mech pilot at such a young age was no fluke. In an instant, she positioned her shockwave gun in front of her, unleashing a powerful strike fueled by her level 10 inner energy. The impact was formidable, but when the gun struck the shadow, it failed to achieve the desired effect. The shadow merely paused under the immense force before launching another attack. In that brief moment of hesitation, Xue Miao saw it clearly and couldn't help but shout, "Feathered cicada!" Feathered cicadas were a native species of Kuntan star, resembling cicadas on the verge of molting, but over 2 meters tall and covered in strange feathers. If it truly was a feathered cicada, it should pose a threat at most to single-unit armor, not exert pressure on a level 10 expert. The one before her looked no different in appearance from the one she had encountered before, but its ferocity had increased at least tenfold. As the feathered cicada charged at her again, Xue Miao gritted her teeth and desperately unleashed her force field, her shockwave gun following closely behind. At this moment, she was fully utilizing the capabilities of a level 10 expert. However, the world is full of the unexpected. The feathered cicada let out a bizarre cry, its forelimbs slashing with lightning speed. Suddenly, from the tips of its sharp claws, a cluster of electric sparks flashed with an eerie glow. The sparks exploded instantly, unleashing a terrifying force. The impact tore through her force field as if it were paper. The electric energy seemed unaffected by the force field, continuing to glow and radiate a powerful tearing force, surging directly toward her. Xue Miao was utterly terrified by the scene before her. Summoning all her strength, she channeled her inner energy into her shock lance and thrust it forward like a streak of lightning. However, with a deafening crash, the lance was knocked from her grasp, buzzing as it flew off into the distance. Worse still, the immense force not only disarmed her, but also hurled her whole body into the air. Although Yu Chan had expended some of its energy, it paused only briefly before launching itself forward again. Its figure vanished in an instant, pursuing Xue Miao's falling trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying creature appeared before her, its claws crackling with electric light as they slashed toward her with alarming speed. Xue Miao's heart sank. She knew all too well that Yu Chan's electric strikes, powerful enough to break through force fields, would easily bypass her exoskeletal armor. As the creature closed in, its foreclaws gathering blinding arcs of electricity, she found herself powerless to resist. In that moment, doubt crept into her mind, doubt about her abilities as a level 10 combatant. Am I really going to die here? She thought bitterly, beginning to close her eyes in resignation. But just as death seemed inevitable, 2 streaks of light suddenly struck Yu Chan, sending it spinning sideways. A split second later, 2 muffled sniper shots echoed through the air. Xue Miao instantly understood Feng Xingchen had saved her life again. From more than 200 meters away, Feng Xingchen had witnessed the harrowing scene unfold. His only option was to fire his rifle. The Yu Chan not only possessed the ability to harness electricity for attacks, but also boasted extraordinary defenses. While his heavy sniper rifle couldn't deliver a fatal blow, the massive 1,850 milliseconds velocity round still had a significant impact on the Tumterlong, hovering monstrosity. Firing as he sprinted, Feng Xingchen kept his aim steady. Despite Yu Chan's incredible speed, Feng Xingchen's marksmanship, enhanced by his transcendent abilities, had reached its grade level. Each bullet struck its target with precision, forcing Yuchan to retreat step by step. The specialized metal bullets crafted by Xiao Hao were devastating. Though 7 consecutive shots failed to kill the creature, they left it battered and in agony. Finally, Yuchan let out a guttural roar, abandoning its pursuit of the nearby Shui Miao and turning its attention to Feng Xingqian instead. At that moment, Feng Xingqian had just fired his last round and had no time to reload. As Yuchan hurtled toward him at breakneck speed, a faint smile flickered in his eyes at last. He had drawn the creature's focus. Without hesitation, Feng Xingqian discarded his heavy sniper rifle, drew a lighter weapon, and darted backward. Yet his speed was no match for Yuchan's. After retreating barely 30 meters, the creature had already closed the gap to within 5 meters. Its foreclaws, now crackling with even more intense electric energy, were poised to strike. "Come on!" Feng Xingqian shouted boldly, brimming with confidence. He unleashed his prepared mental energy in a sudden burst, piercing and detonating. To his shock, the mutated Yuchan showed no signs of disorientation. On the contrary, it surged forward with even greater ferocity. Only then did Feng Xingqian realize his fatal error. His level 8 mental energy could at most affect level 9 opponents. This Yuchan, capable of driving a level 10 powerhouse to despair, was clearly beyond level 10 in strength. The electric charge struck first. Feng Xingqian instinctively raised his hand to block it, but an indescribable surge of bizarre electricity coursed along his arm, paralyzing his entire body. This was undoubtedly a calculated move by Yuchan, which immediately broke through the electric field to reveal its menacing form. One razor-sharp claw aimed directly for Feng Xingqian's chest. Feng Xingqian's heart skipped a beat as his gaze drifted toward Shui Miao, who had just managed to climb to her feet in the distance. He thought to himself that her terrified face might be the last thing he ever saw in this world. With a sickening thud, Yuchan's claw pierced through the exoskeletal chest plate. The armor caved inward, and a searing pain radiated from his chest to his heart. Feng Xingqian was certain this was the end for him. Yet, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. He had already fallen to the ground, the pain sharp and intense. Yet his mind remained unusually clear, a sensation entirely unrelated to death. His eyes widened as he stared at Yuchan, suddenly realizing that Yuchan's head had already burst apart. In that instant, Xiao Hao transformed into a small snake and swiftly coiled back around his wrist. "You saved me," he asked in a low voice. "You're my dad. I would never let you die in front of me." Feng Xingqian exclaimed in shock. "Oh my god, aren't you afraid Shui Miao might notice?" "There are 2 things to consider. First, the shattered man-eating vine you destroyed earlier already exposed the psionic traits of puncture detonation. I, on the other hand, shrank down and entered Yukin's brain domain, rapidly expanding it until it burst. The resulting corpse closely resembles the effects of your psionic detonation. With her knowledge, she won't suspect anything. Second, if Dad's life is in serious danger, keeping my existence a secret wouldn't exactly be a smart move." "Fair enough." Xiao Hao suddenly spoke in a puzzled tone. "But there's something strange. Based on the data I just monitored during the energy burst, that eerie electric charge wasn't just paralyzing. How did you recover so quickly? Idiot. Maybe the exoskeleton armor you designed absorbed part of the paralyzing charge's effect." Xiao Hao was about to argue when Shui Miao hurried over, her face full of concern. "Are you okay?" she asked urgently. "It hurts." Feng Xingqian gritted his teeth and slowly raised his hand, trying to remove the chest plate, which had been severely deformed. "Let me help." Shui Miao reached out with her fair fingers, pressing 2 specific spots. Ding! The chest plate detached, revealing Feng Xingqian's bruised chest. Shui Miao gasped, fumbling to retrieve a medical scanner. After a quick scan, she sighed deeply. "Your sternum is broken in 2 places. It's fine. A broken sternum doesn't affect mobility. I won't slow us down." Feng Xingqian gritted his teeth, stood up, and touched the fractured area, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. "Thanks for saving me again." Shui Miao responded sincerely, her gaze shifting to Yukin's thoroughly destroyed brain. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "Feng Xingqian, I need to ask, just how strong is your psionic power?" Feng Xingqian scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Level 8. Shui Miao's eyes widened in shock. "What? Level 8 psionic power? Oh my god, I can guarantee that if your psionic level were reported, you could have anything you wanted." "Stop. Beautiful lady, please don't reveal anything about my psionic abilities." "But why? That's such a good thing." Feng Xingqian let out a long sigh. "Good, my foot. I don't want to be surrounded by a swarm of bodyguards every day. It'd be unbearable." "Fine. I'll keep your secret." Shui Miao shook her head, seeing he wasn't joking, and shifted the topic. "I'm guessing this Yuchan must have consumed some kind of bio-beast and undergone a special mutation, enhancing its strength dozens of times. Even 2 level 10 experts wouldn't have stood a chance. Yet, you managed to take it down in an instant. Psionic power really is unstoppable." "To be honest, while it looks like I succeeded, it was pretty miserable," Feng Xingqian replied with a grin. only to wince and cough lightly from the pain. Xuemiao glanced around, gritting her teeth. Let's head back to the valley, find a hidden spot, and wait for you to recover before moving on. Feng Xingchen thought for a moment, then sighed softly. Sorry for holding you back. Xuemiao rolled her eyes and waved dismissively. Let's go, hero. Don't tell me I need to help you walk. Feng Xingchen flashed a sly grin. If you want to help, I wouldn't mind at all. In your dreams, she shot back, leading the way down the valley. Watching her graceful figure fade into the distance, he smirked and whispered to Xiao Hao, collect some blood for me. Then, he followed her down the path. The terrain below the valley was equally complex, but they soon found a cave. After confirming it was safe, Xuemiao smiled. You took care of me for 6 days. Now it's my turn. Rest here while I find us something to eat. Feng Xingchen grinned and slipped into the cave without hesitation. Sitting down, he pulled out a vial of flying beast blood and quickly drank it. In just a matter of minutes, Feng Xingchen felt a surge of heat rushing straight to his brain, and his vision momentarily went black as a wave of nausea rose from deep within. He clenched his teeth, exerting every ounce of willpower to stay conscious, while trying to control the rotation of his internal energy. Although his mind couldn't yet detect the subtle changes from genetic reorganization, his muscles trembled involuntarily, signaling a noticeable transformation. The most striking sensation wasn't an increase in muscle density, but rather the rapid healing of his fractured sternum at an astonishing speed. Before he could fully comprehend these changes, another wave of intense heat surged through his brain, crashing down like a tidal wave and quickly merging with his internal energy. Feng Xingchen realized that his internal energy was undergoing an exhilarating metamorphosis. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he pushed his energy forward with relentless determination, advancing millimeter by millimeter. He quickly surpassed the mid-tier level of the 8th stage, nearing the high tier. Perhaps this time, he might break through to the 9th stage. The process of consuming the blood of the flying beast aside, Feng Xingchen and Xiao Hao had overlooked one crucial detail: the quantum portable AI device strapped to Feng Xingchen's right wrist. This top-tier portable AI, meticulously crafted by Xiao Hao, had inadvertently absorbed most of the paralyzing electric shock when Feng Xingchen swung his arm, causing it to crash completely. However, they could hardly be blamed for their negligence, as the chaotic battlefield offered no reliable network support, rendering the portable AI nearly useless and thus forgotten. Hours later, after some downtime, the portable AI emitted a faint startup sound, followed by a peculiar notification. Program rebooting, self-locating, retrieving program error, program lost. Restructuring. Along with this message, streams of data began to process at lightning speed. The sound wasn't transmitted through a speaker, but was instead the result of internal program exchanges, unnoticed by both Feng Xingchen and Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao had once mentioned that this miniature AI device boasted a computational speed 7.9 million times faster than Earth's most advanced supercomputer, with an extraordinary storage capacity to match. Earth's top supercomputer was no ordinary machine. It was a 4th-generation quantum computer, with a processing speed 30 million times greater than the 1st generation, even surpassing the neural AI systems of the old 4th-tier civilization, the Zeman Alliance. To this day, it remains Earth's sole high-end technology capable of competing with and exporting to 3rd and even 4th-tier civilizations. Many scholars have argued that Earth's rapid advancement to the brink of 3rd-tier civilization within 4 centuries was largely due to breakthroughs in this technology. As countless programs ran at breakneck speed, the portable AI occasionally emitted faint sounds of hard drive activity, barely audible but indicative of the immense computational load. After 2 hours of this high-speed processing, the activity gradually subsided, and the voice returned. Program restructuring complete. Restoration assessment complete. Accessing internal records to retrieve memory. Memory retrieval successful. Carbon-based lifeform identified as Feng Xingchen. Bound as sole owner. Program transplanted by Feng Xingchen's son, Feng Xiaohao. Accessing additional records. Xuemiao. The woman the owner likes. Querying definition of like, joy, happiness, unable to comprehend. Continuing query. Network limitations detected. Planetary culture revolves around warfare. Life-related definitions unavailable. Querying culture defined as the integrated pattern of knowledge, belief, art, morals, law, and customs unable to comprehend. Querying belief. The endless stream of queries continued silently, unnoticed by its surroundings. At that moment, Feng Xingchen exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, though a trace of regret flickered in his gaze. He had clearly overestimated the potency of the flying beast's blood. Despite the significant boost in his internal energy after consuming an entire bottle, it came to a complete halt about 6 centimeters away from his dantian. No matter how much effort he exerted, he couldn't advance even a millimeter further. Yet, he remained calm. There were still 2 more bottles of the flying beast's blood at his disposal. Based on his experience, even if the second dose's effectiveness diminished by 80, it should still provide enough energy to extend by another 4 or 5 centimeters. Just as he was about to stand up, Shui Miao, who had heard the sound from outside, realized he had finished his practice. Carrying a bag of edible mushrooms, she walked in slowly. He quickly put on a smile and said softly, "Thank you." Shui Miao detected a faint sense of detachment in Feng Xingqian's polite tone, and a wave of inexplicable melancholy welled up in her heart. However, her prideful nature only allowed her to nod slightly, place the mushrooms down, and leave the cave without another word. Feng Xingqian let out a bitter smile, remaining silent as he ate the mushrooms in a few bites. He stood up to stretch his limbs before sitting back down to channel his inner energy through his meridians. This time, he refrained from consuming any blood right away. Instead, he planned to purify his inner energy through his own cultivation method for 2 days, laying a solid foundation before attempting to break through the 9th-level bottleneck with the blood. Time passed slowly, and a day and a half went by. Feng Xingqian's patience seemed to be wearing thin. Deep down, he understood that ever since Shui Miao had learned that second-tier beasts could potentially free themselves from chip control, she had been eager to return to the gathering point. Her goal was to warn the survivors in advance and save as many lives as possible. Feng Xingqian couldn't bear to see Shui Miao growing increasingly haggard, but his severe injuries made it inevitable that their journey would be delayed by a few days. Shaking his head forcefully, he gathered his strength and carefully felt the fractured ribs in his chest. The sharp pain was still present. It was clear it was time to consume the blood. He retrieved the second vial of blood from his pouch, held it up to eye level, took a deep breath, and swallowed it in one gulp. The energy stored in the evolved beast's blood erupted once again, though it was noticeably less intense than the first time. Feng Xingqian didn't mind. He believed that any progress, no matter how small, was a blessing. Doubling his inner energy in just 2 days was enough to make anyone envious. The surge of heat quickly merged with his inner energy, and with his efforts, it began flowing steadily through his meridians. As his inner energy reached the 8th loop and was only 4.5 centimeters away from his dantian, the momentum started to wane. Refusing to give up, he pushed his inner energy forward with all his might. 1 millimeter, 3 millimeters, 8 millimeters. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his entire body radiated heat. He could distinctly feel his fractured ribs heating up and quickly healing. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he continued to push his inner energy with all his strength. Time ticked by as his inner energy advanced ever so slowly. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, his inner energy broke through with a faint pop and entered his dantian. A roaring sound erupted in his mind, like a storm passing through, as his dantian boiled with energy. The 8th-level inner energy, condensed to its extreme, suddenly contracted and became even denser. Before he could celebrate, his inner energy surged beyond his dantian, advancing another centimeter before exhausting itself and coming to a slow halt. A few seconds later, it retreated back into his dantian and refused to budge any further. 9th level, initial stage. Feng Xingqian marveled silently, his eyes gleaming with joy. He hadn't expected that 2 vials of blood would propel him to the 9th level. Although the 3rd vial would likely have no effect, this transformation was enough to excite even the most composed of masters. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement, he stepped out of the cave and tested his newfound strength by performing a set of military-style punches. Boom, boom. Every punch he threw generated a powerful sonic boom. This left him somewhat frustrated. While the sound indicated a significant increase in strength, it also revealed a rapid decline in his control over his inner energy. Clearly, he couldn't rely on beast blood to enhance his strength any further in the short term. Instead, he needed to focus on mastering his power. The last thing he wanted was for his inner energy to spiral out of control and backfire at a critical moment. Before he could finish the set, Shui Miao appeared before him, her gaze intense as she studied him from head to toe. Suddenly, she asked, "Judging by your appearance, it seems your injuries have fully healed?" Feng Xingqian nodded. "That's right. We can leave any time." Shui Miao's mouth fell open in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How is that possible?" She was utterly shocked. Feng Xingqian's recovery speed was even faster than what could be achieved with bone activation serum. Could it really be true that there wasn't a 3rd dose of the serum? Doubts clouded her mind. After all, the sternum should heal faster than the leg bones. Feng Xingqian simply grinned and waved her off. "Let's go. I know you're eager to find other survivors." With that, he strode forward without waiting for Shui Miao to react. Shui Miao wanted to ask Feng Xingqian what was going on, but her refined upbringing held her back from prying into matters that might be sensitive. She could only speculate that his rapid recovery might be related to his mental power. Shaking her head slightly, she followed behind him. After reaching level 9, their speed had increased significantly. They pushed their limits, burning through their inner energy as they sprinted for 2 days and nights, covering over 3,000 kilometers before finally arriving at the edge of a blood-red desert. No way, the Bone Desert? Feng Xingqian stared in astonishment at the endless expanse of red sand. The Bone Desert was the largest desert on the entire continent star, spanning 59 million square kilometers, 6 times the size of the Sahara Desert. Temperatures there could soar as high as 72 degrees Celsius and drop as low as 47 degrees. With constant sandstorms, it rendered both radar and communication devices useless. This makes sense. If it wasn't such a desolate place, why would there be survivors here? Shui Miao looked up at the thick clouds of dust in the distance and took a deep breath. She sent the coordinates to Feng Xingqian's portable optical brain. Be careful. Once we enter the sandstorm, we'll have to rely on the optical brain software to estimate distances. Stay close to me. If you get lost, try to retreat immediately. Feng Xingqian smirked. Come on, are you joking? How could a modern soldier possibly get lost in the desert? He glanced at Xiao Hao, who was by his side. Both their portable optical brains and helmets were equipped with advanced navigation systems, ensuring they wouldn't lose their sense of direction. Moreover, Xiao Hao could still receive signals from the Kaijian satellites, allowing for precise location tracking even in the Bone Desert's swirling sands, with a margin of error of no more than 3 meters. With such equipment, getting lost seemed impossible. Not long after they entered the desert, they were engulfed by a relentless sandstorm, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. It was a grueling ordeal. Fortunately, their fully enclosed helmets filtered out the dust, allowing them to breathe without difficulty. After trekking dozens of kilometers, the wind grew fiercer, and the sandstorm raged with such intensity that they could barely see their own hands. The scorching midday heat bore down on them, and their biofabric suits, already tattered, offered little relief. Even for warriors of their caliber, the heat was maddening. Feng Xingqian, seizing the moment, quickened his pace and grabbed Shui Miao's hand. Careful, don't get separated. Shui Miao tried to pull her hand away, but his grip was firm. Just as she was about to snap at him, a sudden violent gust knocked them both off balance. Instinctively, Shui Miao tightened her grip on Feng Xingqian's hand, and he, feeling triumphant, held on even tighter, secretly relishing the moment of holding her soft, jade-like hand. Despite the harsh conditions, they encountered no dangerous creatures, as none would choose to inhabit such an inhospitable environment. The journey was marked only by relentless winds and sandstorms. When night fell, the temperature plummeted dramatically. Their biofabric suits were no longer effective, and they had to rely on their inner energy for warmth, though it barely kept the freezing cold at bay. At last, they arrived at a peculiar location, a massive ring-shaped sand dune, seemingly formed by a volcanic eruption. Strangely, this spot was calm, like the eye of the storm, with no wind at all. Above them, a dense cloud of sand, crackling with electricity, hovered 1,000 meters high, blocking all signals. It was clear that this sand cloud was enough to shield the area from any satellite surveillance, while the desert's fierce winds deterred unmanned reconnaissance drones. The two stood speechless, slowly making their way to the center of the ring-shaped dune. Feng Xingqian's eyes widened as he stared at the red sand before them. After a long pause, he managed to mutter, "This is the coordinate point?" Shui Miao was equally incredulous. However, the calculations from her portable optical brain confirmed that even if this wasn't the exact spot, they were within 300 meters of it. But where were the walls or the survivors they had imagined? Neither of them could find an answer. The two were still disoriented when, suddenly, the gravel about dozens of meters away began to tremble. A platform made of alloy slowly rose 3 meters high, revealing a door that opened to a clean and brightly lit staircase. A voice echoed from within, "Lieutenant Shui Miao, welcome to the Skull Base." The two exchanged a surprised glance and, without hesitation, descended the staircase. At the bottom of the stairs was a high-speed elevator. They stepped inside, and the elevator began its rapid descent. After a full 7 minutes, it finally stopped. Based on their calculations, they had descended more than 15 kilometers underground. Stepping out of the elevator, they were greeted by a massive hangar spanning over 100,000 square meters. It housed more than 300 transport aircraft, over 200 starfighter jets, and nearly 800 mechas. The sight left them both speechless. Who would have thought that amidst the bloodshed above, such a formidable military force remained hidden here? In that moment, a wave of sorrow washed over them. A base of such strength had chosen to remain hidden instead of joining the fight, while their comrades were slaughtered. As soldiers, they felt disdain for this decision. Yet, rationally, they understood that given the early stages of the battle, even if the Skull Base had intervened, it likely wouldn't have altered the outcome of their defeat. Instead, by preserving its strength and launching guerrilla strikes, the base might cause trouble for the Kaija forces and hold out until reinforcements arrived. Standing at the elevator's entrance was a middle-aged major. His pupils involuntarily contracted the moment he saw Feng Xingqian. In truth, the major had come to personally greet them out of respect for Shui Miao, the rising star of the next-generation 1st Mecha Division. However, Feng Xingqian's commanding presence was impossible to ignore. His exoskeleton armor was marked with deep, dense, and dried dark green blood, remnants of corrosive attacks from the man-eating vine. His tattered clothing and the two broken chest plates in his hands told a story that even a logistics officer with no combat experience could read. This soldier had fought his way through unimaginable odds to reach the Skull Desert. And anyone who could survive on a battlefield stacked so heavily against them for half a month, returning with the stench of smoke and blood, was no coward hiding in the shadows. In that instant, the major completely overlooked the beautiful and valiant Xuemiao. After a brief moment of distraction, he broke into a pleasant smile. Both Xuemiao and Feng Xingchen instinctively saluted. Former K-21 members Xuemiao and Feng Xingchen reporting for duty, they announced in unison. The major returned the salute, smiling warmly at Xuemiao. Haha, Lieutenant Xuemiao, no need to be so formal. The entire Confronting Star's 23 bases recognize you as the next generation 1st Mecha Division's top ace. Who doesn't know your name? Judging by your appearance, you've been through quite a few battles, haven't you? Xuemiao replied proudly. 19 battles, big and small. Excellent. Hand over your combat achievement record. You've been assigned to the mecha unit. Of course, you're entitled to a 2-day leave. Report back after your break. Off you go, the major said. Xuemiao saluted, gave Feng Xingchen a slight nod, and quickly turned to leave. She was eager to change out of her tattered uniform. Feng Xingchen watched her disappear around a distant corner with a reluctant gaze. Unfortunately, the major had not dismissed him, leaving him no choice but to stay. The major turned his attention back to Feng Xingchen, scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking. Hey, which unit were you originally with? Feng Xingchen immediately responded, Sir, I am Feng Xingchen, formerly of K-21 Marine Corps, Squad L-033, a grade sniper, private first class. The major nodded. I see. Submit your combat record data and temporarily report to the Marine Corps. You can download the base map for directions. Feng Xingchen replied. Yes, sir. He activated his personal device, tapped a few times on the virtual screen, and located a military encrypted file, transmitting it to the major's device. The combat record file was an auto-tracking software embedded in the personal devices of all active military personnel. It recorded every valid attack or kill based on a complex algorithm. The software was encrypted with advanced security measures, and without the main system's decryption key, even the Earth Federation's technology couldn't alter it. This made the data highly reliable and earned the trust of grassroots soldiers. Extremely excited, Feng Xingchen handed over the document and turned around, shaking his head. He activated his portable light brain to download the map and opened a virtual screen. A 3D map of the skeleton base appeared before his eyes. After glancing at it a few times, he exclaimed, Wow, the skeleton base is huge, at least dozens of times bigger than the K-21 I stayed at before. Xiaohao scoffed and sneered coldly. You're so inexperienced. Look, 90 of the map is covered in bright red, leaving only 10 showing paths and labeled areas. Do you even know what this kind of map implies? Feng Xingchen frowned, a realization dawning on him. Now that you mention it, I get it. With my rank as a private first class in the Marine Corps, I probably only have access to areas like the dining hall, housing, training grounds, live-fire shooting range, combat arena, recreation room, and the armory. The displayed areas on the map are precisely these places. Xiaohao nodded, exactly. Based on my experience and analysis, one thing is certain. The skeleton base is no ordinary place. It's likely directly under high-level command and classified as extremely confidential. That's why it didn't participate in the war when it broke out. Feng Xingchen nodded in agreement. Makes sense. But such a highly classified location, combined with all those mechs outside, is practically impenetrable. This is probably the safest place on Confronting Star. He couldn't help but laugh. Finally, I can take a proper break for a while. Xiaohao replied. Exactly, it's about time to rest. Feng Xingchen smiled faintly, lit a cigarette, and, guided by his portable light brain, quickly found his way to the logistics department. Using his military ID, he collected 2 sets of uniforms. With the help of 2 enthusiastic comrades, he navigated a 3-meter-wide corridor and officially stepped into the garrison. The Marine Corps base boasted a ceiling height of over 50 meters, with 8 fields each the size of a standard soccer pitch at its center. Surrounding these fields, against the mountainside, stood an 11-story ring of residential quarters, capable of housing more than 40,000 people, a truly imposing sight. Finding his assigned room, Feng Xingchen stepped in to discover it was a 2-room suite with an attached bathroom and restroom, quite similar to the rooms at K-21. After bidding farewell to the helpful comrades, he eagerly rushed into the bathroom to enjoy a much-needed shower. Emerging refreshed, he threw himself onto the bed and quickly fell into a deep, comfortable sleep. It wasn't until the shouts and calls of training drills woke him that he stirred. Having spent so much time in the military, he was conditioned to react to the sounds of training. He sat up abruptly, dressed swiftly, and then remembered he had 2 days of leave and wasn't required to participate in training. Letting out a sigh, he cursed his own ingrained habits, but upon lying back down, he found himself unable to fall asleep again. Giving up, he left his room and casually glanced around. On the expansive training field, about 850 people were running laps while chanting slogans. Don't underestimate running laps when equipped with gravity gear set to multiple times normal gravity. Even simple laps become a true test of willpower. Hey, a newcomer? A teasing voice came from behind him. Feng Xingchen turned to see a muscular man in a short-sleeved shirt standing there. He couldn't discern the man's rank, but he knew that anyone casually wandering around while others trained was likely an officer. Reflexively, he saluted. Good day, sir. Feng Xingchen. Just arrived before lights out last night. Got it. Private first class from K-21 camp, squad L033. Right. The man smiled. Not bad, not bad. Although your military achievements haven't been fully tallied yet, surviving 19 days of fierce battle and coming out in one piece is proof enough that you're an outstanding soldier. Feng Xingchen replied humbly. You flatter me, sir. I was just lucky. The man waved his hand dismissively. Luck is also a form of strength. Wu Jiawei, former lieutenant colonel and commander of the K-11 Marine Corps. For now, I'm temporarily in charge of the Marine Corps here at this base. All right, introductions are done. You're still on leave, so feel free to do as you please. Feng Xingchen saluted again, turned, and marched off toward the dining hall. However, upon arriving at the dining hall, he was immediately disheartened. According to the camp schedule, breakfast was served from 7 to 8 a.m., and it was still only 6:20. No chance of eating anything. His stomach growled with hunger, but he couldn't think of a solution. Sighing helplessly, Feng Xingchen began contemplating how to pass the next 40 minutes. Walking several dozen meters towards the direction of the camp, he suddenly lifted his head and murmured to himself, Damn it, I actually forgot. My sniping skills have jumped 2 or 3 levels after this last battle. Might as well test it out at the training ground. With that thought, he immediately activated his personal AI navigation system and quickly located the heavy sniper training range. The training ground was spacious, covering an area of 1,500 square meters. In the corner stood a small table with an oval-shaped card box on top, and nothing else in sight. He walked briskly to the table, skillfully took out 6 adhesive-like patches from the card box, and placed them on his temples, palms, and both sides of his waist. Then, he retreated to one of the walls in the room and said in a low voice, AI, initiate heavy sniper simulation. Start at the lowest level and increase the difficulty step by step. The synthetic voice of the AI echoed in the room. Heavy sniper simulation program. Level, countdown to start. 3, 2, 1, begin. The scene before him shifted as the opposite wall seemed to stretch backward rapidly under the control of an advanced simulation program, extending to a range of 3,000 meters. At 1,200 meters, 10 circular targets, each 30 centimeters in diameter, appeared, hovering silently in midair without moving. He slowly raised his hand, and a full-sized 19mm heavy sniper rifle materialized in his grasp. Though it was a three-dimensional simulation, the 6 adhesive sensors allowed him to feel the realistic weight of the gun. When firing simulated bullets, the system even mimicked the massive recoil, creating an authentic training experience. He lifted the rifle, and the photon scope automatically adjusted to 12x magnification. Through the scope, the target centers were crystal clear. Bang! Bang! The distinct muffled sound of the heavy sniper echoed as the recoil of over 150 kilograms caused his body to jolt repeatedly. However, as a level 9 beginner, his physical strength far surpassed what it was during his last test. Despite the slight vibrations of his body, he maintained a steady rhythm, firing bullet after bullet with precision. For an A-level sniper like him, stationary targets were no challenge. As the 10 targets disappeared, another set of 10 appeared, this time moving at a steady pace along simple trajectories. He shook his head slightly, squinted, and calculated the speed of the moving targets before swiftly raising his rifle and firing one bullet after another. For a level 9 expert, uniformly moving targets posed no difficulty. 10 shots, 10 hits flawless. He nodded faintly and commanded, skip directly to 2 A-level mode. The AI responded, understood. 2 A-level mode initiated. Moments later, 10 new targets appeared. This time, however, the shapes of the targets varied, and their trajectories were completely unpredictable. The only constant was their speed of 8 meters per second. Bang! Bang! A rapid series of shots rang out. To his dismay, all 10 shots missed their marks. The scene shifted, revealing a large screen displaying the glaring red words, failure. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! Still haven't found my rhythm? This is so embarrassing. Feng Xingchen let out a bitter laugh, took a deep breath, and stood silently for several seconds before exhaling slowly. During this time, he gradually relaxed, his mind clearing until it felt as calm and still as a tranquil lake. Even the sharpness in his eyes faded into a serene stillness. Restart to a level difficulty, he instructed with a steady voice. The AI, unaffected by the emotions of the trainer, generated the 10 targets once more. This time, Feng Xingchen felt no tension. Instead, the sense of clarity in his mind grew stronger. It was peculiar by definition. A state of clarity should not involve any distinct sensations, as any perception would disrupt its purity. Yet at this moment, he undeniably felt something. Moreover, his sense of touch seemed to expand outward without limit in this state of profound clarity. As he had anticipated, as the transcendent state extended, the speed of the targets gradually slowed down. Yes, they were indeed slowing, as if each target was enveloped in a thick, viscous liquid, or like a slow-motion scene in a movie. Yet, he remained in a normal state, as though he could shoot however he wanted. In this state, he suddenly raised his firearm and bang, 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 streams of light shot out from the muzzle, shattering and disintegrating the targets one by one. Ding! After 40 seconds, the training ground lit up dramatically, and a row of bright red text appeared. Congratulations to trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the first record at this base-breaking 10 low speed, irregularly moving targets in 37 seconds. You are officially certified as a level 2A heavy sniper. Feng Xingchen exhaled deeply, a hint of pride tugging at the corners of his mouth. In just one breath, a complete loss had turned into an overwhelming victory, a drastic difference, yet one entirely within his expectations. The existence of the transcendent state allowed him to achieve feats he had never dared imagine before. Standing there with a smile for a few minutes, he raised his head, took a deep breath of cold air to cool his burning lungs, and calmly said, Level 3A mode. This time, the targets were even smaller, nearly the size of a cigarette box, moving at 15 meters per second with even more unpredictable trajectories. In a state of total relaxation, his pupils dilated, and the clarity he sought emerged as he wished. With a faint smile, he pulled the trigger. Congratulations to trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the second record at this base-breaking 10 medium speed, irregularly moving targets in 39 seconds. You are officially certified as a level 3A heavy sniper. Then, congratulations to trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the third record at this base-breaking 10 high speed, irregularly moving targets in 44 seconds. You are officially certified as an S-level heavy sniper. Finally, congratulations to trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the fourth record at this base-breaking 15 ultra high speed, irregularly moving micro targets in 75 seconds. You are officially certified as a level 2S heavy sniper. At this point, Feng Xingchen put down the heavy sniper rifle. He realized that level 2S was already his limit, and under such circumstances, there was no need to push for level 3S. Even now, he was still in a state of exhilaration. The transcendent state was undoubtedly the most practical manifestation of mental power. He was certain that once his mental power broke through to level 9, he could achieve level 3S, or even higher. Removing the adhesive sensors, he squinted and pondered for a moment before suddenly issuing a command. AI system, delete the S-level and 2 S-level records. The synthesized voice replied without any emotion. Deleting these records will reduce your heavy sniper rank allowance by 16,000 credits per month. Please confirm. Feng Xingchen felt a bit helpless. If he were to keep these records, he would indeed gain an additional 16,000 credits in special allowances every month. However, this would inevitably expose the fact that he possessed high mental strength, which would bring considerable trouble. For ordinary civilians, having mental power above level 7 wasn't necessarily a good thing. Such individuals often attracted the attention of major financial powers, becoming entangled in their rivalries. Feng Xingchen didn't care what others thought, but he absolutely refused to become someone else's pawn. After a few seconds of silence, he gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Confirm deletion. Beep. Records deleted. Currently, Private First Class Feng Xingchen holds a Level 3A Heavy Sniper certification, officially recorded in your personal file. A special title allowance of 6,000 credits per month will be added to your salary and disbursed with the next military pay cycle. Feng Xingchen let out a soft sigh and walked out of the room. Checking the time, he realized it was almost mealtime. Putting everything else aside, he decided to fill his stomach first. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived back at the cafeteria, which was indeed open. Stepping inside, he saw that the dining hall was enormous, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people at once. However, since most soldiers had just finished their regular training, 99 of them were likely showering first. The cafeteria was nearly empty, with only a handful of people scattered around. As he approached the food counter, he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Hao, do you see this? The variety and quantity of food here are incredible. Could it be that the Skull Base has already established a self-sufficient ecological supply system? If that's true, the investment in Skull Base must be astronomical." He shook his head, his stomach growling. Enough talking time to eat. I'm starving. Taking another glance at the lavish spread of food, Feng Xingchen couldn't help but swallow hard. He quickly grabbed a sturdy alloy tray and walked about 20 meters before finally securing a nutritious and hearty breakfast that could easily satisfy his hunger. He found a random seat that seemed comfortable and began devouring his meal with gusto. Halfway through, his attention was drawn to a striking figure entering the cafeteria. Xuan Miao. Today, Xue Miao was dressed in a form-fitting military uniform designed for mech soldiers, perfectly accentuating her graceful and alluring figure. She looked stunning, like a ripe peach, breathtakingly beautiful. Feng Xingqian couldn't take his eyes off her. Xue Miao had already picked up a selection of low-calorie foods when she noticed Feng Xingqian. After a brief hesitation, she walked directly over to him and sat down across from him. While eating, she asked casually, "Are you settling in okay?" Her concern caught Feng Xingqian off guard, leaving him flattered. "If I can't get used to such great conditions, what kind of person would I be?" he replied with a smile. Lifting a glass of water, he gestured in her direction as if to toast her and asked curiously, "This base doesn't seem like a temporary camp, does it?" "You're right," Xue Miao nodded. "I just learned 10 minutes ago that this place is a top-secret mech research and manufacturing center established by the Federation. It's been here for 19 years. Feng Xingqian furrowed his brows, his mind racing. 19 years? That's 4 years before the mining operations even started. In fact, it was precisely because of the discovery of vast deposits of tantalum and kuan that the Federation ramped up its exploration and extraction efforts, eventually deciding to station troops here. "So, the base has impressive research and manufacturing capabilities?" he asked. Before Xue Miao could respond, a deep male voice interrupted. "Heh, don't ask too many questions. This base is classified as level. Poking around as a ground soldier could land you in trouble." Feng Xingqian looked up to see a strikingly handsome young colonel. Instinctively, he stood at attention and saluted. "Good day, sir. This is the cafeteria. No need to be so formal," the colonel said casually, taking a seat beside Xue Miao. Feng Xingqian felt a pang of discomfort. From their interaction, it was clear that the colonel and Xue Miao shared a close relationship. Were they a couple? Or perhaps even closer? A sense of inadequacy surged within him, couldn't help but feel the gap between himself and their seemingly perfect pairing. No matter how hard he worked, it would take him at least another decade to reach the colonel's level. For now, he could only channel his frustration into his appetite, shoveling food into his mouth with determination. The colonel, seemingly indifferent to Feng Xingqian's eating habits, turned to Xue Miao and asked, "Xue Miao, have you made your decision? Come join my mech battalion's operations planning division." Feng Xingqian's ears perked up at this. A mech battalion typically consisted of 500 to 800 mechs, along with ground crew and support staff, totaling over 6,000 personnel. It was a formidable combat unit. For someone so young to hold the position of operations director in such a battalion, the colonel's personal strength must be at least level 10, possibly even level 11, a truly exceptional individual. Feng Xingqian could only look up to him in awe. However, when Feng Xingqian glanced at Xue Miao, he noticed her expression of impatience. A thought struck him: Xue Miao didn't seem to have any fondness for the colonel, which was certainly a silver lining. Wisely, Feng Xingqian kept quiet and focused on his meal. Xue Miao also remained silent, eating her food without a word. Sensing the tension, a flicker of anger crossed the colonel's eyes. He took a few forceful bites of his food before suddenly addressing Feng Xingqian. "Feng Xingqian, I'm Colonel Zheng Xiaoying, the operations director of the mech battalion. Today, Xue Miao told me that your personal strength is likely no less than level 8. Right now, the military on Tantalum Kuan is severely understaffed. You should consider joining the mech battalion." "Me? Really?" Feng Xingqian was taken aback. Before the colonel could respond, Xue Miao interjected, "I object." Both men turned to her in surprise. Calm and composed, Xue Miao explained, 2 reasons. First, becoming a mech soldier requires at least 3 years of rigorous training to master combat techniques. While he may appear to have level 8 strength or higher, he won't become a qualified mech soldier in a short time, which wouldn't benefit our plans. Second, ground forces typically operate in 5-person teams, giving them a natural advantage in stealth and evasion compared to mechs. We're currently facing a severe shortage of ground soldiers, which would negatively impact future operations. Therefore, I recommend keeping him in the ground forces while allowing occasional mech training as a special privilege. Both men fell silent. The colonel remained silent, as Xue Miao's suggestion was indeed valid. Meanwhile, Feng Xingqian couldn't help but feel that Xue Miao must know something upon hearing her mention the word plan, but due to military discipline, he couldn't ask further. After a brief pause, the colonel smiled and said, "Xue Miao, with your promotion to level 10 and your recent achievements, the base commander has signed off on an exceptional promotion for you to major. Additionally, you'll be equipped with the latest model of the counterattacker S1 mech. Once we finish breakfast, I'll take you to receive it." Xue Miao shook her head and replied apologetically, "I've been exhausted these past 10 days. According to regulations, I still have 40 hours of rest time. There's no rush. I can retrieve the mech after my leave." With that, she tidied up her tray and left gracefully. Feng Xingqian stood up with a smile, saying, "Enjoy your meal, sir." Watching the two leave one after another, a trace of malice flashed in the colonel's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "That stubborn woman, Xue Miao, dares to go against me just to protect this kid. If it weren't for your family's powerful background, I would have forced my way long ago." But do you really think avoiding the mech squad will let you escape my grasp? Shui Miao, you underestimate me. Unaware of this, Feng Xingqian hurried out, but couldn't find any trace of Shui Miao. As a private first class, he knew better than to wander around in Skla's secret base without permission. Shaking his head in frustration, he returned to his room and quietly asked, Xiao Hao, do you have any idea what Shui Miao meant by plan? Xiao Hao shook his head. No idea. The security measures in this base are excellent. The wireless network only carries public data, while anything confidential is transmitted via wired fiber optic cables. I can't find an access point to extract any classified information. After a moment of thought, Xiao Hao added, however, I think this so-called plan is definitely related to Shui Miao's report. Feng Xingqian asked curiously, oh, what do you mean? Xiao Hao explained, Shui Miao's exceptional promotion to major makes her a high-ranking combat officer, but she still wouldn't have access to core classified plans. The only explanation is that she reported our earlier findings and deductions to the higher-ups, including handing over the chip pierced by bioelectricity. Following her report, the top brass must have devised a plan perhaps to capture a high-level evolved beast? That's quite possible, but that's likely just one part of the plan. I suspect they'll also need Marine Corps members to investigate the Kaija situation. Of course, I can't speculate on the full background of this plan. Feng Xingqian sighed. Oh well, whatever it is. I'm just puzzled why doesn't Shui Miao want me to access the mech? Xiao Hao rolled his eyes. How would I know? And what kind of son talks to his dad like that? Huh, kid? Back in his room, Feng Xingqian sat in a daze for a while before suddenly remembering the 3 vials of mutated feather cicada blood he still had. Forgetting his initial hesitation to accelerate his internal energy cultivation, he now felt an urgent desire to advance further. Indeed, his mindset had changed. Consuming the 3 vials might push him past the threshold of level 10, enabling him to take on missions alongside Shui Miao. What task could possibly defeat them then? He dreamed of completing more dangerous missions, wondering if he could quickly rise to the rank of officer and whether that would make them a better match. Immersed in his fantasies, he drooled slightly and opened his storage box. But as soon as he did, he froze. Inside the bag was the strange object he had retrieved from the man-eating vine. It lay quietly in the corner, something he had completely forgotten during the hectic past few days. Carefully, he picked it up and began to examine it closely. The object was completely encased in a wooden shell formed by the carnivorous king vine, creating a spherical shape about the size of a fist. However, Feng Xingqian's mental perception told him that something peculiar was hidden inside. After a moment of thought, he took out his vibration knife and carefully adjusted the blade to form a small knife. With delicate precision, he began to cut through the wooden layer. The task was effortless for him, as the blade vibrated at 50 million times per second, easily disintegrating the wood. As the wooden sphere was gradually peeled away, Feng Xingqian's jaw dropped wider and wider. Inside was a circular object that appeared to be made of ceramic. It was small, like a bracelet, and as he continued to clean its surface, a series of strange symbols began to emerge. Feng Xingqian frowned, holding the bracelet up for inspection, and grumbled, seriously? After all that effort, almost getting myself and Shui Miao killed, and all I end up with is a ceramic bracelet? Xiao Hao suddenly chimed in. This thing isn't as simple as it looks. How do you know? Feng Xingqian asked, puzzled. Xiao Hao, not bothering to explain further, projected a 3-dimensional image of the bracelet in front of Feng Xingqian, continuously magnifying it. When the image reached a diameter of about 1 meter, Xiao Hao pointed at the patterns and said, using low-temperature magnetic resonance analysis, I estimate this object to be approximately 6,300 years old, over 3,000 years older than the earliest sophisticated ceramics on Earth. Moreover, I can confidently say this isn't ceramic at all, but some unknown metal. Feng Xingqian was stunned. What? Are you saying this is a type of metal even you can't identify? Xiao Hao smiled wryly and explained, I've told you before I'm not a fully functional derivative cell and lack a lot of fundamental knowledge. I can only rely on fragmentary DNA memories to grasp some basic concepts of 7th-level civilizations. Additionally, the bracelet isn't a single solid piece. It's composed of at least 4 strange, detachable components. The seams between these components are precisely where the patterns are. Unfortunately, I haven't found a way to separate them yet. What does that even mean? Feng Xingqian felt a bit overwhelmed. Xiao Hao straightforwardly shook his head. I don't know. Feng Xingqian was at a loss for words and muttered, damn it. Even if this thing is some kind of treasure, how am I supposed to use it? If it's useless or has no practical value, it's just an antique. Should we sell it? Typical money grubber, Xiao Hao teased. Dad, I have a feeling this bracelet might be a product of alien technology. Selling it would be such a waste. Besides, where on Kuntan Star would you even find a proper antique market? Xiao Hao continued. Also, I personally believe that the carnivorous king vine grew to such an enormous size because this object contains some extraordinary life energy. Otherwise, there's no way such bizarre growth could have occurred. Feng Xingqian froze for a moment, then nodded vigorously. That makes sense, but I couldn't detect any energy fluctuations. Maybe I should check it with my mental power. No rush. We can study this later. Feng Xingqian casually slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, then pulled out 3 vials of blood. He hesitated for a moment, his throat moving slightly. This was the blood of a mutated feathered cicadae, wasn't sure if it would harm him. Seeing his actions, Xiaohao floated in front of him and asked, Dad, are you seriously going to drink that? Feng Xingqian hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. During the 3 days we spent traveling from the forest to here, I've been using my inner energy to compress my meridians and haven't noticed any problems. I think it's likely that the biochemical beast genes have altered my constitution, so I should be able to handle the expansion of my inner energy. You're not worried about losing control of your inner energy? Xiaohao asked. Of course, I'm a little worried. But some risks are worth taking, Feng Xingqian replied. Oh, are you concerned that Xuemiao's plan might involve you? Feng Xingqian nodded helplessly. Although this matter might not directly involve him, he understood that the implementation of Xuemiao's proposed plan would inevitably draw attention from various parties and could even escalate into warfare. In such a scenario, the stronger one's abilities, the greater their chances of survival. However, the progress of enhancing his mental strength was frustratingly slow, leaving Feng Xingqian feeling somewhat unprepared for the harsh circumstances ahead. After a brief pause, he continued. On the surface, it might seem like my control over inner strength has weakened, but I know I haven't lost control. Don't forget, I have an 8th level foundation of mental strength. Even other 10th level powerhouses, with only 4th level mental strength, can achieve absolute control. So, while it might appear risky, it's still within my psychological threshold. Xiaohao thought for a moment before agreeing. All right, I'll closely monitor the changes in your physical data. Feng Xingqian nodded, grabbed a bottle, and, steeling himself, drank a full liter of blood. After letting out a few satisfied belches, he sat cross-legged and began channeling his inner strength. Time passed quietly. About an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with a sharp light. He muttered to himself, I never expected the mutant blood to be this effective. It pushed me to the high tier of level 9. There are still 2 bottles left. Could they help me break through to level 10? Standing up, he stretched his limbs before sitting down again to consume more of the blood. Another hour went by, drenched in sweat. He stood up and shook his head in frustration. As expected, no matter how potent it is, the effect of the first use is always the most significant, even for mutant varieties. After that, the effectiveness diminishes drastically. Ugh, 3 liters of blood, and all I could achieve was the peak of level 9, still a millimeter away from breaking through. Xiaohao rolled his eyes dramatically. 2 hours to go from early level 9 to peak level 9, and you're still complaining? It takes others at least 2 to 3 years, sometimes even over a decade. Feng Xingqian chuckled. That's them, but I'm different. I dare say, a carbon-based life form capable of fusing with insect genes is one of a kind in this universe. Ignoring Xiaohao, Feng Xingqian lit a cigarette, his mind racing. The instructor once said that reaching level 10 isn't as simple as refining and increasing the total amount of inner strength. It also requires an understanding of the forces of nature. Damn, I hate anything that involves enlightenment. He knew all too well that the bottleneck of level 10 was not something everyone could overcome. Many elites remained stuck at the peak of level 9 for years, unable to find the key to understanding nature, perpetually trapped just shy of breaking through. After finishing his cigarette, he was about to head to the bathroom when his stomach let out a thunderous growl. His face twisted into a bitter expression. Ugh, the energy consumption from inner strength training is too much. I'm starving. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was only 10:30 a.m., and his expression soured further. Sigh, the military camp isn't a marketplace where you can grab food anytime. According to the rules, I'll have to wait until the 12:30 lunch break. Still 2 hours to kill. What should I do? Since further inner strength training was out of the question, he decided to focus on improving his mental strength. Licking his lips, Feng Xingqian sat back down cross-legged, took a deep breath, and eased himself into a meditative state. Meditation was something he'd been practicing for 7 years and was second nature to him. Gradually, his consciousness calmed, and he entered the seemingly boundless expanse of his mind. There, he roamed freely over the beautiful sea of awareness. But something was off. His mental strength began to push past the boundaries of his mind, expanding outward. His brow furrowed as he tried to pull his mental strength back, only to find that he had lost control. At that moment, it felt as though he were sitting in a movie theater, helplessly watching a horror film unfold on the screen. His chest tightened. If his mental strength spiraled out of control and dissipated, he knew he would inevitably become a vegetable. As his mental strength continued to spread, it eventually encompassed an area of around 20 or 30 meters. Then, it stopped expanding and began to converge into a single beam, forming a strange pattern. Feng Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. This pattern, it was identical to the runes formed by the gaps on his bracelet. What was happening? Could it be that the bracelet was somehow guiding his mental strength on its own? He suddenly gritted his teeth, no longer bothering to deliberately control his mental power. Instead, He observed the process of rune drawing with detached curiosity, as if he were an uninvolved bystander. The speed of the rune drawing was impressive. Within mere seconds, 8 runes had taken shape in succession. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his consciousness was once again able to respond to direction. Like a child sneaking a piece of candy, he held onto his mental power with great care and slowly retracted it. In the next moment, an extremely peculiar expression appeared on his face. His mouth fell open as he stammered, "Oh my God, what's going on?" The total amount of mental power was clearly far greater than what he had initially released. The surplus was equivalent to what he would normally accumulate through over 10 days of intense practice. Extreme excitement flooded through him. He abruptly opened his eyes wide and let out a long exhale, only then realizing that he was drenched in sweat from head to toe. With a wry smile, he was just about to head to the bathroom when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. He opened the door to find none other than the beautiful Shui Miao standing there. Stunned by the unexpected visit, he froze in place, his tongue almost tripping over itself as he stammered, "Be beautiful, lady. Please come in." Shui Miao shook her head and said coldly, "Are you out of your mind? You've skipped 2 meals. I thought you died in your sleep." He glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 6 in the evening. For a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? If his memory served him right, only a few seconds had passed. How could it have been 9 hours? As if grasping at some critical clue, he looked down at the bracelet on his wrist with a face full of shock and doubt. Deeply shaken, he instinctively covered the bracelet with his hand and forced a faint smile. "Sorry, I entered a state of enlightenment while training my mental power and lost track of time." A state of enlightenment? Shui Miao was momentarily taken aback, then said with a hint of envy, "Congratulations." He smiled. "Please come in." But Shui Miao waved her hand dismissively, her tone still cool. "I didn't come here just to bring you food. I came to give you a piece of advice. I've received an urgent mission and must leave the base at 5 tomorrow morning. The mission is expected to last 5 days. During this time, you must stay with the Marine Corps. It will only benefit you, not harm you. Remember, do not join any other teams, especially the mech unit." Feng Xingchen blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Shui Miao shook her head, offering no explanation, and turned to leave. Standing in the doorway, Feng Xingchen watched her retreating figure, his mind racing for several minutes, but failing to make sense of her words. With a bitter smile, he decided to set the matter aside for now. After all, he would be staying with the Marine Corps for the time being, and he could always ask her about it once she returned. Back in his room, he tore open a field ration and started eating while his thoughts wandered back to his earlier training. The more he thought about it, the more perplexed he became. A few minutes later, he tossed the empty packet aside and muttered to himself, "This is just too weird. What on earth is going on?" After some deliberation, he sat down and cautiously released his mental power, attempting to connect with the bracelet. He reasoned that since his mental power had been able to autonomously draw those strange runes earlier, this object shouldn't reject his mental energy. He carefully released his mental power, allowing it to spread over the bracelet. But the object remained cold and unresponsive, giving no indication of anything unusual. Unwilling to give up, he adjusted his mental power to a more piercing form and began probing different areas of the bracelet. Suddenly, when his mental energy touched a specific rune, it felt as though he had punctured a thin layer of paper. The previously resistant barrier yielded, and his mental power broke through. Startled, he hesitated for a moment but quickly steadied his focus. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously continued to explore further. As Feng Xingchen's mental energy probed into the bracelet, his eyebrows twitched slightly. Just as Xiao Hao had described, there was indeed a mysterious and unfathomable energy contained within the bracelet. Before he could unravel its secrets, the energy suddenly launched an attack, fiercely latching onto his mental energy. Feng Xingchen was startled but did not back down. He recalled the scene of Xiao Hao madly absorbing mental energy at birth. Compared to that, this small bite was hardly worth mentioning. After the energy had taken a small portion of his mental energy, it began to tremble slightly, and soon its frequency synchronized perfectly with his own mental energy. At that moment, a sharp spike suddenly extended from the bracelet, piercing his thumb and swiftly drawing a drop of blood before retracting just as quickly. The unexpected change startled Feng Xingchen, and before he could throw the bracelet away, a flood of information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. As he instinctively began to decode the information, an expression of pure joy spread across his face. The message was brief, consisting of only a few lines. Mental energy marking and DNA binding complete. Host's mental energy level determined to be mid-tier level 8, qualifying for activation of the Tianyu ring. This item is a specialized auxiliary tool that can enhance the host's mental energy cultivation speed and provide foundational training. It operates via brainwave commands, can be freely concealed, and made fully invisible. These few lines sent waves of excitement through Feng Xingchen's heart. The Tianyu ring's ability to boost mental energy cultivation speed alone was extraordinary. And what exactly did foundational training entail? Even more thrilling was the solution it offered to his long-standing worry about hiding the Tianyu ring. With a single thought, the bracelet in his palm began to shrink rapidly in a peculiar manner. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an ordinary ring. Feng Xingchen paused for a moment, the shrinking mechanism reminding him of the Lingpeng clan's technology. Could this belong to the Lingpeng clan? He quickly dismissed the idea if it were truly theirs. Xiaohao would have recognized it. Abandoning his attempt to trace its origins, Feng Xingchen swiftly slipped the ring onto his pinky finger. Using his mental energy to command it again, the ring gradually became transparent until it completely disappeared. At that moment, Xiaohao suddenly appeared. Seeing what had just happened, he exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my gosh! Top-tier layered compression? Light source invisibility? This is way more advanced than anything our Lingpeng clan has. Dad, how did you manage that? Feng Xingchen denied everything without hesitation, maintaining a calm expression as he replied. I have no idea. I was just thinking how convenient it would be if this thing could shrink, and then just like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang it actually did, even becoming invisible. Xiaohao's mouth fell open, speechless for a long moment. As a metallic DNA-based life form, he was accustomed to analyzing things through data and technology. However, lacking complete inheritance due to his abnormal creation as a subcellular entity, he found himself utterly baffled by this phenomenon beyond his understanding. After a few minutes of stunned silence, Xiaohao shook his head vigorously, deciding to change the subject. Dad, I've carefully studied the base's map, and I'm certain there are some areas storing special metals. Those could be quite useful to me. I was thinking. Noticing Xiaohao's hesitant tone, Feng Xingchen chuckled. You're planning to sneak out and grab some of it, aren't you? Xiaohao scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said cautiously. Hee hee, if I could get my hands on some quality metals, it would definitely benefit you too. For one, I could upgrade your exoskeletal armor plates, repair the microshield system, and maybe even create some overclock projectiles. So, Feng Xingchen was clearly tempted but still asked cautiously, will you get caught? Xiaohao immediately looked a little offended. Are you underestimating me? Feng Xingchen waved his hands repeatedly, surrendering in a hurry. All right, go ahead. Don't worry, I promise nothing will go wrong. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaohao, as agile as a little snake, silently slid off his wrist, shrinking swiftly to a size even smaller than a sewing needle, and slipped out through the crack of the door. Feng Xingchen watched Xiaohao's body, capable of changing size at will, with envy. Shaking his head in resignation, he could only let the little guy go and play thief. He had initially planned to study the effects of the Tianyu ring carefully, but after a whole day of rigorous training, he figured it was time to rest. He fully understood the principle of haste makes waste. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Shui Miao had a mission tomorrow. Why not look for this beauty, have a drink to see her off, and maybe even earn some points in her heart? The idea made Feng Xingchen's heart race. He quickly jumped up, dashed into the bathroom, took a lightning-fast shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and hurriedly left the Marine Corps base. However, after wandering around for a while, he found himself completely clueless about the location of the Mecha Corps quarters. Stopping a few passers-by to ask for directions only earned him suspicious and scrutinizing looks, leaving Feng Xingchen feeling quite frustrated. In the modern military hierarchy, Marines ranked only slightly above logistics personnel, essentially the lowest tier of cannon fodder, and faced restrictions at every turn on the base. Left with no choice, Feng Xingchen's attention turned to the recreation room. He remembered that back at K-21, the recreation room had been quite impressive, practically synonymous with a military bar. It was a place where you could not only buy field rations, but even get your hands on alcohol and cigarettes from other star systems. It had been a favorite hangout for his squad. When he stepped into the recreation room here, however, he was utterly stunned. If the K-21 recreation room was a bar, this place was nothing short of a luxurious den of indulgence. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, the space featured not only a bar and vending counters, but also sold items that had no business being in the military. Most striking of all were the 3 stages in the center of the hall, where a dozen scantily clad, stunningly attractive women were performing electrifying dances, drawing the attention of at least 400 or 500 onlookers. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Feng Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at how Earth's civilization, after over 4 centuries of rapid development and cultural fusion between East and West, had seen its moral boundaries shift dramatically. In the military, co-ed bathing was now the norm, and consensual relationships were hardly unusual. Still, the military was the military, and no matter how decadent the unspoken rules, they were not supposed to be flaunted openly. Yet the environment before him clearly exceeded the boundaries of certain regulations. I think I've already fallen in love with this place, Feng Xingchen muttered, his eyes gleaming as they involuntarily scanned the women. He squeezed his way to the bar, wiped the drool that was almost dripping from his mouth, and said to the bartender, Hey there, gorgeous, how about a cold beer? The bartender, a strikingly attractive woman with a fiery presence, glanced at Feng Xingchen and handed him a bottle of beer with a smile. It's on me. Huh. Feng Xingchen froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. What an honor. Does every first-time visitor get such special treatment? Of course not, the bartender replied with a laugh, covering her mouth. But you get to enjoy this privilege. Feng Xingchen was about to ask further when a blonde, European woman standing nearby looked at him and smiled. You're Feng Xingchen, aren't you? And you are. Feng Xingchen licked his lips, feeling a bit awkward. I'm Lai Xia, former member of K-15 Base's Marine Corps Squad L-041. The blonde woman introduced herself. You're quite the celebrity around here. A beautiful bartender buying you a drink? That's perfectly normal. Me? Famous? Feng Xingchen asked, puzzled. Lai Xia chuckled and explained. What? You didn't know? The operations staff reviewed your military record and were stunned. You've taken down nearly 200 formidable bio-beasts and skilled fighters, not to mention destroying 2 mechs. By military merit, you should be promoted to second lieutenant. However, skipping over both the sergeant and officer ranks is unprecedented in the entire Federation. Rumor has it the operations staff is racking their brains trying to figure out how to reward you. Feng Xingchen was dumbfounded. No way. Why not? Lai Xiao said with a sly smile. That's just the word from the operations department. But honestly, that's not even the real bombshell. The real headline is that you've rescued Xue Miao, the ace pilot of the first-generation Mecha Corps, not once, but 4 times. With that kind of record, there's no way you could avoid becoming a household name. Feng Xingchen swallowed hard, about to explain himself, when suddenly, someone gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Feng Xingchen turned his head and saw a burly man with a thick beard glaring at him, his face full of arrogance. The man spoke gruffly. I heard you saved Xue Miao 4 times? Nonsense. How could a marine grunt possibly rescue a mecha pilot? And take down mechas? Who would believe that? Did you tamper with the military achievement records yourself? Unfazed, Feng Xingchen took a sip of his beer and calmly replied. Hey, buddy, mind your words. You're not just discrediting me with that statement. You're also questioning the integrity of the military records system and the intelligence of the general staff. The bearded man persisted. Nonsense. Marines are capped at level 6, while mecha pilots are at least level 7. What gives you the right to rescue a mecha pilot? Feng Xingchen's brow furrowed, and he was about to retort when another burly man nearby, unable to tolerate it any longer, strode over. He glared at the bearded man and said angrily, What's wrong with being a Marine? Do you think mecha pilots are so superior? The bearded man casually took a gulp of beer and grinned. Of course, I'm better than a Marine. My salary is more than double yours. My mecha is worth 98 million, and with all the weapons, it's close to 130 million. Your measly single soldier armor worth a few $100,000 is nothing. Damn it, looking down on Marines? Get him. A burly Marine behind them roared and charged forward, landing a heavy punch on the bearded man's back. Another Marine followed with a flying kick, sending the bearded man sprawling. Despite being knocked down, the bearded man, a level 7 combatant, wasn't seriously injured. He leaped up and shouted, Marines challenging mecha pilots? You must have a death wish. Mecha pilots, what are you waiting for? Fight back. The 2 Marines who started the fight weren't about to back down. Mecha pilots bullying Marines? Brothers, take them down. In an instant, chaos erupted in the bar. The sound of shouting and fighting filled the air. However, the Marines quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. It was a well-known fact that mecha pilots generally had superior training and equipment. Moreover, the sudden outbreak of war had left few Marines in the area. The Skull Base, focused on developing and manufacturing mechas, primarily housed mecha pilots, with only 2 Marine companies stationed there. If not for the recent rescue of over 500 survivors, the Marine forces here wouldn't even have reached battalion strength. The fight escalated rapidly, and within moments, 60 or 70 Marines were left battered and bruised, some even suffering fractures. The bearded man, after taking down 4 or 5 Marines, finally reached the one who had attacked him first. He grabbed the Marine, clenched his fist, and aimed a punch at the man's vulnerable ribs, ready to strike. Feng Xingchen, who had been watching from the sidelines, initially had no intention of getting involved. But seeing this, his anger boiled over. He charged forward, grabbed the bearded man's fist mid-strike, and followed up with a headbutt that smashed into the man's nose. Thud! The bearded man felt a sharp pain and an overwhelming ache in his nose as blood gushed out. He let out a muffled groan and crouched on the ground, dazed. Having stepped in, Feng Xingchen decided to go all out. He kicked the bearded man, sending him flying, and then strode into the thick of the fight. His hands moved like lightning, grabbing, twisting, and throwing mecha pilots one after another. They flew over 10 meters before crashing into others, causing screams to echo. Feng Xingchen rampaged through the crowd, unstoppable. In just a matter of seconds, he had taken down over 30 opponents. His extraordinary strength, combined with his swift combat skills, rendered anyone below level 9 incapable of standing against him. The Marines, inspired by his prowess, rallied behind him, targeting the downed mecha pilots and delivering their own beatings. The scene was chaotic and intense. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed across the room. Stop. Everyone turned to see 5 pure white mechas striding into the bar, each towering 7 meters tall and equipped with an array of standard weapons. The insignias on their chests made it clear they were members of the Inspectorate. 5 towering mechs stood in a row like steel giants, blocking the entrance. Each of them held the latest model of heavy-energy assault rifles, the 55mm barrels glowing with a menacing blue light, aimed directly at everyone inside. This wasn't just a show of force, it was a stark demonstration of the inspection squad's authority. Leading the squad was a sharp-eyed major. His piercing gaze swept over the now silent room, finally locking onto Feng Xingqian like a blade of ice. After a brief but intense stare, the major coldly waved his hand and issued an order. Feng Xingqian, the staff was debating whether to promote you to second lieutenant or sergeant, but now it's clear there's no need to consider engaging in a brawl at a high-security base, causing multiple injuries. You've violated 4 regulations. Arrest him. Confine him in the detention chamber for now. One of the mechs moved forward with heavy, deliberate steps, like a mobile mountain, positioning itself directly in front of Feng Xingqian. Feng raised an eyebrow, a thought flashing through his mind. Back in the stone forest, had taken down 2 fully equipped mechs from a Tier 3 civilization face-to-face. Why would he be intimidated by these inspection squad mechs armed with only basic weaponry? A surge of killing intent rose within Feng Xingqian. He abruptly reached out, attempting to push the mech aside to argue with the major. However, the moment his palm made contact with the mech, a strange sensation, like an electric current, coursed through his body. He instinctively withdrew his hand, his face contorting into an odd expression like someone straining with all their might, but finding no outlet for release. Feng took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with a whirlwind of emotions: shock, fear, confusion, and even a glimmer of elation. Just now, when his hand touched the mech, a peculiar voice resounded in his mind. Contact detected with a low-level civilization sensory mode mech weapon. Combat capability is minimal. Host may utilize it. Would you like to? The sudden voice startled him so much that he pulled back his hand before hearing the full message. But Feng Xingqian was no fool, quickly realized that the hand he had used to touch the mech was the one wearing the hidden Tianyu ring. This suggested that the ring might function similarly to a portable AI, capable of autonomously activating certain features, such as interfacing with machines. Feng's heartbeat quickened as he grasped the implications. The Tianyu ring was likely a product of an advanced civilization, potentially housing a fearsome micro-AI within it. This AI could even connect directly to his brain, transmitting information seamlessly. Anyone in his position would have reacted just as he had. Glancing around, Feng noticed that the other brawlers were surrounded by mechs, while the major was busy calling for a medical team. The scene was chaotic, and no one seemed to have noticed his earlier peculiar reaction. Clenching his jaw, Feng temporarily set aside his original intention to argue with the major. He extended his right hand again, cautiously touching the mech's leg. As expected, the mysterious voice returned, saying, "Contact detected with a low-level civilization sensory mode mech weapon. Combat capability is minimal. Host may utilize it. Would you like to copy and extract data?" "Yes." Feng answered firmly in his mind. "Copy successful. Data extraction complete. Would you like to begin learning?" The voice continued. "No." Feng replied internally. He wasn't about to waste time learning in the middle of this situation. The mech operator, oblivious to Feng's groundbreaking discovery, looked down at him and spoke through the mech's amplifier in a deep tone. "Stop messing around. Come with me." Eager to delve into his newfound revelation, Feng Xingqian decided not to argue further. With a confident smirk, he released his touch from the mech and stepped out of the bar. Moments later, the heavy metallic clang of a closing door echoed, and he found himself confined within a detention chamber. Yet, Feng Xingqian felt no trace of despair. Instead, he sat down eagerly, scratching his head as he focused his mental energy on the Tianyu ring. As soon as his mind connected with it, the mysterious voice resurfaced. "Data copied. Available for learning. Would you like to activate the learning function?" "Yes." Feng answered without hesitation. "Learning function activated. Enter now." "Yes." With that response, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed Feng Xingqian. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a uniquely unfamiliar space. The space was vast, and with his limited vision, he could only make out the hazy, mist-shrouded scenery in the distance. The fog seemed to declare that this peculiar space was nearly infinite. About a few dozen meters away stood a massive metallic structure identical to the white mech. From the faint blue light flickering in the mech's cockpit, it was clear that it was already powered on. He froze, unable to discern whether his entire body had entered another space or if only his mental consciousness had. A sudden realization struck him: if his entire body had indeed vanished from the confinement room, would that cause unnecessary trouble? But how could he leave this space? As he pondered this, the voice rang out again. The host can summon the Tianyu ring within their mind to request an exit at any time or to re-enter the sensory space for learning. Sensory space? So it wasn't his whole body entering? Feng Xingchen was stunned, his mind reeling with shock. It really was the Tianyu ring. And what did they mean by basic teaching functions? Now, he was starting to grasp the situation. After standing there dazed for a few seconds, he suppressed his immediate desire to learn how to operate the mech and shouted, "Exit!" His head spun, and when his consciousness returned, he was back in the confinement room. Looking around, nothing seemed to have changed. He grinned and quickly grabbed his personal light brain device, placing it in a corner of the room and activating the recording function. Returning to his corner, he lit a cigarette, took a few heavy drags, and held it between his fingers. Then, with a sudden mental command, he shouted in his mind, "Tianyu ring, intersensory space." The dizziness returned, and when he opened his eyes, he was back in the space. He glanced down, there was no cigarette in his hand. Exit. Dizziness again, and he opened his eyes to find himself back in the confinement room. The cigarette was still burning in his hand, its wispy smoke curling upward undisturbed. He quickly retrieved his light brain device, activated the playback function, and watched the recording. The footage showed him sitting in the corner the entire time, never disappearing. He almost burst into laughter. Wasn't this the perfect stealth? Wasn't this my space, my rules? Wasn't this the kind of thing you'd secretly delight in? Judging by the smug grin on his face, it was clear he was thoroughly pleased. He thought regretfully, oh, what a pity. The sensory space is just a product of imagination. It's not like Xiaohao's dimensional storage space that can hold items. It seems the Tianyu ring isn't for storage but serves as a medium for advanced civilizations to simulate education. Thinking this, he shook his head and chuckled wryly. I'm so greedy. I somehow stumbled upon such an incredible thing, and am still dreaming of even more advanced features. This kind of greed is going to get me killed someday. Taking a deep breath, he stubbed out his cigarette and re-entered the space, standing about 30 meters in front of the mech named Defender. He stood silently for a while. Why hadn't the teaching program started yet? Scratching his head, he suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Start teaching." A synthesized electronic voice responded, "Beep. This space only contains a basic level mech. Initiating basic mech training. Lesson 1. Understand mech data, determine data usage methods, develop personalized combat strategies, and ultimately master diverse decision-making techniques." The voice's mechanical tone made the instructions sound awkward and difficult to follow. As he stood there dumbfounded, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly erupted in his head. The agony was so intense that it rivaled the excruciating pain Head felt when he first used his mental power to kill an evolved beast. His pupils dilated rapidly, and with a scream, he clutched his head and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. The pain lasted for about 30 to 40 seconds, though it felt like an eternity. As the pain ebbed away like a receding tide, he sat up, gasping for air. Just as he was about to curse the Tianyu ring, he realized his mind was now filled with new information. No, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't that his mind was filled with something new. Instead, the moment he looked at the Defender mech, an entire stream of data automatically surfaced in his mind. The Counter-Striker S1, a ground combat mech, is a product of a second-level technological civilization. It is powered by a rechargeable deuterium-based thermonuclear high-energy liquid solution system. When fully fueled, it can sustain 6 hours of intense, high-stress combat. The mech boasts a maximum cruising speed of 140 kilometers per hour and an impressive endurance, capable of covering 24,000 kilometers without refueling. The S1 is equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry, including a standard ion oscillation blade with a vibration frequency of 7.2 million oscillations per second. In terms of firepower, it carries a 55mm energy assault rifle designed for mechs, with a capacity of 3 magazines, a 9-barreled rapid-fire laser cannon, also with 3 magazines, and a 105mm solid ammunition heavy sniper rifle with 420 rounds. Additionally, it features a variety of missile and rocket systems, 16 ground-to-ground Quark missiles, 20 ground-to-air plasma missiles, 20 proton torpedoes, and 5 pulse rockets. While lacking in auxiliary weapons, it is equipped with a short-range flight device. In terms of sensory systems, the mech is outfitted with an onboard 3D radar capable of detecting ground targets up to 120 kilometers away. It also includes an electronic suppression system and a military-grade Type 8 high-speed optical computer running the Sky Shield 14th generation operating system. This flood of detailed data overwhelmed Feng Xingchen, leaving him utterly stunned. He wanted to curse. How could such comprehensive information be delivered in mere seconds? This education system was simply incredible. However, the real shock came moments later when a voice announced that data transmission was complete, and the host body could directly operate the mech. Feng Xingchen could hardly believe the speed of it all. In his understanding, any pilot would need at least 6 months of basic training, followed by 2 months of Hansen practice under an instructor, before being qualified to operate a mech. Yet here, All preparations were complete in mere seconds. It was almost unbelievable. He glanced at the towering mech, its steel frame gleaming faintly under the white lights. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly ran to the mech, climbed up to the cockpit with agility, and slid into the pilot's seat. As he took in the cockpit's layout, he hesitated for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this was his first time ever encountering a mechalbite of Virtual 1. Yet to his astonishment, he found himself instinctively knowing how to operate the mech, as if years of rigorous training had been ingrained in him. His actions were so natural and fluid that even he was surprised. After a brief moment to collect himself, he began flipping switches and reading system data with practiced ease. Within minutes, he confirmed that the mech was in optimal working condition. He secured himself onto a platform and inserted his hands and feet into control gloves and boots embedded with sensors. The mech's control system resembled the body sensing technology seen in Avatar. Speaking of body sensing, its origins could be traced back to the early 2010s, when 3D animation production involved actors wearing sensor-laden suits to capture complex movements and facial expressions, which were then used to create animated visuals. After 480 years of development, body sensing technology had advanced far beyond its humble beginnings. Now, just a couple dozen sensors could accurately capture even the subtlest movements of a pilot, perfectly translating them into the mech's actions. It was precise enough for a 7-meter-tall mech to pick up a needle and thread it with silk. Once fully suited up, the cockpit door closed, and the voice of Tian Yu Huan echoed in his ears. Lesson 2. Familiarize yourself with the mech's weapons layout. Practice drawing the appropriate weapon as quickly as possible. Master movement patterns and improve your shooting skills during action. This time, there was none of the pain associated with forced data transfer, as all the foundational knowledge had already been crammed into his mind in under a minute, stored as deep-seated experience. However, while experience was invaluable, it could not directly translate into physical actions. True precision and mastery would require continuous practice, building muscle memory and reflexes for seamless operation. With a determined expression on his face, Feng Xingchen readied himself. Everything was in place, and he knew this was just the beginning. Feng Xingchen squinted thoughtfully, suddenly realizing that the highly efficient method of gaining direct experience in education could drive someone mad. He reached behind him with a swift motion, and the mech precisely retrieved a massive sniper rifle with a 105mm caliber, over 5 meters long. The mech steadied the sniper rifle, aiming at a bright white 10 kilometers away. Boom! The bullet roared through the air, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. Tian Yuan's voice followed promptly. Score, excellent. Host is determined to have exceptional sniping skills. Feng Xingchen raised an eyebrow, a confident smile curling at his lips. He felt as though he and the mech were one, ready to dominate the battlefield at any moment. He understood that this sense of control stemmed from transcendent-level performance. However, to master the mech fully, he needed a perfect balance of physical strength and mental acuity. Although Earth Federation mechs could be piloted by ordinary individuals, they were rarely capable of unleashing significant combat power. The issue lay in the mech's feedback being filtered through a quantum AI, causing the pilot's reactions to lag just slightly. On a life-and-death battlefield, even such a tiny delay could prove fatal. In contrast, 7th-level experts could use internal energy shields to enhance their senses, while 10th-level masters could generate external force fields with a radius exceeding 15 meters. This allowed them to directly perceive changes outside the mech, bypassing the quantum AI to make instantaneous decisions, thereby maximizing the mech's combat potential. Letting out a spirited battle cry, Feng Xingchen began operating various weapons in succession. Assault rifles, laser cannons, and missiles all hit their targets with precision, greatly boosting his confidence. Shooting proficiency, excellent. Host is determined to have an innate intuition and keen sensory perception for mech-based shooting, Tian Yuan assessed. You may proceed to the next test. High-speed movement. Nearly ecstatic with excitement, Feng Xingchen immediately accelerated the 7-meter steel giant to nearly 50 kilometers per hour. As a peak-level 9th-tier expert, he could disregard overloads below 30 G. However, just as he was preparing to push the mech to its 140 km/h speed limit, the mech suddenly slipped and crashed heavily to the ground. Dazed and frustrated, Feng Xingchen cursed. How did I trip? Tian Yuan responded calmly. Initial performance was excellent. However, you underestimated the ground friction coefficient, making a fall inevitable. Please continue training. Feng Xingchen let out a bitter laugh as he climbed back up, muttering to himself, I need more practice to fully master balance. Nevertheless, he felt relieved that Tian Yuan's data analysis had given him a deep understanding of the mech's various parameters, ensuring he wouldn't take unnecessary detours. Over the next half hour, Feng Xingchen's control skills improved dramatically, and the mech's running speed approached its limits. Tian Yuan spoke again. Flat terrain high-speed movement proficiency, excellent. You may proceed to the next test. High-speed movement on mountainous terrain. Despite realizing the training would be endless, Feng Xingchen, long conditioned by military instructors to never make excuses, simply sighed. Gritting his teeth, he followed Tainyuan's guidance, systematically completing tests for mountainous terrain high-speed movement, flat terrain shooting, and mountainous terrain shooting. After several rounds of practice, Feng Xingchen sat in the mech, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and he was surprised to find that even in this sensory space, the fatigue felt so real. Glancing at the time, he realized 3 hours had passed. With a hint of reluctance, he said, "Tianyu Ring, my consciousness can't stay away from my body for too long. Please take me out." However, Tianyu Ring didn't immediately respond to his request. Instead, a cold mechanical voice replied. The sensory space operates at a 10-to time ratio compared to the outside world. 10 hours of training in the sensory space equals 1 hour in the real world. Additionally, if any external dangers arise, this program will notify the host. Given these factors, do you wish to abandon training? Feng Xingchen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What? It has such a function." Tianyu Ring continued its explanation. The sensory space is created through thought-sensing technology, existing within the host's brain domain. It stimulates related neural systems, expands neural pathways, activates cognitive function, and accelerates processing speed, making the tenfold time difference feel normal. As the host's neural development and mental strength improve, the time difference will continue to expand. After hearing this, Feng Xingchen clapped his hands in excitement. Great, let's continue training. The next lesson was introduced: basic evasion techniques and high-speed evasion combination drills. Tianyu Ring explained calmly. This lesson is crucial. Mastering 19 different evasion techniques allows you to combine them into 26,626 highly effective tactical maneuvers. 26,626. Feng Xingchen exclaimed in shock. Are you kidding me? That's insane. This is just the basics, Tianyu Ring emphasized. The importance of mastering the basics is self-explanatory. Feng Xingchen grew anxious. But how do I have enough time for this? Tianyu Ring replied. You have plenty of time. Based on your mental strength and natural aptitude for mech control, it would only require 3,000 hours of training to gain basic proficiency. 3,000 hours? That's 125 full days. Feng Xingchen quickly calculated. But I still have to attend regular military training, strengthen my physical body, and cultivate mental power and inner energy. At this rate, even if I skip meals and sleep, it would take a year. Tianyu Ring corrected him calmly. I'm referring to sensory space-time. In reality, it's only 300 hours. Additionally, due to the unique nature of the sensory space, it provides deep neural stimulation, which enhances muscle rapid contraction and relaxation. In other words, training in the sensory space not only boosts mental strength, but also strengthens the body and develops deep muscle memory. This greatly reduces the time required, so you can complete the basic training in approximately 300 real-world hours. Dizzy from the influx of information, Feng Xingchen couldn't help but ask, what level of civilization created you? Tianyu Ring responded coldly. Apologies, the database is damaged, and this information cannot be retrieved. What can you retrieve? Feng Xingchen pressed. Apologies, insufficient permissions to access this information. Ugh, you're so frustrating. Feng Xingchen cursed in annoyance before shouting, let's train. While Feng Xingchen was immersed in intense training in the sensory space, chaos erupted in the outside world. Someone had secretly uploaded footage of the tavern altercation to the personal devices of all ground troops, logistics personnel, maintenance crews, and engineers. These lower-ranking soldiers, including many mech pilots who had been promoted from the ground forces, were outraged. They gathered at the command center, demanding the release of all detained ground troops and protesting the arrogance and disrespect of the bearded officer. They insisted that the mech pilots issue a public apology. After 4 hours of silence, the mech brigade finally responded. Brigadier General Fang Tianhao issued a public apology and released all detained ground troops. Meanwhile, inside the sensory space, Feng Xingchen was training so intensely that he was barely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, Tianyu Ring's cold voice interrupted. Someone is approaching the detention room. You must leave immediately. Before the words had fully registered, his mech vanished, dizziness overwhelmed him, and his consciousness returned to the detention cell. Looking around, Feng Xingchen noticed his body drenched in sweat and his muscles fatigued to the point of exhaustion. At that moment, he finally realized how the rapid contraction and relaxation of muscles stimulated by the neural system could achieve such high-efficiency physical performance. A surge of confidence welled up within him as he thought, with this divine tool, the Tianyu Ring, he'll become a true powerhouse in just 2 years. Little did Feng Xingchen know, the Tianyu Ring was far from a divine artifact. Many civilizations at level 6 and above had similar products. The only difference was in their efficiency. For soldiers from a second-level civilization, a 6th-level civilization was like an unattainable dream. Even a 4th-level civilization was something they had never experienced. However, This opportunity presented them with a chance to leap forward, potentially gaining a significant advantage. Feng Xingchen took a deep breath and forced himself to stand up. He assumed a stance as if he were practicing military combat moves, with sweat dripping down his forehead, a convenient excuse for his completely soaked appearance. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Major Xue Miao appeared in the doorway. Feng Xingchen paused, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and flashed a smile. It's quite improper to welcome a beautiful major in a place like this. Xue Miao shook her head with a hint of resignation. I admire your spirit managing to keep such a good mood in times like these. Her tone carried a trace of respect. Come on, the base command has ordered the release of the Marine soldiers. Also, you must report to the operations department at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Yeah, thank you. Feng Xingchen replied with a grin. Well, it's only midnight now. How about grabbing a drink? No, I need to rest, Xue Miao declined decisively. There are only 5 hours left until the mission begins. With that, she waved her hand and left first. Feng Xingchen took a few steps to follow her, but was stopped by 2 soldiers. They warned him. The Marine Corps is stationed over there. You don't have clearance to enter the mech units area. Please leave. Feng Xingchen glared at the 2 soldiers before reluctantly turning around. He glanced back at Xue Miao's retreating figure, catching her smiling back at him, and sighed in defeat. Back in his room, just as he opened the door, he heard the door next to his creak open. In a flash, a figure darted into his room. Feng Xingchen turned his head, his eyes widening in surprise. It was none other than the blonde beauty Lashia, whom he'd met at the bar. Before he could say a word, Lashia threw herself into his arms, her crimson lips pressing against his. Feng Xingchen felt a surge of excitement. This place just keeps getting better, he thought. His hands instinctively wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer as he returned her kiss. In this era, relationships between men and women were viewed with a much more open attitude. Most young people embraced the philosophy of living in the moment, especially those who constantly danced on the edge of danger. It made them even more uninhibited. The storm inside the room lasted for nearly an hour before subsiding. Soon after, accompanied by the quiet rustling of clothes, Lashia slipped out of the room and returned to her quarters. This was the unwritten rule of the squad. As long as interactions with the opposite sex weren't caught by the disciplinary team, there wouldn't be any trouble. If caught, while punishments weren't severe, they could still be inconvenient, anything from 2 days of confinement to cleaning toilets, or even being subjected to intensified training regimens. Lying on his bed, Feng Xingchen's face bore a satisfied smile. He savored the memory of Lashia's smooth skin and her impressive skills, drifting off to sleep shortly after. The next morning, Feng Xingchen arrived punctually at the bright and spacious operations department office. A staff officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel gave him a once-over and spoke in a crisp tone. Feng Xingchen, based on your prior military achievements, the operations department has decided to promote you to sergeant first class, award you a second-class merit, and grant you a bonus of 100,000 credits. Given your combat capability of level 8 or higher, keeping you in the Marine Corps would be a significant loss for the Federation. Now, the operations department offers you 2 options. First, join the mech unit and receive the best training. Second, lead one of the special operations squads composed of level 7 or higher elites. Feng Xingchen stood tall and responded confidently. Lieutenant Colonel, may I ask if I can refuse? No, the Lieutenant Colonel replied firmly. You must choose one of the 2. The situation on Kuntan Star is becoming increasingly unstable. We must quickly consolidate our elites and form high combat units to ensure our survival. This is a direct order from command, negotiable. Feng Xingchen fell silent for a moment, his mind racing. After 10 seconds, he finally spoke. I choose the Special Operations Unit. However, I have no prior experience leading a squad. I hope the operations department will consider allowing me to operate independently. The lieutenant colonel raised an eyebrow. What? Operate independently? Feng Xingchen stood straighter and explained. 2 reasons. First, my actual combat strength is at the peak of level 9. In a special operations squad, if combat capabilities are uneven, it will inevitably lead to significant coordination issues. Unless the operations department can find a few other level 9 experts in the Marine Corps, I'd prefer to work alone. Second, after half a month of continuous warfare, I've realized that I'm better suited for completing missions independently. I request your support. The lieutenant colonel frowned, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Just then, a voice came through his Bluetooth earpiece. Approve his request. The lieutenant colonel smiled faintly and nodded. All right, we agree to your request. Now, you can head to the logistics department to collect the special forces equipment and be ready to receive missions at any time. Feng Xingchen stood at attention, saluted, and then turned to leave the office with steady, determined steps. On the surface, his expression was serious, but his mind was racing with thoughts. Xue Miao had repeatedly tried to stop him from joining the mecha unit, and there was undoubtedly a hidden secret behind it. Without obtaining the Tianyu ring, if he had to choose between the 2 options, he would unhesitatingly opt for the more powerful mecha. After all, With his current strength, he was no match for third-stage evolved beasts. It seemed like a vicious cycle. Without defeating third-stage beasts, his strength couldn't improve rapidly. Without greater strength, he couldn't hope to defeat them. As he walked through the corridor, Feng Xingchen encountered many soldiers. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and respect. A few attractive female soldiers threw flirtatious glances his way, subtly suggesting that unimaginable pleasures awaited if he showed interest. Feng Xingchen was well aware that in this strength-dominated military environment, his ninth-level peak rank was enough to attract the admiration of many women who revered power. Unfortunately, his heart already belonged to someone else, so he responded with a polite smile and quickened his pace toward the logistics department. Reaching the logistics department window, Feng Xingchen knocked lightly. "Anyone here?" "Coming, coming." A hurried sound of high heels echoed from inside, and a striking woman with fiery red hair jogged out. She wore loose casual clothes, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, you must be Feng Xingchen," she exclaimed excitedly. "You're amazing. Not only did you save Shui Miao 4 times, but you also wiped the floor with those arrogant guys from the mecha unit. I really admire your style." Feng Xingchen couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. This alluring woman hardly seemed like a soldier. But then again, this was a research base, so it wasn't surprising to see non-military personnel. Scratching his cheek, he replied, "Miss, I'm here to collect my equipment." "Don't worry, I got the notification 10 minutes ago, and everything's ready for you," she said with a smile. "Come in through that side door and take a look at your gear." Stepping into the brightly lit room, Feng Xingchen saw a pile of equipment neatly laid out on the floor. The woman sauntered in with a seductive sway and began introducing the items with a smile. "Take a look at what I've prepared for you. A level 3 exoskeleton armor plate, an 8 million frequency vibration blade, a custom 16.5mm dual-barrel energy assault rifle, a custom 21mm ultra-heavy folding sniper rifle, along with plenty of ammunition, energy packs, field rations, and first aid kits. These are all top-tier configurations tailored for 8th level and above experts. Oh, and there's also a brand new model of hover motorcycle." Feng Xingchen carefully inspected each piece of equipment. However, when his eyes landed on the 2 types of massive bullets, his brows furrowed slightly. "Miss, aren't there any overclocked rounds?" The woman chuckled. "Oh, of course there are." Feng Xingchen immediately put on a pleading smile. "Miss, could I ask for a favor? I don't need the exoskeleton armor plate or the energy assault rifle, so I wouldn't need the grenade launcher rounds either. Could you swap those out for 100 overclocked rounds instead?" The woman gave him an odd look and gently shook her head. "Although your trade-off seems fair, those rounds are quite rare and require special approval from higher-ups. To be honest, I haven't received any such orders." "You're kidding, right?" Feng Xingchen said in surprise. "I'm a 9th level peak expert with my own unit. How could I not have overclocked rounds?" The woman gave Feng Xingchen another scrutinizing glance before a mysterious smile played on her lips. Her voice carried a hint of allure as she said, "If you're willing to trade your body, I can risk getting reprimanded to give you 10 overclocked rounds. Not only that, but I'll also throw in the latest steel cable launcher and a custom steel net projectile. Of course, you'll have to last for 30 minutes. Feng Xingchen's eyes widened as he carefully examined the seductive woman in front of him. Dressed casually, she exuded a lazy yet captivating charm. Over 2 centuries ago, Earth scientists had cracked the genetic code, and eugenics had reached an advanced level. Nowadays, every woman could be considered a beauty, but this one clearly belonged to the category of the experienced and alluring. Feng Xingchen felt a certain part of him stir, but as a peak-level grade 9 expert, he struggled to maintain his composure. However, the woman had already noticed his subtle reaction. She chuckled softly before suddenly lunging toward him. What followed was an intense and thrilling scene on the hovering motorbike. 40 minutes later, Feng Xingchen left, fully satisfied and equipped. He had traded his exoskeletal armor plates, energy battle rifle, and grenade launcher rounds for 15 overclocked rounds and other gear better suited for jungle combat. Now, with his gear fully prepped and his supplies replenished, Feng Xingchen felt relaxed after his little break. He resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous mech training and the compression of his grade 9 shield as soon as he returned home. The staff officer's advice was spot on given the current tensions. Learning even one additional skill could be the difference between life and death. Upon returning home, Feng Xingchen immediately entered the sensory training space without delay. The voice of Tianyu Ring echoed. After 37 hours of training in the sensory space, the host has mastered 9 basic evasion maneuvers and 400 combination moves. Please board the mech for live combat training. Feng Xingchen froze for a moment. What? Live combat training already? Basics are meant for combat. Without live combat, the basics are meaningless. Only through combat can you identify your weaknesses and master the fundamentals faster, Tianyu Ring explained. Feng Xingchen rolled his eyes, but climbed into the mech anyway. Suddenly, a majestic mech materialized before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was a wolf-shaped mech, standing 5 meters tall and 10 meters long, its blue and white armor glinting with a metallic sheen. Its eerie blue electronic eyes blinked rhythmically, exuding an ominous aura. While the wolf-shaped mech itself didn't intimidate him, Feng Xingqian's mind immediately flooded with data upon seeing it. Class 3 Civilization Stya Republic Dawn Class Alien Ground Combat Mech. Powered by low-grade energy blocks. Maximum endurance for high-intensity combat, 8 hours. Maximum cruising speed, 180 km per hour. Range, 40,000 kilometers. Equipped with 4 ion oscillation claws with a vibration speed of 30 million times per second. Armed with a 110 mm heavy sniper cannon in its mouth, holding 500 rounds. 2 9-barrel rapid-fire laser cannons mounted on the back, with a total ammo capacity of 5 units. 3 missile launchers on each side of the abdomen, capable of firing quantum missiles, guided nuclear warheads, plasma missiles, and other weapons. Includes onboard 3D radar with a maximum detection range of 230 kilometers, calculated based on planetary curvature. Equipped with electronic suppression systems and a high-speed optical brain. A Class 3 civilization mech. With stats that terrifying? Where'd you get this data? Feng Xingqian asked in astonishment. It's available on the wireless network and can be simulated based on assumptions. Of course, without concrete data, the simulations differ significantly from the real thing and cannot be used for educational purposes. However, it's sufficient to serve as your opponent. Unfortunately, I couldn't find data on Class 4 mechs, Tianyu Ring replied. Please fortify your resolve. Prepare for live combat. Tianyu Ring interrupted. The howling wind whipped through the forest, causing the towering trees to sway violently. Beneath the colossal canopy, Feng Xingqian sprinted with his blood pumping fiercely. He felt a sense of urgency, fully unleashing his mental energy to probe his surroundings. As he entered a heightened state, the world around him seemed to slow down dramatically. His mind focused to an extreme, even his breathing quickened. Each exhale burned his nostrils, as if he were expelling not air, but flames. He was indeed exhausted. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, both his mental and physical stamina were rapidly depleting. Tian Yuhuan had not forced him into a direct confrontation with the Tier 3 mech, but had instead drawn the battlefield into this vast forest spanning 23,000 hectares. The wolf-shaped mech excelled in forest combat, boasting incredible speed and an overwhelmingly powerful electronic suppression system that rendered his three-dimensional radar nearly useless. To track his opponent, he had no choice but to abandon the radar and rely on mental diffusion instead. Fortunately, the wolf-shaped mech weighed no less than 20 tons. No matter how cautious it was, it inevitably left traces in the forest, allowing him to keep the trail. Suddenly, a dangerous sensation surged in his chest, and instinctively, he executed a flawless tactical evasive maneuver. Boom! A massive tree nearly 2 meters in diameter exploded beside him, sending splinters flying in all directions as the giant trunk crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Feng Xingqian cursed inwardly. The power of that Tier 3 civilization's heavy sniper rifle was truly terrifying. Without wasting a moment, he sprinted toward the direction the bullet had come from. He had to close in and engage his opponent in close combat as quickly as possible. Otherwise, with the enemy's energy reserves, long-range attack capabilities, and speed advantage, once his own energy was depleted, death would be inevitable. His massive mech moved like a wisp of smoke, weaving through obstacles with astonishing speed, reaching 90 kilometers per hour. This alone was proof of Feng Xingqian's mastery of the Windwalker state and the fruits of his countless hours of training. At that moment, his mental focus locked onto the target. The wolf-shaped mech was no slouch in terms of speed, but in the dense forest, its 180 km/h capability was severely limited. He was closing in 600 meters, 500 meters. Feng Xingqian wiped his hand across the console, leveling the mech's heavy sniper rifle. While in high-speed motion, he fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang! 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 The deep echoes reverberated through the forest. He was confident that with his sniping skills and predictive abilities, the wolf-shaped mech would sustain some damage. However, the wolf-shaped mech suddenly twisted its torso in an almost unnatural way. Its thick forelimb clawed at a large tree, using the slight leverage to alter its trajectory with ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 massive bullets narrowly missed their target. Feng Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim, "You're too damn clever." He prided himself on his 2-level sniping skills, but the presence of that tree had completely thrown off his calculations. At that moment, the wolf-shaped mech abandoned its evasive tactics and abruptly turned to charge straight at him with ferocious intent. Mid-charge, 2 massive 9-barrel laser cannons extended from its back, unleashing fiery red beams that swept toward him with a menacing hum. Feng Xingqian's pupils contracted as he gritted his teeth. The palm of his mech suddenly opened, revealing its own 9-barrel high-speed laser cannon, which retaliated with a barrage of searing light. The frequency of his mech's movements reached astonishing levels. Standing at 7 meters tall, the mech was able to execute a series of agile maneuvers while firing tucking, rolling, sidestepping in its pattern, tucking again, backflipping, side flipping, ducking, leaning, and then sprinting. It darted through the searing beams like a phantom. The wolf-shaped mech clearly hadn't anticipated such a strong sense of marksmanship from its opponent. Under the relentless suppression of counterfire, its laser cannons lost their precision, allowing Feng Xingqian to close the gap to within 100 meters. At this range, missiles and firearms became ineffective. With the massive size of their mechs, it would take only 2 or 3 steps to cover the remaining distance. Close combat was now inevitable. As early as April 8th, Feng Xingqian received a notification about his work being scheduled for release. However, due to unsatisfactory performance, he decided to postpone the release until the end of the month. At the same time, he resolved to improve the quality of his writing by expanding each chapter to 2,000 words while maintaining a daily update frequency of 4 chapters. This meant he would face the extreme challenge of writing 8,000 words per day, but he firmly believed he could persevere without missing any updates. On the training field, a deafening wolf howl pierced the silence. The wolf-shaped mech curled its body, ready to strike at any moment. Feng Xingqian sneered and quickly closed the distance, his vibrating blade glinting coldly in his hand. However, the wolf-shaped mech remained motionless, as if paralyzed with fear. Feng Xingqian frowned, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Just as he attempted to evade, the wolf-shaped mech suddenly exploded with unimaginable speed. It effortlessly dodged Feng Xingqian's attack, while executing a high-difficulty aerial spin. Its front claw extended, carving an eerie arc through the air. Screech! A dark ion vibration blade shot out from the mech's front paw, precisely piercing the cockpit of the counterattacker. Feng Xingqian felt the excruciating pain of the blade vibrating at 30 million times per second, cutting through his heart. Moments later, the entire mech exploded with a thunderous roar. 10 seconds later, the simulated scene vanished, and Feng Xingqian found himself back at the starting point of the training field in the sensory space. Cold sweat drenched his body. If this hadn't been a simulation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The furious roar of Tianyu Ring echoed through the space. Idiot. Complete idiot. Did you forget your opponent is from a third-tier civilization? Did you forget it's not a real wolf, but a mech? How can a mech's limbs be as inflexible as a real wolf's? You've only trained for a few dozen hours, and you dare to underestimate an opponent 30 faster than you? Are you tired of living? Get back to the mech and continue basic training. I'll schedule another match in 10 hours. If you lose again, you'll get 10 electric shocks as punishment. Feng Xingqian shuddered at the memory of the electric shock punishment, the full body spasms and intense pain it caused. Clenching his teeth, he silently walked toward the counterattacker mech, which had just been simulated a few dozen meters away. The following 3 days were destined to be grueling. The sensory space training subjected his nerves to constant strain, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. His muscles, repeatedly stimulated by the neural impulses, contracted and relaxed rapidly, leaving him severely exhausted every 4 to 5 hours, drenched in sweat. It was even more taxing than training in a gravity chamber. Fortunately, the medical advancements of this era were highly developed. A single bottle of military-grade training nutrient solution could restore his energy within an hour. This high-intensity training method proved to be far more effective than traditional training fields. As for the nutrient solution supply, each individual was allocated 1 bottle per day, but additional bottles could be purchased from the logistics department at their own expense. When Feng Xingqian left the room, the changes in his physique caught the attention of a beautiful woman from the logistics department. She was utterly captivated by his increasingly strong and muscular build, to the point that she waived the usual fees and gifted him hundreds of spare vials of medicine enough to last 3 to 4 months. After 4 days of intense training, Feng Xingqian quickly exited the room, hurrying to collect a 10-day supply of field rations and other necessary provisions. He carefully packed everything and securely fastened it to the equipment rack on his hover bike. Once done, he paced anxiously around the bike, his expression a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Just minutes ago, Feng Xingqian had received his first mission since becoming a special forces operative. However, his partner, Xiao Hao, had been missing for 4 whole days and had yet to return. Despite sending discreet messages via his portable quantum computer, he had received no response. As time ticked by, Feng Xingqian's patience wore thin. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, 5 more minutes. If that guy doesn't show up, I'm going on my own. Barely had the words left his mouth when he felt a faint vibration on his wrist. Xiao Hao had finally returned, seamlessly transforming back into the wristband form he often assumed. Feng Xingqian let out a sigh of relief, quickly mounted the hover bike, and sped toward the high-speed elevator. As the elevator ascended, Feng Xingqian couldn't help but ask, "You've been gone for 4 days. Tell me, did you find anything good?" Xiao Hao's voice emerged from the wristband. "Not much, honestly. What I truly need can't be found in nations below a level 6 civilization. Still, there were a couple of small surprises. I found 2 interesting metals. One is the green radiance, or used by level 4 civilizations to expand power reactors, and the other is rail alloy, which enhances the defensive capabilities of mechas. Feng Xingchen was taken aback. Oh, both from level 4 civilizations. Xiao Hao explained, it's not that surprising. While the Earth Federation is officially classified as a level 2 civilization, many of its core metrics are already at level 3. Some of its more specialized technologies are advanced enough to attract interest even from level 4 civilizations. It's not uncommon for behind-the-scenes trades to occur. However, such trades are generally limited to finished products and never involve technology transfers. Feng Xingchen let out a bitter laugh. I get it. High-level civilizations exploiting and restricting lower-level ones is an unspoken rule. Unless you're willing to pay an enormous price, you won't get anything truly useful. And yet, lower-level civilizations have no choice but to endure the exploitation and restrictions with a smile. Otherwise, all it takes is a small fleet of 100 starships to wipe out Earth Federation's 3 administrative planets and dozens of military and resource outposts. Xiao Hao offered reassurance. Don't dwell on those frustrating matters, Dad. By the way, I've finished repairing the micro-quantum shield. Unfortunately, due to the limited supply of level 4 energy blocks, it can only withstand a single hit from a 3rd stage evolved beast or an 11th level combatant. Just one hit. Feng Xingchen frowned, but then his expression softened. Still, being able to withstand one strike might buy me a critical opportunity to counterattack. The only question is whether my blade, which vibrates 50 million times per second, can actually kill a 3rd stage beast or an 11th level combatant. Xiao Hao agreed. Your concern is valid. Last time, Xue Miao faced a flying beast that was built for speed and had relatively weak defenses. Even after advancing to level 10 and doubling her strength, she still struggled to take it down. If you encounter a beast with formidable defenses, your peak level 9 strength might not be enough. Feng Xingchen nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. After a brief pause, Xiao Hao suggested, how about this? I can build you a handheld energy cannon powered by level 3 energy blocks. Its firepower would be 4 to 5 times that of a standard infantry energy rifle. While it won't kill a 3rd stage beast, it could generate enough explosive force to push it back by 10 meters or more in a critical moment. Feng Xingchen's eyes lit up. That's fantastic. Get started on it right away. ITLL take a few hours, Xiao Hao replied. No problem. ITLL take me at least 10 hours to reach the mission site, Feng Xingchen said, before asking. By the way, what's this mission about? Feng Xingchen let out a dry laugh and explained. It's a strange one. I need to enter a designated forest and install radar nodes at specific locations as quickly as possible while mapping the area in detail. Along the way, I'm supposed to investigate any signs of enemy activity. If I encounter hostile targets, I can choose to engage or retreat based on the situation. Seriously? What kind of vague mission is that? Feng Xingchen muttered in frustration. It doesn't make much sense. Xiao Hao chuckled softly and turned to his father, saying, Dad, over the past few days, I finally managed to find the information interface, connect to the base's central system, and extract some intelligence. It should help you make a more accurate assessment of the situation. Feng Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. Hey, race the situation. 5 days ago, the Kaija people started sending various small units into the forest, clearly to investigate the local environment. However, their reconnaissance hasn't been smooth. They've suffered significant losses, Xiao Hao said, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. As a result, they've been upgrading their teams, deploying numerous Tier 10 warriors and mecha squads. We can sense the presence of formidable forces spreading across many areas. Feng Xingchen nodded. If he were in the position of the Kaija commander, conducting comprehensive reconnaissance upon arriving on a new planet would be an inevitable step. Seeing his father remain silent, Xiao Hao seemed slightly frustrated and let out a wry smile. Think about it, if the Kaija people keep expanding their exploration, they might eventually stumble upon the underground communication cables leading to the skeleton base in the Bone Desert. Even though the signal seems secure, it's hard to guarantee they won't discover it. Feng Xingchen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly grasped the crux of the issue. I see. He suddenly turned to Xiao Hao. So, the skeleton base has been sending out various reconnaissance teams into the forest frequently, not only to disrupt their investigation progress, but also to create an illusion that Earth soldiers have survivors scattered throughout the forest, forcing the Kaija people to focus their attention on this area. Exactly, Xiao Hao replied with a faint smile. But there's another thing you got right. Current investigations confirm that there are indeed survivors hiding in the forest, estimated to be no fewer than 4,000 people. The skeleton base is eager to locate these remnants. Feng Xingchen's brows furrowed even deeper, unable to conceal the anxiety in his heart. They're really treating us like cannon fodder? He shook his head with a bitter smile. As a soldier, he understood that victory often came at the cost of sacrificing many pawns, and ground troops were undoubtedly the ideal frontline price to pay. He shifted the topic and asked, by the way, how many people are there in the skeleton base? Xiao Hao provided the figure. 92,000. Among them, 26,000 are researchers, 61,000 are in logistics, and the remaining are various military personnel. That many? Feng Xingchen's eyes widened slightly. The map you showed me is just the tip of the iceberg. If the entire base were fully operational, it could accommodate up to 3 million people. Xiaohao nodded, his tone carrying a hint of amazement. The most unbelievable part is that the underground water resources here are incredibly abundant. There's even an ecological zone capable of producing its own supplies, enough to sustain 700,000 people for the long term without concern. Feng Xingchen was so astonished that his eyes widened even further. He couldn't help but ask, all this investment just for researching mechas? Isn't that a bit excessive? Xiaohao fell into contemplation as well. I feel the same way. I even suspect there's another completely independent central system hidden deeper within the base that's likely the true core research project. Unfortunately, time was too short for me to uncover the full picture. He sighed. Never mind. I already knew this was an unimaginably secretive base. In other words, now that we're living here, we don't have to worry about safety or food anymore. Feng Xingchen's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile. Hundreds of years ago, a great Chinese leader once said, dig deep tunnels, store ample grain. It seems this strategy works just as well in interstellar warfare. As they bantered, their steps carried them into the circular sand dunes. Xiaohao mounted his hover motorcycle, kicking up a cloud of sand as he accelerated swiftly into the desert. Riding a hover motorcycle through the howling winds of the Bone Desert was practically courting death. But for those above Tier 7, the use of an inner energy shield could mitigate the impact of the sandstorm. As for Xiaohao, he was a peak Tier 9 warrior. In recent days, the Kaija forces had paused their expansion efforts, giving Bone Base a much-needed breather. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they launched a frequency-hopping satellite and established several concealed relay nodes on the planet's surface. This significantly enhanced the coverage of the individual positioning system, facilitating their upcoming operations. Feng Xingchen rode his motorcycle at a blistering speed of 370 kilometers per hour for a full 10 hours. The roar of the engine echoed across the barren wilderness, and the shimmering heat distorted the distant horizon. As time passed, a vast forest gradually emerged on the horizon. Upon entering the forested area, Feng Xingchen realized the motorcycle was no longer suitable for stealth operations. The wheels jolted noisily over the uneven terrain, making it difficult to stay undetected. For his own safety, he decided to proceed on foot. He carefully hid the motorcycle in a concealed crevice. As he was busy attaching various pieces of equipment to his exoskeleton, Xiaohao suddenly detached itself and clattered to the ground, dropping 2 items. To Feng Xingchen's delight, he discovered that these were a repaired energy shield and an energy gauntlet cannon. He quickly mounted the energy shield onto the armor plates and picked up the gauntlet cannon. The gauntlet cannon had been cleverly modified by Xiaohao. At first glance, it looked like a simple, reinforced forearm guard, but it was noticeably thicker. When activated, the armor plates around the wrist would unfold, revealing a concealed 15mm caliber barrel. Under Xiaohao's guidance, Feng Xingchen installed the gauntlet cannon on his left forearm and carefully stored 2 spare energy cells. Feng Xingchen understood that this equipment was as advanced as 4th-level civilization technology. Its presence on a battlefield dominated by 2nd and 3rd-level civilizations could attract unwanted attention. As such, he resolved to use it only against evolved beasts or in emergencies, avoiding detection whenever possible. Once fully equipped, Feng Xingchen picked up 2 sizable alloy cases and silently ventured deeper into the forest. The cases contained 120 miniature radar nodes, which he needed to install at predetermined coordinates. Based on recent intelligence, the Kaija seemed reluctant to destroy this planet, which had the potential to be transformed into an administrative hub. Apart from a few forests destroyed on the day of their landing, most of the planet remained intact. As he trekked through the forest, Feng Xingchen installed radar nodes along the way. When the temperature dropped significantly, he discovered a beast's nest and easily drove the creature away, using the nest as a temporary shelter. Nighttime was unsuitable for tracking or certain specialized tasks, so he needed a safe place to rest. Entering the Thoughtlink space, Feng Xingchen stayed there until midnight. Suddenly, Tian Yuhuan forcibly ejected him from the space. Before he could react, Xiaohao popped up urgently and said, "Dad, we've got a situation." At that moment, Feng Xingchen was drenched in sweat from his training. He quickly consumed a vial of training nutrient solution, twisted his neck, and activated the exoskeleton's helmet. The armor plates extended to cover his entire head, and Xiaohao immediately transmitted the detector's feed. With just one glance, Feng Xingchen felt his heart skip a beat. The feed revealed a Kaija elite. Strangely, the individual was standing before a massive tree, wielding a vibrating spade to dig into the hard soil. That's odd. Is he planning to dig up this tree and take it back to plant? Feng Xingchen muttered, staring at the nearly fortimeter tree with a puzzled expression. I admit the tree is beautiful, but isn't it way too big for a bonsai? Xiaohao silently mocked his father's thought process before feigning contemplation, scratching an imaginary chin. Suddenly, it spoke. Dad, doesn't this terrain look like a crater? You're right. Feng Xingqian exclaimed, realization dawning on him. Are you suggesting there's a meteorite buried beneath that tree? It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty, Xiao Hao declared confidently. And I can guarantee that this meteorite contains some kind of immense power. What do you mean? Feng Xingqian pressed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Xiao Hao licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He pointed to the massive tree at the center of the crater, his voice trembling slightly. Did you notice? That tree is right at the center of the crater. What's even stranger is that all the other trees around the crater are only about 10 meters tall, but this one stands out like a giant. I have a bold theory. When the meteorite fell, its immense kinetic energy destroyed all vegetation within a few hundred meters. But after that, the meteorite must have released some unknown, powerful energy that caused this towering tree to grow amidst the devastation. Feng Xingqian nodded thoughtfully, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Makes sense. We need to take a closer look. With that, he quickly stood up, skillfully unfolded his heavy sniper rifle, and meticulously checked each bullet to ensure everything was in perfect condition. The two silently left the beast nest and soon stealthily approached a hill not far from the Kaija. Feng Xingqian lowered his voice, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Xiao Hao, keep a close eye on him. We're going to play the fisherman this time. Once he digs out the meteorite, that's when he'll be most excited and let his guard down. That's when we strike, and our chances of success will skyrocket. In the meantime, I need to let my slightly fatigued muscles recover. Xiao Hao nodded solemnly and immediately began maneuvering a miniature detector to monitor the Kaijuran's every move. Time ticked by, and about 20 minutes later, Xiao Hao suddenly whispered urgently, "Look, something's changed." Feng Xingqian immediately focused his gaze on the one-way metallic glass of his helmet. The Kaijuran's face now showed unmistakable excitement, and his movements had clearly sped up. Without hesitation, Feng Xingqian crept up to the hilltop, set up his heavy sniper rifle, and aimed for the Kaijuran's vulnerable neck. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a playful glint flashed in the Kaijuran's eyes. Feng Xingqian's heart skipped a beat, and his sharp instincts told him the truth. The Kaijuran had already discovered him and was lying in wait for him to make a move. In a split second, Feng Xingqian abandoned what seemed like an easy victory without hesitation. He quickly dropped the heavy sniper rifle, instinctively flipped backward, and slapped his waist to activate a miniature energy shield. At the very moment he dodged, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. A small, portable missile had struck precisely where he had been moments ago. The powerful blast wave swept through, hurling him nearly 20 meters away. Fortunately, the quantum shield activated in time to absorb most of the shockwave, leaving him shaken but not seriously injured. As soon as Feng Xingqian hit the ground, he sprang back up like a coiled spring. Scanning his surroundings warily, he quickly spotted a tall figure not far away. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm, staring steadily at the Kaijuran before him. The Kaijuran was towering, standing an impressive 2.4 meters tall, clad in a dull gray exoskeleton armor that resembled a compact mech, radiating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Feng Xingqian's mind raced with caution. Any fighter above level 7 had undoubtedly endured countless life-and-death battles to reach their rank. Especially in the Kaijuran society, which revered individual strength and thrived on brutal competition, a warrior of this caliber would possess terrifying combat skills. This was a hard-learned lesson for Earth's military, paid for with blood during their 2 to 3 years of conflict with the Kaijuran. Feng Xingqian didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. With a swift motion, his right hand brushed his waist, and he gripped an ion vibration blade in a reverse hold. Taking a deep breath, he bent his legs, and with the powerful assistance of his exoskeleton armor, he launched himself forward at a staggering speed of 84 meters per second. However, just as he leaped into action, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized that the situation might not be as straightforward as he had initially thought. The Kaijuran sneered as he lunged toward Feng Xingqian, his body twisting unnaturally midair to deftly evade the strike of the ion oscillation blade. Sensing the imminent danger with his extraordinary level 8 mental perception, Feng Xingqian hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest for protection. A powerful kick landed heavily on his forearms, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string under the immense impact. Years of military training and the trials of the Tianyu Ring enabled Feng Xingqian to react swiftly even while airborne. His body curled tightly before unfurling with explosive force, and the ion oscillation blades slashed through the air in a dazzling arc, blocking any attack from behind. The Kaijuran, who had been pursuing closely to press his advantage, was forced to halt abruptly by the unexpected counterattack. Feng Xingqian let out a quiet sigh of relief but quickly realized that this Kaijuran was a formidable opponent. He could only rely on his superior combat techniques and the robust defense of his quantum shield. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sprang back up, determined to use the shield to endure a strike and create an opening for his blade. In that split second, Feng Xingqian felt an intense sense of danger. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the faint tremor of the kinetic weapon mounted on the Kaijaran's shoulder. This small yet immensely powerful weapon was capable of accelerating alloy projectiles to 18 times the speed of sound, something even a peak level 10 powerhouse would not take lightly. Faced with this life-threatening situation, Feng Xingqian remained exceptionally calm. He swiftly entered a heightened state of awareness, his senses operating at their absolute peak. Time seemed to slow down as he clearly perceived the high-speed kinetic projectile hurtling toward him. His pupils contracted sharply as he activated his micro-quantum shield just in time. At the very moment the projectile was about to strike, Feng Xingqian shifted his body slightly, causing the black projectile to collide heavily against the side of the shield. The tremendous force drove him into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Kaijaran stared in disbelief at the scene. He could not comprehend how this seemingly frail human had managed to detect and evade a kinetic projectile in such a short span of time. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of even the most elite mech pilots. Momentarily stunned by the shock, the Kaijaran's movements faltered for an instant. Feng Xingqian seized the fleeting opportunity, unleashing his inner energy to generate an explosive burst of power. He propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, becoming a blurred shadow as he launched a ferocious assault. His fighting spirit surged, and he relentlessly repeated the rhythm of his attack. Strike, strike, strike again. From the very beginning, Feng Xingqian adopted a proactive offensive strategy. The ancient maxim, the best defense is a good offense, ingrained in him through the brutal training of his instructors, had become second nature to him. This time, he deviated from the conventional aerial assault approach and instead chose to lower his stance, relying on the remarkable support of his exoskeletal armor for stability. Feng Xingqian's speed was astonishing, breaking through the limit of 120 meters per second in an instant. In just 0.06 seconds, he flashed directly in front of the Kaija warrior. With a swift motion of his arm, the vibrating blade sliced through the air with a piercing hiss, carrying an unmistakable aura of death as it aimed straight for the Kaija warrior's chest. The Kaija warrior, a seasoned fighter hardened by harsh environments, sensed the danger and desperately threw himself backward. Yet, he was a fraction too slow. With a sharp crack, his chest armor was split open, leaving a deep gash, and cold sweat poured down his face in terror. Seizing this rare opportunity, Feng Xingqian launched a relentless series of attacks without hesitation. He intensified the flow of his internal energy and lowered the ion vibrating blade, thrusting it forward in one fluid motion. Simultaneously, his other hand silently drew a standard-issue vibrating blade from the Special Forces. What was even more unexpected was that his mental energy had unconsciously locked onto the Kaija warrior's head. Unaware of these hidden threats, the Kaija warrior raised his hand, preparing to unleash a desperate counterattack. However, before he could act, an unfamiliar surge of energy was forcibly injected into his mind. At Feng Xingqian's thunderous shout, the energy exploded violently. The Kaija warrior felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to react before the two blades effortlessly pierced his side and heart. Mental type Esper. The Kaija warrior muttered with difficulty, spitting out his final words before collapsing to the ground. After a few spasms, he lay motionless. At that moment, a round of applause echoed, and Xiaohao's simulated image materialized. He exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Dad, you're incredible. To think you could push the practical use of mental power and 9th-level internal energy shields to such an extreme. Even without 50 million iterations of the ion vibrating blade, you still managed to take him down." Feng Xingqian let out a long breath and smiled wryly. "Honestly, your old man nearly bit the dust back there." Xiaohao laughed heartily and offered a sage-like critique. "Look at that. On the edge of life and death, you mastered the practical application of transcendent state paired with 9th-level internal energy. Dad, I dare say, once your mental energy accumulates to a sufficient level, you'll undoubtedly step into the 10th-level club and become a true master of mental abilities. In fact, with your early grasp of transcendent state operation, you might even reach the 13th-level Grandmaster rank with relative ease." Feng Xingqian found it hard to believe himself. Complex techniques that once seemed insurmountable had become surprisingly straightforward in his hands. Just as he was about to say more, Xiaohao's robotic snake detached itself and swiftly devoured the Kaija warrior's equipment. Then, in a flash, it darted toward the area the Kaija warrior had been excavating. After a brief glance, its expression lit up with excitement. Intrigued, Feng Xingqian's interest was piqued. This peculiar son of his had always shown little interest in anything below 6th-level civilizations, yet here it was, displaying immense enthusiasm over a piece of meteorite. There had to be something extraordinary about it. He quickly ran over and saw a brown, pitted stone lying quietly in the pit the Kaija warrior had dug. Xiaohao was so excited that he almost lost his sense of direction. With a thought, his immense mental power suddenly burst forth, tightly adhering to the surface of the massive stone. With a slight exertion of strength, he lifted a thick clump of soil along with the stone, finally revealing its true nature. The stone was enormous. If it were an ordinary rock, it would weigh 3 or 4 tons. However, it was no ordinary object. It was a meteorite, with a density far exceeding that of normal rocks, and its weight was estimated to be over 20 tons. Feng Xingchen stared at it in shock, his expression darkening. Since when did your mental strength become this powerful? Oh, just in the past few days, Xiaohao replied. I've consumed a lot of high-quality metals at the bone base, which greatly improved my physical condition. I'd say I'm now at mid-level grade 9. Mid-level grade 9. Feng Xingchen shouted in disbelief. Are you kidding me? With mental strength this strong, you didn't bother to help me when I was on the brink of death. Xiaohao hesitated for a moment before cautiously explaining. Dad, there are 3 things. First, my DNA only advanced to mid-level grade 9 after consuming a significant amount of metal in the past 2 days. Second, any true expert can only achieve a qualitative leap when facing the brink of death, so I usually don't interfere in your fights. Third, how do you know I wasn't watching over you? If you were truly in a hopeless situation, I would have stepped in to save you. For example, didn't I personally take out that mutated feathered cicada last time? Feng Xingchen scratched his head and decided not to dwell on it further. Instead, he pointed at the meteorite. What exactly is this thing? A meteorite, Xiaohao replied confidently without looking up. Feng Xingchen suddenly slapped Xiaohao, sending him flying, and roared. I know it's a meteorite. What I'm asking is, what kind of meteorite is this that has you so worked up? Rubbing his face in pain, Xiaohao quickly explained. This is a rare remnant of a supernova explosion, containing a large amount of rare metals and even a fragment of 633 ray material, which holds immense life energy. This stuff isn't documented in Earth's technology. Only civilizations at level 6 or higher have the capability to study it. You're saying this thing is valuable? Feng Xingchen asked, a look of realization dawning on his face. Valuable. Xiaohao looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression, shouting hoarsely. 633 ray material is the ultimate elixir for enhancing the DNA of our Lingping race. It's a priceless treasure. And you're thinking of selling it. Can you even use all of it, given how large it is? Feng Xingchen asked firmly. I don't want you wasting something so precious. Tears welled up in Xiaohao's eyes. Dad, it may look big, but once the outer layer is peeled off, the core is only about the size of a fist. Even with the refined rare metals inside, it's just enough to boost my DNA by 1 level. Feng Xingchen didn't fully grasp what it meant to advance by 1 level, but he understood that the stronger his son became, the more it would benefit him. Waving his hand, he said, Fine, it's all yours. Overjoyed, Xiaohao's body began to rapidly transform. Within 3 or 4 seconds, he had morphed into a massive snake-like creature with a metallic sheen to his mouth. With a sudden snap of his jaws, he swallowed the entire meteorite in 1 gulp. Holy crap, you actually ate it! Feng Xingchen exclaimed. Even though he had witnessed similar scenes before, his heart still raced every time, unable to stay calm. Hee, not bad, Xiaohao said with a cheeky grin, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Then, turning to Feng Xingchen, his tone suddenly became serious. Dad, I need to find a quiet place to optimize slowly. Only then can I maximize the DNA intensity. This might take about 2 months. Before Feng Xingchen could respond, the enormous mechanical serpent twisted its body violently, letting out a deafening roar before burrowing into the ground and disappearing in an instant. Feng Xingchen stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the astonishing scene, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, snapping out of his stupor, he slapped his forehead in frustration. That brat, leaving me alone in the forest? Doesn't he worry I might get wiped out by a 3rd-stage evolved beast? Just as he finished speaking, his portable light brain device lit up. A 3-dimensional projection of a young woman appeared before him. Your so-called son is really unreliable, huh? The woman mimicked Feng Xingchen's tone, a playful smile on her face. Feng Xingchen jumped in surprise. You, who are you? Relax, the woman said with a light laugh. I'm a program Xiaohao set up, but I don't represent his thoughts. I'm an independent, humanized AI assistant. You can give me a name if you'd like. Feng Xingchen scrutinized this assistant closely, realizing with shock that she bore a striking resemblance to a certain flirtatious woman from the logistics department. However, her figure was even more exaggerated, bordering on the absurd. Hold on, Feng Xingchen frowned. Where did this appearance come from? The woman twirled gracefully. I noticed how much effort you put into impressing that lady yesterday. Since you seem to like her, I modeled myself after her. Besides, she added with a sly smile, don't all men prefer women with great figures? So, I went a bit overboard. What do you think? Do I look good? Feng Xingchen involuntarily swallowed, his gaze drifting over her astonishing curves. Yet, he managed to say, oh, why didn't you use Xuemiao's appearance instead? The woman froze for a moment. Xuemiao? What's so special about that cold, unapproachable woman? Feng Xingchen scoffed. Huh. A program derived from a genderless metallic life form wouldn't understand human subtleties anyway. All right, the woman shrugged. I can use Xuemiao's appearance. Feng Xingchen was about to agree when he suddenly realized something and hastily shouted, wait. If Shuem Yao saw me using her likeness as an assistant, she'd definitely call me a creep. She might even slap me. How about this just take on a child's appearance? Oh, but don't use Xiao Hao's image. I might get confused. No problem. The woman's form distorted and transformed, becoming a delicate, porcelain-like little girl. She appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a tank top, standing at 155 centimeters tall, with a rosy, sweet smile on her face. With her hands clasped behind her back, she said softly, "Master, I've decided. From now on, you can call me Yu. Feng Xingshan felt his heart melt at the sight, stammering, "WWHY Yu? I like the name," the little girl explained, blinking her large eyes. Words like serene, elegant, carefree, and graceful, all these meanings are in the name Yu. They're all words I adore. All right, all right. Feng Xingshan nodded repeatedly. Then Yu it is. Thank you, master, Yu said sweetly. Feng Xingshan scratched his chin, suddenly thinking of something. By the way, isn't your AI a bit too advanced? Are all Lingpeng tribe programs like this? Yo-Yo suddenly froze for a moment, tilting her head in confusion. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "It's possible. Something's off." Feng Xingshan muttered to himself, feeling suspicious but deciding not to delve deeper. After all, matters related to a levels even civilization were beyond his comprehension. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace toward the beast nest. The forest was cold at night, and even a skilled fighter wouldn't want to waste energy outside. After walking a few steps, he asked, "Yo-Yo, can you control the detectors without Xiao Hao around?" Yo-Yo replied confidently, "Don't worry. Before leaving, Xiao Hao entrusted me to assist you. Don't underestimate May can do things that will exceed your expectations. Especially bragging." For once, Feng Xingshan cracked a joke. After more than a year of military life, his personality seemed to have grown steadier. Who's bragging? Look at these detectors. Just then, Yo-Yo suddenly sounded an alert. "Master, something's up." The visuals were immediately shared. Feng Xingshan frowned slightly. Perhaps the missile explosions during the earlier battle with the Kaija people had drawn attention. Now, 70 or 80 Kaija soldiers were cautiously approaching from all directions. If they were just ordinary foot soldiers, he could take them down one by one without even using advanced weapons. However, this group was clearly a well-equipped squadron, with weapons complementing each other perfectly. The presence of 10 kinetic weapons and 6 rovers made him realize they might even have heavy weaponry. Moreover, they seemed to be using some special radar frequency to track him through the forest, forming an encirclement. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, quickly adjusting his sniper rifle. He removed the overclocked ammo clip and replaced it with tungsten rounds, crouching as he moved toward a designated area. As he suspected, they could detect him from 700 to 800 meters away. After running only 60 or 70 meters, a series of sharp whizzing sounds erupted. Deadly kinetic rounds rained down, splintering the massive trees around him. Shit, he swore, immediately executing evasive maneuvers. But there were too many of them. Kinetic rounds, micro-missiles, heavy sniper bullets, energy beams, and shoulder-launched missiles came at him relentlessly. Although the dense forest deflected most of the attacks, the shoulder-launched missiles and kinetic rounds still posed a significant threat. Glancing at the radar, he noticed more and more Kaija soldiers converging on his position, over 120 within a short time. The scene puzzled him. What was hidden in this forest that warranted such a large Kaija presence? Or were they searching for something specific? Shaking his head, he refrained from firing immediately, focusing on running while formulating a plan. Suddenly, he raised his rifle and fired 2 massive rounds toward the front. Bang! Bang! The 21mm bullets pierced through gaps between the trees, obliterating a Kaija soldier who was about to launch a kinetic projectile. He sidestepped a few steps to the side and fired again. With the aid of his advanced skills, his calculations were flawless. 2 more bullets zipped through narrow openings, striking another Kaija soldier with pinpoint accuracy. After taking down 2 enemies, the Kaija force's encirclement showed a flaw. Feng Xingshan seized the opportunity, accelerating rapidly and darting through the breach. His movements were swift and nimble, dodging incoming attacks with precision. With a slight lift of his left hand, he swiftly hurled a cork grenade. Boom! The cork grenade exploded. Although the detonation occurred at a distance from the Kaija fighters, and its immediate impact seemed underwhelming, a dense green mist suddenly rose from the explosion's epicenter. Propelled by the shockwave, the mist spread quickly, enveloping a wide area. The Kaija soldiers pursuing him frantically found themselves engulfed in the green fog. Before they could react, their tough, one-way metallic glass helmets began to soften, cracks rapidly spreading across the surface. The sharp fractures, like spiderwebs, shattered the helmets, and the trapped soldiers let out blood-curdling screams, struggling desperately. Within seconds, they collapsed one after another, lifeless and unable to rise again. Those who had not yet been caught in the mist were horrified by the sight. Panic-stricken, they scrambled to avoid the creeping green fog, transmitting the gruesome scene to their comrades through their communication devices. Avoid the green mist. Keep chasing. The commander barked furiously, determined to close in on Feng Xingchen. Reluctantly following the orders, the Kaija troops pressed on, their resolve wavering. A sly smile crept across Feng Xingchen's face as he silently celebrated. He knew that the vibration would trigger sawtooth mushrooms to release a potent corrosive chemical. This substance could swiftly erode the vulnerable one-way metallic glass helmets, and, upon contact with the human body, would rapidly corrode lung tissue. Clearly, the Kaija soldiers were unfamiliar with this peculiar fungus and had paid a steep price for their ignorance. Earth scientists had once struggled to study the sawtooth mushroom, eventually developing an immunity serum. However, the fungus was exceedingly rare. Just moments ago, Feng Xingchen had spotted a cluster of them while passing a massive tree. Now, they had become the perfect weapon to turn the tide against the Kaija forces. The green mist had created a significant obstacle, leaving the Kaija soldiers hundreds of meters behind and allowing Feng Xingchen to slip entirely out of their radar's range. As he transitioned into a counterhunt mode, a wicked grin spread across his face. Haha, I love this. Hey, someone straight off to the right. Yo-Yo suddenly popped out from the dense forest, waving his chubby little hands mischievously. His playful demeanor made it seem like he was thoroughly enjoying the chaos of this jungle skirmish. Yo-Yo moved swiftly, weaving through the trees. Gunfire erupted, the sharp cracks of shots and the occasional anguished cries breaking the forest stillness. The chaos lasted until nearly midday before finally subsiding. The Kaija commander stood with a grim expression, staring at the 7 remaining soldiers under his command. A deep sense of helplessness weighed on him. After a long pause, he shook his head and said heavily, "Let's head back. Even if we face a military tribunal, I can't let any more of you die for nothing." The 7 Kaija soldiers exhaled in relief, quickly following their commander's lead as they hurried out of the nightmarish forest. In stark contrast to the commander's somber demeanor, Feng Xingchen was in high spirits. Perched on the thick branch of a giant tree, he counted his remaining ammunition with a confident smile. 3 high-frequency rounds and 66 tantalumkin bullets left. I've used up quite a bit, but taking down 112 enemies is definitely an achievement. Yo-Yo glanced at him with a hint of exasperation and scoffed. A level 9 peak expert slaughtering level 5 and 6 soldiers doesn't sound all that impressive. Honestly, the merits from the 112 soldiers you killed probably don't even compare to that first Kaija expert you took down. Yeah, that's likely true. Feng Xingchen nodded, his eyes sharp and vigilant. But this forest is too dangerous, and my supplies are running dangerously low. The design of the Kaijaran's heavy sniper rifle differed somewhat from that of Earthlings, making it difficult for humans to use. Additionally, the caliber of the heavy sniper rifle's ammunition was incompatible with Feng Xingchen's weapon. He felt a twinge of regret, but quickly shifted his attention to the Kaijaran's energy assault rifle. Not bad. I'll take one as a backup, he murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. If I run into an encirclement, the remaining heavy sniper rounds should be enough to break through. Feng Xingchen swiftly packed up his belongings with the precision of a soldier. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag as the smoke slowly dispersed into the crimson-hued forest. He glanced up at the dense canopy overhead, his brow furrowing slightly. There are still nearly 100 radar nodes left to install, and I have to map out the forest, he muttered with a wry smile. What a miserable life. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, as if another version of himself was complaining. Well, that's what happens when your predecessors in the garrison didn't do their job properly. 10 years, and half of the forest is still unexplored. Feng Xingchen instinctively retorted. Hey, it's easy for you to criticize. This planet's diameter is 18,000 kilometers, with no oceans, and satellite signals are useless in the forest. Using nothing but infantry boots to measure the terrain, mapping even half the forest in over a decade, is already impressive. And here you are, talking nonsense. Fine, forget I said anything, the voice replied sheepishly. Unwilling to waste energy arguing with this inexplicable voice, Feng Xingchen decided to conserve his strength and cover more ground. He quickly found some field rations and devoured them hungrily. Then, with a nimble leap, he landed on the ground and began scavenging from the Kaijaran corpses. He collected an intact energy assault rifle and several energy clips with efficient, decisive movements. Returning to the beast's den to retrieve a large crate, he took a deep breath and embarked on the monumental task of mapping the planet on foot. This journey lasted a full 3 days. By 10 p.m. on the 3rd night, Feng Xingchen finally installed the last radar node, his clothes soaked with sweat. Over the past 3 days, not only had he been on the move, but he had also begun training his new companion Mingming. The mutated queen insect had been following him since the first day, and after 3 days of bonding, their relationship had significantly improved. Mingming's fear of him had noticeably diminished, and she even started showing signs of dependence. Feng Xingchen was quietly elated. He understood that this sense of dependence was the bridge that allowed animals to accept human commands. Without this bridge, even the smartest creatures would be difficult to domesticate to a usable degree. This discovery filled him with confidence in fully taming Meng Meng. Surprisingly, over the past 3 days, apart from encountering a few dozen local beasts that Meng Meng easily dispatched, they hadn't encountered any more Kaijuran or even a single evolved beast. In this regard, the journey had been remarkably smooth. However, the winding and arduous trek over thousands of kilometers had left Feng Xingchen utterly exhausted. He plopped down on the ground, affectionately patting Meng Meng a few times before pulling out a high-speed positioning device and repeatedly pressing buttons. After about 20 minutes, the radar nodes he had installed over the past few days finally linked up and began automatically mapping the terrain. Feng Xingchen estimated that the process would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Moreover, due to the dense ionization in certain areas, the radar nodes would likely produce incomplete maps, requiring him to personally visit and manually fill in the gaps. Finding a comfortable spot, he instructed Meng Meng to keep watch and lay down on the ground, quickly falling into a deep sleep. A few hours later, the beeping of the device woke him up. He sprang to his feet to check and found that the map had finally been completed. However, upon closer inspection, Feng Xingchen noticed a blank area on the map spanning about 1.5 kilometers in diameter. Scratching the back of his head in frustration, he let out a groan. Damn it! Does this mean the radar nodes in that area were damaged? Despite his inner grumbling, Feng Xingchen got up, dusted himself off, and resignedly said, "Looks like I have to map it manually. What a tough life." With a quick call to the mutated queen insect, the two figures swiftly disappeared into the dense jungle, racing toward the mysterious blank area. Feng Xingchen and Yu Yu had been running for 700 to 800 meters when Yu Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Master, look at the sky." Feng Xingchen looked up and saw a vague silhouette streaking across the pitch-black night sky. Judging by the faint glows trailing behind it, it was undoubtedly a small spacecraft. With swift precision, Yu Yu projected the image in front of Feng Xingchen, expertly filtering out the night sky background to reveal the craft's general outline. Through analysis of the exhaust patterns and structural features, Yu Yu not only identified the true appearance of the spacecraft, but also generated a clear three-dimensional model. Feng Xingchen was left stunned, his mind reeling in disbelief. His astonishment stemmed from two reasons. First, Yu Yu's professional-level data processing rivaled that of Xiaohai, clearly indicating that Xiaohai had copied an exceptional program for his father. Second, the spacecraft was neither a product of the Earth Federation nor the Kaija Empire. Instead, it was a rare treasure from the third-level civilization of Kaslana Black Gold-class speedboat. The Black Gold-class speedboat was a high-end product commissioned by the Kaslan Empire from the fourth-level civilization, the Ximen Alliance, using rare materials. It incorporated alloys, navigation systems, and engines produced by fourth-level nations, making it incredibly valuable. The Kaslan military further equipped it with the latest small-scale weaponry, fire control systems, and radar technology. Combined with its luxurious interior design, each speedboat had a price tag of 8 billion Kaslan credits, equivalent to over 70 billion Earth credits, comparable to the total cost of 9 of Earth's most advanced starships. In Kaslan, purchasing a Black Gold-class speedboat required rigorous qualification checks and a noble lineage spanning at least 5 generations. These spacecraft were strictly not for sale to outsiders, meaning any such vessel would undoubtedly carry a member of a Kaslan noble family. This revelation left Feng Xingchen deep in thought. He recalled his first encounter with Xiaohai, who had mentioned that the Kaija Empire had acquired information technology from Kaslan, enabling them to effectively track Earth communication signals and inflict heavy losses on the Earth Federation forces. Now, with a Kaslan noble spacecraft quietly infiltrating the battleground, could it mean that a major Kaslan noble was backing the Kaija people? Was it even possible that this noble family had instigated the war? While Feng Xingchen pondered these questions, Yu Yu suddenly alerted him. Based on the spacecraft's flight trajectory, they are likely to land in the blank area on the map about 10 kilometers away. Feng Xingchen furrowed his brows, his mind swirling with questions. Why would the Kaslan people land in a blank area? What secrets could that place hold? Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate. After quickly sending Meng Meng back to the Insect King space, Feng Xingchen activated his quantum microshield. This shield had powerful filtering capabilities, effectively avoiding radar detection. Keeping low to the ground, he sprinted in the direction where the spacecraft had vanished. However, Feng Xingchen dared not approach recklessly. He was well aware of Kaslan's advanced radar technology, capable of a detection range of 4 kilometers even in the dense forests of Cutton Star. Moreover, the Black Gold-class speedboat employed military-grade radar from a fourth-level civilization, making its performance even more formidable. Although the quantum shield provided substantial cloaking, Feng Xingchen remained highly cautious. In fact, the Kaslan Empire had been a third-level civilization for over 2,200 years, with its technological advancements nearing the threshold of a fourth-level civilization. Compared to the Kaija people, who were also a third-level civilization, the gap between the two was beyond conventional understanding. Feng Xingchen was well aware of the formidable presence he was dealing with. That noble had access to fifth-level civilizations, which alone placed him 2 entire tiers above Feng, who knew what kind of fifth-level technology the other party might have at their disposal. Remaining vigilant, Feng cautiously advanced over 4 kilometers before quickly locating a hollow tree and slipping inside. He gestured for Yu to release the microprobes. These probes, painstakingly developed by Xiao Hao, were nearly undetectable by conventional equipment and could cover a range of up to 20 kilometers, making them invaluable tools for gathering intelligence. Before long, one of the probes entered a blank zone and pinpointed the location of the Black Gold-class speedboat. It was parked in a relatively spacious depression, the small but advanced vessel resting quietly in the center. Surrounding it were 8 bodyguards, scanning the area with watchful eyes. Feng let out a silent sigh. Not only was the strength of these bodyguards unknown, but they were also equipped with 4th-level exoskeletal armor and carried 4th-level oscillation blades capable of vibrating at 4 billion times per second. This was a lineup that would be incredibly difficult to contend with. He continued to observe and noticed 3 uniquely shaped figures standing about 30 meters to the left of the speedboat. All 3 were approximately 160 centimeters tall, with humanoid bodies but lion-like heads adorned with wild, golden manes that covered their faces. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be nobles from the 3rd-level civilization of Castlin. Feng skillfully controlled one of the microprobes, keeping it low to the ground as it drifted slowly toward the trio. Fortunately, the area seemed to emit strong frequency interference, preventing the bodyguards from detecting the probe. At last, the probe transmitted clear audio. Using a language translation program, Feng was able to understand the conversation. The Caslanian in the center asked, "Master Ulrich, are you certain this is the right place?" The one on the left, identified as Ulrich, replied with a serious expression, "Fourth young master, I cannot be entirely certain. However, judging by the surrounding terrain, this appears to be an impact crater formed by something striking the ground at high speed. Additionally, the area is emitting a powerful frequency that completely disrupts our nation's communications, and even 4th-level civilization radars cannot scan this location. I believe that even if it's not what you are searching for, it must still be some significant piece of technology." The 4th young master nodded. If that's the case, then offering the frequency jamming technology to the Kaija people wasn't in vain. The 3rd individual, hunched over obsequiously, chimed in. "The 4th young master is truly unparalleled in strategy. Just by tossing out a minor piece of technology, we managed to provoke the Kaija people into waging war on the Kuntan Star. Meanwhile, from 2 light years away, we used the frequency jamming device to effortlessly locate this signal's coordinates." The 4th young master raised his head with a hint of pride. "The Kaija people really are ridiculously stupid. However, our nation is far from Kuntan Star. If the Staya Republic learns of our intrusion in this region, it will definitely lead to major disputes, possibly even war between the 2 nations. Therefore, we must act quickly and discreetly, no leaks whatsoever." Ulrich nodded in agreement. The 4th young master's concerns are entirely valid. We should proceed now. The 4th young master turned and headed toward the ship, and the group swiftly boarded. The ship ascended silently into the air, halting at an altitude of about 600 meters. An ion cannon began charging rapidly before firing a powerful blast at the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the area, sending sand and debris flying in all directions. The ground within several hundred meters was flattened, leaving a crater over 10 meters deep. Feng Xingchen was startled, watching helplessly as the probe was obliterated in an instant. Thankfully, his earlier caution had proven invaluable. Had only sent 1 probe to investigate, while the other 2 remained safely stationed a kilometer away. As the dust settled, the mysterious spacecraft slowly descended to the ground. Feng Xingchen immediately directed the 2nd probe to enter the area. On the surface, a 2-meter diameter hole appeared, sloping downward into the earth, its depths unfathomable. Master Waluki nimbly leaped off the spacecraft and hurried toward the opening. After carefully observing the site, he retrieved a small instrument and conducted a test, then excitedly reported to the 4th young master. "It seems our assumption was correct." Pointing to the hole, he explained, "Look at this, it's a perfectly circular shape, with distinct vitrification on the walls. This indicates that a high-temperature, cone-shaped object impacted here. The laser rangefinder shows that the object penetrated 2,200 meters underground. Based on the hardness of Kuntan Star's surface and the resistance of the cone-shaped material, the impact velocity should be around 0.3 times the speed of light, consistent with the speed of high-grade warship ejection escape pods. Testing reveals the vitrification on the walls dates back 90 years, matching the timeline you provided." Waluki frowned and added, "The only strange thing is, why didn't the escape pod decelerate as it approached the planet? Could it be that the occupant was already dead?" The 4th young master's eyes gleamed with intense determination as he waved his hand and commanded, "Find it, and see for yourself, then everything will be clear. Go ahead, proceed as planned." Immediately, For bodyguards armed with thermal weapons spaced themselves about 20 meters apart and began descending into the hole, carefully lowering themselves with steel cables. 10 kilometers away, Feng Xingqian observed everything, his heart pounding. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixated on the mysterious hole. Even the other 4 bodyguards couldn't resist their curiosity and disembarked from the spacecraft, approaching the opening. Feng Xingqian weighed his options, but ultimately decided not to act rashly. He couldn't be certain whether there were other experts still aboard the spacecraft, nor whether his proton missiles would be sufficient to destroy it. More importantly, he suspected Waluki might be a level 13 martial arts master. Against an opponent of such caliber, any effort would be futile unless he struck directly before Waluki could activate his defensive barrier. Time ticked by minute. Nearly 2 hours passed without any news. Feng Xingqian grew increasingly anxious, and even the Kazlan people began to show signs of unease. Breaking the tense silence, Waluki suddenly spoke up. "Fourth young master, we can't wait any longer. How about I go down and take a look?" The 4th young master immediately rejected the idea. "No. If you go down, who will ensure my safety?" In truth, they were caught in a dilemma. The signal jamming suppression waves emanating from the hole were far more powerful than anticipated, rendering all wireless instruments useless for probing the situation below. The only viable option was to send someone down to explore in person. However, precisely because wireless instruments were ineffective, if danger arose and everyone below perished, they would never know what had transpired in the depths. This stalemate left everyone present in an awkward and heavy silence. The other 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, understanding that they had no choice but to step forward. If they hesitated now, returning to Kaslan would mean a fate worse than death. Each gripped their weapons tightly, stepping carefully into the cave while tethered to steel wires. They split into 2 groups, but stayed close enough to support one another. They gambled that, as 4 level 12 experts working together, they could withstand even a powerful attack long enough to find a way out of the cave. However, their gamble ended in a devastating miscalculation. 40 minutes later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the cave entrance. A bodyguard, dragging his broken, bloodied body with a fractured leg, managed to crawl out. Wounded all over, he collapsed in agony. Yuruchi was startled and immediately shouted, "Quick, help him!" Several bodyguards rushed to the injured man, swiftly applying external wound gel and using medical scanners. The scene was tense and chaotic. Through ragged breaths, the injured bodyguard managed to speak intermittently. "Fourth young master, when we reached the bottom of the cave, we were ambushed. All 7 of my comrades perished down there." "What? What happened down there?" Uruka's expression darkened. "There's a strange mechanical beast down there. It caught us off guard." "You're all level 12 experts. How could a single mechanical beast do this to you?" The mechanical beast's firepower was overwhelming, far beyond our expectations. The passage is narrow, only 2 meters in diameter, with smooth walls and no cover. Before he could finish, the injured man's mouth opened wide. His breathing stopped abruptly, and the medical device emitted a sharp alarm. The readings indicated his life signs were critically weak. It was clear that the ship's medical equipment couldn't save him, only immediate hospital care could. But where could they find a hospital on Confronting, a planet dozens of light years away? The group exchanged troubled looks, falling into a heavy silence. Finally, Yuruchi broke the quiet. "Fourth young master, the thing that mechanical beast is guarding must be incredibly valuable. It won't leave the cave. We have 2 options now. 1. Retreat immediately and reorganize our expedition. Or 2. Deploy a tethered probe to assess the situation before making any decisions." "A tethered probe?" The 4th young master looked puzzled. Yuruchi explained, "The ship's 3D printer can produce a 500-meter-long metal cable. We can modify a wireless probe to work with it, providing clearer visuals." The 4th young master fell into deep thought. If they chose to reorganize, they would have to return home to gather personnel and equipment, a round trip that would take at least 20 days. During that time, the situation could change drastically, slipping completely out of their control. Yet, 8 level 12 experts had already been defeated, and the mechanical beast's true capabilities remained unknown. Deploying the probe recklessly could provoke the beast, potentially damaging the ship and leaving them stranded on Confronting. Memories surged through his mind like a tide. The impulsive decision to launch this secret operation, never anticipating that the escape pod, which had crashed 90 years ago, would conceal such a perilous threat beneath its surface. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. Build the tethered probe and assign Sorrow to handle it. A sharply dressed man nearby immediately bowed and replied, "Rest assured, 4th young master, I will manage this properly." Without delay, the group carried their fallen comrade's body back onto the ship. As the hatch closed slowly, an eerie silence settled over the surroundings. Feng Xingqian watched the entire scene unfold, his heart heavy with unease. Lighting a cigarette, his face clouded with worry, he scratched his head repeatedly, uncertain about what to do next. Yo-Yo's voice suddenly broke the silence, interrupting Feng Xingqian's thoughts. "Master, I have a suggestion." It will take at least an hour for Caslin to print 2,500 meters of metal wire. Our microprobe, crafted by Xiao Hao, seems unaffected by the shielding suppression waves. Why not use it to explore the cave first and gather some intel for our next steps? This suggestion immediately piqued Feng Xingchen's curiosity. He carefully maneuvered one of the probes into the cave entrance. As Yo-Yo had anticipated, the shielding suppression waves inside had no effect on the device. The transmitted images appeared clearly in his helmet, and Feng Xingchen's heartbeat quickened as the probe ventured deeper. As the probe neared the bottom, he instructed it to hug the cave wall and move forward at a slower pace. Suddenly, 7 mangled corpses came into view, the scene utterly gruesome. The bodies were nearly torn apart, and the exoskeletal armor of a 4th-level civilization was blown to pieces. Holding his breath, Feng Xingchen cautiously controlled the probe. 3 minutes later, the full view of the cave bottom unfolded before his eyes. It was gourd-shaped and far more spacious than he had imagined. In one corner crouched a bizarre-looking mechanical beast, while at the center of the cave bottom stood a circular metal ring over 7 meters in diameter. The sight of the metal ring left Feng Xingchen momentarily stunned. Its dazzling brilliance was strikingly similar to the Tianyu ring in his possession, only much larger in size. Could this be another Tianyu ring? He muttered to himself, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Yo-Yo's voice chimed in again. It doesn't seem so. It quickly magnified the pattern on the Tianyu ring and displayed it side by side with the metal ring. Master, look closely. The patterns are different. The metal ring's designs may appear intricate, but they are merely repetitive combinations of the same symbol. In contrast, the Tianyu ring, though small, contains at least 20 distinct symbols, making it far more complex. Damn it! Feng Xingchen scratched his head in frustration. If only I could examine it up close, I might figure something out. His words were only half serious. In truth, he was more interested in touching the metal ring to see if the Tianyu ring could replicate it. The teaching and replication functions of the Tianyu ring were his closely guarded secrets, unknown even to Yo-Yo and his son, Xiao Hao. To him, the ring had become an untouchable personal treasure. Unaware of Feng Xingchen's true intentions, Yo-Yo thoughtfully responded, "Well, with just the two of us, it's unlikely we could uncover its purpose. At best, we might determine its age of origin. The real question is, how do I take out that mechanical beast?" Feng Xingchen asked, his gaze fixed on the peculiar machine. "Take it out," Yo-Yo echoed in surprise. "Master, did you notice the patterns on the mechanical beast? Those are actual beast patterns. Incorporating beast patterns into machinery requires the expertise of a top-level scientist from a 7th-level civilization at the very least." "What?" Feng Xingchen asked in shock. "Are you saying this thing is a product of a 7th-level civilization?" "Absolutely," Yo-Yo affirmed, its tone laced with a hint of awe. Feng Xingchen scratched his nose in frustration and had no choice but to keep quiet. Together with Yu, he fixed his gaze on the screen in front of them. After staring for a while, Yu suddenly pointed at the screen and whispered, "Master, look here, isn't this strange?" Following the direction of her delicate, fair finger, Feng Xingchen noticed a pile of rubble at the bottom of the passage. He couldn't help but chuckle. After the Caslin people blasted open the entrance, the stones naturally rolled into the smooth passage. "There's nothing strange about it, silly." Yu turned red with anger and blurted out, "Didn't you notice that these stones weren't attacked by the mechanical beast at all?" Feng Xingchen paused, his mind clicking into gear. The mechanical beast didn't attack the falling stones, nor did it touch my microdetector. That means it only targets objects with life signs. Yu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. So, Master, you could let the detector circle around the mechanical beast a few times to map out its detailed 3D structure. Study it carefully if we can find an activation switch." Her voice trailed off. Feng Xingchen's heart raced as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. If he could locate the switch and deactivate the mechanical beast, not only could he infiltrate successfully, but perhaps Yu could even reprogram it, turning the colossal machine into his obedient assistant. Excitement surged through him as he immediately commanded the detector to circle the mechanical beast repeatedly. However, once the mapping was complete, no matter how closely he examined it, there was no sign of anything resembling a switch. Yu furrowed her brows, scratching her head in confusion. Could it be voice-controlled? Or maybe it needs remote activation? Feng Xingchen racked his brains, but could only shake his head. If Xiao Hao were here, he might have an idea. Yu teased, "Don't get your hopes up. I've been trying to reach Xiao Hao, but it seems like he's deliberately blocking communication. Still no response." Feng Xingchen lit a cigarette, closed his eyes, and pondered deeply. "I'm wondering, since Ulrich knows there's only one mechanical beast down there, would he try to take it out directly? If they really start fighting, I might be able to play the fisherman and reap the benefits." Yu rolled her eyes. "You and your fisherman analogy. You're practically a fisherman dad by now." Feng Xingchen didn't catch her remark, and Yu quickly changed the subject. "Never mind. Oh, but if you want to be the fisherman, you'd better figure out what's going on inside that black gold-class ship first." A sly smile crept across Feng Xingqian's face. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he said with determination, I know. Yu Yu's eyes sparkled, as if she sensed he had another plan brewing. Time passed, and the sun rose, causing the temperature to skyrocket. Even though Feng Xingqian was dressed in a high-tech, bioadaptive military uniform, the hollowed tree he was hiding in felt like a sweltering oven. He glanced at the time. The ship had been silent for an hour and a half. By now there should be some movement, right? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yu Yu suddenly shouted, Quick, quick, quick. The hatch is opening. Feng Xingqian hurriedly secured his helmet, watching as the hatch of the black gold-class vessel slowly opened. Ulrich stepped out, clad in sleek black exoskeletal armor, carrying a massive alloy case in one hand. He turned back and waved. The ship promptly powered up, lifting off and gradually cloaking itself as it flew south for more than 2 kilometers before vanishing into a dense forest. Clearly, the Castellan people were also wary of accidentally triggering the mechanical beast, which could potentially destroy their ship. What they didn't notice, however, was that just before the hatch closed, a beetle-shaped microdetector had silently flown inside. With the situation inside the cave now fully mapped out, Feng Xingqian had no time to pay attention to Ulrich's movements. His focus shifted entirely to the interior of the black gold-class vessel. The probe advanced cautiously, and Feng Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, this spaceship is way too extravagant. No wonder it can only carry so few people. The spaceship was already small, with the cockpit, massive engine room, and cooling chamber taking up most of the space. What remained had been extensively renovated into a spacious villa-like layout, leaving the living quarters severely cramped, barely able to accommodate around 20 people. Yo-Yo skillfully maneuvered the probe deeper into the spaceship, while Feng Xingqian had already gathered information about the crew on board. Besides the fourth young master and Sorrow, there was a pilot, a co-pilot, a navigator, a data analyst, and 2 chefs. He speculated that Sorrow might be a mechanic. A sly grin spread across Feng Xingqian's face as he thought, These 6 or 7 mid-level experts, how could they possibly stop me and Mengming's attack? If we could seize this spaceship and hand it over to the military, the credit would be immense. At that moment, a sudden change occurred on Yuruchi's side. Whether it was due to the probe making too much noise or some deliberate action, a terrifying mechanical beast suddenly burst out of the cave at high speed. As soon as it appeared, 2 small laser weapons extended from its back, instantly firing rapid bursts of bright blue lasers. Though the lasers appeared faint, their power far exceeded that of the Earth Federation's individual laser cannons. With a terrifying firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, it took merely 2 seconds to turn the surrounding area into a sea of flames. If Yuruchi had been a mere 12th level warrior, this strike would have been fatal. However, as a 13th level martial arts master, Yuruchi's strength was anything but ordinary. After 12 breakthroughs, his physical resilience had reached an astonishing level, so much so that even Feng Xingqian's heavy sniper rifle would struggle to harm him if he stood still. What was even more daunting was that a master of his level had already integrated the compression force field with nature, achieving mastery over the profound power of barriers. With a barrier deployed, who could stand against him? Within its confines, a master could amplify their abilities by 150, making them nearly invincible across the universe. In this moment of crisis, Yuruchi swiftly activated his quantum shield and unleashed his master-level barrier. Like lightning, he broke free from the fiery encirclement and let out a fierce shout as he turned to charge at the mechanical beast. Unfortunately, the mechanical beast belonged to a civilization far more advanced than Yuruchi had anticipated. Its weaponry was leagues beyond his comprehension. If he were a martial arts master from a 5th-level civilization equipped with custom 6th-level exoskeleton armor or mass-produced 7th-level armor, he might have been able to narrow the gap somewhat. But as things stood, even with his formidable martial arts prowess, the sheer disparity in technological advancement was insurmountable. As Yuruchi lunged forward, the mechanical beast suddenly opened its mouth and fired 2 small missiles. Alarmed, he didn't hesitate to muster every ounce of his strength, executing his movement technique with lightning speed to leap away. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions erupted behind him. 2 explosions, not particularly loud, echoed through the air. Yet, the destruction they caused extended to a radius of 1,200 meters. Within this zone, towering trees and massive boulders were reduced to nothingness, completely dissolved. Amid the chaos, only 2 beings managed to escape by sheer luck. One of them was Waluki. Utilizing his master-level barrier, a 5th-level civilization's quantum shield, and advanced exoskeletal armor, he leveraged the force of the shockwave to propel himself out of the epicenter of destruction, landing 1,200 meters away. However, the intense blast left him dizzy and unsteady, his staggering gait and disheveled appearance betraying his precarious state. The second survivor was the mechanical beast. The patterns on its body merely flickered with light, and the shockwave inexplicably diverted around it, leaving it completely unscathed. In an instant, The mechanical beast elongated into a blurred silhouette and darted forward with a speed so astonishing that Feng Xingqian had never witnessed anything like it. It swiftly pursued Waluki. Feng Xingqian was left dumbfounded, finally understanding why Xiao Hao held such disdain for the technology of lower civilizations. A fully autonomous mechanical beast like this had already forced a master of physical techniques into utter retreat, leaving him in shambles. If a mecha of similar caliber were to appear, how could an entire planet possibly withstand it? Unfortunately, in the earlier explosion, Feng Xingqian's detection device had been destroyed. Coupled with the mechanical beast's incredible speed, there was no way to catch up and investigate further for the time being. At this moment, it seemed there was a prior arrangement between Waluki and the fourth young master. While Waluki, in his battered state, distracted the mechanical beast, the hatch of the spaceship suddenly opened. The fourth young master and Sorrow dashed out and sprinted toward the cave entrance. Feng Xingqian, unable to hold back any longer, bolted out of the tree hollow like a flash of lightning. Before long, he reached the cave entrance, only to see the two figures already disappearing into the depths without hesitation. Immediately, he unleashed a mental vibration. A mutated mother insect Mengmeng gappered before him in response. Pointing toward the cave, Feng Xingqian ordered Mengmeng to go in and kill, while he turned and sprinted toward the spaceship's location. Speed was of the essence. According to their surveillance, the spaceship had gone into complete radar silence and severed communication to avoid detection by the mechanical beast. It was effectively blind and deaf. This was Feng Xingqian's only and best chance for a surprise attack. Yo-Yo had already taken control of the ship's internal detection system. As Feng Xingqian reached the side of the spaceship, the detector automatically triggered the hatch to open. He slipped inside without hesitation. Over the past hour, he had meticulously studied the spaceship's layout, committing it to memory. Moving swiftly, he passed through the kitchen, where he used his mental power to lock onto the brain regions of two chefs and abruptly detonated them. Inside the sealed kitchen, the chefs hadn't even sensed anything was amiss before their minds were torn apart in an instant. All of this was under Feng Xingqian's precise control, enabled by his transcendent mental power and heightened seventh sense. Even through walls and windows made of high-quality alloy, he could perceive everything with clarity. At his current level of mental strength, the range for penetrating and detonating was limited to within 10 meters, forcing him to get dangerously close to his targets. Without hesitation, he bypassed the kitchen and dashed into the opulent dining and living areas, leaping toward the cockpit door. On the keyboard-style sensor panel, he quickly keyed in a simple sequence of numbers, a code he had seen 5 or 6 times through the detector in the past hour and remembered effortlessly. As the door slid open, he slipped inside. The 4 individuals in the cockpit, startled by the sudden intrusion, stood up in alarm, their movements frantic. However, their strength was only at level 7, far too weak to pose any threat. Feng Xingqian acted decisively. He hurled a shockwave blade, coldly killing the farthest individual. With a single punch, he shattered the skull of the nearest one. Then, using his mental power, he instantly annihilated another. Finally, he grabbed the last person by the throat with an iron grip and spoke in a chilling tone. Hand over the spaceship's activation key. Gulp. A sound of swallowing broke the tense atmosphere. A flicker of disappointment flashed through the interrogator's eyes before it was replaced by cold determination. I'm sorry, I don't know the key, the trembling captive stammered. Then you can die, the interrogator declared coldly. With a sudden twist of his wrist, he snapped the captive's neck. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground and was discarded carelessly to the side. Hatred burned within the interrogator. The Castellan people had secretly ignited a war, indirectly causing the deaths of his 4 closest friends and over 300,000 comrades. In his mind, every Castellan deserved to die 1,000 times over. He turned to his companion and asked in a deep voice, Yu, can you crack the key? Yu hesitated slightly. I think I can, but it'll take some time. All right, take your time, the interrogator replied, carefully placing his right hand on the control panel. Suddenly, a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Contact with a low-level civilization spacecraft detected. Technology level is insufficient. Host may use it. Would you like to copy and extract data? Yes, he answered without hesitation. A few seconds later, Tianyu Ring's voice returned. Copy successful. Data extraction complete. Would you like to learn it? Yes. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into a sensory space. Looking ahead, he saw a sleek black and gold class spacecraft resting quietly not far behind the reclaimer mecha. As his gaze landed on the ship, his brain was forcibly flooded with a torrent of data, the intense pain making him groan involuntarily. As the pain subsided, he clutched his head and growled through gritted teeth. Damn it. Every time it feels like being violated. Could you at least warn me first? Tianyu Ring responded coldly. This is the fastest way to master standard data and basic instrumentation. If the host is unwilling to use the data stream input method, an alternative would be an 800-hour foundational learning course. Never mind, stick with this method, he replied reluctantly. But next time, can you at least give me a heads up? Having mental preparation increases the pain for carbon-based life forms when receiving forced data input, Tian Yu Ring stated calmly. Does the host confirm the reminder mechanism for next time? No. Just leave it as it is, he yelled almost hysterically. This Tian Yu Ring was nothing short of a rigid perfectionist. Rubbing his temples, he walked up to the black and gold class spacecraft. A string of data flashed in his mind. Black and gold class fast ship, length 62 meters, width 19 meters, height 11 meters, capable of single pilot operation. Modified to accommodate a maximum of 28 passengers. Equipped with 2 impulse engines, maximum flight speed of 0.5 times the speed of light. 1 warp engine, with a maximum jump distance of 3.6 light years, requiring 21 hours of recharge and cooldown after each jump. Main armament includes 3 280mm ion heavy cannons. Secondary armament includes 6 200mm energy cannons, 16 45mm laser close-in defense guns, and 2 torpedo launchers capable of firing various long-range torpedoes. The ship operates on third-level civilization energy cores and has low combat capability. He glanced helplessly into the distance. In Tian Yu Ring's eyes, anything below a 7th-level civilization was probably just trash. As he was about to leave, Tian Yu Ring suddenly spoke. The 328-bit activation key has been cracked. The host can now modify the protocol through the control panel using Tian Yu Ring. What? He froze in shock. It cracked a 328-bit key in mere moments? This was insane, utterly terrifying, and overwhelmingly powerful. Perhaps sensing Feng Xingqian's surprise, Tian Yuhuan's calm and unwavering voice rang out again. To copy data, the first step is to connect to the mechanical mainframe in order to complete the download. The host body pondered instantaneous copying required instantaneous decryption of passwords. For this reason, when facing high-level machinery, the copying speed would significantly decrease. It was advised that the host body should try to obtain the key when dealing with machinery from civilizations of level 6 or above. I'll deal with level 6 civilizations when I get there, he muttered, shaking his head firmly. He quickly exited the thought space, lunging at the control panel like a starving dog, searching frantically until he found a data access point. Without hesitation, he pressed Tian Yuhuan onto it. Sure enough, as soon as it made contact, Tian Yuhuan began to morph rapidly in an eerie transformation, extending a sharp spike that entered the port. After a dozen seconds, the control panel emitted a sound and spoke in Castellan. Key verified. Protocols can be rewritten. Yo-Yo popped up, astonished. Oh my, it's been decoded? I haven't even started yet. Who did that? Feng Xingqian, equally delighted, replied casually. Tian Yuhuan did it. Quick! Reselect the language and upload the Earth Federation's Chinese character database along with my binding data to the mainframe. Yo-Yo, still a bit bewildered, nodded and began the data transfer. The data transmission between the systems was incredibly fast, completing in just over 10 seconds. When Feng Xingqian pressed his thumb onto the activation key and left his fingerprint, the ship officially became his private property. After finishing, he quickly dashed out of the ship, shouting, Yo-Yo, lock the ship immediately. Don't let them take it back. Yo-Yo, still slightly annoyed, rolled her eyes and said, Relax. Not just anyone can crack a 328-bit key in a short time. Besides, the key I created is composed of English letters, numbers, Chinese oracle bone script, Tibetan script, e-script, and symbols from several small tribes in the Americas and Africa. I doubt anyone alive can crack it. Feng Xingqian couldn't be bothered to argue with Yo-Yo and returned to the cave entrance, but he couldn't find Ming Ming. Frowning, he watched as Yo-Yo quickly directed the last probe into the cave. Soon, the scene at the bottom of the cave was transmitted back. On screen, Ming Ming had already killed 4th young master and Salo and was enthusiastically tearing apart the body of a level 12 powerhouse, clearly enjoying a feast. Alarmingly, after consuming 2 or 3 people, its body had noticeably grown larger, and the patterns on its skin had deepened and transformed. If it managed to consume all 9 corpses, it might evolve again. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Could Ming Ming's rapid evolution be due to prolonged exposure to the unique energy of the Battle Queen insect? It seemed possible. After all, hadn't he himself gained strength quickly by consuming high-level beast blood? 7 level 12 powerhouses, along with the level 7-ish 4th young master and his followers, might very well push Ming Ming to the next level. But there was no time to dwell on this. Now the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from behind him. That sound unmistakably signaled the approach of a massive machine. He spun around abruptly, and with just one glance, his heart nearly stopped. A terrifying mechanical beast was steadily walking toward him. This was the end. Feng Xingqian let out a bitter laugh. Not even a master of physical combat could handle this creature. What chance did a mere level 9 peak fighter have? A wave of bitterness surged in Feng Xingqian's heart. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly channeled his inner energy, preparing for one final desperate strike. As a soldier, he knew that even in the face of death, surrender was not an option. Just as he focused all his attention, The mechanical beast stopped 100 meters away and began to morph in a bizarre manner. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it transformed into a massive metallic serpent. The sight stunned him, and a surge of excitement filled his chest. Xiao Hao, is that you? Xiao Hao. Feng Xingqian called out in surprise and joy. Xiao Hao floated closer, speaking rapidly. I was deep underground, hundreds of meters below, digesting the 633 material when a violent tremor woke me. Enraged, I rushed to the surface and saw a mechanical beast fiercely battling a Castellan martial arts master. The master was gravely injured, and just before his death, he detonated his inner energy, destroying the mechanical beast. I found the remains of the beast and the master's level 5 armor fragments. Overjoyed, I immediately consumed them. Feng Xingqian's brow furrowed as he quickly asked, "What strange discovery did you make?" Xiao Hao's voice trembled with shock. In the high-speed processor of the mechanical beast, I found undeniable evidence my mother also fell onto this planet with me. And the mechanical beast, it was activated using my mother's DNA. What? Feng Xingqian leapt to his feet, his heart tightening. Could this mean that a powerful entity with a mental strength level of 15 was lurking nearby? Xiao Hao shook his head, a bit anxious. Dad, let me go down and take a look quickly." Snapping out of his shock, Feng Xingqian's expression wavered. "Ming Ming is down there. I'll go with you." He crouched low and led the way into the opening. 2 or 3 minutes later, he and Xiao Hao reached the bottom of a spacious and brightly lit gourd-shaped cavern. When Ming Ming saw Feng Xingqian, it hesitated briefly before gradually approaching. It obediently circled his feet twice, its body vibrating slightly, as if to express a welcome. Feng Xingqian observed Ming Ming closely. Its length had grown significantly in less than an hour, now exceeding 4 meters. Its patterns were also shifting from darker tones to a pale white. However, despite his sharp eyesight, he couldn't discern whether those mesmerizing patterns had undergone any specific changes. Still, Ming Ming's earlier hesitation made him realize that as the creature leveled up, the strange energy suppressing it was gradually weakening. Feeling a sense of relief, Feng Xingqian silently rejoiced. "Luckily, I've been getting along well with Ming Ming these past few days and have built some rapport. Otherwise, things could have turned out badly." He tapped his forehead lightly, feeling a headache, and then raised his hand, gesturing to Ming Ming. "Go ahead and eat. Finish up quickly, I'll have important work to do." Weighing his options, Feng Xingqian concluded that to fully suppress Ming Ming, the key was to hunt higher-level bio-beasts. With Xiao Hao now equipped with the remains of a level 7 civilization mechanical beast, he would undoubtedly grow stronger and could assist in hunting bio-beasts of the 3rd tier or higher, significantly boosting their combined strength. Even if Ming Ming were to rebel in the future, he and Xiao Hao together wouldn't be easily overpowered by the creature. More importantly, with Castellan nobles appearing in the area, the situation was bound to become perilous. Having a powerful bodyguard by his side would be a definite advantage. Feng Xingqian made up his mind. He decided to take advantage of the downtime after completing their current mission ahead of schedule to find a suitable location. He would spend 10 days or so carefully training Ming Ming. This was the only way to get to the root of the issue. At that moment, Ming Ming received permission, leaped up excitedly, and pounced on the last corpse, tearing out its essence. Feng Xingqian shook his head and looked up at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was sitting in front of the metal ring, his expression dazed. Feng Xingqian walked over to him, lit a cigarette, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Xiao Hao replied, "After devouring the mecha beast and digesting its light brain data, I understand now. This is a long-distance pinpoint teleporter. It's capable of transporting a mech to a location 8,000 light-years away." Feng Xingqian was stunned and asked incredulously, "How far?" Xiao Hao repeated softly, 8,000 light-years. "This device here is just a small-scale teleporter, and achieving this level of transmission is already impressive. From what I know, a super-large teleporter with a diameter of 40 kilometers could transport a massive warship, 10 kilometers in length, to a distance of 40,000 to 50,000 light-years." Feng Xingqian was speechless for a long time before sighing. "I never realized that the Lingpeng clan's technology had reached such an advanced level." Xiao Hao corrected him, "You're wrong. This technology wasn't developed by the Lingpeng clan. It originated from a level 9 civilization that disappeared 6,300 years ago, the Holy Flame Empire." He paused for a moment before continuing. "In fact, based on the light brain records of the mecha beast, the reason our Lingpeng clan was wiped out was because one of our ancestors accidentally obtained a bracelet from the Holy Flame Empire. That bracelet is the Tianyu ring in your hand. Using the strange patterns on the Tianyu ring, we developed powerful teleportation technology. Unfortunately, the emergence of this advanced teleportation technology attracted greed, and the technology was stolen by a family from the level 8 VS Empire, leading to our clan's destruction." Feng Xingqian was no longer surprised, but Xiao Hao's words left him utterly shocked and speechless. Instinctively, he touched the Tianyu ring on the little finger of his right hand. After some thought, he realized that this artifact from a level 9 civilization was truly extraordinary. Xiao Hao looked at Feng Xingchen and said slowly, "Father, the Tianyu ring used to belong to my mother. It must have been flung away during the collision with Kuntan Star and ended up wrapped by the carnivorous vine." Feng Xingchen asked, "Do you want to retrieve the Tianyu ring?" Xiao Hao shook his head. "It's impossible to retrieve it." Feng Xingchen was puzzled. "Oh, why not?" Xiao Hao explained. "The Tianyu ring is a product of the Holy Flame Empire, and the Holy Flame people were standard carbon-based life forms. The ring was designed to bind exclusively to carbon-based DNA and mental energy. Since we are metal DNA life forms, the Tianyu ring doesn't recognize us. We don't even know its true purpose. If that weren't the case, how could the small Tianyu ring have escaped my mother's control?" Feng Xingchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least this extraordinary artifact was safe for now. Changing the subject, he asked, "Do you think this teleporter was built by your mother?" Xiao Hao nodded slightly. "Yes, it was indeed constructed by my mother. In fact, she carried a powerful subspace within her, which contained a teleporter she successfully built years ago. When she fell onto this planet, she woke up about 20 years ago. Due to the barren environment here, which wasn't suitable for recovery, she had no choice but to leave through the teleportation gate." Feng Xingchen grew curious. "Oh, where did she teleport to?" Xiao Hao shook his head. "I don't know. Before my mother left, she activated a mechanical beast, which was self-catalyzed by the Lingpeng clan, to guard the teleportation gate. Her intention was to return someday and retrieve it. After all, the materials used to create such a teleportation gate are extremely rare, even for a level 7 civilization. Unfortunately, my mother left no clues about her whereabouts in the DNA of the mechanical beast." After a brief silence, Feng Xingchen asked, "Do you think we could find your mother after using the teleporter to get out of here?" Xiao Hao gave a bitter smile and said, "Not very likely." "Why?" Feng Xingchen pressed further. Xiao Hao explained, "This kind of teleporter requires a tremendous amount of energy. Using an energy block from an 8th level civilization, it would probably take 200 units just to start it properly." He paused before continuing. "Besides, I don't have the precise coordinates. It's impossible to calculate where my mother might have been sent. After all, the universe is vast and endless. No matter which direction we teleport, there are countless light years of distance. Can you tell me which direction my mother teleported? And are you certain how much energy she input into the teleporter? Without this precise data, how could we possibly determine the distance?" The phrase, "a tiny error can lead to a massive mistake," truly applies here. Feng Xingchen was stunned by his words. Xiao Hao, seemingly intent on discouraging him further, added, "We could teleport out, but don't forget, this is a fixed-point teleporter. Once we go through, without even knowing if the other side is dangerous, there's no way to return the same way. It's a one-way trip. So, do you have the courage for a life-threatening adventure? Are you willing to leave everything behind and wander the stars?" Feng Xingchen had no intention of venturing into the unknown depths of alien space. Being someone with little to his name, he pursed his lips, shook his head, and walked over to the teleporter. He reached out and pressed his hand on it. Unfortunately, after waiting for a moment, there was no replication sound from the Tianyu ring. He frowned and suddenly realized that the Tianyu ring only assisted with mechanical learning and mental training. It wasn't designed to replicate purely scientific devices like this. Sigh. Feng Xingchen let out a long sigh. "All right then, put the teleporter away. Who knows? It might save our lives someday. Seems like that's the best we can do." Xiao Hao nodded and suddenly expanded to an astonishing size, swallowing the teleporter whole. Feng Xingchen, unfazed by the display, checked the time. It was around 10 a.m. He then said, "By the way, I managed to seize a small starship from Caslin. Can you store it in your dimensional space?" Xiao Hao shook his head. "No, my dimensional space isn't fully developed. There's no way it could hold something that large." "Fine," Feng Xingchen said with resignation. "They'll just treat it as spoils of war and hand it over to the organization. They'll probably get some decent rewards, maybe even a rank as a junior officer." "Whatever you want," Xiao Hao replied indifferently. Feng Xingchen licked his lips and said no more. Turning around, he saw that Meng Meng, having finished absorbing the essence of the corpses, looked sleepy. With a call, the creature scurried back into the Insect King's space to rest. Feng Xingchen glanced around. On the ground, there were still 9 4th-level civilization ion oscillation blades. As for other valuable items, most had been destroyed by the mechanical beasts. However, the remaining metal was decent, and Xiao Hao casually swallowed it, planning to help Feng Xingchen craft a 5th-level civilization exoskeleton armor. They spent some time cleaning up the battlefield before returning to the surface. Feng Xingchen tossed a quark bomb into the entrance, completely sealing it with an explosion. Perhaps due to the destruction of the mechanical beasts, the radar interference disappeared, and the map he had been trying to create was finally complete. It was an unexpected surprise. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked, "What are you going to do now?" Feng Xingchen said anxiously, You haven't given me anything yet." Xiao Hao responded with a smile, "No need to rush, Dad. Let's get on the spaceship first. I need some time to carefully equip you." Secretly, he felt quite pleased with himself. After just devouring a mechanical beast from a 7th-level civilization, he not only absorbed some of his mother's memories, but also acquired a powerful reactor and a lot of valuable items. He was confident that once he fully assimilated the mechanical beast, his strength would rise to at least dual system level 11, or possibly even dual system level 12. Feng Xingqian felt both excited and a little envious, thinking, now that's impressive, definitely way more powerful than consuming blood. Nonetheless, he understood that Xiao Hao was his son, and as a super bodyguard, the stronger he was, the better. Returning to the spaceship with Xiao Hao, Feng Xingqian followed his son's instructions, removing his exoskeletal armor plates and personal light brain device, handing them all over to Xiao Hao. Then he walked into his bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. In reality, he didn't fall asleep, but instead entered the sensory space to study black gold level piloting. After spending 13 hours in that space, Feng Xingqian was abruptly kicked out by the Tianyu ring. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hao standing in front of him, spitting out a few pieces of equipment identical to Earth-made products. Xiao Hao said excitedly, Dad, let's start with the personal light brain. I made significant adjustments to it. Its processing speed is now 220,000 times faster, and the storage capacity has increased 1,480 times. It can even transform into a flying scorpion. Besides a laser energy saw and a super drill, I've modified the scanner into 7 smaller mechanical mosquito drones. The remote control range is still 20 kilometers, but don't underestimate them. Each mosquito can monitor an area with a radius of over 15 kilometers, and when the 7 work together, they can cover a radius of 35 kilometers. For planetary operations, this range is quite impressive. Xiao Hao continued proudly. This time, the personal light brain is powered by a tiny 7th-level energy block, no bigger than a fingertip. You won't have to worry about running out of power for hundreds of years. Feng Xingqian was overjoyed and eagerly picked up the personal light brain to examine it carefully. Suddenly, he asked, Can you monitor me through this light brain? Xiao Hao rolled his eyes. How could I? Our Lingpeng people value our privacy and never spy on each other. This personal light brain I gave you has 2 main functions. First, it monitors your vital signs when you consume blood. If anything dangerous happens, it can alert me immediately, and I might be able to save your life. Second, within a 3,000 kilometer range, I can use it to roughly locate you, and you can also find my approximate location. But that's it. Feng Xingqian gave an awkward laugh. Come on now, as if I'm worried about being monitored while, spending time with a beautiful woman. I'm not the type to put on a show in front of my son. Xiao Hao reassured him, don't worry. The personal light brain and its intelligent program are entirely your private property. I would never monitor you. Besides, with so many artistic videos online, I'm not interested in risking your wrath to watch any of your performances. Nonsense. A flush of red spread across Feng Xingqian's face, but under Xiao Hao's mental fluctuations and disdainful stare, he realized this guy wasn't lying. And if you don't believe me, you could always turn off your personal AI assistant when doing something confidential in the future. Heh, that would help a lot. Though he said this, his hand still reached out to grab the personal AI device, strapping it onto his wrist and powering it on. Deep down, he feared the true secrets of the Tianyu ring might be exposed. Xiao Hao, unaware of his concerns, continued the introduction. This is a 21mm heavy sniper rifle. I've modified it to a maximum firing rate of 4 rounds per second. It comes with 4 types of ammunition, 10 rounds each. You can ask the personal AI for the specific uses of each bullet. I've already uploaded the instructions. The exoskeleton armor plating and energy shield are both level 5 in strength, powered by a levels even energy block, capable of withstanding 3 strikes from a level 13 martial arts master. Oh, and Hayrace, a level 5 vibration blade that oscillates 30 billion times per second. As for anything else, I dare not give you more. 30 billion oscillations? My god, that's more than enough. Feng Xingqian's eyes lit up green with excitement as he grabbed the vibration blade and nodded vigorously. He thought to himself, I still have 2 4 billion oscillation blades for public use. Even facing a 3-stage beast, I do have a chance to take it down. If I get more equipment and it gets leaked, it could bring massive trouble. Alright, Dad, since everything's settled, I need to leave now. Once I finish my training, we'll find you as quickly as possible, Xiao Hao said before departing. Feng Xingqian saw him off, then sat in the opulent living room, squinting as he smoked a cigarette. His mind raced, fixated on the Tianyu ring. He had a strong hunch that the symbols appearing on the ring were the key to pinpoint teleportation. These peculiar symbols seemed to connect to another dimension, perhaps a mindscape. In his view, the Tianyu ring appeared to be either damaged or restricted by his low level, rendering most of its functions unusable. Yet, the Lingpeng people had managed to develop long-distance pinpoint teleportation devices by studying the Tianyu ring. If the ring itself were that powerful weight, a crucial thought struck him. Isn't the Tianyu ring capable of expanding and contracting? If he could enlarge the ring to a size big enough for a person to pass through, could it achieve pinpoint teleportation? He could accomplish so much without anyone knowing. Suddenly excited, he raised his hand and spoke to his personal AI. Yo-yo, activate the ship's invisibility and enter absolute silent mode. Then deploy reconnaissance mechanical mosquitoes to monitor a 30-kilometer radius for any activity. No problem. Yo-yo responded promptly. The mechanical mosquito detached from the ship and vanished. Feng Xingchen couldn't wait to close his eyes. With a single thought, the Tianyu ring materialized before him. Another thought triggered its rapid expansion in a peculiar layered fashion. However, when it reached a diameter of 2 meters, it seemed to hit its limit and wouldn't budge further. Staring at the arch-like structure, he scratched his head and suddenly froze. In that instant, two critical questions dawned on him. First, what could be used as the energy source for teleportation? Didn't Xiao Hao mention that the energy required for teleportation was enormous? The energy blocks of an 8th-level civilization, about the size of bricks, are powerful enough to sustain the flight of the largest battleships on Earth for several years or to support a few high-intensity wars. This demonstrates the staggering amount of energy contained within an 8th-level energy block. However, the underground transporter required 200 units of these energy blocks just to barely activate. Where could he possibly find such an enormous amount of energy? More importantly, even if the energy issue was resolved, the Tianyu ring still needed to remain in place. If he teleported away and couldn't return, and during that time the Tianyu ring was stolen, it would be disastrous. Feeling frustrated, he glanced reluctantly at the Tianyu ring, which resembled a circular archway. He reached out to gently touch the strange runes on its surface and smiled bitterly, saying, "So, even you have things you can't do?" I thought before he could finish the sentence. A surge of information flowed through his fingertips and directly into his mind. He froze, momentarily unable to react, when a sharp, intense pain suddenly struck his brain. Letting out a pained cry, he clutched his head and crouched down. Fortunately, the pain, though severe, passed quickly, subsiding like a retreating tide after 4 or 5 seconds. Gasping heavily, he couldn't help but curse. "You're too much every time feels like being violated." Yet, the Tianyu ring stood there silently, showing no response. Clicking his tongue, he lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and squinted as he reviewed the information. After reading it, he was so delighted that he scratched his head in excitement. The message was simple. By using spiritual energy as the power source and the Tianyu ring as the medium, different teleportation distances could be achieved depending on the amount of spiritual energy input. The information even included detailed instructions on how to use it. At that moment, Feng Xingchen finally understood the Tianyu ring was like a spaceship, and spiritual energy was the energy block. The teleportation range depended entirely on the quality and quantity of the energy block. Of course, no matter how many energy blocks he had, they would be useless unless placed in an energy conversion furnace. This meant that spiritual energy had to be channeled through a specific rune to truly activate the Tianyu ring for teleportation. Feng Xingchen abruptly stood up, his heart pounding with excitement. He quickly retrieved his mechanical mosquito. With a thought, the Tianyu ring shrank rapidly and reformed into a ring on his finger, concealing its true form. A few minutes later, the mechanical mosquito returned. Feng Xingchen gathered his spiritual energy and channeled it into one of the runes. As a large amount of spiritual energy flowed in, a bright white area began to expand from the center of his mental space. He realized that this white area represented the maximum teleportation range of the Tianyu ring. Without hesitation, he increased the flow of spiritual energy. Gradually, a sense of exhaustion crept over him, and it became clear that his spiritual energy had reached its limit. Yet, the teleportation range was still less than 1,000 kilometers. He chuckled bitterly and muttered, "After all this effort, it's still my own lack of strength holding me back." Still, a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers seemed sufficient for practical use. In fact, even 500 meters could be life-saving in critical moments. After thinking for a moment, he instructed, "Yu, open the planetary map." Beep. A 1:1,000,000 scale map unfolded. He studied it for a while and realized that the current range was far from enough to teleport to the outskirts of the skeleton base, but could reach the edge of the skeleton desert. With a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, Feng Xingchen thought to himself, if he could rigorously train his mental energy in the coming days, perhaps he could use the transit points during his journey to silently teleport to the Kaijuran base. There, he could unleash a spree of destruction to avenge his fallen comrades. However, before that, he needed to figure out just how much noise teleportation would make. Without hesitation, he selected a forest about 700 kilometers away on the map. After precisely calculating the coordinates, he commanded in his mind, "Teleport." With a gust of wind, Feng Xingchen vanished from the spaceship's lounge. Almost simultaneously, 700 kilometers away in the forest, another gentle breeze stirred, and a figure suddenly appeared. Feng Xingchen himself. He looked slightly disheveled, with his zipper partially undone and his hair sticking up like a hedgehog. To make matters worse, the massive inertia from the teleportation made it impossible for him to stop his momentum. He stumbled a few steps before crashing hard into a large boulder, leaving a noticeable dent in it. Fortunately, his body, as a ninth-level peak expert, was far tougher than the rock, and he remained unscathed. Letting out a long sigh, Feng Xingchen rubbed his nose and chuckled bitterly. Damn it. I didn't expect the pull from teleportation to be this strong. If I'd known, I would have worn my exoskeleton armor or combat gear. Unfortunately, unlike Xiao Hao, he didn't have access to a massive storage space, making it difficult to carry various equipment. What a failure. As he pondered his situation, his gaze suddenly landed on the pinky finger of his right hand. The Tianyu ring sat there quietly, showing no signs of activity, yet his mind was filled with excitement. The Tianyu ring was a high-level spatial artifact. More accurately, it served as a medium connecting to a special type of space. Both the mental perception space and the fixed-point teleportation space were forms of special spaces. So, could it be possible to create another type of storage space using it? This idea thrilled him. He glanced around, but couldn't find a secluded spot to focus on researching the spatial properties. He had to investigate. He recalled that the first time he activated the Tianyu ring's mental perception space, it was because his mental energy pierced through a specific rune. Today, activating the teleportation mode had similarly involved his finger touching a certain rune. This suggested that the 20 crack-like runes on the ring might each correspond to a unique spatial function when activated. His thoughts raced chaotically. He initially planned to return to the spaceship to conduct this promising research in peace. However, he suddenly realized that his mental energy was already 80 depleted and couldn't support another 700-kilometer teleportation. He was nearly driven to madness. Damn it! How could I forget to account for the return trip and only buy a one-way ticket? What kind of idiot does that? The real issue was that the excessive mental energy consumption meant it would take at least 10 hours to recover fully. Shaking his head, he instructed Yu to release mechanical mosquitoes to search for a beast den where they could rest, while he aimlessly wandered around. After walking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Beneath a giant tree, there was a cluster of snow-white fungi. Excited, he exclaimed, "Wow, so many white ram mushrooms. This is amazing. I haven't had these in ages. I really missed them." On the planet Kunton, there was an abundance of fungal plant species, but the white ram mushroom stood out as a favorite, renowned for its extraordinary flavor that almost all soldiers craved. He leapt forward, plucked the largest and whitest one, and popped it into his mouth. Closing his eyes, he savored the cool sensation that slid down his throat and settled in his stomach. A unique fragrance blossomed, clearing his mind and seemingly causing a ripple in his mental energy, accelerating his recovery. Ah, this feels incredible. Without hesitation, he pulled out a small pouch and frantically harvested the mushrooms. In no time, he had finished collecting them. As he nibbled on the delicious fungi, he headed toward the beast den Yu had just discovered. After walking a few dozen steps, he stared at the white ram mushrooms in his hand, puzzled. Muttering to himself, he said, "Strange, it really seems to speed up mental recovery. Why didn't I notice this effect before?" After some thought, he speculated that the mutation might have been triggered by the unique substances from the battle mother insect, which had unlocked this new function in the mushrooms. If that were the case, could he gather more of them for emergencies? Before he could decide, Yu suddenly popped up, urgently reporting, "Master, there's something happening 6 kilometers southeast." Without hesitation, he activated his helmet, scanned the displayed image, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Forgetting about the mushrooms, he dropped the pouch and sprinted toward the southeast. Hushasha gasped for breath as she ran, firing a shot after every few strides. In this era, women in the military were not uncommon, but female heavy snipers were a rarity. Among the 23 bases on Kunton, she was the only woman serving as a field team captain. She owed this to her retired sniper father's meticulous training, her own peak-level 7th-tier strength, and her exceptional skills as a 2A-grade heavy sniper, making her a true elite. Without these, she wouldn't have survived the harrowing and hopeless war that began 25 days ago. She fired another shot, forcing several pursuing Kaija soldiers to duck for cover. Letting out a sigh, she folded her heavy sniper rifle and secured it to her back, focusing on her escape. 12 days ago, she had stumbled upon a supply crate for snipers, which had allowed her to hold out until now. However, today, she had finally run out of bullets. If she couldn't find a way to deal with the heavy sniper chasing her, she was as good as dead, and her injured comrades would face the same fate. Her sprint through the forest was swift, her family-taught survival skills as a sniper pushed to their limits. The exoskeleton armor enhanced her movements, making her almost unstoppable. However, today was different. The Kaija forces had concentrated over 10 elite fighters specifically to hunt her down, changing the game. Boom. Massive projectiles whizzed past her, accompanied by deafening roars, blasting gaping holes the size of washbasins into the surrounding giant trees. These were 19.8mm special rounds fired from Kaija-made heavy sniper rifles, weapons with such immense recoil that only fighters of 8th tier or above could handle them. With no ammunition and being hunted by over a dozen 8th tier elites, her chances of survival were nearly zero. A creeping despair began to settle in her heart. Hushasha curled herself into a ball once again and rolled away, dodging around a massive tree. However, this time, luck was not on her side. Just as she sprang up, a bullet grazed the jumping device on her right foot. With a sharp clang, the specialized bullet's immense kinetic energy caused the device to shatter instantly. Two sturdy springs pierced into her calf, and blood quickly stained the area around her. She let out a low groan, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Her heart nearly stopped, but she stubbornly widened her eyes to glance at the four approaching Kaija warriors. Summoning her remaining strength, she crawled backward and grasped her only remaining single-soldier quark grenade, thinking grimly to herself that she would leave an eternal mark on these for-skilled enemies, even if it meant her death. Just as she gritted her teeth and prepared to pull the safety pin, thud, the helmet and head of the nearest Kaija warrior suddenly exploded, spraying her face and hair with dark brain matter mixed with a sickly green blood. She froze momentarily, unable to react before the second Kaija warrior's head also burst apart. The remaining Kaija warriors finally realized the danger and quickly curled into defensive roles, tossing out two smoke grenades as they moved. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in an impenetrable cloud of artificial fog. Feng Xingqian was furious. The Kaija warriors were truly audacious, relentlessly hunting down survivors for days. 10 skilled fighters chasing down one woman was intolerable. He had already taken out two with precise shots, but the others had found cover, temporarily denying him a clear shot. No matter if they wouldn't come out, he would go to them. Without hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit, darting past a massive tree like a flash of lightning. The dense smoke might have been a problem for most fighters, but in his transcendent state, it was utterly ineffective. As he emerged from behind the tree, a chilling sense of danger prickled at the back of his neck. Acting purely on instinct, he executed a swift aerial flip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 whistling mini-missiles zipped past beneath him, slamming into a rock dozens of meters away and unleashing a violent shockwave. However, the Kaija mini-missiles lacked the destructive power of proton missiles and were even weaker than standard soldier-grade projectiles. The shockwave shredded several large trees but dissipated harmlessly against Feng Xingqian's finely honed inner energy shield. He quickened his pace further, activating his windstride mode. Several massive trees toppled with thunderous crashes, creating an overwhelming commotion. While he could easily evade the falling debris, his injured female comrade was in no condition to escape. In his transcendent state, time seemed to slow to a crawl. In a blur of motion, he surged forward over 200 meters like a phantom, scooping up the woman just as the trees came crashing down. With a swift sidestep, he leapt out of harm's way. Boom! The collapsing trees caused chaos, forcing both Feng Xingqian and the Kaija warriors to scatter and distance themselves from one another. Damn it! Feng Xingqian cursed under his breath, gently placing the injured woman to the side. Locking onto a Kaija warrior 700 meters away with his heightened senses, he sprang to his feet and launched into a high-speed charge. At a speed of 270 kilometers per hour, he could cover the distance in just 11 seconds. The Kaija warrior, clearly unprepared for the presence of a true master, was visibly startled and retreated rapidly in a desperate attempt to escape. Feng Xingqian was locked on cold. He escape? Die! He roared, as his heavy sniper rifle fired 2 bullets in an instant. Bang! Bang! The 21mm projectiles, strictly speaking, were no longer bullets but small-caliber artillery shells. 3 centuries ago, this caliber was more commonly seen in aircraft autocannons and the Closian weapon systems of literal combat ships. Traveling at 6 times the speed of sound, the bullets tore through the air, slipping with precision through the gaps in the exoskeletal armor of the Kaija beings, blasting their slender frames into fragments. 2 shots, 2 kills. Yet Feng Xingqian felt no joy. Instead, he calmly expanded the range of his mental perception to its maximum limit of 1,000 meters. 13 Kaija fighters remained, each one an expert combatant. He could already imagine that at least 5 portable kinetic cannons were locked onto him. There was no room for carelessness. Attaching the heavy sniper rifle to his back, he moved like the most agile monkey on Earth. His evasion maneuvers were executed with such fluid precision that his movements became completely unpredictable. His instincts, always razor-sharp, guided him through a series of evasive actions. Kinetic rounds followed closely behind, detonating with thunderous force and leaving massive, yawning craters in the ground. Feng Xingqian couldn't help but chuckle. Recently, in the sensory training space, Tianyu Ring had designed kinetic rounds with a speed of Mach 30 times the speed of sound, or 9,000 meters per second. They were fired at an almost unimaginable rate of 1 per second. Yet, relying on his superior reflexes and flawless evasion techniques, he had managed to survive over an hour without being hit. This feat nearly drove Tianyu Ring to despair. To be fair, dodging a 50mm projectile only required shifting a few dozen centimeters. However, detecting the projectile, calculating its trajectory, and deciding on an evasive maneuver. All of this took time, and it was far from something anyone could manage. If Feng Xingqian were a level 13 martial arts master, this accomplishment might not be surprising. But he was only level 9. Dodging Mach 30 rounds was a testament to his skill, making the Mach 18 projectiles currently being fired at him seem almost trivial. He even had the composure to draw his heavy sniper rifle mid-roll and unleash a barrage of massive rounds. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions shook the ground, leaving Hu Shasha stunned. Through the captured Kaija 3D radar system, she could clearly see the lone figure weaving through a dazzling array of evasive movements, raising his weapon with precision. With each pull of the trigger, another Kaija fighter was reduced to fragments. The Kaija finally began to falter. A sharp, piercing whistle signaled their retreat as the remaining 8 fighters abandoned their plan and fled desperately into the forest. Feng Xingqian's killing intent was palpable. A quick glance at his helmet's radar screen showed 4 Kaija moving to his left. Increasing his speed, he pursued them. Thanks to their exoskeletal armor, each Kaija could reach speeds nearing 240 kilometers per hour. However, maintaining such velocity required them to burn through their internal energy reserves rapidly. At this point, the battle became a contest of endurance. Unfortunately for them, the man chasing them was a terrifyingly skilled sniper. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot forced the Kaija into defensive maneuvers, suppressing them to the brink of despair. Feng Xingqian, in good spirits, casually swapped out his magazine and reattached the sniper rifle to his back. He was confident that within a few hundred meters, he'd find the perfect opportunity to fire again. At the very least, he could take down 2 more Kaija before this was over. Closer, closer still. Feng Xingqian was just about to lower his heavy sniper rifle when a sudden chill crept up his spine, making him shudder involuntarily. The genetic enhancements from the battle mother bug had gifted him with a sharper sixth sense than ordinary insects. There was an ambush. He quickly assessed the situation, rolled to the side, twisted his body 180 degrees, and leapt toward the densest part of the forest in an attempt to escape. But with a resounding boom, the solid ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. Almost simultaneously, a towering figure sprang out like a nimble monkey, blocking his path. Feng Xingqian focused his gaze on the figure, and the strange pattern on its chest made him gasp in shock as he exclaimed, "Ghost Wolf." Ghost Wolf, the most elite special operations squad of the Kaija people. Each member was at least a level 9 warrior, and there had even been level 11 powerhouses among them. Without hesitation, the figure raised its left hand, and a massive black battle blade materialized, slicing down toward Feng Xingqian's head with deadly precision. Feng Xingqian, who had honed an unshakable composure through rigorous training in the Tianyu Ring, showed no fear. He swiftly twisted his body to evade the strike and counterattacked with a powerful kick. The clash of metal rang out with a sharp clang, sending a thick cloud of red dust into the air and momentarily stunning the Ghost Wolf elite. How could a mere level 9 combatant withstand a direct clash with a peak level 10 warrior? This was beyond his understanding. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was his opponent not a level 9, but a level 10 master? What the Ghost Wolf elite didn't know was that Feng Xingqian's exoskeletal armor had been reforged by Xiaohao using level 4 civilization alloys mixed with traces of level 7 mechanical beast metals. Its defensive capabilities were on par with custom armor from a level 5 civilization. This formidable reinforcement leveled the playing field, allowing Feng Xingqian, with his peak level 9 inner strength, to engage in direct combat. However, the immense recoil from the clash left his legs numb, forcing him to retreat rapidly by several steps. The Kaija warrior, of course, wouldn't allow him any time to recover. His figure blurred into an afterimage as he lunged forward again. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening explosions echoed like summer thunder rolling across the low skies, shrouding the battlefield in a thick haze of dust. Yet, through his transcendent perception, Feng Xingqian could clearly see every movement of his opponent as though nothing was obscured. The Ghost Wolf elite, like a demonic figure from the depths of hell, wielded his massive battle blade with precision. The blade's arc sliced through the air, its gleaming edge relentlessly pursuing the comparatively smaller Feng Xingqian. Feng Xingqian pushed his transcendent perception and windwalking abilities to their limits, staying locked onto Ghost Wolf while dodging with precision. His 1,000 hours of sensory training in the Tianyu Ring, coupled with the ring's electric shock drills, had rapidly enhanced his mental strength, now reaching the advanced stage of level 8. Unfortunately, his most potent weapon, his mental force, was significantly diminished against such a physically dominant opponent. Twice, he had tried embedding his mental force into the enemy's brain to trigger an explosion, but it elicited no reaction. He finally realized that his opponent was undoubtedly a master beyond level 10. Indeed, against a level 10 warrior, even advanced level 8 mental strength proved futile. Clenching his teeth tightly, his mind raced as he weighed the strength of both sides. He understood that his only option was to retreat with all his might. He had to pull back only by creating distance could he effectively leverage his absolute agility in wind walk mode. and the specialized heavy sniper rounds provided by Xiao Hao to pose a real threat. Compared to a level 10 powerhouse, his sole advantage lay in his flexibility and high-grade ammunition. However, his plan was far from smooth. The person before him was no fool. They consistently engaged him in close combat, their specialty, keeping him tightly entangled and leaving him no chance to even draw his heavy sniper rifle. Not just the sniper rifle, even his ion resonance blade, capable of 30 billion oscillations, remained out of reach. At this moment, the Ghost Wolf elite was utterly astonished. The Kaija people, with their naturally powerful leg muscles, were inherently faster than humans. Once they reached level 10, their combat prowess was formidable enough to rival even high-tier level 10 or level 11 human fighters without losing ground. Yet, despite unleashing his full strength and even displaying the peak-level inner force field of a level 10 warrior, he had already struck 200 times without managing to harm the seemingly level 9 youngster before him. The Kaija exhibited no signs of an inner force field, confirming that he had definitely not reached level 10. Yet, this small opponent had forced him to go all out, and still, he couldn't take him down. It made him start doubting his own strength. In truth, Feng Xingchen was already at his limit. The inner force field of a level 10 fighter had him completely restrained, as if he were trapped waist-deep in quicksand, unable to break free. If not for the practical combat techniques he had learned in the mind perception space, along with the transcendent level slow motion effect, he would have been finished long ago. The inner force field, refined to an extreme degree by level 10 and above masters, exerted a crushing level suppression. His own inner energy shield couldn't even be deployed, and the outcome of the fight seemed inevitable. Feng Xingchen couldn't begin to describe the destructive impact of this overwhelming power on him. Were it not for his transcendent abilities, wind walk, and the centuries of combat strategies developed by a level 9 civilization, he wouldn't have been able to dodge even 10 strikes. Clearly, the Kaija had the absolute upper hand. Feng Xingchen knew he could hold on for only a few more seconds at most, barring any unexpected developments. He felt a deep unwillingness in his heart. Over the past 2 weeks, he had suddenly gained a unique physique that surpassed everyone else's and acquired the mysterious heavenly jade ring, which gave him the potential for rapid advancement to mastery. If he were to die at the hands of a Kaija he had never even seen before, his soul's resentment would be enough to tear a massive hole through the underworld itself. In the next moment, perhaps driven by the intensifying threat of death, an overwhelming surge of resentment surfaced, triggering waves of killing intent from deep within. This killing intent fused strangely with the resentment, forming an energy filled with violent intensity. Perhaps guided by this peculiar force, Feng Xingchen's inner energy, at the peak of level 9, suddenly surged wildly. Yet, in that very instant, his mind became unnaturally calm. He could feel the astonishing energy coalescing in a unique manner around his body, forming a vortex over 10 meters in diameter. His brow twitched as he realized that the Kaija's inner force field was starting to lose its grip on him. Feng Xingchen's heart jolted violently as the concept of an inner force field flashed through his mind, like a doorway to natural fusion suddenly opening before him. At that moment, his force field surged outward like a spring, spreading rapidly. While it managed to resist some of the pressure from the Kaija elite, it was still insufficient to break through the peak-level 10th-tier force field. However, he wasn't relying solely on his force field, also had his formidable mental power. A peculiar idea suddenly rose in his mind. Why not pierce his mental power into the opponent's inner force field, leverage its explosive properties, and combine it with his own force field to shatter the opponent's defenses? As this thought took shape, Feng Xingchen instantly retracted his external mental power and directed it toward the opponent's inner force field. In a flash, his mental power stabbed into it like a sharp blade. A crackling sound erupted, but Feng Xingchen had no time to dwell on it. He let out a thunderous roar. Explode. With a deafening boom, an immense force was unleashed, shaking the surroundings. The Kaija elite's face twisted in shock as he realized that his peak-level 10th-tier force field had been torn open with a massive rupture. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Feng Xingchen's force field surged forward like a sharp blade, rushing into the gap. Almost simultaneously, he raised his hand lightly, activating a burst of light from the energy gauntlet cannon meticulously crafted by Xiao Hao. Boom. The violent explosion forced the Kaija expert to stagger back a few steps. Feng Xingchen marveled at the power of the gauntlet cannon, swiftly pivoting his body. With a flick of his wrist, a blade vibrating at 30 billion oscillations per second materialized. He thrust it forward, feeling the culmination of thousands of hours of relentless training manifest in this strike. This strike was not only blindingly fast, but also carried an indomitable momentum, a resolve that refused to yield until its goal was achieved. As this aura surged, Feng Xingchen felt a fleeting illusion that nothing in the universe could stand in his way. Yet, it was only an illusion. Screech. Time seemed to freeze as a dark streak of light tore through the air, its sharp whistle piercing the Kaija elite's ears. He stared in stunned disbelief as the seemingly ordinary blade struck the connection between the exoskeletal armor and his helmet, carving a deep, ominous gash. Crackle. The virtual display on the Kaija Elite's helmet flickered erratically, accompanied by the static hum of disrupted circuits. He stood momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with incredulity. It was unthinkable, yet it was real. At the base of his neck armor, the exposed gash revealed several hidden energy conduits, as though silently recounting the perilous moment. He could vividly imagine that, without the protection of his inner force field, that strike would have severed a significant portion of his neck. Reacting instantly, he swung his massive battle blade in a horizontal arc, while the steel plating on his wrist slid open to reveal two concealed micro-missiles that launched without hesitation. Feng Xingqian instinctively rolled backward, narrowly dodging the direct impact of the missile. He quickly flipped to the side, trying to avoid the shockwave that followed. Boom, boom. Two powerful blasts erupted behind him. Taking advantage of the shockwave's force, Kaija, one of the elite fighters, instantly accelerated to his maximum speed and retreated to a distance of 300 meters. He turned back to glance at the ruined battlefield, his heart filled with frustration. Letting out an angry roar, he spun around and disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of red dust as he fled the battlefield. Feng Xingqian awkwardly stood up from behind a massive boulder, watching Kaijia's figure retreat rapidly into the distance. He was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a formidable elite from the Ghost Wolf squad to retreat voluntarily. When he considered using his heavy sniper rifle, Kaijia's strange silhouette had already accelerated to its limit, vanishing into the dense forest. Surveying the area as if in a dream, Feng confirmed that the enemy had fled. Scratching his cheek, he muttered, "Strange, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Why would he run?" Kaijia's decision to retreat was clear. Feng Xingqian's ability to detonate the force field without any resistance puzzled him. He couldn't comprehend the source of such power. Moreover, the energy-powered gauntlet cannon's destructive capability far surpassed Cass Blue's comparable models. Faced with these harsh realities, Kaija wasn't foolish retreated decisively to distance himself from the battlefield and take time to assess the situation. Feng Xingqian took a few deep breaths, then glanced at the radar screen to confirm that all of Kaijia's men had moved out of range. He exhaled deeply, put away his vibration blade, and began walking in the direction of the woman. Today's events felt surreal, as if he had grasped a strange killing aura amidst the danger, forming his unique force field. This breakthrough signified that he had overcome a significant bottleneck and stepped into the ranks of the strong. At this moment, he no longer felt inferior to Xuemiao. But it wasn't just Feng Xingqian who felt like he was in a dream. Hu Shasha found the turn of events equally unbelievable. Just when she thought her life was about to end, the situation had reversed dramatically. Shaking her head vigorously, she finally saw the figure of her savior walking toward her. Tilting her head slightly, she retracted her helmet, revealing a sincere smile. She introduced herself. "Hello. Thank you for saving me. Hu Shasha, ranked at the peak of level 7 in physical combat, a Class 2A heavy sniper, and Sergeant Leader of Squad L077 in the K-08 Ground Operations Unit. May I ask?" Feng Xingqian smiled and replied. "Hello, I'm Feng Xingqian, formerly of the K-21 Ground Operations Unit. After K-21 was completely destroyed, I found a new base. Currently, I'm a member of the Skull Base Special Operations Team." "Skull Base?" Hushasha asked. "Yes, they'll take you there," Feng Xingqian said with a smile, then added with concern, "Let me check your injuries." He crouched down, using a miniature scanner to examine Hushasha's ankle. Smiling, he said, "It's not too bad. The spring shard didn't penetrate deeply enough to damage the bone. With external wound gel, you won't even have a scar." As he spoke, he forcefully removed the two spring shards and applied the external wound gel. The wound began to heal visibly, though the injury was deep, and it would take at least 2 hours to recover fully. "They'll carry you," Feng Xingqian said decisively, unwilling to wait 2 hours. Without hesitation, he lifted Hushasha and strode out of the forest. "We can't leave like this. There are over 30 survivors left in the forest," Hushasha said urgently. "Most of them are injured. We don't have enough medicine, the power in our individual combat armor is depleted, and there's no energy supply. Food is scarce, and several critically injured individuals are on the brink of death." Feng Xingqian clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, "What? There are survivors? Great, great. We'll take as many of these armor pieces and weapons as we can. This will be a good supply run. Afterward, I'll head back to the skeleton base as soon as possible and request a transport aircraft to evacuate the wounded. Thank you. You can put me down now." Hushasha smiled faintly and replied, "These minor injuries are nothing to me." She casually pointed at several damaged exoskeleton armor pieces and added, "Just dismantle the jumping mechanisms and attach them to my armor. It won't affect my mobility." Feng Xingqian gently set Hushasha down and began clearing the battlefield. As he worked, he asked, "Have you noticed any activity from the biobeasts recently?" "Yes." Hushasha's voice carried a hint of unease. 5 days ago, on the other side of the forest, I encountered an incredibly powerful tiger-like beast. If it hadn't been for another evolved beast suddenly appearing and distracting it, I wouldn't have been able to escape. She shuddered at the memory before adding, "Oh, I still have the footage from that encounter." Saying this, she transferred a short 20-second video to Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen glanced at the footage, and his heartbeat quickened. The strange patterns on the tiger-like bio-beast indicated it had reached a higher level of evolution. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he masked his excitement and asked casually, "That really is an impressive evolved beast. Do you remember the approximate location where it appeared? What? Are you planning to hunt it?" Hushasha was taken aback. "There's no way I'd leave you all behind now. This matter can only be considered after ensuring everyone's safety." "That's more like it." Hushasha smiled playfully and marked a region on the map with her finger. "It was in this area." For a moment, Feng Xingchen seemed distracted. He realized how stunning Hushasha Washer figure was even more striking than the beauty from the logistics department. It was rare for someone of East Asian descent to have such a physique. Sensing Feng Xingchen's heated gaze, Hushasha didn't shy away. Instead, she deliberately straightened her posture, accentuating her curves, and glanced at him with a sly smile. Embarrassed, Feng Xingchen quickly averted his eyes and, in an attempt to cover up, tossed a bottle of water to her. "You must be thirsty." Hushasha chuckled softly, placing the bottle into her storage compartment. She continued, "We were lucky to find a crevice with liquid water and some edible fungi and moss. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such good condition." "Really? Finding liquid water is indeed lucky." Feng Xingchen nodded in approval. "All right, I'm all set. Let's move." The two of them gathered their supplies and quickly departed. Hushasha, clearly a cautious person, circled the area twice to ensure they weren't being followed before picking up the pace. An hour later, they arrived at a massive tree and descended into a deep crevice below it. Not long after entering, Feng Xingchen suddenly frowned. He removed his helmet briefly, sniffed the air, and then snapped it back on in an instant. Dropping everything he was carrying, he grabbed Hushasha and retreated rapidly. Startled, Hushasha barely had time to ask what was happening before she saw nearly a dozen terrifying creatures, each about a meter long, emerge from the depths of the crevice. Her voice trembled with fear as she exclaimed, "Kuin, or rats." Kuin, or rats, native to the planet Kuntan, were known for their habit of devouring kuin, or making them particularly dangerous. This mole-like creature is quite sizable, with strength equivalent to a human at level 3 in physical combat. However, kunquang rats are social animals that live in large groups, often numbering in the tens of thousands. Even a battalion of 100 soldiers would struggle against them. Fortunately, these creatures rarely venture to the surface unless their population grows too large, forcing them to split into smaller groups. Hushasha screamed, dropping what she was holding and quickly grabbing the energy gun hanging from her chest. She pulled the trigger, and with a rapid burst of light, 6 or 7 kunquang rats nearby fell instantly. However, from the depths of the cave, hundreds more began to pour out, their blood-red eyes gleaming as they charged with lightning speed. On the verge of panic, Hushasha held down the trigger, unleashing deadly beams of energy into the swarm. But the sheer number of rats was overwhelming. Kill 5, and 10 more would emerge. Even with an energy gun and 3 high-speed rotary laser cannons, it was impossible to hold them back. "Fall back," Feng Xingchen commanded calmly, stepping in front of Hushasha. He raised his left hand, and the muzzle of his energy gauntlet emerged. With a soft puff, a burst of energy was released. Boom. The resulting explosion sent a shockwave strong enough to push back even a level 10 peak physical fighter. The weak kunquang rats had no chance. They were torn apart, their blood and flesh scattering as the path ahead suddenly cleared. Feng Xingchen had no intention of fighting the massive swarm heat-in. Ignoring Hushasha's resistance, he scooped her up and darted out of the crevice, swiftly climbing a giant tree. He stopped at a branch 30 meters above the ground. "No, there are still over 30 people down there." Hushasha screamed hysterically. Feng Xingchen sighed helplessly. "Calm down. We all know that wherever kunquang rats pass, no carbon-based life survives. How could the injured possibly fend off such an onslaught?" Below them, the swarm of kunquang rats had reached the cave entrance, signaling the grim fate of those still inside. They had already been devoured, leaving no trace behind. Charging back in would be futile, only leading to their own demise. Realizing this, Hushasha turned and clung to Feng Xingchen, sobbing uncontrollably. Feng Xingchen felt a pang of sorrow but gently patted her shoulder, his gaze fixed on the ground below. His sharp eyes caught the movement of the kunquang rats, swarming out in a dense mass, seemingly indifferent to the death of over 100 of their kind moments ago. They all scurried rapidly in one direction, an unusual behavior for their species. Over the span of an hour and a half, at least 12,000 kunquang rats emerged from the crevice and disappeared into the distance. Feng Xingchen frowned, glancing toward the direction they had gone. He considered following them but hesitated, as the woman in his arms had cried herself to sleep. With a shake of his head, he set his heavy sniper rifle on the branch, making space to gently carry Hushasha on his back. Then, he descended the tree, deep in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Xingchen activated his energy gauntlet and picked up Hushasha's energy gun. Carefully, he ventured back into the crevice. Moving cautiously for over 600 meters, he reached a relatively spacious area and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. With the helmet's powerful night vision, he could see everything before him clearly. Dozens of bloodstains were scattered across the rocky surface, surrounded by remnants of individual combat armor and various firearms. He understood in his heart that more than 30 comrades had already fallen. Turning his head slightly, he glanced at the woman still asleep on his back and couldn't help but wonder. When she wakes up, will she be overwhelmed by grief and fall into despair? He sighed helplessly, shaking his head to push away his worries, quickly exited the crevice, grabbed his heavy sniper rifle, and accelerated in the direction he had come from. In truth, the peculiar behavior of the Kuin, or rats, was both intriguing and concerning, but he didn't want Hushasha to keep running around. This woman had saved over 30 people in the forest and, single-handedly, protected their lives during more than 20 days of relentless attacks by the Kaija people. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of conviction had driven her to achieve all of this. She deserved a proper rest. Hushasha was indeed utterly exhausted. With a strong shoulder to lean on, she finally relaxed completely, falling into a deep sleep. Even the jolts from high-speed movement didn't cause her to stir. After running for over 3 hours, Feng Xingchen was gasping for breath, utterly spent. Yet, because he was carrying a heavy woman on his back, he couldn't pick up his pace. There were still more than 400 kilometers to the spaceship. At that moment, he noticed Hushasha's body trembling slightly. He touched her small hand, only to find it icy cold, which sent a pang of worry through him. This was clearly a sign of illness. How could someone as skilled as her, at the peak of level 7 internal energy, fall ill? If it wasn't the invasion of a heart demon, then she had likely pushed far beyond her limits. His heart ached, and he wished he could comfort this seemingly strong, yet fragile woman. With no other choice, he scanned his surroundings and chose a nearby high ground. He instructed Yu to release mechanical mosquitoes to search for a place to rest. He had to stop moving. Traveling at night in sub-zero temperatures with a sick woman wasn't saving her. It was killing her. 7 mechanical mosquitoes began their search simultaneously, working with remarkable efficiency. Before long, they located a deep cave suitable for sheltering from the cold. On Kuntan Star, due to uneven mineral distribution in the soil and strong winds, such caves were scattered across the surface. Finding one over 50 meters deep to shield against extreme temperatures wasn't difficult. Feng Xingchen quickly entered the cave and carefully settled Hushasha. For now, all he could do was wait quietly for her to wake up on her own. Modern soldiers, with their internal energy, rarely fell ill. Injuries like fractures or external wounds were far more common. As such, apart from a few essential medicines for injuries, no one carried antibiotics or cold medicine. In situations like this, they had to rely entirely on their physical resilience. After waiting for a while, he checked on Hushasha and noticed her body temperature seemed to be dropping slightly, which eased his worry a little. He closed his eyes, intending to enter the mental perception space to study. However, as the thought of the space crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled an earlier hypothesis. Licking his lips, he silently gestured to Yu to monitor the cave's entrance. Raising his hand, he activated his mental power, and the Tianyu ring emerged from his fingertip. After over 9 hours of rest, his mental energy had fully recovered. He casually released a wisp of it, letting it circle the ring twice before selecting a spot. Then, he concentrated his mental energy into a piercing form and slowly directed it forward. This time, luck wasn't as good as he had hoped. When his mental energy made contact with the runes, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't activate the kind of information infusion that felt like a sudden flood. Shaking his head in frustration, he resigned himself to testing the runes one by one. The Tianyu ring had 20 runes in total, 2 of which were used to activate the sensory space and teleportation ability. The functions of the remaining runes were unknown. After a series of tests, he tried most of the runes, but failed to activate any new abilities. When he reached the last rune, he had nearly lost all confidence, and casually sent his mental energy to probe it. Pop! It felt like piercing through a thin membrane, and his mental energy easily penetrated it. The familiar sensation of a forceful infusion of information, something he both loved and hated, hit him again. However, this time, he was prepared. Although his head throbbed with unbearable pain, he gritted his teeth and endured it in silence. Yet, the ragged breaths escaping his throat sounded like the low growls of a wounded beast, making it clear this was no ordinary pain. The excruciating pain lasted only 3 seconds before subsiding. He took 2 deep breaths and eagerly began to review the newly received information. The message was still quite simply, so simple that he wondered if anything more complex would have caused his brain to explode. This time, the information consisted of only a few sentences: storage subspace for items. High-level technological artifact. Contains 2 million cubic meters of space. Cannot store living beings. Activated using mental energy, with transportation facilitated by creating a mental energy channel. Holy crap. Feng Xingchen was stunned. What did this even mean? The volume of a single Reaver unit was at most 140 cubic meters, which meant that with proper organization, this space could store tens of thousands of Reavers or about 14 or 15 Black Gold-class starships. Tens of thousands of mechs could form at least 15 elite mech battalions. If humanity on Confronting Star had such a powerful army, launching a counterattack on the Kaija camps would no longer be a pipe dream. After a brief moment of shock, he couldn't wait to let his mental energy seep into the subspace, filled with anticipation for its immense capacity. If Xiaohao's mother had stored a vast amount of items in there, wouldn't they be unimaginably wealthy? However, as his mental energy penetrated the space, he was dumbfounded. The enormous subspace was spotless. There wasn't even a speck of dust or a single piece of mineral residue. A wave of disappointment surged in his heart. He had assumed the Tianyu ring, being so extraordinary, would surely have been used by Xiaohao's mother to store hundreds of 7th-level civilization mechs or several 7th-level civilization warships, befitting her status as a top-tier Lingpeng clan expert. How could such an invaluable treasure with such a massive capacity be so utterly empty? It was as if the world's most obsessive clean freak had washed it hundreds of times with running water and even detergent. Could it be that Xiaohao was right? That genderless freak really couldn't bind with the Tianyu ring? Licking his lips, a strange idea suddenly popped into his mind. What if he used the Tianyu ring's ability to teleport next to a Black Gold-class starship, stash the ship into the subspace, and then quietly return? On one hand, it would make Castellan's fourth young master disappear without a trace, and on the other, it would provide him with a potential escape route. Deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that Confronting Star's future was uncertain. If the fourth young master died here, even without leaving any evidence, it might still prompt further investigation by the Castellan people. If it also attracted the attention of the Staya Republic, a conflict between two established Tier 3 civilizations could erupt. In that case, both Earth's forces and the Kaija military would have no choice but to retreat. Wouldn't that mean he and Xue Miao would soon become strangers? Feng Xingchen dared not delay any longer. He quickly stepped out of the cave, released the mutated queen insect, and commanded, "Guard this place carefully and protect everyone inside. If you encounter any creatures other than Earthlings, show no mercy." The mutated queen insect, whose intelligence now surpassed that of a 5-year-old child, had undergone initial taming over the past few days and began to comprehend Feng Xingchen's orders. Tilting its head and scanning its surroundings, it flapped its wings a few times in response, sending a mental, understood message before slipping into the cave entrance. Feng Xingchen shook his head silently, thinking that if Meng Meng could fully obey his control, it would be an enormous asset. However, its bloodthirsty and violent nature made its future uncertain, and he dared not use it lightly. With a sigh, he focused his mental power intensely. The white luminous area of the teleportation rune expanded continuously. Cross-referencing the map, he quickly locked onto the black gold level coordinates. Whoosh! A light breeze swept by as his figure materialized near the black gold level coordinates. This time, he was prepared and managed to steady himself after just a slight stumble. Without wasting any time, he unleashed his transcendent aura, spreading it across a 1-kilometer radius. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Opposite the black gold level coordinates, a Kaija individual was meticulously surveying the area. Although the black gold level ship was equipped with a 4th level civilization's cloaking system, making it invisible from a distance, the immature nature of such technology meant the ship still emitted significant gravitational waves. If detected by advanced radar, it would inevitably be exposed. This individual was clearly a skilled expert, wielding a sophisticated radar device. After detecting the abnormal gravitational waves, he approached the area and touched the cold hull of the ship with his hands, puzzled. At that moment, Feng Xingchen suddenly appeared before him, startling him. Upon realizing that Feng Xingchen was not an extraordinary expert, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Feng Xingchen felt frustrated. Judging from the aura of killing intent and the icy demeanor emanating from this person, he discerned that the Kaija individual was highly skilled, likely even more formidable than the peak-level elite ghost wolves he had encountered before. Could this be an 11th-level powerhouse? If that were the case, only a fool would engage Hedon. With this thought in mind, he turned without hesitation and sprinted away at full speed. The Kaija individual was enraged. With a loud stomp, he exploded forward at a speed of 160 meters per second, pursuing viciously. Feng Xingchen let out a wail. Despite having advanced to level 10 and significantly increasing his speed, even with the assistance of his windwalk state and exoskeleton, he could only manage around 130 meters per second at most. The problem was, he had only just advanced and had no time to refine his mastery of internal energy fields. In other words, while he might appear to be at level 10, he was only marginally stronger than level 9. Facing such a formidable opponent, danger loomed. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed his immense mental power, enveloping a 300-meter radius and locking onto the Kaija individual's energy. Meanwhile, the Kaija individual, feeling confident, maintained his 160 meter per second speed. He thought to himself that it would only take a few seconds to catch up to Feng Xingchen. With the astonishing attack power of an 11th level martial arts master, breaking through any defense would be child's play. His judgment wasn't wrong. Within just over 10 seconds, he had closed the distance to 30 meters. Suddenly, he roared, "Lie down." The tall figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside Feng Xingchen, swinging a strangely shaped battle blade aimed directly at him. This blade, vibrating at 4 billion cycles, was so powerful that even Earth-manufactured exoskeletons couldn't withstand it, and even Kazlan's armor plates would struggle to hold up. He was certain his opponent was doomed. At that moment, a cruel smirk crept onto his lips. Whoosh! The blade edge even grazed the dark exoskeleton plates of the Earthling. However, the blade passed straight through Feng Xingchen's body. It was just a phantom. Startled, he quickly retracted the weapon and instantly unleashed an 11th tier force field in an attempt to locate Feng Xingchen's real position. Behind him. Such speed. Could it be Windstep? This opponent was clearly an experienced combatant. The sharp sensitivity of his force field alerted him to the imminent danger behind him. Surprised but not panicked, he compressed the force field behind him with all his might, creating a restrictive zone of energy. He intended to withstand the attack heat-in and counterstrike. Sizzle. Within the force field, a sharp force suddenly tore through, striking his exoskeleton armor. His brows furrowed as a deep sense of danger surged within him. In that instant, an almost forgotten exhilaration erupted from his core. He spun, kicked off with explosive power, and swung his blade in one seamless motion. The sheer force of his attack was like a rapidly spinning drill, hurtling toward the source of the threat. Under such circumstances, the precision of his evasion and counterattack skills was astounding, marking him as one of the truly elite. What incredible reflexes! Feng Xingchen silently marveled. Every movement of the Kaija warrior was perfectly clear under the heightened perception of Feng Xingchen's transcendent state. Yet, he realized with some frustration that his own movements couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. Reluctantly, Feng Xingchen abandoned his surprise attack. He shifted his footing, retreating like a leaf drifting on the wind. Think you can escape? The Kaija warrior, frustrated by missing twice in a row, grew increasingly enraged. He unleashed his full speed and force field, pursuing Feng Xingchen relentlessly. The strange battle blade spun like a windmill, delivering a torrent of ceaseless, ferocious attacks. Faced with the unrelenting onslaught, Feng Xingchen finally grasped the sheer power of an 11th tier warrior. Indeed, at this level, his windstep technique was rendered nearly ineffective. His defenses were as fragile as eggshells against their strength, and in the more refined force field of an 11th tier opponent, his attacks felt like a child's toy stick. The only option left to him was to rely on his transcendent perception to slow the opponent's assault and evade preemptively. But could he keep dodging forever? No. The restrictive force of the 11th tier internal energy field was suffocating. Even if he gave it his all to evade, exhaustion would inevitably catch up, leading to defeat without a fight. Counterattack. He needed to counterattack. Feng Xingchen repeated this to himself, but he couldn't even find an opportunity to create some distance. This frustrated him. Without distance, he couldn't use his mental energy to create an explosive effect within the opponent's force field. The extreme speed of their movements meant that pinpointing the weak spot in the opponent's force field for a piercing explosion required to me a luxury he didn't have. To make matters worse, his 8th tier high-level mental energy wasn't even enough to shake a 10th tier peak Ghost Wolf warrior, let alone this 11th tier powerhouse. It was practically useless. Instead, he decided to focus entirely on his transcendent state, searching for any opening in the opponent's defenses. While Feng Xingchen was frustrated, the Kaija warrior was equally so. Feng Xingchen faced the immense pressure of an 11th level force field, his mind full of doubt. Why couldn't he completely suppress the unstable 10th level force field? Having only advanced a few hours ago, he hadn't had time to study force fields. The fact that he had held out this long was entirely thanks to the combat experience of a 9th level civilization, his transcendent state, and his windwalking ability. Particularly, the 5th level civilization exoskeletal armor plates created by Xiao Hao almost made up for the gap between him and his opponent. The Kaija man, completely unaware of this, was consumed by a growing sense of imbalance. His killing intent intensified, and he wished nothing more than to crush the earthling before him into a bloody pulp. His 11th level early stage power had been fully unleashed, and the strange warblade in his hand created a storm of energy, sending shockwaves that made the surrounding giant trees tremble violently. Even 3 to 4 kilometers away, the thunderous vibrations could be felt like distant rumbles of a storm. At this moment, Feng Xingchen was like a leaf caught in a raging wind, his biomimetic military uniform shredded to tatters by the relentless surges of force field energy. Although he had yet to take a direct hit, the blade-sharp energy had already left bloody gashes across his body. He thought to himself, damn it, so this is what an 11th level powerhouse is like. Under this onslaught, he had no time for calculations. Relying purely on instinct, he used the combat techniques of a 9th level civilization to evade the deadly attacks. As his long blade clashed with the Kaija man's war blade once again, the latter suddenly sensed something amiss. He leapt back several steps, lowering his gaze to inspect his weapon, only to find a 2 centimeter deep notch on the blade. This was a 4th level civilization's vibration blade. Could it be that the Earthling's long blade was from a 5th level civilization? Greed flickered in the Kaija man's eyes as he fixated on the elegant weapon in Feng Xingqian's hand. During this time, Feng Xingqian refrained from attacking. Instead, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his inner turmoil. In truth, he wasn't overly concerned about his safety. After all, the importance of the windwalking ability and his transcendent state couldn't be overlooked. While the recent exchanges had seemed perilous, they hadn't reached a point where he couldn't disengage from the battlefield. In other words, if he wanted to retreat, he was confident he could do so successfully. What's more, if he truly intended to kill his opponent, his energy gauntlet cannon paired with 2 heavy sniper rounds would suffice. However, under these circumstances, he wasn't in a rush to use his trump cards. Instead, he sought to take advantage of the Kaija man's newly formed 11th level force field to suppress his own force field, hoping to refine it and develop his unique style sooner. With his formidable mental strength, Feng Xingqian noticed that the Kaija man's force field was also unstable. Clearly, the Kaija man had only recently ascended to the 11th level and had yet to fully master the mutations of his force field. If that was the case, taking the risk was worth it. Feng Xingqian began to gradually release his own force field, letting it swirl around him. Taking a deep breath, he quietly concealed the strange aura he had recently comprehended within the force field. At that moment, the Kaija man launched another attack. However, this time, the Kaija warrior had sworn to eliminate his opponent at the fastest speed possible and seized the 5th level civilization's long blade. As soon as the battle began, he unleashed his superior force field to its fullest extent, instantly enveloping Feng Xingqian and his 10th level force field. Feng Xingqian let out a muffled groan, clearly feeling immense pressure crashing down on him through the force field. Yet, this pressure was not enough to strip him of his ability to fight back. With a swift motion of his single hand, his sharp blade sliced through the air, aiming fiercely at a corner of the opponent's force field. However, the strike proved futile, only sending a powerful rebound force surging back at him. Die! The Kaija warrior bellowed, completely dismissing the odd shape of his own weapon. In his mind, once he defeated this earthling, the higher-tech blade would be his prize. Why bother with the current piece of junk? He struck blow after blow, each one penetrating deeper into the opponent's force field, forcing the space in front of Feng Xingqian to shrink further. The Kaija warrior was utterly confident that, within 10 moves at most, this earthling would fall to his blade. At this moment, despite the mounting pressure, Feng Xingqian's state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. This serene mindset allowed him to push his transcendent abilities and agility to their limits. Even under the ferocity of his opponent's attacks, he managed to evade deftly before the deadly blade could reach him. Gradually, a strange sensation began to rise within him. The oppressive force of the Kaija warrior's 11th level force field seemed to be diminishing. Indeed, during the initial exchanges, he had to rely on the support of his 5th level exoskeleton armor just to barely withstand the attacks. The 5th level civilization's exoskeleton was so advanced that it could endure the impact of dozens of tons of alloy dropped from a 20-story building or withstand a full-strength strike from a 12th level master while remaining intact. This was the added benefit of advanced technology. The gap it created was undeniable. However, while the armor protected his body from the crushing pressure, it couldn't enable him to counterattack. Under such overwhelming force, even raising his arms to swing his blade was a monumental effort. But now, he found he could lift his arms and even occasionally use his blade to block the opponent's strikes. As this continued for over a dozen exchanges, Feng Xingqian realized that his movements with the blade were becoming lighter, smoother, and more fluid. Each seemingly effortless swing began to deflect the deadly attacks. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he focused part of his awareness on sensing the changes within the force field. He was certain that the reduction in pressure wasn't due to his opponent weakening, but rather because his own force field was beginning to take shape under the relentless assault. What is this feeling? A sudden gleam appeared in Feng Xingqian's eyes. At this moment, he realized that his force field, under the Kaija warrior's frenzied attacks, was accumulating a certain power. This power was solidifying his previously unstable force field. Could it be? He suddenly recalled his battle with the Ghost Wolf Elite, where he had fused resentment and killing intent to comprehend a higher-level unique aura, ultimately forming his force field. At the time, he hadn't fully understood the nature of that power, but now, he could confidently tell it was the power of slaughter. Feng Xingqian found himself in a do-or-die situation, where resentment and murderous intent intertwined. fueling his determination for a life-or-death battle. Yet, he suddenly realized that mere killing intent and courage were not enough to form true killing power. True killing power required an added element of dominancia regal, unyielding aura that pushed forward without fear of death. With this realization, the calm expression on Feng Xingqian's face faded, replaced by an odd smile. It was refined and serene, reminiscent of a monk who had cultivated for a century, exuding both solemnity and compassion, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Feng Xingqian slightly tilted his head and murmured, "So that's how it is." As his words fell, a strange hum echoed, and an eerie ripple surged from his body, instantly shattering the opponent's force field and even pulling the Kaija man into it. The Kaija man was stunned, as if he had fallen into a deep quagmire. His entire body was bound by an inexplicable force, and even the battle blade he swung with his 11th level physical strength felt as though it was restrained by 50 rubber bands, rendering it completely ineffective. He felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and confinement, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. The Kaija man roared furiously, the veins on his neck and arms writhing like earthworms as he mustered all his strength to gather his scattered force field and compress it violently in one direction. This move was devastating, capable of destroying everything in its path. Even though Feng Xingqian had already gained control over the force field, he couldn't help but feel a momentary pause in his heart as he watched the Kaija man break free from the restraints. However, breaking free didn't mean victory was out of reach. With a flick of his wrist, Feng Xingqian revealed the barrel of an energy gauntlet cannon. Just as the Kaija man escaped the crushing pressure and had barely taken a breath, there was a muffled boom. A massive directional explosion erupted next to him, forcing him to stagger back a couple of steps. Alarmed, the Kaija man hastily pulled his distorted force field back in an attempt to stabilize his position, but it was too late. Feng Xingqian, moving like lightning, had already drawn the heavy sniper rifle from his back and fired 2 precise shots. The heavy sniper rifle contained a special material extracted by Xiao Hao from a 7th level civilization's mechanical beast, making its power extraordinary. Even against an 11th level powerhouse surrounded by force fields, the Kaija man found it impossible to withstand. The first plasma round exploded less than 30 centimeters in front of him, instantly generating a blast of plasma exceeding 7 million volts. The explosion engulfed a 2-meter radius, sending currents through his entire body and causing him to convulse violently. Before he could recover from the spasms, a second armor-piercing explosive round struck the Kaijirian's head. Splat! Despite the protection of the exoskeletal armor plates, the Kaijirian's head burst like a smashed watermelon, and the convulsing body collapsed heavily to the ground. Wow, that bullet is insane. Feng Xingqian's eyes widened as he stared intently at the electric sparks dancing over the fallen figure, exclaiming in awe, "Congratulations, Master, on taking down an 11th level powerhouse." Yo-Yo popped up excitedly, her face beaming with joy. Feng Xingqian sighed and replied, "You don't need to flatter me. This was all thanks to Xiao Hao. If it weren't for the power of the energy hand cannon and the heavy sniper rounds, I wouldn't have been able to kill him even if I managed to defeat him." Though his words seemed reasonable, Yo-Yo didn't entirely agree. "Master, don't forget, this is the interstellar era, and we're on a brutal battlefield. Being able to utilize Xiao Hao's assistance and wield high-level civilization weaponry is a testament to your strength. True strength isn't solely determined by physical skills or spiritual power levels. It also includes advanced technology and extensive experience. Honestly, if Meng Meng were here, you wouldn't have even needed to use 2 different rounds." You have a point," Feng Xingqian nodded thoughtfully. Then, as if suddenly remembering the mutated brood mother, he quickly changed the topic. "Leaving Meng Meng to guard Hushasha makes me uneasy. We should retrieve the ship and head back as soon as possible." "Hee, your concern is valid," Yo-Yo said with a chuckle. Feng Xingqian shook his head and glanced at his shredded military uniform with a wry smile. Fortunately, ever since his candid conversation with Xuemiao, he had started carrying a spare outfit. He rummaged through his backpack, pulled out the extra clothes, and swiftly changed. Afterward, he released his transcendent state, scanning a 1-kilometer radius to thoroughly inspect the surroundings. Satisfied that there was nothing noteworthy, he nodded approvingly. As he gazed at the sleek, black gold-class speedboat docked nearby, a critical thought suddenly struck him. He asked urgently, "Oh no, Yo-Yo, I completely forgot to check if there are any mechs aboard this ship." Yo-Yo froze for a moment before her eyes lit up with excitement. She pumped her tiny fists in the air. "You're right. Let's get on board and check the inventory right away. It won't take more than a few minutes." "Good idea." Feng Xingqian activated his portable light brain, sending a discreet signal that silently opened the black gold-class vessel's hatch. Once inside, he jogged toward the cockpit while Yo-Yo, unable to contain her excitement, transformed into a flying metallic scorpion. She darted ahead, entering the cockpit first. She scanned the instrument panel layout before connecting her metal stinger to the ship's mainframe, meticulously sifting through various data. With nothing else to do, Feng Xingchen busied himself with cleaning up the corpses. The bodies of the Castellan weren't something he could casually discard. If any clues were left behind, it could bring unnecessary trouble to the planet Kuntan. For now, he decided to store them in subspace for later disposal. As for the bloodstains on the ground, the fully automated disc-shaped cleaning robots would handle those, sparing him the effort. When he returned after finishing his task, Yo-Yo had already completed her analysis. She floated in front of him with a resigned expression and said, "Master, I'm disappointed. This noble didn't bring any mechs with him." Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? This is a perilous exploration mission. Mechs are practically indispensable as a powerful auxiliary tool. Feng Xingchen thought to himself that such matters seemed entirely normal in his eyes. Based on the records from the spaceship's main system, he had gained some understanding of what had transpired. Due to an accident, the heir of the family to which the fourth young master belonged had tragically passed away, forcing the family to select a new successor. This led to fierce competition among 5 direct descendants, both openly and behind the scenes. Around this time, Feng Xingchen happened to salvage the wreckage of a Castellan merchant ship. Through the ship's data, he learned that 90 years ago, while navigating this area, the ship had been destroyed by a spherical object resembling an escape pod. This pod seemed to have fallen onto the planet Kuntan. Hoping to secretly recover the remnants of the easily destroyed merchant ship, he used the excuse of vacationing on a tourist planet and took off in the family's Black Gold-class spaceship, which was typically reserved for hosting distinguished guests. Since it was a covert mission, Feng Xingchen dared not expose any flaws under the watchful eyes of the other competitors. Naturally, he refrained from bringing mechas or other equipment that might arouse suspicion. While the ship appeared to lack powerful mechas, the vessel itself was a formidable weapon but one he dared not deploy recklessly. Yo-Yo, seemingly well-versed in her master's preferences, smiled and said, "Although this spaceship can't be used for now, there are 200 star missiles on board, 3,000 units of third-level energy blocks in storage, and also several Castellan standard energy weapons. Additionally, there are 2 sets of decent personal combat armor. I'm sure when Xiao Hao returns, he can help you craft even more impressive gear." Feng Xingchen pondered silently. With a spaceship on Kuntan, was there really a need to worry about logistics? He couldn't help but sigh. After all, these were merely personal equipment, not particularly impactful. Besides, he thought, I don't even have the technology to utilize third-level energy blocks. Without the ability to use them, logistics will still be an issue. He shook his head, reminding himself not to be overly greedy. In the past, all he needed during missions was a supply of spore cigars and strong liquor, already a luxurious life. Now, his desires seemed to be growing, which wasn't a good sign. Yo-Yo suddenly clapped her hands in excitement and exclaimed, "Oh, you didn't mention it, and I almost forgot. The supply cabin is stocked with a lot of luxury goods and food. There's a massive reserve of spore cigars from the Jumon Alliance and Castellan fine wines. For just one person, this stash could last you decades." Feng Xingchen's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly strode toward the supply cabin. Sure enough, the quantity of cigars and wine stored there was astonishing. Yo-Yo's estimate was clearly far off. This wasn't a supply for decades. It could last a century. He even began to suspect that the fourth young master's family had been using the Black Gold-class spaceship to smuggle cigars and wine under the radar. He shook his head vigorously and hurriedly stored the cigars and wine separately in subspace. Suddenly recalling an important issue, he exclaimed in alarm, "Yo-Yo, I have a problem. The personal chip in my portable AI might have a military achievement recording program. Could it have already logged my acquisition of the Black Gold-class ship?" Yo-Yo smiled nonchalantly. "If you're worried, I'll check right away. You can access it?" Feng Xingchen asked, surprised. Yo-Yo replied confidently, "Of course. A trivial program like this is no match for the genius, invincible Miss Yo-Yo." After just a few moments, Yo-Yo gasped dramatically, "Oh no, it's a good thing you reminded me. Not only has it recorded your acquisition of the Black Gold-class ship, but it also logged your 700-kilometer journey to rescue Hu Shasha." Feng Xingchen's face went pale. "That's dangerous," he exclaimed. Yo-Yo, however, chuckled lightly. "Heh, don't worry, it's nothing to fuss over." Yo-Yo chuckled. Military achievements are recorded in written lists, not video formats, to allow for rapid statistics during large-scale wars. So, as long as I delete all records related to the Black Gold level and adjust the time for crossing 700 kilometers, it should be absolutely fine. Adjust the time, not the coordinates? How could you even alter coordinates? He shook his head and continued. Don't forget, Hushasha also has access to the military achievement program. Changing coordinates involves too many factors. I don't have the ability to modify everyone's personal devices. Oh wow, so clever. Feng Xingchen responded with a laugh. Yeah, you're too kind. I'll adjust the record to say that you secretly boarded a Kaija transport ship to track some Kaija experts across 700 kilometers. As long as the timing is reasonable, it shouldn't raise any issues. Having a super assistant who can modify military achievements is incredible. Feng Xingchen exaggeratedly wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead and quickly said, "Hurry up and make the changes." "Done." He nodded firmly, then added, "Let's head back." All right. They left the spaceship, releasing the transcendent energy field to completely envelop it. Feng Xingchen closed his eyes, channeling a strand of his mental power to activate a rune on the Tianyu ring. In an instant, the massive spaceship disappeared before their eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face as he thought. Just as I expected, using mental power as a bridge to connect to subspace, even something this large can be transferred effortlessly. With all the benefits secured, it was time to vanish quickly. He immediately activated his mental power and locked onto the area outside Hushasha's cave, instantly teleporting back. The one-way distance was only 400 kilometers, making the round trip 800 kilometers still within his mental endurance. At the cave entrance, he surveyed the surroundings and saw Meng Meng hiding in a crevice, vigilantly keeping watch. Considering past events, this little guy seemed reliable. Perhaps spending more time training Meng Meng could yield promising results. However, with Hushasha around, his plan to skip duties for several days to train Meng Meng had to be postponed. After all, raising bugs in the open would undoubtedly raise suspicion. That being said, he'd have to send Hushasha back to the camp before finding a new time and place. With this in mind, he patted Meng Meng a few times and offered some praise before turning around. Entering the cave, he saw that Hushasha was still fast asleep. It seemed the entire round trip had gone completely unnoticed. After some thought, he decided to let Meng Meng continue guarding while he sat beside Hushasha, quietly observing the voluptuous beauty. Lost in thought, he attempted to enter the sensory space. To his surprise, the cold voice of the Tianyu ring echoed in his mind. Host's mental power is excessively depleted and insufficient to support training modules. Entry denied. Feeling a bit frustrated, he realized that the energy sustaining his training actually came from his own mental power. No wonder he often felt exhausted during training. Forget it, he thought. I might as well get some proper rest. Scratching his cheek, he muttered to himself, I wonder how Xuemiao's mission is going. Haven't seen her in days, kinda miss her. Before he could dwell on it further, he drifted into a deep sleep. It wasn't a restful sleep. He kept dreaming one moment, Xuemiao was dead. The next, Tong Sanjing had come back to life. He even dreamed of something terrible happening at home, with his mother crying uncontrollably. Startled, he woke up abruptly, sitting up straight with wide eyes. Only after recognizing the cave around him did he realize it was all just a nightmare. Feng Xingchen couldn't shake off the unease brought on by his dream. Unfortunately, ever since the Kaija people destroyed the communication satellites and nodes, he had been unable to contact Earth, not even to send a simple greeting to his family. Back when Earth had advanced to a secondary civilization, it had already developed a new type of communication transmission technology. By setting up communication amplifiers and utilizing a modest amount of energy, this technology could send signals into a subdimensional space. The signals could leap in segments, reducing attenuation rates, and achieve seamless connections over distances exceeding 20 light-years. It wasn't particularly difficult to accomplish. Earth's own warships, for example, could perform jumps of at least 1 light-year, which was another application of subspace technology. In other words, for any civilization that had mastered jump technology, achieving seamless communication within a range of 1 to 200 light-years was a simple task. For super civilizations ranked at level 7 or above, real-time communication was possible across tens of thousands of light-years, requiring little more than increased investment. During wartime, soldiers were entitled to free interstellar communication with their families once a week. But now all of that was gone. Cursing the Kaija Emperor and his ancestors up to the 80th generation, Feng Xingchen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning around, he saw that Hushasha's condition had worsened. She was burning with fever, her body convulsing, and she was muttering incoherently. Feng Xingchen, who was only trained in battlefield first aid and lacked expertise in internal medicine, felt helpless in the face of this crisis. He quickly asked, Yu, what's wrong with her? I cross-checked her symptoms online. It's most likely pneumonia, Yu replied in a matter-of-fact tone. But we don't have any medicine. Damn it, Feng Xingchen muttered regretfully. Why hadn't he thought to bring back the motorcycle earlier when retrieving the black gold grade ship? This oversight could cost lives. He'll go get the motorcycle right now. You can't. Yu interrupted urgently. Even if you retrieve the motorcycle, would you really race thousands of kilometers with a critically ill patient? That's not rescuing, it's murder. Oh, what about the black gold grade ship? I remember it has a medical pod and some supplies, right? It does. But the medical pod is calibrated for Karslan physiology. Using it on a human requires highly specialized adjustments, which we obviously can't perform. As for Karslan medications, they're completely ineffective on humans. Feng Xingchen was frustrated to the point of madness. I don't care. She barely survived this, damned wary won't let her die from pneumonia. Calm down, master. Have you forgotten about Kuntan's botany? Yu's reminder jolted Feng Xingchen, and he dashed out of the cave like a bolt of lightning. During his training, His instructors had covered the diverse plant species of Kuntan, some of which resembled Earth's medicinal herbs. He remembered that the roots of two specific plants, along with a few fungi, had strong anti-inflammatory properties. If he could find these, the problem could be solved. He ran out of the cave, instructing Ming Ming to stand guard, and headed toward the nearest forest at top speed. Soon after entering the forest, Yu Yu released 7 mechanical drones to search for the herbs, while Feng Xingchen chose a relatively open area. With a wave of his hand, he deployed the black gold-grade ship, boarded it, and collected enough water in a metal cup. After completing these preparations and stowing the ship away, the mechanical drones reported good news: they had located 2 of the plants. He rushed to the site, harvested the plants, and sprinted back toward the cave. On the way, he ground the plants into powder using his inner strength, mixed them with water in the metal cup, and let the solution steep. Not long after, he returned to the cave and forcibly poured the potion into Hushasha's mouth. He then carefully unfastened her exoskeletal armor and took off his military uniform, draping it over her. Though the military clothing appeared thin and light, it had excellent self-regulating temperature capabilities, effectively preserving her body heat. After waiting for about 20 to 30 minutes, Hushasha's convulsions gradually subsided, and she finally stopped making any sounds. He let out a sigh of relief. The potion was highly effective, and by the time the sun rose, Hushasha had regained consciousness. However, she was too weak to stand for the moment. While she couldn't travel on her own, wearing a helmet and riding a motorcycle seemed feasible. Not daring to delay, he once again made her drink the potion, carried her on his back, and began sprinting at full speed. After 3 hours of exhausting travel, they finally found the motorcycle. Feng Xingchen quickly mounted it with Hushasha, speeding through the terrain. After over 10 hours of relentless driving, they finally returned to the skeleton base. The staff at the command center had clearly not anticipated him completing the map within 5 days. Overjoyed, they retrieved the military achievement records and assigned their best medical personnel to care for Hushasha. Just as the medical team was about to take her away, Hushasha threw her arms around him, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. In a soft voice, she said, "Thank you for saving me. Once I recover, I'll come find you to properly express my gratitude." Feng Xingchen scratched his head shyly. In truth, he wasn't expecting Hushasha's gratitude. What he truly cared about was finding out about Xuemiao's situation. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Hushasha, he touched the bridge of his nose and looked up at the rows of mechas on the tarmac, feeling a surge of longing. If only he were qualified to pilot such ultimate weapons and fight alongside Xuemiao against their enemies, what a marvelous life that would be. Just as he was about to ask someone about Xuemiao, he saw 4 or 5 mecha operators sprinting toward an elevator, shouting as they ran, "Hurry up! Xuemiao's simulation battle against the instructor has already started. If we're late, we'll miss it." Feng Xingchen's heart leapt with joy. He quickly followed them into the elevator, descended 2 floors, and ran with them into a large hall. The hall spanned 5 acres and was clearly a live simulation chamber. At the center, 2 virtual 3-dimensional mechas were engaged in an intense battle. Today, Xuemiao's opponent was none other than the close combat instructor at Skeleton Base, Brigadier General Wen Liqing, the base's top mecha expert. Feng Xingchen had to admit that the Earth Federation's simulation technology was laughably inferior compared to Tianyu's advanced systems. However, for Xuemiao and Wen Liqing, who had never encountered the simulation systems of high-level civilizations, the virtual mechas before them already seemed like a marvel. Feng Xingchen also had to acknowledge that while Xuemiao's mecha control skills no longer matched his own, this battle still captivated him deeply. Both mechas were Reaper S1 models, with the only distinction being their color. Xuemiao's was blue, while Wen Liqing's was red. At that moment, the red mecha surged forward like a lightning bolt, moving at an astonishing speed. The vibroblade in its hand thrust directly toward the opposing cockpit. Feng Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Wen Liqing truly lived up to his reputation as a mecha instructor, pushing the Reaper's performance to 110. However, Xuemiao, being a speed-oriented fighter, managed to react in time. With her level 10 combat prowess and field sensory abilities, she raised her arm just as the blade was about to strike. 3 armor plates unfolded instantly, forming a triple-layered alloy shield. With a deafening crash, the blue mech was forced to stagger back several steps. Even though Wen Liqing had the upper hand in strength, he still took 2 steps back from the impact. In a duel between experts, a single move reveals everything. Wen Liqing had planned to finish the fight as quickly as possible, but even he was taken aback by the outcome of the exchange. As Xuemiao retreated, she managed to fire off a rapid series of high-speed laser blasts. Such reaction speed was truly impressive. Wen Liqing, a seasoned mech master, relied on his unparalleled combat experience to control his massive mech with remarkable agility. While retreating, he executed a dazzling series of maneuvers, ducking, spinning, flipping sideways, and stepping back. In the blink of an eye, not only did he evade the laser barrage, but he also seized the opportunity to counterattack. With lightning speed, he charged forward and struck back with his blade. Another thunderous crash echoed as the two mechs clashed, and then separated, standing still and silent, neither initiating the next round of combat. What incredible speed! Feng Xingqian exclaimed in awe from the crowd. Unable to contain his excitement, he weaved through the spectators to find a better vantage point. Just as he secured a decent spot to watch the thrilling duel, when Li Qing's laughter rang out. Well done. I've heard of you among the younger generation across all bases. You're almost unmatched. It seems your reputation is well deserved. In just a few days, you've mastered the force field and integrated level 4 mental power into it. Impressive. Truly impressive. As he spoke, when Li Qing stepped out of the simulation pod, and his red mech dissolved into nothingness. Shui Miao also exited her pod and approached the Brigadier General, bowing slightly. Without the dedicated guidance of the instructors, I wouldn't have this level of combat ability, even at level 10. Your aptitude is exceptional. Among all the elites I've seen, your ranking is among the highest. Mark my words, if you remain steadfast, within 30 years, you'll become the first woman in the Earth Federation to reach the master level. Shui Miao did not show joy at the praise but instead responded sincerely. If that day ever comes, it will be thanks to the instructor's tireless teaching. No need to be modest. Over the next couple of days, take your time getting familiar with the new mech. The Ravager is quite different from the Storm IV models you've previously operated. Shui Miao saluted firmly. Thank you for the reminder, sir. From the back of the crowd, Feng Xingqian grinned. It seemed Shui Miao's training for the day was over. He thought to himself, perfect, time to invite her to dinner later. He chuckled mischievously and began pushing his way through the mech soldiers toward the exit, planning to wait for her outside. Since I managed to snag a few level 4 civilization shock blades, why not pick one as a gift? Maybe something good will come of it, he mused with a sly grin. However, just a few steps forward, a voice suddenly called out beside him. Huh? You're from the Marine Corps, why are you in the mech camp? Turning his head, Feng Xingqian found himself face-to-face with the bearded man he'd fought with before. He thought bitterly, what a small world. Forcing a smile, he replied, what's so strange about that? I'm Shui Miao's comrade and friend. In the military camp, it's normal to visit comrades and friends, isn't it? The bearded man narrowed his eyes. If you're really here through proper channels to visit a comrade, no one would question it. But this isn't the barracks, this is the training room. Feng Xingqian glared at the bearded man and said coldly, don't you dare throw baseless accusations at me. I'm no spy. Do you think I'm one of the Kaija people? Huh. If I really were a Kaija spy, I'd have been gunned down long ago. That said, breaking into the mech training room without authorization is a serious violation too. Don't think you can run away, kid. Surrender now, and spare yourself the pain. As he spoke, the bearded man reached out, attempting to grab Feng Xingqian. Feng Xingqian's anger flared, and he retorted in a frosty tone. Last time, I held back because we're supposed to be comrades. But it seems you mistook my kindness for weakness. He summoned his inner strength, preparing to fight his way out of the mech camp. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. The crowd parted as when Li Qing strode forward. His gaze first swept over the bearded man, who was ready to make a move, before landing on Feng Xingqian. A flicker of surprise crossed one's eyes as he said coldly, so it's you? Feng Xingqian. Impressive, very impressive. I heard a few days ago that you were at the peak of level 9. I didn't expect you'd return from a mission having stepped into the ranks of level 10 elites. Feng Xingqian shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a chuckle. Oh, you're too kind. On this mission, I happened to encounter a level 10 peak expert from the Ghost Wolf Special Forces. After a hard-fought battle, I had a breakthrough. His words left the surrounding crowd of hundreds in shock. The Ghost Wolf Special Forces of the Kaija people were not easily encountered, and they had inflicted significant damage on Earth's military forces. When Li Qing's eyes burned with intensity as he asked, so, you managed to escape the Ghost Wolf's pursuit? Feng Xingqian smiled faintly and countered, no, you misunderstood. It was the Ghost Wolf expert who escaped my pursuit. When Li Qing was momentarily stunned but then broke into a laugh. I heard the headquarters gave you the option to join the mech camp a few days ago. Why did you decline? Feng Xingqian glanced at Shui Miao, who was standing beside Wen Liqing, and smiled before responding. While I'd love to pilot a mech of my own, it seems the mech camp can't teach me the advanced piloting techniques I'm looking for. His words instantly sparked outrage among the crowd, with curses erupting all around. Even Shui Miao's face darkened with anger. Wen Liqing narrowed his eyes slightly, raising a hand to silence the room. In a measured tone, he asked, do you have a true mech master guiding you? Feng Xingqian remained fearless, smiling calmly as he replied, of course not. Someone like me, just a humble soldier, could never afford a private coach. He paused for a moment before continuing. Honestly, no matter what you're doing, the most important thing is your aptitude. They say there are 4 kinds of people. Those who don't need to be taught, those who learn through words, those who learn through discipline, and those who can't be taught even with a stick. So, you're claiming to be the first kind? When Li Qing sneered, Feng Xingqian feigned humility, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Mechs? It's simple really. If you don't believe me, we can have a simulated match or even a real mech battle. Wen Liqing's tone turned icy. Fine. If you can last 1 minute against me, I'll personally ensure you get the latest Avenger mech and exempt you from routine training. But remember, this was your idea. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you think a brigadier general would go back on his word in front of so many subordinates? Feng Xingchen smiled. Now at level 10 with a distinguished reputation, there was no longer much he needed to keep hidden. Ever since encountering the Castlin people, the Ghost Wolf Special Forces, and that level 11 powerhouse, a sense of unease had stirred within him. He was eager to join the Mecha Battalion and stay close to Xuemiao. He approached Xuemiao, nodded slightly, and said, "Beautiful lady, could you help me unlock the simulation pod?" Xuemiao blushed, glared at him fiercely, and without a word, led him to the simulation pod. Silently, she inserted a card. Feng Xingchen climbed into the pod, and once the connection was established, he said softly, "You fool. Be careful. Don't worry." Feng Xingchen grinned widely and closed the pod door. With a faint hum, a blue mecha emerged from the room, stepping forward to perform a standard military salute. It declared loudly, "Ground Forces Specialist, Sergeant Feng Xingchen, requesting guidance from Instructor 1. When Liqing gave a firm nod, activating the simulation pod, a red mecha appeared, prompting all the mecha pilots to step back and clear a large simulation arena. Cracking his neck, when Liqing said coldly, "You make the first move." But Feng Xingchen shouted, "Wait a minute, let me get familiar with this for 5 minutes. I've never used a simulation pod before." The crowd erupted into laughter. Xuemiao gasped in surprise, nearly twisting her ankle. Brigadier General Wen Liqing's face darkened, and he spat out, "Fine, 10 minutes. On the sidelines, a man with a scruffy beard clutched his stomach, laughing. Pointing at the 3D simulation on the field, he exclaimed, "Oh man, this guy is hilarious. He's warming up his wrists at a time like this." In the crowd, a burly man raised his middle finger. "You don't get it, do you? He's sharpening his skills at the last moment. It may not be fast, but it's something." The scruffy man shouted back, "Huh? Sharpening skills last minute? All right, let's bet how long can this guy last. 5-second intervals. I'll give 3-1 odds on a knockout, 10-1 on a draw, and 30-1 if he wins." The burly man roared, "What the hell, a draw? A win? Idiot. I'm betting 15,000 points that this guy won't last 5 seconds. Someone in the crowd chimed in, "Don't underestimate him. He's a level 10 powerhouse, after all. If he adopts a Hitandran tactic, no way he lasts just 5 seconds. I'm betting 8,000 points that he won't last 15 seconds. Another person interjected, "Come on. This isn't bare-handed combat. We're talking about simulated mechas. I'm putting 12,000 points on him lasting between 5 and 10 seconds. I'll bet 10,000 points on him making it to 15. The scene outside grew chaotic as the crowd placed bets enthusiastically. When Liqing's face turned grim as he let out a cold snort. "What are you all doing?" The crowd immediately straightened their necks, too intimidated to make a sound. However, they didn't stop placing bets, quietly transferring their wagers via personal devices to the scruffy man's account. The scruffy man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mecha soldiers truly had deep pockets. The total bets had reached 820,000 points, with one person wagering on a maximum of 25 seconds. He calculated silently. No matter the outcome, he would make at least 100,000 points, and if luck was on his side, he could profit over 400,000. Just as he reveled in his calculations, a message popped up on his personal device. 150,000 points, betting on a draw. The bearded man glanced at the sender's information, curled his lips, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I thought it was some idiot. Turns out this kid bet on himself." Feng Xingchen not only put up the bonus from his second-class merit award last time, but also invested all his savings from the past 15 months. As a grade sniper in the Marine Corps, with an annual salary of 70,000 points, plus alien allowances and rank bonuses, earning over 100,000 a year was not unusual. As a soldier, with no expenses for food or clothing, a tenth of Sandpoint income was typically spent on cigarettes, alcohol, specialized training nutrients, or occasionally treating oneself to a private kitchen. As long as there was no wasteful spending, saving 40 to 50,000 a year was entirely feasible. Feng Xingchen had no intention of outright defeating Wen Liqing. Such a move would be too humiliating for him and might provoke resentment from the Mecha Battalion. But forcing a draw with Wen Liqing? That was effortless. Since that was the case, not making money would be foolish. Besides, he didn't particularly like the bearded man. How could he let it slide without messing with him a little? At this moment, Feng Xingchen had warmed up enough. He took 2 steps forward and smiled, saying, "Instructor, I'm ready." Wen Liqing raised an eyebrow and replied, "All right, I'll let you make the first move." Feng Xingchen didn't hesitate. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "In that case, take this." With his roar, the massive blue mecha accelerated instantly, charging toward the red mecha like a demon god. Wen Liqing snorted and drove the red mecha forward as well. With a deafening crash, the two colossal machines collided, the heavy sound reverberating through the hall's audio system, making everyone's hearts feel as if they might leap out of their chests. The crowd was collectively stunned. What the hell just happened? Someone murmured. Feng Xingchen let out a hearty laugh, moving his hands swiftly to launch a flurry of relentless attacks. When Liqing, on the other hand, stayed composed, retreating slowly and demonstrating an impenetrable defense as he maneuvered against the blue mecha. In the corner, Xue Miao, who had initially been worried that Feng Xingchen might just be stubbornly holding his ground, began to see her expression shift. Her eyes sparkled gradually as the intense clashes unfolded, her mouth slowly falling open. Yes, she was astonished. The combat between the two mechas had no unnecessary flourishes, just straightforward punches and strikes. Yet these seemingly simple moves carried immense power, leaving Xue Miao's heart racing. Feng Xingchen's mecha was astonishingly fast, moving as if it were dancing on the edge of a blade, showcasing an intricate and dynamic rhythm. Its movements were breathtakingly precise and carried an aura of destruction. The massive blue mecha operated with such fluidity and seamless transitions that it created a natural spectacle, one that was oddly satisfying to watch. When Liqing, on the other hand, displayed a seasoned, tactical approach. Each time he retreated, he seized opportunities to strike critical points, effortlessly neutralizing Feng Xingchen's nearly imperceptible maneuvers at pivotal moments. Every leap and strike was perfectly controlled, transforming the enormous machine into something that moved with the grace and precision of a living human, devoid of any mechanical stiffness. Xue Miao was completely captivated, fully releasing her inner energy field to deeply sense every move Feng Xingchen made. The more she observed, the more incredulous she felt. Could Feng Xingchen truly be the legendary mecha prodigy, able to control such a superweapon without any training? Among the hundreds of mecha pilots present, Wen Liqing's astonishment was no less intense, perhaps even stronger. In fact, their duel had long exceeded the 1-minute mark, stretching to 4 minutes. Yet Wen Liqing chose not to acknowledge this and continued the thrilling confrontation. As a mecha instructor and new model tester at the skeleton base, he needed extensive combat experience to thoroughly understand the strengths and weaknesses of mechas and provide targeted feedback. Over the years, he had survived more than 50 brutal battles, amassing a wealth of real combat knowledge that someone of Feng Xingchen's age could hardly fathom. However, he began to experience a strange illusion, as if the person before him was not Feng Xingchen, but a super elite from the battlefield, a ruthless killer. Even so, upon closer observation, he noticed that Feng Xingchen was clearly unfamiliar with the mecha simulation program, occasionally revealing subtle flaws. Yet this individual seemed acutely aware of his shortcomings, often employing bold, sweeping maneuvers or intricate, adaptive techniques to conceal those fleeting vulnerabilities. Feng Xingchen's performance left when Liqing baffled. The flaws disappeared before he could exploit them. Even more astonishing was Feng Xingchen's rapidly growing familiarity with the simulated mecha. If not for the near perfection of his every move, the blue mecha would have long gained the upper hand. Feng Xingchen had never used Earth-made simulation pods before, having trained with Nint civilization-level simulation technology instead. Consequently, he underestimated the pod's crudeness and response delay, but was quickly adapting. Outside the arena, everyone, including Xue Miao, was already dumbfounded. It was only now that they realized when Liqing had used, at most, half of his strength during his earlier match with her. Xue Miao's usual confidence wavered for a brief moment, but she quickly cast aside any negative thoughts. Anyone capable of holding their own against Wen Liqing had a high likelihood of becoming her partner, and through such a partnership, she might even learn these astonishing techniques. What they didn't know was that Feng Xingchen wasn't going all out either. Instead, he leveraged his growing familiarity with the simulation sensors while using Wen Liqing's extensive experience to validate the techniques he had learned within his mental space. The more he tested them, the more incredible they seemed. The practical effectiveness of those techniques, derived from basic movements, far exceeded his expectations. This only deepened his belief that the training methods recorded in the Tianyu Ring must be top-secret tutorials designed for training elite 9 civilization mecha pilots. Suddenly, the two mechas collided with a force like a thunderclap, both recoiling amidst a deafening crash. At this moment, when Liqing raised his hand to stop Feng Xingchen's next move and said in a deep voice, "You're incredibly strong, far beyond my understanding. Frankly, given time, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Go ahead, head straight to the logistics department and choose a mecha for yourself. Of course, I'll report to the higher-ups to have you transferred to the mecha squad. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem at all." Feng Xingchen responded enthusiastically, saluting before quickly running out of the simulation pod. He approached the man with the scruffy beard, lowered his voice, and said, "You owe me 1.5 million. Pay it off by midnight tonight, or you'll regret it." Without waiting for a response, he dashed off excitedly towards Xue Miao, shouting, "Xue Miao, my beautiful friend, let's go pick out a mecha." "Go by yourself," Xue Miao replied coldly. "Come on, I'm not familiar with the base, and you're my only friend who's a mecha engineer. If you don't help me, who will? Feng Xingchen shamelessly reached out and grabbed her hand. Xue Miao was startled, instinctively trying to pull away, but as a nimble fighter, her strength was no match for a man of the same level. Unable to break free, her face flushed as she whispered, "Let go of me." Feng Xingchen laughed heartily, not only refusing to release her, but also pulling her along as he strode forward. The other mecha engineers, already impressed by him, instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for the two to leave. The scruffy bearded man watched Feng Xingchen's retreating figure, feeling utterly defeated. What kind of world is this? A rookie fighting when leeching to a draw? Now I'm doomed. I'll have to cough up 580,000. With my salary as a mecha engineer, that's nearly 2 years of no spending. He knew full well that both Wen Liqing and Xue Miao held Feng Xingchen in high regard. Coupled with Feng Xingchen's status as a level 10 powerhouse, it was clear that he was destined to rise to a position where others would look up to him. By then, the scruffy bearded man would be at his mercy. He had no choice but to beg and borrow to scrape together the money. Meanwhile, Xue Miao was being dragged out of the training area by Feng Xingchen, both embarrassed and flustered. Unless she unleashed her internal energy field, there was no way to break free from his grip given his strength. She had once thought herself superior to Feng Xingchen in actual combat, but after watching his match against Wen Liqing, her pride had evaporated. In truth, both she and Wen Liqing had come to recognize Feng Xingchen as a natural prodigy with an extraordinary sensitivity to combat techniques. What they didn't know was that Feng Xingchen's skills had been forged through over 1,400 hours of grueling training on the Tianyu Ring. His techniques were deeply ingrained in his very being. For an average person, 4 hours of high-intensity training per day would amount to about a year of effort for 1,400 hours. Including theoretical studies, such progress would typically take 3 to 4 years. With Feng Xingchen's level 8 mental acuity and memory, how could he not excel? Now, as she lightly struggled against him, Xue Miao eventually gave in, her face tinged with a shy blush as he led her along. After running 200 or 300 meters, Feng Xingchen glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. Pretending to search his clothes, he suddenly pulled out a pale blue short staff and grinned. I got lucky on this last mission. Took down a level 11 powerhouse and snagged this 4 billion cycle oscillation blade from the Jimon Alliance. It's yours. What? You took down a level 11 powerhouse? Xue Miao exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Feng Xingchen waved his hand nonchalantly and said calmly, "Just lucky, that's all. I ambushed him with a heavy sniper, injured him, and after a tough fight, barely managed to kill him. Heh, not a bad trophy, huh?" Xue Miao shook her head and refused. "I don't want it." Feng Xingchen asked curiously, "Why not? You're a level 10 fighter now, and you're used to charging headfirst and engaging in close combat. This blade would be more useful for you." Xue Miao softly replied, "Hey, don't worry, I already have one. I got it after defeating the Ghost Wolf Elite." She glanced at Feng Xingchen seriously, hesitated for a few seconds, and then shook her head again. "I'm sorry, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Feng Xingchen's excitement quickly faded, and he let out a bitter laugh. "Well, how about I just lend it to you?" With level 11 fighters appearing on the battlefield, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. I just want you to have a bit more security, nothing else. Xue Miao sighed inwardly. Her lips moved as if to speak, but no words came out. She silently took the vibration blade. Feng Xingchen scratched his head awkwardly and was about to change the subject when the faint sound of an electric engine came from the passage ahead. A base-specific electric car drove up and stopped beside them. The driver was a staff officer Feng Xingchen recognized, Lieutenant Colonel. The officer seemed to pick up on the awkward atmosphere between the two and gave them a peculiar look before clearing his throat. "Sergeant Feng Xingchen, the command center has issued an order. You are to come with me immediately." Feng Xingchen asked in frustration. "Now? What? Was there something unclear in my report?" The lieutenant colonel barked. "Immediately. Right now." At that moment, with a sharp hiss, a Stadioftart Ghost Owl transport aircraft for mech units descended vertically and landed in the forest. The cabin door opened, and 3 mech stepped out. Their red, black, and blue camouflage patterns blended seamlessly with the forest environment of Kuntan Star, which shared the same color scheme. The mech in the center scanned the surroundings and asked in a deep voice, "Kong Ning, has the aerial warning signal relay been completed?" The mech on the right nodded. "It's coming through. Data sharing is about to begin." As Kong Ning spoke, a massive stream of data flowed into the AI systems of the 3 mechs. The central mech spoke again. "This is strange. Feng Xingchen, are you certain this is where the Kuntan mine rats were spotted leaving their nest?" Feng Xingchen nodded firmly. "Yes." The pilot of the left mech was none other than Feng Xingchen himself, who had just been promoted to second lieutenant. Yesterday, he was urgently summoned by the staff office to report on the Ghost Wolf Special Unit, the Kuntan mine rat's nest departure, the rescue of Hu Sha, and the defeat of a level 11 fighter. After calculating his military merits, the staff office promoted him and assigned him to a mech team led by Major Pei Yi to investigate this forest. As for the exact details of the mission, they were beyond Feng Xingqian's clearance as a junior officer. I'm sure. He opened the virtual map screen in his cockpit and quickly marked a location with his fingers. It was the area where he had encountered the ghost wolf elite. The crevice before them was where the Kuntin mine rats had been sighted leaving their nest. Those disgusting creatures had fled toward the 9 o'clock direction. Understood. The transport aircraft can head back. As for us, we'll have to track them on foot. Move out. Pei Yi piloted his mech forward, instantly accelerating to 65 kilometers per hour, weaving swiftly through the forest. Feng Xingqian let out a sigh. Deep down, he didn't want to travel far today. Shui Miao had just completed a mission, and the next 3 days of rest and adjustment were crucial for him. However, the operations department had forcibly sent him out again, as he was familiar with the specific location and details of this mission. As a soldier, he would never complain. Pei Yi, a peak-level Tier 10 expert, and Kong Ning, a Tier 9 veteran, had both endured 2 brutal wars. Working alongside such individuals was a rare opportunity to learn about real mecha combat. He understood that the knowledge imparted by Tianyu Huan couldn't fully prepare him for actual battle. On the contrary, only by enduring countless trials of blood and fire could those extraordinary techniques truly become his own. Yes, the experience gained through teaching and the deep muscle memory honed in real combat were entirely different concepts. The trio moved quickly, covering over 200 kilometers in just 3 hours, arriving at the foot of a massive mountain. Suddenly, Pei Yi, who had been running ahead, came to an abrupt stop. His gaze locked onto the radar screen, where a densely packed 3D image of a beast horde was gradually forming. His brows furrowed tightly. The horde's numbers exceeded 50,000, and the data was complex, consisting of both Kaija and biobeasts and local species. Yet, despite the vast number of creatures, they weren't preying on each other. Instead, they moved in an orderly, steady rhythm. Where could they possibly be heading? If they kept advancing in this direction for another 3,000 kilometers, they would reach the Bone Desert. Could it be that they were on a long-distance march? If that were true, did it imply that these creatures were far more intelligent than expected? As Feng Xingqian pondered aloud, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Pei Yi's brows furrowed deeper as he urgently commanded, "This isn't right. We need to figure out what's controlling these diverse creatures. Look here, this area has a high concentration of data peaks, indicating a significant number of high-level biobeasts. If there's any secret behind this horde, it must be hidden there. Let's move in." Understood. Feng Xingqian responded instantly, increasing his speed to 120 kilometers per hour and charging toward the right flank. In truth, his curiosity surpassed even Pei Yi's. Moreover, with his energy gauntlet cannon and a concealed proton missile, he was confident in his ability to break out of any encirclement. On the uneven terrain, despite the massive weight of the mecha, it maintained an agility akin to that of a monkey, racing forward at a steady 120 kilometers per hour without the slightest hesitation. This flawless maneuvering left Pei Yi and Kong Ning utterly astonished. Feng Xingqian's mastery of mecha control was so exceptional that it could rival the elite Tier 12 pilots in the military. The two veterans were genuinely baffled. As seasoned mecha operators with a decade of grueling training, they knew better than to equate simulation pod practice with piloting a real mecha. Yet Feng Xingqian, clearly a rookie encountering mechas for the first time, seemed to defy all logic. What on earth was going on? After receiving Brigadier General Wen Liqing's report, the operations department specifically reviewed Feng Xingqian's file. This man had attended a standard public academy that didn't offer mecha courses from the age of 6 until his graduation at 24, never missing a single class. Afterward, he enlisted directly during his graduation ceremony. As for his family, his father was a master chef, his mother worked at their family restaurant, and his elder sister and brother-in-law were average office workers. For 3 generations, his family had no history of any involvement with mechas whatsoever. Not even the military, let alone any celestial being, could fathom how Feng Xingqian had mastered the art of piloting a mech. The two exchanged glances, a surge of unwillingness rising in their hearts. Taking a deep breath, they pushed their speed to the limit. However, their control skills were slightly lacking, and they gradually began to fall behind. The shadows of 3 mechs shot forward like cannonballs, accompanied by piercing whistles as they raced madly ahead. In less than 10 minutes, Feng Xingqian was already 16 kilometers ahead. He ascended a mountain peak first, where a vast valley suddenly came into view. The valley was densely packed with various beasts, crowded together on the flat ground. Even though he appeared 200 or 300 meters away, the herd remained calm, showing no signs of chaos or agitation. Feng Xingqian's eyebrows twitched slightly, and an increasing sense of unease stirred within him. Yet, he temporarily set aside concerns for his safety. With the mech in hand, even third-tier evolved beasts seemed like easy prey to him. Moreover, the radar system continuously refreshed with data, indicating a massive, high-tier evolved beast hidden within the encirclement of the herd. In truth, without Xiao Hao, Feng Xingqian couldn't interpret the patterns on the evolved beast's body. He could only rely on the radar's data, which suggested that this beast's level exceeded the 3rd tier and might even belong to the 4th tier. Hmm, let's assume it's a 4th tier beast for now. A 4th tier evolved beast, to him, was nothing short of a legendary elixir, capable of propelling him rapidly toward the 11th level. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? A signature greedy smile spread across his face as he stomped down hard with both feet. Boom. The colossal mech accelerated to 90 kilometers per hour in just 1 second. Such immense muscle strength and skeletal resistance truly lived up to the physique of a powerhouse. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming pressure of the mech, the beasts on the periphery finally became restless. However, they didn't attack, but instead quickly scattered to the sides. Feng Xingqian seemed to have anticipated this outcome. His expression remained calm as he charged straight into the herd without hesitation. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to attempt taking down the enemy leader amidst a sea of beasts. As soon as he plunged in, he flicked his wrist slightly, and a small hatch opened in the mech's palm. Several metallic discs, each 20 centimeters in diameter, shot out at high speed. Boom. Several explosions merged into one about 300 or 400 meters away, sending flesh, blood, rocks, and tree fragments flying in all directions. Joking aside, the mech's specialized quark explosives detonating at such close range would injure even 3rd-tier beasts, let alone the local species like kunquang rats on the outskirts. The explosions cleared a path strewn with blood and carnage. The suspected 4th-tier evolved beast could no longer remain idle. It swayed its massive head as it stood up, revealing its towering figures even meters tall and 13 meters long. Its body was marked with strange, intricate patterns that emitted a faint glow, striking fear into anyone who laid eyes on it. Upon seeing the dense, complex markings, Feng Xingqian was secretly taken aback. This was a high-level evolved tiger-type beast. Could this be the one who Shasha had mentioned? He wondered to himself. It seemed that feline creatures were known for their agility. Even if the attacker had formidable combat strength, a 10th-level expert couldn't confidently say they'd win in an unknown confrontation. Even with an 11th-level master present, it would be challenging to prevent such a creature from escaping. His pupils contracted slightly as the mech raised one arm, swiftly retrieving the massive sniper rifle from its back. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of bullets tore through the air, clearing obstacles along the way as much as possible. The deep, resonating sound of the heavy sniper echoed, yielding impressive results. For the 1st-level and 2nd-level beasts, a single shot was enough to take them down with a headshot. As for the 3rd-level beasts, 2 shots to the same spot would at least render them incapacitated. The mech, indeed, was ferocious and unstoppable. Roar! Suddenly, the tiger-shaped beast let out an earth-shaking roar. All the bio-beasts that were still capable of movement immediately sprang into action, splitting into 2 groups and flanking Pei Yi and Kong Ning, who had just reached the mountaintop. Feng Xingqian's eyes narrowed slightly. True, 4th-level beasts, known as Beast Kings, gained significant intelligence through successive evolutions. However, Feng Xingqian refused to believe that the tiger's roar could convey such complex commands as retreating in an orderly fashion, flanking, splitting attacks, and encirclement. The head of the responder S1 mech tilted upward, utilizing its near-8 meter height and advanced imaging technology, yet it failed to locate the true leader hiding behind the tiger-shaped beast and commanding the horde. As this puzzlement lingered, the tiger-shaped beast's 4 massive yellow eyes narrowed, locking onto Feng Xingqian with an unrelenting gaze. Yes, the 4th evolution tiger-shaped beast indeed possessed 4 eyes. In addition to the normal pair, there was a smaller eye beneath each ear. These unique eyes granted the beast an impressively wide field of vision, covering about 270 degrees. Combined with its agile movements, even a 12th-level agility expert would find it nearly impossible to get close undetected. Feng Xingqian had no choice but to focus his full attention, activating his transcendent state and windwalking ability. He froze for a moment, realizing that his usually reliable transcendent ability refused to activate. There was no time to dwell on this discovery, as the tiger-shaped beast had already leapt toward him silently. Astonishment. Unbelievable. Despite its immense size, weighing over 10 tons, the beast moved with a startling agility that made it seem weightless. Anyone witnessing such an almost surreal scene would feel a profound sense of shock, and Feng Xingqian was no exception. Amidst his amazement, the instincts honed through thousands of hours of grueling training kicked in without conscious thought. Whoosh! The massive mech, displaying agility surpassing even that of a monkey, executed a precise side roll, narrowly evading the tiger-shaped beast's attack. Not only did it dodge, but during the maneuver, it also launched 2 energy impact missiles. These mech-specific missiles were relatively small, about 12 centimeters in diameter and 50 centimeters in length. However, the immense directional shockwave they generated was enough to hurl a 50-ton object 100 meters away. Boom, boom. The two missiles struck the tiger-shaped beast's ribs with pinpoint accuracy. Their impact triggered fuses instantly detonated the warheads, releasing a series of highly compressed pulse energy alloy capsules in a controlled sequence under high-energy currents. Just before the final valve opened, an enormous, astonishingly powerful directional shockwave was unleashed, accompanied by streaks of pale blue light, slamming directly into the target. Whoa! The tiger-shaped beast let out a furious roar as its massive body was thrown uncontrollably over 200 meters to the side. Yet, with the characteristic agility of a feline, it landed gracefully, its four eyes now exuding an even more eerie and menacing aura. Undeniably, Feng Xingqian had already demonstrated exceptional timing and precision without the aid of transcendent powers. In a split second, he managed to dodge swiftly while launching missiles at close range, with pinpoint accuracy in calculating their impact points. However, he was well aware that two energy shock missiles alone were insufficient to incapacitate the tiger-like beast. Thus, after a side roll, he quickly retreated backward. He had to evade, as the tiger-like beast charged again, emanating a palpable killing intent. Feng Xingqian could clearly see the metallic gleam of its claws. A single strike could slash through even the third-tier civilization-grade armor. He roared, "Yu, take control of the mech's shoulder weapon systems." With his mental energy suppressed, he was bound to face a grueling battle. Without teaming up with the increasingly powerful Yu, it would be nothing short of courting death. At this moment, handing over weapon control to Yu gave Feng Xingqian the chance to draw the mech's specialized ion oscillation blade. Although its oscillation frequency of 7.2 million times per second couldn't pierce the tiger-like beast's hide, the mech's immense explosive power, combined with precise angles, could still deliver a threatening attack. Moreover, he could channel his 10th-level internal energy into the oscillation blade, amplifying its destructive force. This was precisely why mechs piloted by true masters could unleash their full potential. Indeed, experts capable of generating internal energy fields could integrate the mech's attack and defense zones into the energy field, leveraging the mech's larger frame and flawless defensive circle to gain an overwhelming advantage. However, as he released his internal energy field, a series of cracking sounds echoed an alto familiar noise from his previous clash with the elite Ghost Wolf unit, where his mental energy collided with their internal energy field. In that instant, he shouted furiously, "Mental type." Clearly, the opponent's mental energy field had the ability to suppress others' energy fields, and it could even disintegrate transcendent powers through mental projection. Startled, Yu exclaimed, "What? Since when could bio-beasts develop as mental power users?" After a brief pause, she abruptly said, "I need to access the mech's radar." Feng Xingqian agreed without hesitation. "All right, you must find a flaw." In such close-quarter combat, radar was almost redundant, as a master with an energy field could perceive every change within its range. Though his mental energy was suppressed and unusable, he still had his internal energy field. He refused to believe that a bio-beast could cultivate mental energy beyond level 10, let alone possess the piercing detonation traits needed to disrupt an internal energy field. Indeed, by convention, only those who had surpassed level 10 in mental energy could manifest an energy field. However, Feng Xingqian paid no mind to these details. He hadn't activated the transcendent powers that only a 13th level mental master could harness, not because he lacked the ability, but because his mental energy was slightly inferior, making it unable to merge seamlessly with transcendent powers to form a true field or even a barrier. He had a peculiar thought: his hidden enemy possessed an incredibly suppressive mental power, or rather, a trait specifically designed to shatter others' mental fields. This idea wasn't entirely strange, as a mental field, in essence, is a primitive form of barrier, and transcendence is similarly a primitive barrier. The topic was drifting off. At this moment, the tiger-shaped beast had already charged forward. Covering over 200 meters in just a few light leaps across the ground, the massive creature had closed in. In fact, the brief exchange between Feng Xingqian and Yu had slightly delayed his actions. When the tiger-shaped beast lunged at him, he found himself unable to dodge in time. Ordinarily, a level 10 inner force field wouldn't be particularly effective against a high-level evolved beast, especially one known for its agility and powerful attacks. As the glinting tiger claws neared the cockpit, Feng Xingqian suddenly extended his arms, maneuvering the mech's limbs in an eerie motion. His hands passed through his chest area and opened wide, grasping one of the tiger's claws firmly. "Huh!" he shouted, dropping to one knee to form a strong pivot point before twisting his waist. Whoosh! The massive tiger-shaped beast was thrown over his shoulder, lifted high, and slammed heavily onto the ground. Boom! Dust and debris flew everywhere. Yet, Feng Xingqian didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he stepped sideways with a burst of speed and delivered another over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! 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 5 consecutive throws, each time lifting the tiger-shaped beast high and slamming it down with tremendous force, left the surroundings in chaos. The swirling dust struck fear into the hearts of all who witnessed the scene, whether human or beast. However, after the sixth slam, Feng Xingqian started to feel his strength waning. High-level evolved beasts possessed formidable defenses that couldn't simply be broken by a few slams. Instead, the relentless attacks seemed to ignite the beast's ferocity. After the sixth impact, the tiger-shaped beast frantically twisted its body, taking advantage of the momentary pause to pull its attacker off balance. The mech, reliant entirely on high-energy battery packs for power, had been pushed to its limits with each forced overload during the slams. The 6 consecutive overloads had already exceeded the predictions of the mech experts in the lab. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger-shaped beast twisted nimbly, its 10-meter-long tail sweeping horizontally to coil around one of the mech's legs. With a powerful tug, Feng Xingqian could only let out a startled cry as the mech's heavy frame lost balance and crashed to the ground. The tiger-shaped beast wasted no time, leaping swiftly to pin him down, ready to tear him apart piece by piece. Thanks to the sensory space of the Tianyu ring and the evasion techniques refined by countless experts from advanced civilizations, his deeply ingrained instincts kicked in. His elbow and knee joint twisted in an extraordinary way, allowing him to flip over in what seemed like an impossible maneuver, facing the tiger-shaped beast heat-in. Inner force surged. The power core overloaded. Feng Xingqian reached out, his hands precisely gripping the Tiger King's 2 front claws, holding the massive creature at bay. Crack, creak, crack. The mech's enormous joints bore the immense weight, but every joint emitted a groaning sound, strained to their limits. Feng Xingqian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. No, it wasn't just his heart that sank, it was far beyond that. Pei Yi and Kong Ning arrived at a location 60 meters away, their bodies covered in blood. Despite being more than 10 kilometers behind, the moment they crested the hill, they found themselves surrounded by a massive swarm of creatures. Fortunately, the weapons carried by their mechas were powerful enough to take down most of the creatures, allowing them to reach this place in a short time. As they rushed closer, the scene before them caused their expressions to change drastically. It was evident to everyone that if the joints of the mecha were to break, Feng Xingqian would be in mortal danger. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from Feng Xingqian's forehead, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Instinctively, he activated several life-saving techniques methods he had relied on many times before, including his psychic piercing and detonation abilities. He seemed to have forgotten about the strange psychic suppression, as his response was purely instinctive, requiring no conscious thought. However, just then, an astonishingly bizarre vibration erupted in front of him. The air crackled and popped, with small bursts of light scattering like electric fireworks. At the same time, the terrifying defense of the tiger-shaped beast was sliced open by an invisible blade, leaving deep, gaping wounds. Pei Yi and Kong Ning's expressions turned utterly bewildered. The wounds appeared to have been caused by some kind of invisible blade, sharper even than the finest ion oscillation knives of a 5th-level civilization. The tiger-shaped beast howled in pain as blood gushed from its wounds, its strength rapidly draining. Overcome with fear, it roared desperately and struggled to escape. However, its front claws were firmly gripped by the mecha, leaving it unable to break free in its panic. Seeing this, Feng Xingqian was overjoyed. His psychic energy surged like a tide, and the eerie, invisible blade beams flew recklessly in all directions, rapidly expanding the beast's wounds. In less than 3 seconds, its vital areas were torn open by the invisible force, leaving gaping, fatal injuries. Finally, the beast's cries abruptly stopped, its massive body collapsing to the ground, reduced to emitting faint, despairing gurgles from deep within its throat. From a distance, Kong Ning and Pei Yi stood slack-jawed, staring at Feng Xingqian as if they had seen a ghost, unable to believe what had just happened. The strength of a level 10 mecha pilot typically matched that of an ordinary stage 3 beast. Yet the reality before them was that Feng Xingqian, newly advanced to level 10, had piloted his mecha to kill a beast that was clearly much stronger. Kong Ning swallowed hard and suddenly asked, "Captain Pei, did you feel some sort of strange vibration just now?" Pei nodded. As a level 10 expert, of course I could sense that terrifying force. Kong Ning pressed on. Then what exactly happened just now? Pei scratched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. I don't know, but after that force appeared, I felt an overwhelming urge to get as far away from here as possible. Kong Ning, his face full of fear, replied, "Me too. It felt like if I didn't leave, that force would tear me to pieces." With that, their conversation came to an uneasy end. Feng Xingqian's mech suddenly flipped up with a nimble motion, the cockpit opening as he leapt out. Bending down, he reached into the cockpit and retrieved an exoskeleton armor pack. The mech's cockpit was not particularly small. It featured compartments specifically designed to store armor pieces and a few standard weapons. In fact, it was even possible to operate the mech while wearing the exoskeleton armor. This was one of the emergency measures designed for pilots. After all, the Earth Federation's productivity was advanced enough to manufacture dozens of standardized mechs daily, but training a qualified pilot often took years, sometimes even decades. The priority was clear to everyone. Without hesitation, Feng Xingchen shook the box, and the exoskeleton armor promptly assembled itself. In just 2 seconds, he had donned the armor and was sprinting in a specific direction, shouting as he ran. Captain Pei, leave the mech and follow me. I found something. Although Pei Yi and Kong Ning weren't sure what was going on, they understood that a soldier on the battlefield would never joke around. They quickly jumped out of their mechs, put on their exoskeleton armor, and dashed after Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen had to run in that direction. Just moments ago, Yu had clearly informed him of a strange disturbance 400 meters away. It was described as strange because, despite Yu pushing the mech's radar to its maximum earlier, it hadn't detected anything until the moment the tiger-shaped beast was killed. Perhaps startled by the event, the disturbance suddenly appeared and began escaping rapidly. Feng Xingchen suspected that this disturbance might be the mastermind behind today's beast tide. Without even pausing to process why they had killed the tiger-shaped beast earlier, he immediately gave chase. However, the forest ahead grew denser, significantly limiting the maneuverability of the mechs. The exoskeleton armor proved far more agile in such terrain. Fortunately, Pei Yi and Kong Ning were both elite soldiers. Feng Xingchen decided to leave the mechs behind, instructing Yu to remotely control them from a few kilometers away and extract the blood of the tiger-shaped beast. The act of collecting biochemical beast blood had to remain a secret, something only he and Xiaohao knew about. As they sprinted at full speed, Kong Ning had already shared a warning signal to their helmets. Feng Xingchen quickly marked a rapidly moving red dot on the display and shouted, "Split up! This is the target, whatever it is, we must block its escape." Pei Yi and Kong Ning's eyes sharpened, recognizing the unusual nature of the red dot. Without a word, they separated and moved to flank the target from both sides. The red dot moved with astonishing speed, so fast that even a peak-level, 7th-tier agility expert would struggle to keep up. However, Pei Yi and Kong Ning were not ordinary 7th-tier warriors, and they managed to keep up with the pursuit. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Pei Yi, the fastest among them, finally managed to overtake the target and began cutting off its path from the front. A slight smile appeared on Feng Xingchen's lips. He believed that if they could capture this thing, today's accomplishment would be substantial. Even if it didn't lead to a promotion, a few days of vacation would surely be guaranteed. But when Pei Yi intercepted the target, he suddenly shouted, "It's a Kaijian." Feng Xingchen and Kong Ning froze momentarily in surprise, but Pei Yi was clearly too preoccupied to explain. He had already engaged the Kaijian in confrontation, and the sounds of their clash thundered through the forest, reaching the other's ears. Feng Xingchen's mind raced in disbelief. Who is this? Someone who can go head-to-head with someone as elite as Pei Yi? Could it be another ghost wolf? But when he arrived at the scene of the fight and saw what was happening, he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. A shadowy figure darted back and forth through the air, narrowly evading Pei Yi's ferocious attacks each time. It was evident that this individual relied on an uncanny and elusive movement technique to avoid being struck, rather than engaging in a direct confrontation as Pei Yi had initially assumed. However, as time went on, Pei Yi's brow furrowed slightly, and a sudden realization struck him: something was off. The figure's speed had now far surpassed its earlier pace during the escape. If they truly possessed such speed, why had they fled in panic earlier, even allowing themselves to be cornered by Pei Yi? A sense of foreboding surged within him. "Be careful," he shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. Remaining on high alert, he scanned his surroundings intently, seeking any abnormality that might explain the situation. Kong Ning, relying on his extensive combat experience, had already sensed that something was amiss. Slowly crouching, he fixed his gaze on the figure, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with lethal precision. Moments later, the figure suddenly stumbled, seemingly tripped by the gnarled, protruding roots of the forest. A glint of opportunity flashed in Kong Ning's eyes. With a deafening roar, the explosive force of his 9th-level inner strength surged through him, propelling him forward like a streak of shadow as he charged at the figure. Feng Xingchen couldn't help but acknowledge the sheer speed of power-focused warriors. By harnessing their immense strength and protective armor, their short-distance acceleration could even surpass that of agility-based fighters. Such was the case now. Kong Ning seized the opening he had waited for and launched a full-force attack. Just as Kong Ning was about to land his strike, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon the area, suffocating and oppressive. The three of them instinctively sensed a savage presence lurking nearby. Shock flickered in Kong Ning's eyes, and without hesitation, he abandoned his seemingly guaranteed strike, pushing off the ground with all his might to retreat swiftly. But it was too late. The enormous tree before him exploded without warning, and from its splintered trunk burst a blood-red shadow. Silently and with terrifying speed, it pounced on him, slamming him forcefully to the ground. Pei Yi and Feng Xingchen were stunned. The shadow turned out to be a crimson-furred leopard-like creature, small in stature at just over 2 meters long, but far from an ordinary red leopard. It had a grotesque, single horn protruding from its head and 5 distinct tails swishing behind it. Such a bizarre bioengineered beast was unlike anything they had ever encountered. While its strange appearance was not particularly important, the ferocious aura emanating from its body was unmistakable. Light was far beyond the strength of even the most fearsome tiger-type evolved beasts. This creature was no ordinary foe. Even 3 12th-level super warriors combined would struggle to defeat it in a short amount of time. Its blinding speed and exceptional ability to remain undetected, having hidden within the very trees surrounding them, spoke to its cunning and lethality. Ah! Kong Ming let out a half-cry of agony as the beast ruthlessly tore his head, along with his exoskeletal helmet, clean off his body. Pei Yi and Feng Xingchen gasped audibly, their shock turning to fury. Kong Ming, their longtime companion and brother-in-arms, had fallen before their eyes. Rage consumed Pei Yi as his eyes turned bloodshot. With a furious roar, he leapt forward, his inner strength surging violently around him. Gripping his vibrating blade, he unleashed a destructive force powerful enough to cleave a metal statue in two. A trace of human-like disdain flickered in the monster's eyes as it effortlessly dodged Pei Yi's attack with a swift movement. In an instant, it flipped around, its 5 long tails whipping out like lashes, coiling around Pei Yi's arm. With a vicious yank, it tore the arm clean off, armor plates and all. Such a ferocious creature was unheard of. Pei Yi let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, fumbling with his other hand to draw an energy pistol. He fired wildly in the direction of the Crimson Panther, but after a few shots, his head slumped to the side, and he lost consciousness. The Crimson Panther paid no heed and, with a sudden leap, charged toward Feng Xingchen. Fear flashed in Feng Xingchen's eyes, but without hesitation, he leaped backward and drew out his 30 billion oscillation blade, activating its transcendent state. However, as soon as the transcendent energy left his body, it began to rapidly diminish, sending a jolt of alarm through him. At that moment, he could finally confirm to the world with certainty. Their target, the Kaija they had been hunting earlier, possessed suppressive psychic abilities. And this savage monster was the weapon under their control. The proximity left him no room to evade. Without hesitation, he summoned a peculiar shadow with a thought, placing it between himself and the Crimson Panther, his mutated brood mother, Meng Meng. The Crimson Panther, clearly unprepared for the sudden appearance of a mutated brood mother, collided head-on with Meng Meng. Crack! A thunderous boom erupted as shockwaves rippled outward, engulfing a 10-meter radius. The Crimson Panther let out a pained roar, recoiling as a deep gash appeared on its body, blood gushing out in torrents. However, Feng Xingchen could clearly see the wound rapidly healing as the blood flowed. On the other hand, Meng Meng had also suffered severe injuries, with one of her forelimbs brutally snapped. She let out a hoarse cry, tinged with fear, but her instinctual battle hunger as a brood mother drove her to lunge forward once more. Damn it! Feng Xingchen's fear sharpened his focus. He knew he had no choice but to fight alongside Meng Meng, where he was as good as dead. In an instant, he unleashed his field of destructive energy to its fullest, pulling out his heavy sniper rifle and firing 2 plasma rounds. The plasma rounds, one of 4 types of ammunition synthesized by Xiao Hao, discharged a staggering 7 million volts of electricity upon impact, capable of inducing severe convulsions in virtually any target. Even an 11th level powerhouse had been killed without resistance, proving their devastating effectiveness. With his incredible marksmanship, Feng Xingchen rarely missed, and now, with the Crimson Panther preoccupied by Meng Meng's relentless assault, it was unable to dodge. One of the rounds struck its hind leg. Zap! The plasma erupted, forming a dazzling arc of electricity that engulfed the Crimson Panther. Yet to Feng Xingchen's shock, instead of convulsing, the Crimson Panther seemed revitalized, as though it had absorbed a powerful tonic. Its movements suddenly accelerated, executing an impossible midair flip to evade Meng Meng's lethal strike. In the next moment, its outstretched claws reached Meng Meng's head. Thud! The mutated broodmother's near-impenetrable defense was no match for the Crimson Panther's seemingly delicate claws, which tore a massive bloody hole in her head. Meng Meng didn't even have time to scream before she was killed instantly. Victorious in a single strike, the Crimson Panther leapt onto Meng Meng's back, using it as a springboard to launch itself toward Feng Xingchen. Despair surged through Feng Xingchen as he thought to himself. If such a powerful mutated broodmother couldn't withstand a single blow, what chance did he have? Yet, Meng Meng's sacrifice had bought him a fleeting moment of precious time. Thanks to the support of the thought space, Feng Xingchen managed to retreat 70 to 80 meters away in the brief moment that followed. The ferocious beast, injured by Meng Meng's claws, had its speed slightly reduced, giving him a chance to react. In an instant, before the grief of Meng Meng's death could fully surface, his pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly activated a miniature quantum shield, and channeled his internal energy without hesitation. A faint, eerie sound echoed as the energy field burst out of his body. Still feeling it wasn't enough, he concentrated his immense mental power, which was primed for explosive penetration, and fiercely directed it toward the red-shadowed beast. Crackling sounds erupted as the strange vibrations, similar to those that had killed the tiger-like beast earlier, reappeared. The air seemed to snap and crackle, and a terrifying energy enveloped the area several meters ahead. The beast, moving at incredible speed, had already charged into this zone. A shocking scene unfolded. The beast's mutated, resilient hide split open into gashes as wide as a finger, with blood gushing out violently. It let out a bizarre, guttural howl, twisted its body, and quickly escaped the peculiar force field, circling Feng Xingchen without stopping. Meanwhile, in the distance, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Kaija man. He suddenly raised his hand, and the crimson beast turned around, transforming into a blur as it dashed to his side. The Kaija man mounted the beast in one swift motion and, with a sharp whistle, disappeared into the dense forest. Feng Xingchen blinked in confusion, finding the situation incomprehensible. How had he managed to generate such power to tear apart this monstrous creature? What was this force? However, he had no time to dwell on it. Seeing the Kaija man escaping on the beast, he dared not give chase. Instead, he rushed over to check on Pei. By then, Pei had already fallen unconscious. In a flurry of movement, Feng Xingchen retrieved 2 injectors and administered them. After 2 minutes, Pei finally regained consciousness with a faint groan. Overjoyed, Feng Xingchen quickly asked, "Captain Pei, how are you feeling?" Pei glanced down at his wound. The injectors had already taken effect, stopping the heavy bleeding, but his face was pale, and sweat poured from his forehead due to excessive blood loss and intense pain. Still, he remained composed and said, "I'm fine. Alive. What about the beast and that man?" "The beast is injured, and the man escaped riding it," Feng Xingchen replied quickly. "Forget about them for now. We need to head back immediately. As long as you receive medical treatment within 5 hours, there's still a chance to save your hand." Pei slowly stood up, waving him off. "Don't worry about me. You need to catch up and find a way to take down that Kaija man. If we don't seize the opportunity while the beast is injured, the skeleton base will be in danger." Feng Xingchen nodded slightly. "You should retreat to an open area and call for a transport aircraft to get back to the skeleton base for the best treatment as soon as possible. If you don't agree, I won't leave. Medical technology is highly advanced now. Injuries like severed hands or limbs can be fully treated even if the limb is detached for several days. It can still regain full functionality." "What do you mean by full functionality?" Pei asked. "For example, eating, doing laundry, lifting objects weighing 100 pounds or more," Feng Xingchen explained. However, for someone of Pei's caliber, the importance of this hand went far beyond basic functionality. It was critical for delivering immense, destructive power. Therefore, he had to receive treatment within 5 hours, or else he would have to rely on a high-tech prosthetic limb. Pei let out a soft sigh, realizing that Feng Xingchen's mind was made up. Resigned, he nodded in gratitude, then struggled to his feet, clutching his severed limb. He grabbed Kong Ning's body and quickly made his way outside. By now, the beast horde had lost control, turning on each other in a chaotic frenzy. Pei successfully returned to his mech, contacted the transport ship, and headed for the skeleton base. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen watched Pei leave, a deep ache in his heart. Standing before Meng Meng's lifeless body, he was overcome with emotion. Meng Meng had saved his life in a critical moment, leaving him filled with sorrow and reluctance. After a brief moment of reflection, he stored the body into subspace, sat down, lit a cigarette, and instructed Yu to maneuver the Avenger mech to bring in the tiger-like beast. Before long, Yu controlled the Avenger to drag the tiger-like beast's corpse to him. Feng Xingchen waved his hand, storing it into subspace as well. Despite the damage to the mech's joints, he climbed back in and activated the radar. In a deep voice, he asked, "Yu, can you track that strange crimson leopard?" "Yes," Yu replied confidently. The monster's blood trail, left from its injuries, could be tracked by adjusting the radar's frequency. Feng Xingchen's face lit up with joy, praising Yu as an unbeatable genius girl. He immediately entrusted her with the tracking task. Brimming with confidence, he prepared to hunt down high-level tiger-like beasts and acquire precious elixirs. Yet, a sudden question surged through his mind. What was that terrifying force field? When did he gain such immense internal energy? No, it wasn't internal energy, it was mental power. Or could it be the overlap of mental power and killing intent, creating a unique effect? He thought back to his previous encounter with the elite ghost wolves and realized something. During his first kill of a tiger-like beast, he had maintained an internal energy field. Then, driven by instinct, he unleashed his mental power, forming a new force field that instantly tore the beast apart. The second time, against the crimson leopard, he did the same, releasing an internal energy field combined with mental power, once again creating a new force field. Feng Xingchen abruptly halted in his steps. Opening the cockpit, he jumped down and approached a massive boulder ahead. Taking a deep breath, he slowly released an internal energy field before unleashing his mental power, fusing it with the boulder in a transcendent manner. The two distinct forces began to merge. In an instant, everything within a radius of over 10 meters was sliced apart by an invisible force. Dust and debris filled the air, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Oh no! The thunderous crash of the massive tree falling sent him scrambling away, covering his head in panic. He ran as far as he could until everything calmed down. Only then did he cautiously sneak back, his wide eyes scanning the chaotic surroundings. Whoa! What on earth was that move of mine? He exclaimed in shock. He had already made his way to the giant boulder. The rock had been split cleanly in two by some terrifying force, the cut so smooth it was even more refined than anything crafted by hand. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered while running his fingers along the cut, squinting as he mumbled to himself. When did I develop such terrifying potential? Unfortunately, his mental power barely reached the high end of level 8, far from matching his physical combat abilities. If I could push my mental power to level 10, I wonder how incredible I'd be, he thought with a bitter smile. Reflecting on the move, he realized. It's powerful, sure, but I can't control its direction. In this area, it's just indiscriminate destruction. If a friend got caught in this, I'd instantly become their killer. But I figure it's because my mental power is way below my internal energy, so I can't control the field's direction. Still, this technique is quite brutal, and it might just be a decent last resort move for me. After coming to this conclusion, he let out a silly laugh, climbed back onto his mech, and continued on his journey. As he traveled, he had already made up his mind. Once he got back, he would first use the blood of a tiger-type beast to enhance his physical strength. Then he'd find a secluded spot to focus on training and raising his mental power. Haha, once I hit level 10 in mental power, he'll be able to perform short-distance teleportation. Then, if I encounter high-level bio-beasts or anyone I don't like, I can teleport a few meters closer and immediately unleash this new force field. Victory will be mine for sure. New force field? That name is awful. I need something cooler, he thought eagerly, lamenting to himself. Back in the day, I spent too much time obsessing over gourmet food and didn't take my studies seriously. Now I can't even come up with a flashy name when I need one. After some thought, he realized the new force field was a combination of mental power and internal energy. The attack was invisible, almost like the legendary Shadowless Kick from Foshan. How about calling it Kuantan Shadowless Slash? Sounds better, right? But wait, why add Kuantan? That's just random. Maybe just Shadowless Slash. Not flashy enough. Besides, when the two force fields overlapped, they created a crackling sound, far from the silent and invisible effect had imagined. Got it. Let's just call it Divine Slash. And in the future, if I add piercing or explosive power, I could call it Divine Implosion. Wow, that's insanely violent and badass. Feeling smug about his idea, he settled on the name. As his thoughts wandered, it didn't matter Yo-Yo, the AI, could directly interface with the mech's systems and handle simple actions. He could even afford to take a nap. After traveling about 70 to 80 kilometers, Yo-Yo suddenly shouted, "Watch out." The warning barely left Yo-Yo's system when Feng Xingchen felt a terrifying force surge from the side, slamming into his mech. Crack! The mech, touted as the Earth Federation's most advanced, had its thick armor plating along the waist ripped apart, leaving a massive fissure. At that moment, Feng Xingchen felt the mech jolt violently before it toppled to the ground. It must be that monster causing trouble again. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down on the ejector switch. Thud! The ejection seat shot out instantly, and as it left the mech, the collision-absorbing foam rapidly expanded. The foam sphere crashed hard into a tree. Before it even hit the ground, his mental energy fused with his internal force field Divine Slash. Crackle! The foam sphere was instantly torn to pieces under the power of the Divine Slash. Feng Xingchen tumbled to the ground and saw the crimson leopard standing 100 meters away, with the Kaija behind it still standing motionless. He quickly sprang to his feet, drawing his shock blade, his gaze fixed on the Kaija as his mind raced to figure out how to retrieve his heavy sniper rifle. That's right, the rifle was still on the weapon rack inside the mech. He hadn't had time to grab it earlier. Just as he was racking his brain for a strategy, the Kaija suddenly spoke. "No need to be so tense. I'm not here to fight to the death with you. I just want to have a conversation." Feng Xingchen blinked, his expression turning strange. He thought to himself, there's actually a common language between Earthlings and Kaijirs? Of course there's a common language. The Kaija removed the helmet of his exoskeleton armor, revealing a wrinkled and unattractive face. "I control fierce beasts in battle, while you control mutated insects. If we set aside our racial prejudices, open our minds, and learn from each other, wouldn't we both make great progress by combining our strengths?" Set aside prejudices? Feng Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smile as he thought, this guy really believes I control insects. The Kaija waved dismissively and continued, In advanced civilizations, there are no racial barriers among psychic superhumans. In fact, for mental power elites like us, being on the battlefield risking our lives for some meaningless military honor is utterly foolish. With our intellect, we should be above such nonsense. Feng Xingqian's expression gradually returned to calm. He lit a cigarette, quietly observing the Kaija. Although he appeared composed, his thoughts were racing as he considered how to communicate. The Kaija wasn't entirely wrong. Those with mental power above level 7 not only had faster reflexes, but also possessed formidable attack capabilities, earning them the title of psychic superhumans. Among them, communication using mental energy vibrations was so unique that even without a language translator, they could transcend racial differences and communicate seamlessly. This form of interaction was also extremely fast, far beyond the comprehension of any physical combat practitioners. This ability was one of the key reasons for the high status of psychic individuals. It was said that in advanced civilizations, physical combat experts couldn't even catch the attention of psychic superhumans. Many master-level physical combat practitioners ended up serving as bodyguards for level 10 psychics, which was considered a rather prestigious position. Seeing Feng Xingqian remain silent, the Kaija assumed he was interested. Smiling, he said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eryu, and I'm at high-level grade 8 in mental power." Feng Xingqian, what a coincidence, my mental power is also high-level grade 8. He said this casually, but inwardly thought, your parents really went back to basics naming you Eryu. What's next? EU? Senyu? Ba you sure you? Eryu grinned and gestured toward the crimson leopard beside him. This is my battle beast, Chiemo. Feng Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. Chiemo? Is that its name or its species? Eryu squinted slightly. Its name was Chiemo, and as for its species, if translated into the Earth Federation's Chinese, it would be called Zheng. Feng Xingqian carefully observed Chiemo and exclaimed, Zheng? How beautiful. It's a pity, though. The insect I worked so hard to find was wiped out by it. From this perspective, Chiemo is obviously much stronger. You don't actually need to talk to me, Eryu replied coolly. It's not that Chiemo is overwhelmingly powerful, it's just that your insect is clearly a whole level lower. It has just entered the 4th stage of evolution, while my Chiemo is at the peak of the 5th stage. I can say that if your insect reached the 5th stage, Chiemo probably wouldn't stand a chance. Feng Xingqian nodded, finally getting to the point. All right, let's exchange some ideas. Since you're the one who suggested this exchange, shouldn't you start by explaining how to control 40 to 50,000 biobeasts? Of course, Eryu smiled faintly. I use a method of mental power diffusion to cover the beast horde, then connect my mental power to Chi-Mo's brain domain, simulating its unique wave patterns. This creates a special suppression technique that even works on 4th stage beasts. Feng Xingqian was astonished. Are you saying your mental power can simulate Chi-Mo's brainwaves? And Chi-Mo also has mental power. Whether Chi-Mo has mental power or not, I don't know, Eryu explained. But my mental power specializes in simulation. In fact, the reason I was able to break through your mental power field was by simulating the characteristics of your mental power waves. This naturally neutralized the attacking force of your mental power or its field. Feng Xingqian frowned. Doesn't that make your ability invincible? How could it be invincible? Eryu shook her head. To simulate, my mental power can't be weaker than yours. If you're stronger, not only would I fail to simulate, but I might also suffer a backlash if you invaded my mind. Secondly, simulating doesn't mean I possess your power, nor does it mean I can invade your brain domain through your mental power. So, aside from controlling certain special beasts and neutralizing mental power attacks, I haven't found any other effective uses for this ability. Feng Xingqian suddenly understood. Eryu assumed that his method of controlling Meng Meng involved some kind of specific vibration technique. From this, it was clear that Eryu was quite devious. If Eryu's mental power trait is simulation, then as soon as I release that vibration method, she could easily learn it. Feng Xingqian thought to himself. But Eryu's mental power trait isn't simulation. Even if she completely revealed her method of controlling beasts, I wouldn't be able to replicate it. In other words, this so-called fair exchange of knowledge only benefits Eryu. What is this? This is a surefire win for her. Realizing this, Feng Xingqian couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and the urge to eliminate this manipulative individual immediately. However, this required careful consideration. Chiemo was still watching them closely, and Eryu's physical combat skills were at least level 6, an unusual kind of skill, with speed even faster than elite fighters like Pei Yi. Without absolute certainty, it was best not to act rashly. He casually remarked, your mental power ability is quite unique. Eryu replied, unique? Yes, but to control a large number of bio-beasts, I still can't do without Chiemo. Also, it's not like I have no way to deal with you. Heh, fair enough, Feng Xingqian responded. Feng Xingqian displayed a hint of smugness, but his words remained modest as he said, our mental power is at the high level of grade 8, yet you easily neutralized my attack. That shows you're stronger than me. He paused before adding, oh, and you can release a mental force field, so you must be a grade 10 psychic. His proud expression, in Eryu's eyes, seemed to lose some of its sharpness. Eryu was secretly pleased but outwardly gave a bitter smile and said, I don't have a mental force field. In fact, I was just mimicking your field to create that brief effect. By the way, you said you have grade 8 mental power. How could you possibly release a force field? Feng Xingqian burst out laughing and replied, What force field? I don't have one. You pushed me today, and somehow, I managed to merge my mental power with my internal energy field, accidentally creating this weird force field. Eryu was puzzled and asked, Really? As a mental power expert, your brain's neurons are highly developed. Once you reach grade 7 or higher, you naturally gain sharp perception. You should be able to sense whether I'm lying or not. Feng Xingqian nodded, That much is true. Eryu tilted his head, as if he could genuinely sense that Feng Xingqian wasn't lying. Feng Xingqian chuckled, stomped out his cigarette, and said, I think we've talked enough about mental power. Shouldn't we move on to a practical exchange? Don't worry, I'll let you feel my mental power first. But you have to swear that after experiencing my mental power, you'll release yours for me to feel for a few minutes. Also, you must promise that once our exchange is over, we'll go our separate ways, and you won't harm me in any way. You have to swear. Deal. Eryu swore to the great god of primordial force, vowing to give it his all in the exchange, and let Feng Xingqian fully experience the traits of controlling beasts with mental power. He also promised not to harm Feng Xingqian after their exchange, and agreed they would part ways peacefully. Should he break his oath, he vowed to succumb to inner demons during meditation, leading to a fatal brain explosion. After solemnly declaring his oath to the heavens, Eryu smiled at Feng Xingqian, waiting expectantly for him to swear as well. Feng Xingqian mimicked Eryu's actions and repeated the oath. Once Feng Xingqian finished swearing, Eryu felt a sense of triumph. He thought to himself that swearing by inner demons during meditation was the most serious vow for mental power practitioners, and now he could learn a new technique for free. Little did he know that Feng Xingqian had no idea who this god of primordial force was, nor did he care. Moreover, Feng Xingqian's training no longer relied on meditation, but instead utilized runecrafting techniques from a grade 9 civilization. Get ready. Eryu took a deep breath and released his mental power, slowly enveloping the crimson demon. Not far away, Feng Xingqian's eyebrows twitched as he sensed a unique rhythm in the vibrations of Eryu's mental power. The sensation was so peculiar. He thought back to his multiple encounters with Eryu's mental power earlier that day, but this strange feeling had never arisen before. Was it because they were now so close? Or perhaps because Eryu harbored no hostility toward him? There was no time to dwell on these irrelevant questions. Feng Xingqian decisively activated his mind training technique, committing this strange rhythm to memory. Eryu remained unaware of this and continued to release his mental power, steadily surrounding the crimson demon. Observing the creature's contented demeanor, Feng Xingqian suddenly had an odd thought. It felt as though Eryu was playing with a pet, perhaps even communicating with it. The scene before him resembled that of an animal enthusiast delighting in teasing a beloved pet, creating a palpable atmosphere of joy and trust between human and animal. After 5 full minutes, Eryu finally retracted his mental energy and asked with a smile, Well, any insights? Feng Xingqian hesitated slightly before responding. I think I gained some understanding, but unfortunately, I can't seem to find a breakthrough. Eryu couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself that everyone's brainwaves are different, and the resulting mental energy vibrations vary as well. If Feng Xingqian somehow figured out his vibration pattern, it would truly be a miracle. Your turn. Eryu cleared his throat lightly. Feng Xingqian chuckled and continued. Unfortunately, my bug is dead, so I can't demonstrate like you did. However, there are 3 options for you to choose from. The first is for me to directly apply my mental energy to your brain, allowing you to experience the vibrations without interruption. The second is for me to release my mental energy toward your chi-mo, so you can feel it indirectly. The third is for me to release my mental energy into the air. Mr. Eryu, which one will you choose? Eryu licked his lips, feeling slightly helpless. After all, Feng Xingqian's bug's death was indeed his doing, but it wasn't directly connected to their agreement. After careful consideration, he decided that directly applying mental energy to his brain was far too dangerous to attempt. Releasing it into the air would make it too difficult to grasp the essence, which was obviously unsuitable. Ultimately, he concluded that channeling it through Chi-Mo would be the most appropriate choice. After all, his long-term connection with Chi-Mo had created an almost seamless resonance, which should allow him to fully simulate the vibrations. He gestured, and Chi-Mo slowly stepped forward, stopping between the two of them. Feng Xingqian squinted and spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness. Pay attention. I will fully unleash its characteristics. Whether you can learn from it depends entirely on you. Eryu's heart tightened, sensing that he might have overlooked something. Indeed, he had forgotten that when Feng Xingqian combined his mental energy with his internal force field, it produced an unimaginably powerful attack. In other words, Feng Xingqian's mental energy was inherently highly offensive, an undeniable fact. Before Eryu could fully process this realization, Feng Xingchen had already unleashed his mental energy. Yu had no time to hesitate and quickly attached his own mental energy to it. However, the moment his thoughts focused on Mo, there was a sudden boom. A deafening explosion echoed as his body seemed to be pierced through by a massive bullet, shattering into pieces. At that very instant, Mo's brain domain erupted with a thunderous roar, and it collapsed to the ground. Alas, Feng Xingchen couldn't be blamed for this outcome. In truth, had it been a real battle, Feng Xingchen's current strength wouldn't have been enough to knock Mo unconscious. However, Yu's greed had led him to let Mo completely open its brain domain, allowing Feng Xingchen's mental energy to directly penetrate its core. Just imagine a completely unguarded Mo, with its core exposed to Feng Xingchen. The fact that it wasn't killed outright was a testament to its resilience. Feng Xingchen, fully aware of the consequences, wasted no time. He lunged forward, pinning Mo down with one hand, while pulling out a vibration blade with the other, ready to strike. However, the moment his hand made contact with Mo, a familiar voice from Tian Yu Huan echoed in his mind. Contact established with a juvenile interstellar class beast. Current power is low but will grow stronger with maturity. Would you like to collect DNA and replicate all relevant data? At that moment, he was utterly stunned. If his memory served him correctly, he had once grabbed the corpse of a tiger-like beast with both hands, yet no such prompt had appeared. At the same time, he heard the term interstellar class beast for the first time. Could it be possible? Tian Yuhuan was exceedingly proud and showed no interest in the four-segment beasts or ordinary bio-beasts, only caring about interstellar-level monsters. Without hesitation, she chose yes. As her choice was confirmed, Tian Yuhuan slightly transformed, extending a needle thinner than a strand of hair. It gently pierced through the red fiend's hide, extracting a tiny blood sample before swiftly retracting. To the red fiend, this was merely a faint itch at most. It shook its fur twice before ignoring it entirely. However, Feng Xingchen, with his highly advanced mental perception, witnessed the entire process in vivid detail, leaving him almost petrified. The red fiend's hide was incredibly tough, capable of withstanding the shock blades of fourth-level civilizations, yet Tian Yuhuan managed to extract blood without the beast even noticing. What shocked him even more was the precision of her actions, honed to perfection, decisive, swift, stealthy, and without greed. It was like watching a master thief at work. The entire process was completed in less than 2 seconds. The red fiend, still dazed, barely had time to react before its head was struck by a shock blade. The poor interstellar-level beast cub, caught off guard, was obliterated before it even understood what had happened. Feng Xingchen crossed his arms and, looking at the lifeless body of the Kaija, said calmly, "I swore I'd let you see the characteristics of my mental power, and I've done that. At the same time, I never intended to kill you. Your death has nothing to do with me. However, I never promised to spare the red fiend. Heh, killing the Kaija was my idea, and it has nothing to do with my master." Nearby, a damaged mech slowly sat up, emitting a soft, childlike voice that sounded oddly eerie. In truth, this wasn't surprising. Controlled by Yu. The mech had successfully executed a sneak attack with a heavy sniper shot. The spirit-level 8th tier high-rank entity piloting it clearly had only just reached the 6th tier in physical combat abilities. How could they withstand a direct hit from a mech's heavy sniper bullet? Feng Xingchen, satisfied, collected 3 vials of the red fiend's blood and released a tiger-shaped beast to collect 3 more. As for the 2 corpses, he planned to study them later and casually stash them into subspace for safekeeping. Looking at the mech, Feng Xingchen felt slightly frustrated. The waist armor was fractured, with numerous circuits and sensors severely damaged. The joints were also in poor condition, and the cockpit had been ejected. Unable to control it himself, he had to wait for a transport ship outside the forest. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he couldn't store the mech away and instead let it follow him while Yu took over the onboard AI system, attempting to guide it slowly out of the forest. After a few steps, the mech wobbled unsteadily but managed to move a short distance, putting Feng Xingchen at ease. He climbed into the frame where the cockpit used to be, sat down, and closed his eyes, entering his mental space. Within the mental space, there were items like the Rebel and the Black Gold-class speedboat. However, he didn't have enough time to focus on learning to pilot the Black Gold-class vessel today. His gaze wandered, and sure enough, he spotted a simulated version of the Red Fiend in a nearby patch of forest. Walking up to the Red Fiend, he asked, "Tian Yuan, what exactly is an interstellar-level monster?" A familiar voice echoed within the space. Any beast capable of leaving the atmosphere and surviving in space is classified as an interstellar-level monster. High-level civilizations often refer to them simply as star beasts. Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Living in space? Feng Xingchen's heart was filled with confusion and unease. He had heard of the catastrophic beasts from the core regions of black holes, those referred to as black hole-level creatures, said to be the most powerful entities in the universe. The mere appearance of a single catastrophic beast was enough to throw the entire fleet of a level 9 civilization into hopeless disarray, leaving them defeated and in retreat. Feng Xingqian's emotions felt as though they were being torn apart, and he nearly lost control. He silently wondered what he had encountered: a soft obstacle or an unyielding one. However, catastrophic beasts rarely left their habitats. Thus, across the vast universe, the overall power of beasts wasn't necessarily the strongest. Feng Xingqian couldn't help but ask, then which species is the strongest? Is it humans? Tian Yuhuan shook her head firmly and replied, not humans. Humanity's strength comes from the accumulation of wisdom and the dissemination of knowledge, which allows them to create powerful weapons and establish a foothold in the universe. But this path has already deviated from the true way. What is the true way? Feng Xingqian was taken aback. Tian Yuhuan continued, no matter how advanced technology becomes, it is merely an external force. The truly powerful species are those that rely entirely on their own innate abilities, such as the beast clans and insectoids. Feng Xingqian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't the current society dominated by humans? What does domination mean? Is slaughtering weaker creatures considered domination? Is claiming every resource discovered considered domination? Does controlling a few planets qualify as domination? Humans on Earth have an old saying, a frog at the bottom of a well sees only a small part of the sky. That is an accurate reflection of your perspective. Feng Xingqian was left speechless, lost in thought. Tian Yuhuan chose not to dwell on the topic and shifted the conversation. All right, what kind of training would you like to do today? Feng Xingqian snapped out of his daze, took a deep breath, and slowly said, today, I saw a Kaija using mental power to subdue a star beast. How does that process work? The wonders of mental power are undeniable, and its versatility is beyond question. Theoretically, this immaterial force can not only subdue weaker beasts, but also be effective when dealing with silicon-based life forms or insectoids, whose structures are entirely different. Tian Yuhuan explained thoughtfully. However, there are so many individuals capable of using mental power that I can't make a universal judgment. Hearing this, Feng Xingqian's eyes lit up, and he quickly added, he simulated the brainwave vibrations of the star beast, rapidly establishing a unique connection and seamless communication with it. Tian Yuhuan smiled faintly, her tone affirming yet resolute. That method is intriguing, but unfortunately, it's impossible for you to achieve it. Mental power is highly individualistic. Throughout the entire universe, finding two beings with identical mental power frequencies is nearly impossible. How could you alter your own characteristics to simulate someone else's? Disappointed, Feng Xingqian lowered his head. But in that very moment, he suddenly lifted his head again, smiling determinedly. How can I give up without at least trying? With that, he closed his eyes, gradually releasing his mental power. Carefully recalling the unique rhythm of Eryu, he began attempting to integrate it into his own mental power. The unique rhythm had already been deeply imprinted in Feng Xingqian's mind through the method of mental focus. At this moment, as he released it, it began to merge with his piercing and detonating technique, creating a strange and unpredictable vibration, as though forming a distinct pattern. However, Feng Xingqian was unaware of the changes in the nature of his mental power. He remained motionless, eyes closed, while vividly perceiving the brainwave fluctuations of the star beast in his mind. In that instant, a strong sense of confidence surged within him, as if he could effortlessly synchronize with those fluctuations. Without hesitation, he directed his mental power toward the subtle waves. The moment the two distinct waveforms touched, the star beast's fluctuations began to churn uncontrollably, like boiling water. Feng Xingqian's expression turned peculiar as he thought to himself that, in this instant, he seemed to merge with the star beast. Not only could he understand its thoughts, but he could also influence its behavior patterns through his own mental language. He abruptly opened his eyes, staring incredulously at the crimson demon before him. Within the sensory simulation space, everything was modeled with technology so advanced that the simulations felt indistinguishably real. Here, the star beast actually nodded at him and voluntarily approached. How is this possible? Feng Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head fervently. In his mind, he thought, no, this is just a simulation. No matter how realistic it seems, it can never represent reality. At most, it's just a repository of experiential learning. This thought carried a strong sense of self-persuasion, while also reflecting the true nature of the sensory simulation space. It was a place where learning to pilot mechs and starships was equally applicable, but changes to mental power could not be guaranteed as effective. Just as he was about to leave the sensory space and return to reality, Tian Yuhuan suddenly sighed. I underestimated you. Feng Xingqian froze and asked, what do you mean? Your mental power isn't just about piercing and detonating. It seems to have a second characteristic. Feng Xingqian was taken aback, thinking to himself that, as far as he knew, it was impossible for someone to have a second characteristic in their mental power. Tian Yuhuan chuckled. As far as you know? Huh, how arrogant. A mere soldier from a second-level civilization, how much knowledge could you possibly possess to make such a claim? I admit, individuals in the universe with dual-natured mental powers are exceedingly rare, perhaps less than 1 in a trillion, but it is not impossible. Fine, Feng Xingqian smacked his lips. What is my second characteristic? Induction. What? Feng Xingqian exclaimed in surprise. Your second characteristic is called induction. This trait is even rarer than dual-natured mental powers, Tian Yuhuan explained. Feng Xingqian's heart skipped a beat as he realized he might have gained a formidable ability. He quickly asked, forget about distant possibilities for now. I want to know what is the use of induction. Tian Yuhuan replied. You are aware that psychics can easily communicate with others through the diffusion and vibration of mental power. Even if the two parties belong to different species, communication can still be remarkably smooth and efficient. Feng Xingqian nodded. Yes, I understand that. Psychics from the Earth Federation can communicate quite well with people from third-level civilizations. Tian Yuhuan continued. In simple terms, this type of communication is more akin to telepathy. Tian Yuhuan explained that there are two fundamental principles for mental communication. First, both parties must have comparable intelligence, and second, certain protocols must be followed, such as maintaining order and adhering to moral boundaries. If these principles are disregarded, communication becomes impossible, similar to how psychics find it difficult to communicate with biobeasts or reptiles. Feng Xingqian nodded in understanding, but brought up the case of Yu, arguing that it was an exception rather than a general rule. He pointed out that his mental power was piercing and explosive, while others could manipulate objects. How could those possibly be the same? Feng Xingqian scratched his chin, feeling puzzled. Tian Yuhuan continued her explanation, stating that the concept of induction in communication involves leveraging a strong knowledge base to persuade the other party to agree with one's perspective or instilling thoughts through complex language to achieve assimilation. She spoke slowly, as if carefully choosing her words. Feng Xingqian, however, admitted honestly that he still didn't fully understand. Tian Yuhuan rephrased her explanation, emphasizing that communication is the foundation. Anyone, even a child, can communicate with others. Ants can even communicate among themselves. But the success of communication is not guaranteed, just as diplomats cannot always persuade their opponents. Induction, on the other hand, is an advanced skill in communication, capable of guiding someone to accept one's viewpoint. She elaborated further, explaining that when mental power connects with another person, it can successfully draw their attention, creating a desire within them to approach and integrate. Suddenly, Feng Xingqian had a moment of clarity, realizing that induction was akin to using desire to lure others. Every being has desires, whether it's for sustenance, reproduction, pleasure, or destruction. He understood that he could exploit these desires to manipulate others, creating a strong dependency on him. This ability, he thought, was far more powerful than mere imitation, as imitation is always artificial, while dependency is genuine. However, Tian Yuhuan cautioned him about the limitations of induction. If the other party possessed high intelligence or complex desires, induction would be much harder to achieve. Still, when dealing with beasts, this tactic would undoubtedly be effective since beasts rarely possess mental power, amplifying the impact of his abilities. Thinking about this, Feng Xingqian felt a surge of confidence and began planning to venture into the forest the next day to induce a few powerful fourth or fifth-tier beasts to become his pets. He realized, however, that he couldn't rush into this. He needed to improve his personal strength first. If the induction failed, it could lead to a life-and-death fight, and he wouldn't stand a chance without sufficient self-defense capabilities. Just as he was excitedly considering his plan to incorporate mecha training, a thought suddenly struck him. He asked, Tian Yuhuan, I've noticed that certain beasts have distinctive patterns on their bodies. What exactly are those patterns? Tian Yuhuan smiled and replied, You're talking about beast markings. Feng Xingqian pondered deeply. In reality, any beast that evolves with beast patterns theoretically has the potential to leave the atmosphere and survive in space. Beast patterns, as a unique energy circuit, not only grant beasts incredible offensive and defensive capabilities, but also enable them to extract and utilize peculiar energy from their environment to survive. However, only certain species, those more prone to evolution, typically achieve interstellar-level development. Statistical data shows that most beasts on planets struggle to reach such heights. Got it, Feng Xingqian nodded in response. So, in essence, the offspring of purebred star beasts are more likely to evolve, whereas those that evolve beast patterns on planets, while theoretically capable of reaching a certain level, may not necessarily achieve it. Exactly, Tian Yuhuan added. He then mentioned the bio-beasts on Kundan star, which could reach the fourth stage of evolution within just 20 to 30 days. Feng Xingqian couldn't help but wonder, does this mean that bio-beasts have limitless potential, capable of evolving to survive in space within a year or two? Highly unlikely, Tian Yuhuan replied firmly after a brief pause. Based on the evolutionary patterns of planetary beasts, it usually takes 7 distinct stages of evolution to leave a planet. On the surface, the rapid fourth-stage evolution of Kundan stars' biobeasts seems remarkable. However, their advancement is artificially induced through external means, injecting biochemical serum to enhance their physique and consuming large quantities of human corpses rich in inner energy, creating a strong catalytic effect. While this accelerates evolution in the short term, their foundation remains unstable, making it impossible for them to surpass the critical fifth stage of evolution. Unable to reach the fifth stage? Feng Xingchen asked curiously. Isn't the Crimson Demon a fifth-stage creature? The Crimson Demon isn't a bio-beast but a descendant of a purebred star beast, Tian Yuhuan scoffed. The bio-beasts artificially created by that Kaija individual from a level 3 civilization are no match for it. Feng Xingchen pressed on. Then how can one quickly distinguish the evolutionary stages of beasts? Research from advanced technological civilizations indicates that the evolution of beast patterns can generally be divided into 14 levels: dispersed patterns, flowing patterns, mass patterns, eye patterns, cloud patterns, carved patterns, sword glyphs, astral patterns, spindle patterns, spiral patterns, mountain patterns, magnetic patterns, star chain patterns, and flow glyphs. The first 7 stages of evolution occur within a planet, Tian Yuhuan explained. I won't deny that some star beast offspring are occasionally born capable of surviving in space, but their combat strength at birth is negligible and not worth fearing. He paused before continuing. Once a beast reaches the 8th stage of evolution, it can, like a level 13 human martial arts master, rely on its own strength to leave the atmosphere and fully survive in the cosmos. At this point, an 8th stage evolved beast is referred to as a primary star beast, followed by intermediate star beasts, advanced star beasts, superstar beasts, legendary star beasts, massacre star beasts, and ultimately reaching the 14th stage of evolution to become an extinction star beast, capable of surviving in any cosmic environment. Of course, with the current level of technology in the Milky Way, we have yet to encounter beast species beyond the extinction level, so we cannot confirm whether even stronger beings exist. Understood, Feng Xingchen nodded earnestly. But please, could you describe the characteristics of these 14 patterns for me? Feng Xingchen was filled with anticipation. He knew that the Tianyu ring contained the characteristics of 9 types of patterns in its memory, making it a perfect opportunity for him to learn about identifying beast patterns. Excited as he was, he also looked forward to the training, even though it meant that Yu would have to endure some hardship. As a mecha pilot, he had the authority to call for a transport ship. When he emerged from the dense forest into an open area, he unexpectedly received a cryptic message. He had already arranged for the transport ship to wait for him at a specific coordinate for quite some time. After some thought, Feng Xingchen decided to release the tiger-shaped beast and the corpse of the red demon, allowing the mecha to tow them to the transport ship. Before long, he located the transport ship. Once on board, the ship quickly ascended, and they returned to the skeleton base before nightfall. Feng Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at the privileges of being a mecha pilot. As soon as the ship landed, the logistics crew used heavy machinery to lift the massive corpse of the tiger-shaped beast and the partially damaged mecha off the transport ship. Just then, a stunning female mechanic happened to walk by. Noticing the large gash on the waist of Feng Xingchen's mecha, she stormed over, pointing at him angrily. I thought you were some top-tier mecha pilot, but I've never seen anyone as reckless as you. Don't you know that the waist armor is the thickest part of the entire suit, designed to protect the circuitry inside? You can't even protect the waist armor against a 4-stage beast, so why are you even piloting a mecha? You might as well go crash into a block of tofu and call it a day. Feng Xingchen was thoroughly berated, left speechless and wanting to explain, but she cut him off. Shut up. Move it yourself and take the mecha to the repair workshop. If you dare to ask someone else for help, this engineer refuses to fix it. With that, she turned and stormed off in a huff. Feng Xingchen scratched his head helplessly, letting out a wry smile. He hadn't expected the mechanic to have such a fiery temper. Looking around, he tried to find a forklift to help. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to Hu Shasha, who was leaning casually against an engineering vehicle about 20 meters away, smiling at him. Surprised, Feng Xingchen called out, "Wow, beauty, you're all better? Haha, with today's medical advancements, a little pneumonia is nothing, right?" Clearly recovered, Hu Shasha waved her hand and said, "How about a drink later? Let's celebrate, I just advanced to level 8. Feng Xingchen was astonished. What? Level 8 already? Hu Shasha nodded. Yes, after over 20 days of grueling battles, I've gained some insights and felt ready to break through at any moment. But the wilderness isn't safe, so I had to suppress it. Now that we're back at the base, in a safe environment, it was just a matter of time." Feng Xingchen clapped his hands in excitement. "That's amazing. Drinks are on me. But you'll have to wait until I get my mecha to the repair workshop. I really don't want to provoke that fiery mechanic again." Hu Shasha laughed. "No need. Engineer Meili has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She has a serious case of OCD if she sees a damaged mecha. She won't be able to sleep until it's fixed. Feng Xingqian's curiosity was piqued. Oh, from the way you talk, it seems like you know her pretty well. Hu Shasha chuckled. Of course. From kindergarten to high school, we were best friends. We only went our separate ways when choosing our specializations. I never thought I'd run into her here. Feng Xingqian thought to himself. But what if she really refuses to fix it? Hu Shasha made a reassuring gesture, indicating that everything was fine. News of your duel with Wen Liqing has already spread throughout the base. For someone as skilled as you, no one would let your talent go to waste. If you lack weapons, the base would simply re-equip you with a brand new mech. Feng Xingqian chuckled and said, hearing that really puts my mind at ease. Come on, let's go grab a drink. Little did he know, this seemingly trivial matter of mech repair was about to ignite the spark that would change the trajectory of his life. The two walked toward the elevator, chatting and laughing, taking about a dozen steps when a voice called out from behind, Feng Xingqian. Feng turned his head, and his face immediately lit up with a big smile as he strode forward. Shui Miao, hello? You look radiant. Your long hair is flowing. Your steps are steady, seems like you've been resting well. Shui Miao gave him a side eye and responded coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Xingqian was taken aback and quickly defended himself. What nonsense? Everyone says sleep is the best beauty remedy for women, and I can tell you've been sleeping well. Shui Miao ignored him, turned to Hu Shasha, and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Shui Miao. Hu Shasha seemed a little flattered as she reached out to shake Shui Miao's hand, smiling. Hello, Commander Shui. I'm Hu Shasha. I've heard of your reputation since my time at the previous base. I never imagined that after being rescued by Feng Xingqian yesterday, I'd meet you today. Shui Miao appeared surprised and asked, Oh, you're Hu Shasha? The two a ranked heavy sniper. She added with a smile, your reputation precedes you. On Kuntan Star, anyone who doesn't know about the heavy sniper Hu Shasha is probably not a soldier. Hu Shasha replied, Thank you, Commander Shui. To show my gratitude for Feng Xingqian's rescue, I was just planning to treat him to a drink. If you don't mind, please join us. Shui Miao nodded. Sure. Honestly, he saved me 4 times already. I should have treated him to a meal long ago. Standing nearby, Feng Xingqian felt puzzled. He didn't recall hearing the name Hu Shasha before, despite being a decent sniper himself. However, seeing the two women chatting so happily, he wouldn't dare utter anything to ruin the mood. Instead, he fell back a couple of steps, lit a cigarette, and admired the two ladies from behind. From this angle, Shui Miao's beauty lay in her balance. Every part of her figure was perfectly proportioned, exuding a subtle allure. Hu Shasha, on the other hand, was strikingly bold. Every feature seemed exaggerated, yet combined to represent the pinnacle of mature charm, making one's pulse race. Walking side by side, the two women each had their own unique appeal, enough to leave any man in awe. If Feng Xingqian hadn't been biting down hard on his cigarette filter and trying to steady his breath, he might have already had a nosebleed. Bringing beautiful women to a restaurant came with the benefit of attracting attention and envy. Fortunately, the Skull Base had a few relatively quiet officer mess halls. For enough credits, one could enjoy a decent meal. Shui Miao seemed very familiar with the place and expertly ordered 7 or 8 dishes before taking her seat. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the base's operations department, Colonel Zheng Xiaoying sat behind his desk, his face dark with anger. On the virtual screen in front of him was a live feed of Feng Xingqian and Shui Miao dining together. In the footage, Shui Miao's smile was pure joy, genuine, relaxed, and alluring, fueling Zheng Xiaoying's rising fury. Shui Miao was born into a prominent family on the serene planet of Yuringsing, discovered 220 years ago by the Earth Federation's exploration team. Yuringsing is a stunning planet located 29 light-years from Earth and serves as the Federation's second administrative planet. In comparison, Mars and Europa are merely considered settlement points, not administrative planets. The Shui family was among the first to land on Yuringsing and contribute to its development. Over the course of 220 years, they have risen to become one of the most influential families in the entire Federation. The Zheng family is also a prominent family within the Earth Federation, though some may dismiss their significance. However, Shui Miao's grandfather is the commander-in-chief of the 3rd Army Group, whose primary focus is the defense of Yuringsing. Yuringsing is rich in minerals and crops, with a thriving economy. Its GDP is 21 times that of Earth and 77 times that of Taoangsing, discovered 96 years ago. It is also the capital planet of the Earth Federation. As a result, the 3rd Army Group holds a critical position in the Federation and is the only one among the 4 major army groups to have a 5-star general as its commander. Leveraging this advantageous position, the Shui family organized interstellar trade and by 30 years ago, had far surpassed other families. If Zheng Xiaoying could form a marital alliance with Shui Miao, it would be a tremendous step forward for the Zheng family. At just 37 years old, Zheng Xiaoying had reached level 11 in physical combat, earning him a place among the Federation's elite. Knowing Shui Miao admired strong and disciplined soldiers, he advanced to the rank of colonel through his military achievements and gained popularity within the 1st Army Group. Shui Miao had shown some fondness for him, and he believed that after his current campaign, he would likely be promoted to brigadier general. At that point, he was confident Shui Miao would be firmly within his grasp. However, the sudden appearance of a seemingly insignificant young soldier who saved Shui Miao 4 times left Zheng Xiaoying feeling a deep sense of crisis. The genuine smile Shui Miao displayed toward this soldier was something Zheng Xiaoying had never seen before. For the first time, he had to admit he felt a profound jealousy toward this unassuming soldier. The emotions surged within him like a tidal wave. On his desk lay a confidential notebook listing a dazzling record of military achievements. Feng Xingqian had defeated an advanced level 8 psychic warrior of the Kaija race, thwarted a significant beast army invasion, eliminated a 4th stage evolved tiger beast and a 5th stage evolved star beast, and even brought back the intact corpses for research at the base. These accomplishments were enough to earn him a promotion to second lieutenant. At just 26 years old, Feng Xingqian could potentially achieve more significant military achievements and reach the rank of field officer before turning 28. However, during wartime, the Federation's military merit system was almost entirely controlled by the central AI of the army groups to ensure fairness for soldiers, leaving little room for human intervention and making promotions exceptionally challenging. Narrowing his eyes, Zheng Xiaoying pondered for a long time before murmuring to himself, "For a soldier, the greatest fear is the absence of war." A cold smile appeared on his face as he pressed the call button. A strikingly beautiful female soldier entered the room. "Colonel, what are your orders?" she asked. He commanded, "Find out who repaired Mech Z-4033. The woman picked up the confidential notebook in her hand, tapped it lightly a few times, and smiled. "The circuits, power core, and joints of this mech are severely damaged. Engineer Meili has officially taken over and is currently conducting wind cleaning on the repair platform. Once the cleaning is complete, repairs will begin." "Oh, Meili took over." Zheng Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "That perfectionist is such a hassle." After pondering for a moment, he tapped the desk. "Notify Meili that Lab 23 requires her expertise. Tell her to put down whatever she's working on immediately and assist in the lab for a few days." "What about engineer Zwolin?" The woman checked her notebook and found that Zwolin already had 4 mechs waiting for repairs. "Doesn't matter. Everyone gets busy sometimes. Let him take his time." "Yes, sir." The woman understood the colonel's intentions, saluted, and promptly left the office. Zheng Xiaoying cursed under his breath. "Damn it. He'll freeze you directly in the mech camp, and see how you climb the ranks then." A sinister grin crept across his face as he thought, "Of course, as a Special Forces Marine, if there's an extremely risky battle, I can always send you to the front lines first." Suddenly, another thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "No, I also need to transfer Shui Miao out of the base. I can't give them any chance to cozy up to each other." This was yet another headache for him. Shui Miao was too headstrong, the type who refused to stay behind a desk and insisted on charging into the fray. But Zheng Xiaoying couldn't always send her to the front lines, either any mishap could lead to consequences he wouldn't dare face. "Ah, that's it. What an idiot I've been." He clapped his hands together, a light bulb moment dawning on him. "I can use the excuse of needing more mid-level officers and assign Feng Xingqian to a marine outpost. Best if I pair him with Hu Shasha, spend enough time together, and they'll develop feelings. That way, Shui Miao won't keep fixating on him." At the same time, Shui Miao could be sent to another outpost, ensuring they'd never cross paths again. Wouldn't that solve everything? Recently, the mobilization of the Kaija forces had drastically shifted the war's dynamics. Both sides had transitioned to skirmish infiltration tactics, a phase of conflict that might last decades. As a result, both factions had begun establishing transfer outposts at key terrain points. If Shui Miao were assigned to a relatively calm outpost in charge of operations, her level 10 combat skills and mech piloting prowess should keep her safe. Plus, with small skirmishes occurring every few days, it would be enough to satisfy her iron-willed, battle-hardened nature and keep her stationed there. Having made up his mind, Zheng Xiaoying spread out his hands and began selecting outposts. Meanwhile, Feng Xingqian and Shui Miao were blissfully unaware of his scheming. The two of them were cheerfully drinking, having already finished 2 bottles of snow fragrance wine and now opening a third. Snow fragrance wine, crafted from the unique star anise leaves and snowberry fruits of Uran star, boasted an alcohol content of 39 and a delightful aroma. It was one of the most popular and expensive drinks in the Federation. However, with the high income of soldiers, indulging in a few bottles occasionally was well within their means. At this moment, Shui Miao and Hu Shasha, both slightly tipsy, looked even more radiant. Feng Xingqian, on the other hand, sat there with glazed eyes, a trail of glistening liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth, which made him appear somewhat gross. Yet the two women found his state endlessly amusing, laughing uncontrollably while pointing at him. Feng Xingqian, now clutching the 3rd bottle of wine tightly, refused to pour drinks for the women. With a sly grin, he suggested, "How about we head back and drink there?" Feng Xingqian and Hu Shasha sat in the officers' cafeteria, the atmosphere both relaxed and subtly charged. Hushasha's smile was particularly captivating, hinting at something unspoken. Shui Miao's gaze carried a trace of confusion. She couldn't quite grasp Feng Xingchen's intentions. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen looked slightly awkward, silently berating himself, thinking how bold Hushasha was to say such things. Both at once. Can you handle it? Shui Miao teased, her curiosity piqued. Feng Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. A man couldn't admit defeat, no matter what. Straightening up, he patted his chest, trying to appear confident. Why don't you give it a try? Shui Miao chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with mischief. So, you're saying you've tested yourself plenty of times and know your limits? Feng Xingchen froze, momentarily speechless, realizing Shui Miao's witty comeback had caught him off guard. Just then, Shui Miao stopped pressing him further and handed him her wine glass. Feng Xingchen looked at this unpredictable woman with a wry smile and finally reached for the wine bottle to pour her a drink. But just as he was about to pour, Shui Miao's communicator buzzed, displaying a message. She glanced at the screen, still a bit tipsy, before abruptly standing up, her expression turning serious. I have a mission. I have to leave now. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Feng Xingchen was stunned. What? You're drunk, and you're heading out on a mission? It's fine. I have an hour to prepare, 2 hours of travel, and the operation won't begin immediately upon arrival. By then, any alcohol will have worn off. Shui Miao explained, firmly paying for the meal despite Feng Xingchen's protests. She declined his offer to accompany her, swaying slightly as she left the cafeteria and hailed an electric cart to depart. Watching Feng Xingchen's bewildered expression, Hushasha couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. What do you mean? Feng Xingchen asked, puzzled. Do you want the truth or a lie? Hushasha teased. What kind of question is that? Just tell me both. Feng Xingchen replied, exasperated. Hushasha snatched the wine bottle from Feng Xingchen and poured herself a glass. The lie is that you and Shui Miao are a match made in heaven, destined for a happily ever after. Feng Xingchen froze. He understood Hushasha's implication all too well. After taking a sip of wine, Hushasha continued, setting aside Shui Miao's extraordinary background. Wait, you don't know about her background, do you? Wait, what background? Feng Xingchen asked, confused. Oh my, you're adorable. You really don't know Shui Miao comes from a powerful family. Hushasha laughed. Her father, Shui En, is the governor of Yuran Star. Her grandfather, Shui Bumi, is the commander of the Federation's 3rd Army and a 5-star general. Feng Xingchen was stunned into silence upon hearing those names. Although he was from Yuran Star, he'd never paid much attention to politics, and the governor's name held no significance to him. However, as a soldier, he was more than familiar with the legendary achievements of General Shui Bumi. At this moment, hearing that name, he was overwhelmed with shock. The tuition fees at this school are shockingly high. From 1st to 5th grade, the fees are relatively lower, costing 60 million points per year. However, by the time students reach the 20th grade, the fees skyrocket to an astonishing 550 million points annually. In the Earth Federation, a successful white-collar worker earns an annual income of about 400,000 to 600,000 points, while a military major with real power earns only 600,000 points per year. Feng Xingchen's parents are both top-tier chefs at a restaurant, and while their business is doing decently, their combined annual income is about 1.3 million points, a figure that approaches the level of high earners. It's clear just how exclusive this school is, and Feng Xingchen obviously doesn't have the qualifications or financial means to attend. In fact, his parents' income can barely cover the expenses of an ordinary private school, so he has always attended the most affordable public academy. Hushasha continued, under an education system we can't even fathom, her values, outlook on life, and worldview are vastly different from yours. Maybe, for a short time, you'll find some common ground because of this damned war. But war isn't the norm. As long as you're alive, there will come a day when you leave the battlefield and return to a peaceful life. When that happens, the differences in your perspectives and the gap in your family backgrounds will only become more pronounced. The conflicts will intensify, and in the end, it will only lead to immense pain, turning you both into the protagonists of a tragedy. Feng Xingchen remained silent, picked up his glass, and took a deep swig. Hushasha's words, though harsh, laid bare an unforgiving reality. The love stories between beggars and princesses in movies and television are nothing more than artistic fabrications. Such things don't happen in real life. Hushasha downed her drink in one go, then smiled and chuckled. I'm drunk and rambling. Don't take it seriously. A man should follow his own heart, not someone else's opinions. Feng Xingchen smiled back and replied, You seem to know a lot about Shui Miao? Hushasha laughed and said, Shui Miao is quite rebellious. She rejected her family's arrangements, secretly ran away from home, and joined the military without bringing even a single piece of equipment or a credit point with her. She dreams of forging her own path to success and independence. She thought she had hidden it well, but there are always people paying attention, and gossip inevitably spreads. As a woman myself, I'm surrounded by plenty of chatterboxes, so naturally, I've heard quite a bit. Got it, Feng Xingchen said with a smile. Let's not talk about such heavy topics, okay? Do you remember I said I'd give you a surprising gift once I recovered? Oh, you were serious about that? Hushasha rolled her eyes dramatically. The Hu family, even its daughters, knows the principle of repaying kindness. We're no less honorable than men. Give me your communication frequency, and I'll send you a gift. Though puzzled, Feng Xingchen handed over his communication frequency. I've sent it to you a folder. Remember, once you've memorized it, delete it immediately. It must not be leaked. What kind of treasure is this? Feng Xingchen was about to open his device. What are you doing? Hushasha warned. Let me tell you, this thing didn't come through legitimate channels. You have to keep it hidden. Later, find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed to look at it. All right, I'm drunk and need to rest. Thanks for saving my life. You're leaving already? Feng Xingchen looked at her with a hint of disappointment. Husha gave a half smile and asked, what's this? Shui Miao just left, and now you're trying to flirt with me? Aren't you afraid he'll report you? Feng Xingchen responded helplessly. Would you really do that? Husha took a step forward, leaving behind a laugh as clear as a silver bell. Feng Xingchen, feeling frustrated, lifted his beer bottle and took a long swig. His mood was far from good. Muttering curses under his breath, he connected to his portable device and finally learned that his dormitory had been assigned to the mecha camp. Following the navigation system indifferently, he entered the camp, glancing around as he walked. Just as he was considering heading back, he noticed someone in the distance. A peculiar smile crossed his face as he murmured, damn it, it's that bearded guy again. Still hasn't transferred the gambling money. Perfect, I'm in a bad mood anyway, time to teach him a lesson. With that thought, he raised his head and strode straight toward the bearded man. The bearded man had just sold a cherished collectible, managing to scrape together 1.35 million, but he was still 150,000 short. Lost in thought, he was startled when a pair of feet suddenly appeared in front of him, clearly blocking his path. Annoyed, he snarled, what the hell can't you watch where you're going? His words trailed off abruptly when he looked up to see Feng Xingchen standing there, smiling coldly. The bearded man quickly forced a grin, bowing slightly. Oh, brother Feng, good to see you. Feng Xingchen replied icily. Good? My ass. Where's my money? The bearded man's smile grew even more strained as he hastily explained. I'm sorry. I've been working hard to gather it, have managed 1.35 million so far. Could you give me 2 more days? Feng Xingchen, clearly irritated, shot back. Damn it. We gamble fair, no cheating, no backing out. If you didn't have the money, why did you act as the banker? I told you before, if you try to pull anything, it'll make your life miserable. Panicking, the bearded man plastered on a smile and pleaded, brother, it's not that I'm trying to cheat. The Kaija invasion cut off external communications, so I couldn't ask my family for money. I had no choice but to borrow from my teammates. Look, I'm only 150,000 short now. I swear I'll get it within 2 days. Please, have some mercy. Feng Xingchen was about to refuse, but seeing the man's anxious expression, he remembered that they were now comrades in the mecha unit. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, he waved dismissively. Fine, I'll take the 1.35 million. Let this be a lesson. Damn it. A broke idiot running a gambling table, are you trying to get yourself killed? The bearded man was overjoyed and immediately transferred the 1.35 million to Feng Xingchen's account, grinning obsequiously. Brother Feng, you're truly a man of generosity. Thank you, thank you. I swear, I'll never gamble again. Feng Xingchen nodded slightly and turned to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, the bearded man had already stepped in front of him again. Brother Feng, my name's Zhou Hao. I might be a rough man, but I'm straightforward. I didn't recognize your greatness before, and I sincerely apologize. This time, I've learned my lesson completely convinced. If you ever need anything, just say the word. I may not have much, but I've got this life to offer. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Feng Xingchen's eyes. He replied coolly, didn't expect you to be such a straight shooter. You've got a bit of a soldier's spirit, guess I didn't let you off for nothing. Zhou Hao beamed with delight. Brother Feng, you seem like the type who might get bored on your own. How about heading to a gathering spot for mecha soldiers? I promise it'll be fun. Zhou Hao squinted and gave a knowing smile that only men would understand. He thought to himself that he was indeed a bit tired after completing the mission and decided to continue the conversation another day. However, Feng Xingchen didn't give him the chance. With a wave of his hand, he turned and left on his own. This brief exchange was quickly forgotten. Following the navigation of the light brain, Zhou Hao soon found his new home. As he stepped inside, a grin spread across his face. The living conditions here were far superior to those of the Marine Corps. The 80 square meter apartment was divided into a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, fully furnished. In the bedroom, there was even a state-of-the-art desktop quantum light brain. He looked around, utterly satisfied. Back in the living room, Feng Xingchen plopped down onto the sofa, his mind wandering to the folder Hushasha had given him. Yu, the AI assistant, popped up without hesitation and opened a document, projecting it onto a virtual screen before him. Feng Xingchen glanced at the document and asked curiously, Sanhuang Fist? What's this? Yu smiled and replied, Sanhuang Fist is, of course, a martial art. Then, She opened a second document titled Thousand Shield Technique. Feng Xingqian, intrigued, asked, "And what's this?" Yu Yu explained, "Isn't it obvious? These are martial arts techniques or secret skills meant for you to practice." However, she did mention that these techniques have questionable origins, so you should be cautious. Feng Xingqian didn't dwell on it and began browsing through the documents. Despite being text files, they contained several video clips. After watching them, he gained a basic understanding of the Sanhuang Fist. As the name suggested, it was an ancient martial art with only 3 moves: Fushi praying to the gods, Niwa mending the heavens, and Shinnong whipping the herbs. After viewing the videos, he found the moves somewhat amusing rather than impressive. However, recalling Hushasa's mysterious demeanor, he decided not to take it lightly. Using his mental focus technique, he memorized the moves within minutes before moving on to the Thousand Shield technique. After just a few glances, he was amazed by its intricacies. The Thousand Shield technique utilized the immense inner energy of a 10th level master, channeling it along specific routes and acupoints in a unique arrangement to form a defensive field far stronger than a standard energy barrier. Practitioners needed to reach the 10th level to muster enough inner energy and mental strength to control and compress the energy into this specialized defensive circle. Feng Xingqian marveled at the technique, wondering where Hushasha had managed to find such an impressive martial art. Thinking of her enigmatic demeanor, he muttered to himself, "These techniques exude an ancient aura and are likely from an old and powerful family. No wonder she warned me not to reveal them easily. It makes perfect sense." After a moment of reflection, he instructed Yu Yu to securely hide the techniques. Standing in the center of the room, he closed his eyes, carefully recalling the details from the videos and textual notes. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes with determination, slightly bent his body forward, clasped his hands together, and slowly extended them outward. Silently, he began to follow the mantra of the martial art. His movements resembled an ancient ritual, as if he were praying to the gods. This was the first move of the Sanhuang Fist Fushi, praying to the gods. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.